Chapter 1542, 1.7 million undead. Can you command them? They are Minotaur orcs. Fire attributed power type. Fast moving speed. And control type skeleton soldiers? Control their moving speed, and let the spearmen go. Be serious. Whether you want to catch up with the Black Spear Battalion or join the Black Spear Battalion, you must show your powerful spear skills. At least be accurate. This kind of Minotaur orc has only one weakness. The nose. Put your spear into it. No matter how high his level is, he will die. Under Wei Hu's command, Gu Shi's undead troops switched back and forth, and changed to the most suitable troops to deal with the orcs in front of them. Wei Hu was used to doing this kind of thing. And Gu Shi also saw that Wei Hu's current ability was already that of a powerful leader. Gu Shi was quite satisfied with Wei Hu. He thought that after this game was over, he must bring Wei Hu back to the city of Aridov. After thinking for a while, Gu Shi looked up at Wei Hu, and immediately lowered his head to focus on the secret ceremony. There was a part of the secret ceremony in front of him that could be modified, and Gu Shi needed to strengthen some of his own things. As for the battle in front of him, it was enough to fight it. But just when Gu Shi lowered his head, the bull-headed orcs actually lowered their heads, and flames rose behind them. Their speed increased significantly, and they rushed towards the skeleton soldiers in front of Wei Hu. When they rushed forward, their skin obviously changed color. This was different from the bull-headed orcs that Gu Shi had recorded before. Wei Hu had a very sharp vision, and found that something was wrong at the first time. When he saw the color of the bull-headed orcs change, he quickly gave an order. Skeleton Mage Unit, prepare the Ice Cone spell, stop the Minotaur orcs from approaching. Under Wei Hu's order, the skeleton mage standing at the back began to use the Ice Cone spell, and easily suppressed the Minotaur orcs. Under the attack of the Ice Cone, the Minotaur orcs were immediately frozen, but their skin was still flashing red light, and finally they exploded on the spot. Luckily, Wei Hu discovered it early at the beginning, and suppressed everything in advance, and prevented the Minotaur orcs from rushing into the battlefield otherwise. This explosion would cause great casualties. After completing this attack, Wei Hu was about to issue a new order, but the battle on the other side was already over. Wei Hu looked up and found Shirley carrying a large number of bull heads and walking towards this side. From Shirley's attitude, it can be seen that he and his evil demon skeleton soldiers killed at least 10,000 enemies in the previous battle, although Wei Hu performed quite well in front of Gu Shi. However, Wei Hu also understood that there was no comparison between Shirley and the evil demon skeleton soldiers. Although Gu Shi values Wei Hu more, he has not yet given his most core troops to Wei Hu. The troops controlled by Wei Hu are all miscellaneous soldiers and cannon fodder troops. Gu Shi's core troops. Gu Shi himself has not yet sorted them out. Gu Shi plans to see Wei Hu's ability first, and if possible, let him cooperate with Princess Anna to sort out his core troops. At this time, Wei Hu curled his lips and said nothing more. In Wei Hu's mind, if you are not as good as others, you are not as good as others. If you can't compare with others in this aspect, then there is nothing to say. If you can't win this time, just try harder next time. Okay, push the enemy's bodies aside, the wounded retreat to the rear, other troops don't stop. The gargoyle scouts go out to explore the way, others pack up quickly. I will only give you half an hour to rest. The time is up. We are going to set off, you should hurry up. Hearing Wei Hu's words, Gu Shi raised his head and looked over there again. Then he lowered his head to look at the notes he had just written, and his mind was all on the notes. In this way, Gu Shi's troops were getting closer and closer to Longcheng. At this time, the enemies in front of Gu Shi were getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes they would even delay Gu Shi's battle for an hour or two, although every battle ended with Gu Shi's victory. This situation also disrupted the rhythm of Gu Shi's advance. Gu Shi felt a little unhappy. Gu Shi had already planned to let the orc see his powerful strength. When Wei Hu killed another batch of orcs, Gu Shi put down the notebook in his hand. Wei Hu. Wei Hu turned his head and looked at Gu Shi. Wei Hu, can I trust you? Wei Hu laughed as soon as he heard it. Of course, brother. Please rest assured, I am trustworthy. Wei Hu, since we became pawns, how many batches of orcs have we encountered? And how many orcs have we killed? Do you remember? Looking at Wei Hu's smile, Gu Shi said with satisfaction. Remember? We encountered a total of 39 batches of orcs, and killed a total of... Sir, we killed more than 1.7 million orcs? With our 100,000 troops? How is this possible? After counting, Wei Hu himself couldn't believe it. Nothing is impossible. The enemy came in batches, plus the troops you commanded, we also have surely. So along the way, every time we killed orcs, the losses were not great. Killing 1.7 million people is actually a relatively fair number. Gushi explained the situation, but he was also shocked by the battles during this period. However, Gushi still showed a very calm feeling at this time. He said to Wei Hu, now the enemies we face will become stronger and stronger. Relying on only these 100,000 odd troops, it will be more and more troublesome to fight. The main thing is not that we are afraid of losing, but that it will take too long. If I give you all the undead transformed from the 1.7 million orcs I just killed, how long will it take you to control the situation? Gushi babbled for a few sentences, and finally said the key point. Hearing Gushi's question, Wei Hu's eyes were straight. 1,700,000 undead? All handed over to me. How strong are the undead under Gushi? Wei Hu has personally commanded them. He originally thought that being able to command a 100,000-man army was already quite impressive. Now that a 1.7 million-man army was handed over to him, could he really manage it? No, he could definitely manage it. Thinking of this, Wei Hu said to Gushi affirmatively, yes, please give me 2 battles, and I can completely control the situation. Hearing Wei Hu's words, Gushi pointed to the left and right sides of the road, and the steel gate and the garrison gate opened at the same time, and a large number of undead troops walked out of the gate. Chapter 1543, Dragon City Movement. The undead that came out of the garrison gate and the steel gate were all undead troops obtained after killing orcs during this period. They only kept the orc level that fought with Gushi, and did not become a powerful special force like the evil demon skeleton soldiers. They just took the route of skeleton soldiers, zombies, and ghosts according to their attributes. At most, the bones of skeleton soldiers will be harder, or the flesh of zombies will be thicker. The rest did not change much. Even the Minotaur orcs that Wei Hu had killed before did not turn into Minotaur zombies or something like that. It was obvious that these orcs did not behave in any special way. When these orcs walked out of the city gate, they quickly lined up, and the different types of soldiers automatically gathered together, and the heroic undead also rushed to Wei Hu in the first place. Wei Hu could also feel at this time that Gushi had directly handed everything over to him. At the same time, he also found that Gushi had no intention of stopping. Now the first level that Gushi gave him had begun. All brothers, spread out, guide the undead back to the team, and make them run faster. Don't run around. Now, regardless of their profession, deal with them according to their race and weapons. Let them line up first. Come here, heroes. Wei Hu waved to the undead hero who had just appeared. There are 1.7 million troops here, but there are only about 170 heroes. There are only 97 heroes who have just been transformed. One hero can command an army of 20,000. Wei Hu called these heroes together and quickly checked their attributes. Every time you level up, you can increase the combat power of the skeleton soldiers by 1 point. Then you can lead the skeleton soldiers. First, 20,000 skeleton soldiers will be allocated to you. You should control the skeleton soldiers first and distribute the authority in your hands. Every 1,000 people must have at least one leader to command. You should control the skeleton soldiers first, and don't let them run around. What's your name? Come here. Let's take a look at your attributes. Wei Hu showed his powerful ability at this time. He could chat with almost anyone, even with the undead. He could talk happily. The undead heroes who talked with him would understand what they needed to do at the first time. At the same time, they would be willing to obey Wei Hu's arrangements to manage and control the undead. If the undead were too chaotic, they would scatter, take the undead aside to reorganize, and then rush back to the original team. In this way, Wei Hu has initially completed the control of the undead army. After that, as long as he leads this undead army to fight 2 more battles, Wei Hu will be able to understand these undead heroes and the combat capabilities of the undead army, and can control them. At that time, what kind of troops each hero can control, whether it is a comprehensive force or a single force, whether the troops commanded by this hero are suitable to fight alone or join forces with others. Wei Hu can arrange them clearly. It can be said that Wei Hu showed a very strong ability in this regard. However, Gushi and Wei Hu never expected that the next 1 or 2 battles they had imagined would not happen. After Gushi released the garrison gate and the steel gate, the army of more than 1 million and nearly 2 million began to disperse in other directions because of the land occupation. In this way, they directly attracted the attention of Lancheng not far away. The main force of the orcs guarding Longcheng stepped out of the range of Longcheng at the first time and pressed towards Gu Shi. This can be regarded as the first time that the orc army jumped out of Han Longzhu's chessboard. As this orc main force was dispatched, the long silent dragon city seemed to come alive. Gu Shi, who was watching Wei Hu adjust the undead army, clearly felt something at this time. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Dragon City, and found that there was a pillar like blood rising in the sky. A blood-colored demon dragon appeared in the blood. This demon dragon radiated white and black light, and there were countless weapons flashing around it. Its body seemed to be pieced together by countless parts of different races, and it looked very strange. The feeling Gu Shi had when he saw the demon dragon was just like the feeling he had when he saw the black dragon flashing with golden light when he flew into the Dragon Kingdom. However, the demon dragon in front of him was somewhat inferior to the black dragon in the sky above the Dragon Kingdom. Most importantly, this demon dragon seemed to have nothing to suppress its luck. It kept sucking the luck on the ground and unconsciously radiated it. Is this New Fang's luck? This was Gu Shi's first reaction. This luck is unstable. This was Gu Shi's second reaction. Then Gu Shi's third reaction was, what happened in Dragon City? Why is there such a big reaction? Fortunately, Gu Shi reacted quickly. He knew that this was a good opportunity. So he decisively said to the floating spirit IKA behind him, Dragon City is in chaos. You let the hard nightmare ghost dragon attack with all its strength. Such chaotic dragon energy, it will collapse as long as it is stimulated, if you don't take action now. When will you wait? When Gu Shi gave the order, Wei Hu also rushed to the side of the holy silver evil coffin. Sir, Dragon City is in chaos. We can divide our troops into two types. Use the main army to hold back the guards of Dragon City, and clear out the elite troops to attack Dragon City. This is a good opportunity, sir. Gu Shi also laughed when he heard it. I think so too, Wei Hu. Yes. Are you willing to lead the troops to hold back the guards of Dragon City, or do you want to lead the troops to attack Dragon City? Faced with Gu Shi's question, Wei Hu said immediately, Sir, it has always been my dream to attack Dragon City. Please give me a chance. Wei Hu, you have to think about it. If you give up the main army and choose to attack Dragon City, the 1.7 million troops will no longer be under your control. Gu Shi stared at Wei Hu's eyes and said, I understand. Sir. But if we don't attack Dragon City, what's the point of me bringing these soldiers? Let alone 1.7 million. Even if it's 2.7 million, 27 million, they won't obey my orders. By that time, I'll just be a tiger talisman to control the soldiers, which is meaningless. Ha, interesting. If you don't want to lead them, then don't lead them. But whether we can reach Dragon City is not up to me. There are several people who also want to enter Dragon City waiting there. Please give me some time. Sir, I want to select a group of elite soldiers. I can guarantee that the elite soldiers I lead will not be worse than the skeleton soldiers led by Shirley. Listening to Wei Hu's words, Gu Shi shook his head. I'm not talking about Shirley, but more. Chapter 1544, Divide the Forces. As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, a sharp whistle was heard in the sky. More stepped on her bone dragon clone and appeared in the sky. At the same time, the main city gate behind Gu Shi opened, and batches of undead dragons poured out of the main city gate. This was not the first time that Wei Hu saw the undead dragon troops under Gu Shi. Wei Hu was not surprised at all that Gu Shi had such undead under his command. In Wei Hu's mind, it would be strange if Gu Shi did not have any such existence. It's just that Wei Hu didn't expect it. There will be so many undead dragons under more. This is 1 or 2 undead dragons. This number has obviously exceeded 100,000 and is still going out. These undead dragons are not the same, except for the undead dragon troops that are obviously attributed to more. There are also several quite special undead dragon troops. One of the golden bone dragons, although the number is not large, that is more than 10,000, but the evil spirits on them were so scared that Wei Hu was looking at it. There were also bone dragons full of vitality. Ghost dragons that were extremely virtual. And ordinary undead dragon troops, led by a 2-headed bone dragon. It can be said that each undead dragon unit can dominate the sky. As a result, these undead dragon troops followed behind more. And they looked quite honest. Without any unruly undead dragons. After they appeared, they hovered over Gu Shi. The negative energy gathered by so many undead dragons directly raised a large group of dark clouds. After all the undead dragons were released, Wei Hu's eyes widened. At this time, he was a little doubtful whether he could really rush to Dragon City before these undead dragons. At this time, Gu Shi turned his head and looked at Wei Hu. What are you waiting for? Go and pick a troop. Gu Shi glanced at Wei Hu and found that Wei Hu's expression was not right. Gu Shi quickly said something to Wei Hu. Gu Shi didn't want a good seedling like Wei Hu to be hit by the current military force. After hearing Gu Shi's words, Wei Hu finally reacted. He hurried down to select the undead troops. However, Wei Hu's selection range was limited this time. Although the 1.7 million undead were within the selection range, Wei Hu was not familiar with them and had no idea how far they could go. If he just selected some troops, there would be no problem. But now Wei Hu needed elite soldiers who could fight with him, and powerful helpers who could directly kill to Longcheng. He had not tried these undeads, and he could not guarantee how strong their fighting power would be. And judging from the current situation, Gu Shi would not let Wei Hu take too many troops. 100,000 troops was the limit that Wei Hu could take with him. And the fewer undead troops he could take with him, the better. If possible, a strong force of 30,000 to 50,000 would be appropriate. But now it would take time for Wei Hu to select 30,000 to 50,000 people from more than 1 million. Judging from the current situation, Gu Shi would not give Wei Hu too much time. Sure enough, when Wei Hu looked at Gu Shi, he found that Gu Shi had let out another 40,000 troops from the main city gate. More than 20,000 of them were Death Titans, and they were now the main force behind Gu Shi. The other 10,000 or nearly 20,000 were undead transformation combat troops. Of course, they have been organized now, and they are named Corpse King Mercenary Group, Blood Sea Combat Group, Ghost King Curse Group, and Ghost Transformation Beast Group. When these troops were released, Gu Shi's eyes also turned to Wei Hu. Gu Shi had already thought about it. If Wei Hu really couldn't pick out a suitable unit, then he would let him lead the undead transformation combat team. After all, Wei Hu still had fighting spirit and vision. It was a good idea to let Wei Hu lead the undead transformation combat team. But at this time, Gu Shi noticed that Wei Hu had actually used other means to select 30,000 elite soldiers from the nearly 2 million troops. Gu Shi took a look at the undead selected by Wei Hu. The level is about 7 to 8. Mainly ghosts, a small number of skeleton soldiers and skeleton wizards, and more than 100 zombies and corpse wizards. There are no other undead. Gu Shi was somewhat surprised about the undead troops selected by Wei Hu. But Wei Hu has already selected the people, so Gu Shi will not object. At this time, Gu Shi waved to the main city gate. 2 lords from the Grand Princess Council came out. Following behind them was Dini. I'll leave this to you. The battle will be commanded by Dini. If there are any problems, contact Princess Anna directly. Gu Shi made arrangements immediately. If he didn't have a suitable leader, Gu Shi wouldn't have come up with this method to deal with the nearly 2 million undead troops. As for collecting them, that's even more impossible. You have to know that Gu Shi is already near Dragon City. The troops of Dragon City will definitely come out to stop Gu Shi from getting close. These nearly 2 million troops obviously cannot be crowded together. After Gu Shi sets out, they will be dispersed. At that time, there may be 100,000 people in one area, or 200,000 people in one area. Such a large-scale battle. It is definitely impossible for Dini to manage it alone. The 2 lords from the Grand Princess Council are naturally necessary. Of course, it would be no problem to let Grand Princess Anna go to such a battle. It's just that Grand Princess Anna has not yet finished dealing with the matter of the 10,000 Flags Ghost Domain. There is also the leader of the Disaster Army, the hero who just killed the orcs. All of which need to be handled and arranged by Princess Anna. Many things will be interrupted without Princess Anna. For this reason, Gu Shi could only call the few people who are available in the Princess Council. After Wei Hu selected the troops, Gu Shi jumped directly onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. We can set off. Wei Hu nodded affirmatively, and followed Gu Shi with more than 30,000 troops. Then Gu Shi led the selected troops and headed directly towards Dragon City. When Gu Shi set out, the nearly 2 million undead troops also began to move. Dini took over the control of these undead troops at the first time, and arranged her iron undead troops to go out, leaving only the Iron Rose Guards, who followed her at the beginning. Then Dini discussed with the 2 lords to completely disperse the undead troops and let them move towards Dragon City. Their actions just concealed the direction and target of Gu Shi's actions. Gu Shi's troops looked less conspicuous in this army. As for the conspicuous undead dragon troops, they did not need their cover at all, as they were already fighting with the troops of Dragon City in the sky. Chapter 1545 Undead Dragon Troops in Dragon City. Gu Shi sending out a large army naturally attracted the attention of Dragon City at the first time. In Gushi's eyes, the demon dragons hovering over Dragon City all cast their eyes on Gushi. A large number of troops in Dragon City were also dispatched, to prevent Gushi and his men from approaching. At least 3 million orc troops were dispatched from Dragon City. This should be the limit of the troops that Dragon City can dispatch. Dragon City is quite large, it is a hill in the grassland, and all the main orc troops are stationed on the grassland outside the hill. The total number is about 6 million main warriors, plus 8 million ordinary orcs. As for the various livestock grazing in Longcheng, they are countless. When Gushi came out, Longcheng could produce 3 million orc troops, which really took away the main force from each defense line. Now those orcs who were originally arranged to graze or look after logistics have all picked up their weapons and joined the defense. The first batch to rush to the front of Gushi's team was naturally the flying troops. This time, in addition to the 3 conventional flying units of the orcs and the White Plague Giant Eagle, a new flying unit appeared in Dragon City. This is a flying creature similar to the Bone Dragon. They are covered with white bone armor, and there are even barbs on the bone armor. It is obvious that this focuses on defending against flying creatures. The most important thing is that because of the barbs on their bone armor, this creature cannot be ridden. So even though they are bigger than other flying creatures, their movement speed is not inferior to other flying units at all. When these flying units of bone dragons flew out, Moore noticed the situation here at the first time. Moore could clearly feel the breath of undead dragons on these flying units. As long as they belong to undead dragons, it's fine. Don't even fight them, Moore said to Gushi in the sky. Sir, I leave it to you. After saying that, Moore commanded the other undead dragons to go to other flying units. Leave it to me? Leave it to me what? Gushi, who was on his way with his men, was confused. He is on his way. If you have anything to say, please tell me clearly. Gushi looked up and wanted to contact Moore, but when he looked up, Gushi was stunned. What did he see? Undead? Or an undead dragon army with an owner? No wonder. Moore thought that Gushi's Death Lord and Ghost Suppressing Peach Mountain abilities could directly subdue all the undead. Right? This point was really not explained clearly. Moore only heard about Gushi's methods from others. He didn't know that these 2 abilities of Gushi were aimed at unowned undead. Gushi was about to say something. But wait, who? Who was following him? Suddenly asked. What does the Moore in the sky want you to do? Incite the enemy to revolt? This may not be easy to do. We are not that strong. We have not scared the enemy. Even if the enemy wants to rebel, we may not be able to convince them. Wait, whose words made Gushi exclaim. An idea suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. He quickly flipped through the origin of the dead in his hand. On the first page of the book, it was recorded about the question of necromancy. At this moment, Gushi was staring at a sentence. The necromancy technique is to put one's own mark on the soul fragments, and then inject it into the corpse together with the yin qi, to turn the corpse into a spirit. All the following contents are all about the method of injecting yin qi into the corpse, as well as the route of strengthening the corpse, the idea of converting the soul, etc. No one has ever talked about the situation of putting one's own mark. Gushi quickly flipped back. After the necromancy technique, there is another record. The core ability of the necromancer is the necromancy. At the same time, the necromancer is also the weakness of the undead army. As long as the necromancer is killed, the undead army will automatically disband because no one is controlling it. At this time, Gushi slapped his thigh heavily. Why didn't I think of this? After killing the enemy's necromancer, the undead army will become ownerless undead. Why have I always been so stupid? Gushi said loudly. In fact, a normal necromancer who has mastered the ability of the Death Lord will definitely think of this. After all, the Death Lord can allow the necromancer to easily obtain many undead troops. But Gushi is different. Not long after he mastered the Death Lord's skill, he directly mastered the talent of Double Death. After that, Gushi's idea became, I want to kill all the enemies, first convert a wave of Double Death, and then summon another wave of necromancy. One thing to eat too, this is a big bargain. The means of only snatching back a batch of undead troops, Gushi really didn't use it much. Moore's current situation is a problem for Gushi. But Gushi turned his head and thought, this is not a problem. It's just that Moore doesn't know Gushi's situation, and thinks this will be better for Gushi. Looking up at the things with thorns on their backs in the sky, Gushi narrowed his eyes, and an idea flashed through his mind. This is actually an opportunity for him. Because of the special nature of this game world. The souls in this world all have owners. In this game world, if you want to summon souls, You must first remove the marks on the souls. Therefore, Gu Shi has always been timid in this world. Although the double death allowed Gu Shi to get enough new soldiers. The fact that he could not summon souls caused Gu Shi to lose a lot of troops. Now that more had awakened him, Gu Shi also reacted, facing these undead dragons in front of him. Whether Gu Shi used the power of the ghost-suppressing Peach Mountain or the Lord of Death to forcibly summon them, or transform them through the double death, it really made no difference. If there is a difference, it might be easier to use the Death Lord or the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts. At least Gu Shi doesn't need to ask his men to kill these undead dragons first. Gu Shi, who understood this, made a decision immediately. He raised his hand, and the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts was released immediately. Under Gu Shi's control, the power of the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts fully stimulated the undead dragons in the sky. These undead dragons all have owners. So how could they be suppressed by the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts? So they resisted immediately. But this was exactly what Gu Shi wanted. In the resistance of the undead dragons, Gu Shi saw the core of the undead dragon army at a glance. That was the necromancer who controlled the undead dragons. As long as he was killed, these special undead dragons would be ownerless. So even though the necromancer looked no different from an ordinary undead dragon, Gu Shi still pointed in that direction. Death Titan, release the thunder of evil spirit. Chapter 1546 Special Soldier Skeleton Dragon. Gu Shi brought nearly 20,000 Death Titans, and the number of undead dragons in the sky was nearly 19,000. If you use the thunder of evil chi to attack so many undead dragons, there will always be a time when you miss. It will take at least 2 rounds of thunder of evil chi to kill all these undead dragons. But if you only attack one of the undead dragons, then there will be no problem. If you use more than 20,000 arrows to attack an undead dragon, and it still can't be killed, then these Death Titans really don't need to live. Under more than 20,000 lightning bolts, the one hiding in the undead dragon was smashed to pieces on the spot. Some nearby undead dragons were also affected and were knocked down from the sky. After this one was killed, Gu Shi immediately discovered that the undead dragons in the sky immediately became ownerless undead. All the undead dragons wanted to flee. At the same time, in Dragon City, a powerful force was also heard, trying to control these undead dragons again. But Gu Shi had been waiting for this opportunity. The power of the Peach Mountain that had been resisted before was just erupting at this time. All the living undead dragons seemed to be affected by some force and rushed to the ground. Gu Shi just flipped his hand, and the Peach Mountain of suppressing ghosts marked these undead dragons with new marks. This kind of thing only took a moment. The undead dragons had only been rushing down for a few seconds, and they had changed their masters. After becoming Gu Shi's subordinates, the remaining 18,000 new undead dragons pounced on their original comrades. Gu Shi only had time to take a look at their attributes. White Bone Dragon, level 12. Summon creature experience, 0/5500. Attack 21. Defense 24. Health 125. Skills, Undead Creature. Flying Creature. Damage Rebound. Aging Curse. Dragon Power. For this kind of White Bone Dragon, Gu Shi only took a look, and was ready to command the troops to move forward. But the next moment, Gu Shi clearly felt something was wrong. The level was wrong. Most of the main forces in this game were between level 7 and 8. Those above level 10 were all powerful. Wei Hu was already a high-level dragon, but his level was not even 10. The level of this White Bone Dragon was wrong. After having a doubt, Gu Shi felt that this White Bone Dragon was wrong no matter how he looked at it. If it was before, Gu Shi might have to guess what was going on, or look for information to see the reason. But now that Gu Shi had discovered this situation, he immediately took out the Sanshan stone mirror and shone it at these White Bone Dragons. Some information appeared on the mirror in Gu Shi's hand. This information made Gu Shi speechless. He knew that these White Bone Dragons had an unusual origin, but he never expected that the White Bone Dragon in front of him would have such an origin. It turned out that Dragon City held a Dragon City conference every year. Those who survived the Dragon City conference had the opportunity to challenge the Chanyu. As long as the Chanyu was successfully defeated, the challenger would become the new Chanyu. However, everyone only remembers the winners, and never considers the losers. No one knows that the losers will eventually be buried under Dragon City, and their bodies will become part of Dragon City's power. The White Bone Dragons in front of him are one level higher than the losers. They are the bodies of the defeated Shanyu. When he saw this news, Gu Shi was speechless. He never thought that these inconspicuous White Bone Dragons would be like this. At the same time, A thought flashed through his mind. There were more than 10,000 white-bone dragons here. And how many Chanyu had changed in Dragon City over the years? When Gu Shi understood the origin of the white-bone dragons, he saw the white-bone dragons rushing into the battle group in the sky and fighting with the orcs' flying troops. The orcs' flying troops did not expect to encounter such a situation, and did not expect that their main flying troops would become the enemy's subordinates. They were not prepared at the beginning. So these white-bone dragons took the lead and defeated 20,000 to 30,000 flying troops in one breath. Then more also flew in front of the white-bone dragons, looked them up and down, then looked at Gu Shi, opened his mouth there, and said something. What did she say? Looking at Moore's actions, Gu Shi was also a little speechless. Just now when she pushed these white-bone dragons in front of him, she spoke so loudly, how come she was silent when she turned around? My lord, she said that the quality of the bone dragons this time is good, the kind with potential, it's best to fight together. The floating spirit Ika quickly explained to Gu Shi. The floating spirit has a strong psychic ability and a strong control range. Everything nearby is within the monitoring range of the floating spirit Ika. Moore's words also made Gu Shi nod with satisfaction. These white-bone dragons are really good things. It seems that this trip to Dragon City was not in vain. Because of the help of the white-bone dragon, the battle in the sky will end earlier than Gu Shi imagined. Moore led the undead dragon troops to charge forward quickly. And when he saw the orc troops on the ground, he would rush down and spit. Under the attack of the undead dragon, the road to Dragon City was quickly opened. Gu Shi's main force took this opportunity to quickly cut into the range of Dragon City. Dragon City also reacted at this time. But they could not mobilize troops in other directions, and could only find a way to mobilize non-main forces to block the direction of Gu Shi's troops. When Dragon City began to react, in the sky not far from Dragon City, the wind and thunder chariot slowly rose up with dark clouds. On the wind and thunder chariot, a man made of purple lightning was standing at the forefront of the dark clouds. The man was not tall, only about 1.8 meters tall, and he did not look strong. He was not even wearing armor, but just casually holding a spear made of purple lightning. But for some reason, when he stood on the dark clouds, he gave people a feeling. He was invincible. Dragon City is open. Disciples, follow up. The man took a step forward, and when he took a step, a dark cloud made of wind and thunder chariots appeared under his feet to cushion his steps. Purple lightning cleared the way for him. Countless thunder roared for him. As he moved forward, the Death Titans following Gu Shi all turned their heads and looked into the distance at the same time. What's going on? But none of the Death Titans could answer Gu Shi's question. They only knew that there was a peak level of lightning power over there. If they took a look, their control of lightning would be greatly improved. Just when Gu Shi was puzzled, a purple spear with lightning struck out and hit the demon dragon that was shrouding the sky above Dragon City head-on. Chapter 1547, Invasion of Dragon City. Is the fight starting? Gu Shi was also shocked when he saw the battle in the sky above Dragon City. He was the first to arrive. How did the purple spear attack first? Speed up. If you don't hurry up, the first place will be taken away by others. Gu Shi ordered loudly at this time. At the same time, Gu Shi also opened the wind technique and other methods that can be used to speed up, in order to increase the speed of his troops. Under such a comprehensive acceleration, Gu Shi's men finally rushed into the range of Dragon City after 2 hours. At this time, the battle in the sky was only just beginning. The demon dragon in the sky was not seriously damaged by the spear attack. Of course, the man holding the purple spear did not retreat. Instead, he became more and more courageous. Behind him were endless dark clouds, which gradually covered the demon dragon with his footsteps. It can be seen that although he could not take down the demon dragon for a while, he had attracted the attention of all the demon dragons. Is this the method of the Dragon Kingdom? Gu Shi was shocked. Xianlongzu is really strong. Although his strength has not reached level 20. There is not even a battle halo under his feet. But from the battle in the sky, Gu Shi can clearly see that his combat power has exceeded the level of level 30. Except for those who have passed level 35. None of Gu Shi's troops can suppress him. If the battle in front of him is that Gu Shi releases his death incarnation to fight Xianlongzu, without using the ultimate death move, the death incarnation will definitely be killed instantly. It seems that what Wei Hu said is right. When encountering Xianlongzu and Hanlongzu, there is no solution. These two are really too powerful. Gu Shi is not their opponent for the time being. Thinking of this, Gu Shi raised his head again. The transformed undead troops will automatically disperse, and the Death Titan will lead the way. Weihu. Brother, I understand. Everyone follow me to kill. Weihu also understood that, it has come to this point, nothing else matters. Killing the core position of Longcheng and killing Nufeng Chanyu is the real thing. If they don't strike the final blow, then all their efforts will be in vain. Weihu was very excited at this time. He led the remaining less than 600 dragon people, and the 30,000 undead he picked out, and rushed to the core of Dragon City. At this time, Gu Shi also contacted the floating spirit IKA. Is it ready? You can take action now. Hearing Gu Shi's question, the floating spirit IKA immediately responded, it's already been arranged. With the words of the floating spirit IKA, the ground of Dragon City kept shaking. Longcheng is the best grassland in the entire Nufeng grassland. The grassland is formed around a hill. There are a lot of trees on the hill, which is also the heaviest source of Nufeng wood. The river water flowing down the hill converges at the foot of the hill, forming a huge lake. It is the water and soil here that feed nearly 20 million orcs, as well as countless cattle and sheep. It can be said that on the way forward, Gu Shi and his men stepped on the soil full of vitality. But now it is different. Under Gu Shi's command, as the earth shook, the mud underground was also turned out. Sewage flowed around with a strange smell. The green grassland suddenly turned into a muddy land full of sewage. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that a large amount of dead air surged out from the ground, rapidly transforming everything in Dragon City. This was exactly what Gu Shi had arranged for the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon to come in advance. Gu Shi also needed to control the situation. At the same time, Gu Shi did not stop. He immediately released the Soul Summoning Tower, and then released the White Bone Obelisk. Each time, he followed the instructions of the Floating Spirit IKA and suppressed everything at the node where the Dragon Vein energy of Dragon City was transmitted. Every time he suppressed, Gu Shi would arrange some of his own things at this node. And then, he would put away the Soul Summoning Tower and the Bone Obelisk used to suppress everything. This set of things was a secret ritual that Gu Shi learned from the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai. It was a means to encircle this piece of land into his own territory. Otherwise, you would think that Mount Tai was obviously a famous mountain in the world. Why did it become the territory of the dead? That's because of this method. What Gu Shi is doing now is to suppress the nodes of the dragon veins in Longcheng, and finally, when Longcheng dies, he will take away everything in Longcheng. As for how Longcheng died, Gu Shi didn't care. He didn't care whether Longcheng died in his hands, or in the hands of Weihu, or in the hands of Zulong, or the 6 dragon ancestors. He had only one goal, to destroy Longcheng, and then take away the destroyed Longcheng. More how is it? While Gu Shi was constantly arranging the secret ceremony, More also led the undead dragon troops into the Longcheng area. In the previous battle outside the Dragon War, More and the undead dragon army were too conspicuous, so they were actually surrounded by the last flying troops of Dragon City. They could fly faster than Gu Shi, but they entered the Dragon City much later than Gu Shi. After entering Dragon City, Gu Shi noticed More's arrival. He asked More's opinion immediately. There's the breath of a giant dragon, although it is not pure, but it is enough to serve as the Dragon Kingdom. The most important thing is that the area of Dragon City in front of me and the layout here are quite beneficial to me. I like that hill. As long as you like it. Let's get started, Gu Shi said, while giving orders. Hearing Gu Shi's order, More took out her dragon blood bottle and flew out with the undead dragon again. During the flight, More opened the dragon blood bottle and released the blood dragon inside. This is the range of Dragon City marked by More through the dragon blood bottle. In the place marked by the smell of the dragon blood bottle, all the places that More wants to take away. When More took action, Gu Shi was not idle either. He was still there processing the nodes of the earth veins. Every time he arranged a node, he would feel that the Dragon City in front of him became darker. The demon dragon shrouded in the sky also felt that something was wrong below. The demon dragon that was fighting with Xiang Longzu actually turned its head to Gu Shi. Gu Shi also felt it immediately after being glared at by the demon dragon. He raised his head and saw the huge demon dragon staring at him. It seemed that he would pounce and bite Gu Shi to death in the next moment. Being glared at like this, Gu Shi was also a little unhappy. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? After facing Gu Shi's provocation, Wei Hu's voice came from a distance. Brother, I found the lair of the Nufeng Great Chanyu. Hearing this, Gu Shi changed direction immediately. What are you waiting for? Kill! Chapter 1548 God-Slaying Army. The Dragon Kingdom has always had one ancestor dragon, and the situation with 6 dragon ancestors is different. In the Newfound Grassland, the number of Chanyu has been changing, the least is 5, and the most is 11. But no matter what, there are definitely 2 Chanyu. One is the king of all Chanyu, whose status is the same as the ancestor dragon, and is called the Great Chanyu. The other is the Chanyu stationed in Longcheng, who is responsible for protecting the safety of Longcheng. Other Chanyu would only act in the territories under their charge, and rush over during the Dragon City Conference. What Wei Hu discovered was the location of the Great Chanyu. It was also one of the ultimate goals of the attack on Dragon City this time. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi immediately issued an order. At the same time, Gu Shi's transformed undead combat team and Death Titan rushed over immediately. It can be said that just like that, Gu Shi released all the troops in his hands. But Gu Shi didn't care about these. He never worried about the problem of the troops around him. Without these 2 troops, Gu Shi could open the city gate at any time and send out new troops to protect himself. Just like now. After sending all his troops to Wei Hu, Gu Shi seemed to be liberated. He used the moving speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin to move back and forth in Longcheng. At each node, Gu Shi would stop and perform the secret ceremony. After completing it, he would leave quickly, while Gu Shi, Wei Hu, and more were busy with their own affairs. Shirley had finished his battle silently. He followed Wei Hu into Longcheng. However, he was not as lucky as Wei Hu to find the Great Chanyu's lair. Shirley led the evil skeleton soldiers with a very direct goal. Wherever he rushed, all the orcs he could see would be killed. So not long after Shirley entered Longcheng, he was spotted by the Chanyu, who was guarding the safety of Longcheng. This Chanyu brought the orcs in Dragon City and wanted to kill Shirley as soon as possible, because in his eyes, the evil skeleton soldiers led by Shirley were the most dangerous troops. Only by killing Shirley first, the safety of Dragon City could be guaranteed. As for Gu Shi, who was driving the Holy Silver Evil Coffin around Dragon City, he was the safest one. He was just running around in Dragon City, without even a single undead with him. And it only took a thought to kill him. So this Chanyu wanted to kill Shirley and the evil skeleton soldiers first. But he never expected that the evil skeleton soldiers were not only of high level, but also had strong combat power. The orange equipment on them was a complete set of mass-produced equipment. But it was still orange equipment. The Chanyu who guarded Longcheng only had one orange equipment. In a one-on-one situation with thousands of people, his orange equipment did not play a big role at all. Although the Chanyu who guarded the city also killed a lot of evil skeleton soldiers, he and his men were finally killed in the hands of Shirley. After killing the Chanyu, Shirley dragged the Chanyu's body with one hand, and held a stone basin-like object with the other hand, and hesitated a little. This stone basin was the orange equipment fragment in the Chanyu's hand. After the Chanyu was killed by Shirley, it was broken because it was forcibly untied. Now, no matter how you look at it, this thing has the attributes of an orange equipment fragment. Shirley didn't know whether to give it to Gu Shi or continue to fight. However, the evil demon skeleton soldiers under Shirley didn't have so many ideas. At this time, they were still chasing the orcs who followed Chanyu. This battle could be regarded as the most difficult battle since the debut of the demon skeleton soldiers. Just besieging Chanyu, nearly 100 demon skeleton soldiers died. Now these demon skeleton soldiers are full of anger. They have long wanted to find someone to vent their emotions. These orcs are the best targets for them. The demon skeleton soldiers ran all the way and almost all ran away. Fortunately, Shirley finally called back the evil skeletons. He held the stone basin in one hand, dragged the body of the Chanyu in the other hand, released an owl to determine the direction of Gu Shi, and rushed towards Gu Shi. However, Shirley was too conspicuous along the way. After all, this Chanyu who guarded the city had been guarding here for almost a year, and the orcs in Longcheng knew what the Chanyu who guarded the city looked like. Now the body of the Chanyu who guarded the city was dragged away by Shirley like a dog. How could this not attract the attention of the orcs? So some radical orcs rushed towards the evil skeleton soldiers, wanting to take back the body of the guarding Chanyu. For such behavior, the evil skeleton soldiers only wanted to say one thing: there are still many good people in this world. The orcs knew that they were in a bad mood, so they came to die. What a good orc. Looking at the orcs who came to the door, if the evil skeleton soldiers didn't fight them well, it would be a waste. So there was no need for Shirley to command. The evil skeleton soldiers took the initiative to rush out and kill the orcs who rushed over all the way. Shirley came to his senses at this time. He found that these orcs were dragging the guarding Chanyu. So Shirley snatched a wooden spear from the attacking orc and put the body of the guarding Chanyu on the spear. "Look here!" Shirley shouted loudly. All the orcs saw the body of the guarding Chanyu on the spear. All the orcs went crazy. They kept rushing towards the battle formation of the evil skeleton soldiers, regardless of the current situation. At the same time, the eyes of the evil demon skeleton soldiers all flashed with excitement. They raised their weapons and faced the orcs head-on. When the orcs rushed up, the evil demon skeleton soldiers could chop them back with one sword. In this case, the evil demon skeleton soldiers killed more and more, and the evil spirit on their bodies became thicker and thicker. At this time, Shirley was also fighting non-stop. He held the spear holding the corpse of the guarding Chanyu in his left hand, and kept slashing forward with a long sword in his right hand. As he kept slashing, the evil spirit turned into black mist, and was all absorbed by the corpse of the guarding Chanyu. The black fog kept hitting the body of the Chanyu, who was guarding the city, slowly flattening it. When Shirley slashed out his last sword and killed an orc in front of him, he suddenly raised the spear in his left hand and shouted loudly, "There is no evil demon camp. We want to be the god-killing army." When Shirley shouted like this, all the evil demon skeleton soldiers also raised their swords and shouted loudly at the sky. Although they did not make any sound, everyone could hear one voice. God-killing army. God-killing army. At the same time, the body of the Chanyu, who was guarding the city, and the evil black fog formed a battle flag. The battle flag was black in color, and on it was painted a humanoid corpse lifted up by a spear in blood. This was the Chanyu who was killed, and also the god, who was killed in the eyes of Shirley and his men. Chapter 1549, Put down heavy bait. Catch big fish. When Shirley shouted that sentence, Gu Shi, who was on his way to arrange the secret ceremony, suddenly heard a ding in his ear. Your subordinate Shirley has realized the direction of his progress. He will have the potential to become an epic. Shirley level 13. Summon. Undead Hero. Undead Leader Experience. 0/150000. Attack 22. Defense 19. Life 400. Mana 130. Talent, God Killing, when attacking enemies with sacred attributes. Damage increases by 200%. Skills, Offensive Skills level 5. Defensive Skills level 3. Tactics level 3. Leadership Skills level 5. Magic Resistance level 3. Leader, can command 8,500 soldiers plus 3 heroes plus 7 leaders at the same time. Note, Shirley is now only one step away from the epic level. Whether he can kill an epic in this battle depends on your choice. Since Shirley has reached the leader level, under his powerful will, the originally planned demon camp has been upgraded twice, becoming the god-slaying army. Please quickly arrange a base for this unit. Is it possible? Looking at the information that popped up in front of him, Gu Shi was also a little speechless. Shirley came out so quickly? He even skipped the regimental level and upgraded his organization to the army level? Shirley was the only one among his subordinates who was so fierce. Just at this time, the owl released by Shirley flew to Gu Shi's hand. Gu Shi put down the things in his hands, took the letter said by the owl and read it. Then he understood what had happened just now. It turned out that Shirley killed the Chanyu guarding Longcheng and got an orange suit. That's good, Gu Shi thought for a while and wrote quickly. It would be a bit of a waste to let Shirley rush back now. Shirley and the god-slaying army's fighting power cannot be used on the road, but must be used in the battle. The most critical position in the battle now is naturally the great Chanyu's lair discovered by Wei Hu. Wei Hu is now leading Gu Shi's army to cause trouble for the great Chanyu. Shirley's upgrade at this time just happened to seize this opportunity. If it weren't for the information that popped up in front of Gu Shi wouldn't have thought of sending Shirley to the great Chanyu. After quickly arranging Shirley and the god-slaying army, Gu Shi's attention was focused on Dragon City again. He had worked very hard, but the current secret ceremony had not yet been completed. According to the current situation, if Gu Shi wanted to arrange all the ground vein nodes in the entire Dragon City with secret ceremony means, it would take at least 2 days. This time can only be completed if no one stops or destroys it. If a battle occurs, it may take even longer. Gu Shi does not want to ruin such a good opportunity because of some unimportant things. Therefore, after giving the order, Gu Shi quickly went to do his own thing. The rest of the matter, let Wei Hu and Shirley handle it. After releasing the owl, Gu Shi no longer thought about these things, and focused on arranging the secret ceremony. When Gu Shi took action against Longcheng, The Newfound grassland was already in turmoil. At this time, the Northern Army had sent out a total of about 12 million dragons. But under the command and mobilization of Han Longzhu, these 12 million people seemed to be levered, and actually mobilized the orcs of the entire Newfound grassland. At least 50 million orc warriors followed the movement inexplicably, and finally died in the process of movement. The orcs didn't know what happened even at the end. They only knew that they died gloriously. It can be said that in just a few days, several generations of young and strong orcs were gone. And such losses have not stopped until now. 8 to 9 million orcs died on the road every day. The loss of the dragon people did not exceed 2 million. Only Han Longzhu could do such a thing. Even if Gu Shi knew about this, he could only sigh. The boss is really awesome. Because even if Gu Shi took action himself, he could only rely on his talent as a necromancer to wear down the orcs' troops bit by bit, and then release new undead troops to fight. Gu Shi could kill 50 million orcs, but it would take time. The most important thing is that Gu Shi's final loss must be more than this. This is no longer a gap in experience, but a gap in talent. No matter how unwilling Gu Shi is, he can't make up for it. Han Longzhu seemed to be staring at the orcs on the Newfound grassland. Even if the road to Longcheng was opened, he had no intention of sending troops into Longcheng. This was Han Longzhu's division of labor. Xiang Longzhu attacked Longcheng, and the target was the demon dragon above Longcheng. This was because Xiang Longzhu had strong individual combat power, and this task should be his. Han Longzhu led troops to clear the grassland because he had strong command ability, and he should be in charge of the war. No one could surpass these 2 points. Even the eldest and youngest sons of Zulong had to admit that they could not beat Xiang and Han in this regard. So what the eldest and youngest sons of Zulong can do now is to transport supplies. Don't underestimate the work of logistics transportation, it is a very important job. What they are transporting this time is not the food and grass of the dragon army. That kind of thing does not need to be protected by the 2 dragon ancestors. What they are transporting this time is the tripod used to suppress the luck of the dragon kingdom. And it is 8 orange quality tripods. The eldest and youngest sons of Zulong need to send these 8 tripods to Dragon City, and complete the arrangement of the heavenly sacrifice. For this matter, Zulong would not let anyone else take action. Zulong himself was now dealing with the final work and had no time to come. So he could only let his eldest son and youngest son do the transportation together. Even so, they each brought 2 million dragon troops, and also selected elite troops from the northern and southern armies of Zulong's personal guards for protection. From this, it can be seen that Zulong attaches great importance to this matter. Now the things these 2 are transporting are almost approaching Dragon City. At the same time, in the Zulong Palace of Mountly, a man was standing in the room where Gu Shi had stayed before. In front of him was a dragon face made up of countless lights. Your Majesty, this is the latest intelligence. It was discovered at the Black Ice platform that the outsider named Gu Shi was arranging a secret ceremony in Longcheng. Do we need to stop him? No. What he wants is different from what I want. His arrangement has little impact. Instead, you from the Lu family should keep an eye on him. He is the one who conflicts with our needs. This time, we can't let him ruin it. Zulong said lightly. Your Majesty, you clearly know that there is a problem with the Lu family. Why don't you just take action? Han, you have fought with Xiang and Han. How do you feel? I can't beat them, the man said with certainty, without any embarrassment on his face. I am a little inferior to them. What about the Lu family? He is just a chicken. The man's face changed as he spoke. He couldn't understand how the chicken he looked down on could stand on the same level as him. At the same time, he also realized that the dragon ancestor of the Lu family was hiding very deeply. So deep that he needed to lay a heavy bait to fish him out. Chapter 1550, The 9 Cauldrons sent to Dragon City. In Dragon City, except for Xiang Longzhu, who was fighting the demon dragon in the sky, the battle on the ground was mainly divided into 2 parts. One part was the Great Chanyu position, where Wei Hu and Shirley joined forces to attack the Great Chanyu. When Shirley arrived, Wei Hu was besieging the Great Chanyu on one hand, and blocking the orcs, who came to rescue the Great Chanyu on the other. Although he could handle both sides could not exert their full combat power. After Shirley arrived, the 2 of them did not communicate, but just looked at each other, and Wei Hu transferred the troops besieging the Great Chanyu down, and asked them to deal with the orcs who came, playing the game of siege and attack. Shirley, who had just arrived, attacked the Great Chanyu immediately. At this time, the Great Chanyu had already materialized, and was in the core of Longcheng. This was the most advantageous for Shirley. As long as the person was there, Shirley could hack him to death alive. Just like the name he gave to his troops. Slaughter God. So without any communication, Wei Hu and Shirley naturally made a division of labor, cutting and killing the Great Chanyu's troops. The other part of the orcs chased after Gu Shi, trying to stop Gu Shi's actions. It's just that these orcs can't catch up with Gu Shi at all. Gu Shi looks like he's acting alone on the surface, but there are various armed people helping Gu Shi behind the scenes. Sometimes Gu Shi seems to have disappeared directly from the sight of the orcs, and no one can find his existence at all. Sometimes a fake Gu Shi appears, and leads the orcs to other places. Sometimes, Gu Shi will open the city gate and kill the orcs who are chasing him in one fell swoop. Anyway, Gu Shi, who acts alone, is more flexible and convenient to act. All he had to do was wait for the Hard Nightmare Ghost Dragon to send a message, telling Gu Shi which node could be suppressed, and then he could go over and perform the secret ritual. Compared to when the army was following him, the speed was obviously much faster, and much safer. On the other hand, the orcs were easily played by Gu Shi, but they could not stop Gu Shi for a moment, allowing Gu Shi to easily set up various secret rituals in Dragon City. This battle lasted for a day and 2 nights, until the supplies transported by the eldest and youngest sons of the Zulong arrived near Dragon City. This matter was first discovered by Moore. At that time, Moore had completed his mission. Through the smell of the dragon blood bottle, he marked the scope of the Dragon Kingdom that he needed. She was about to go to the Great Chanyu to help Shirley and others deal with the Great Chanyu. After all, as the strongest man in the slave party, the Great Chanyu has his own abilities. When the evil demon skeleton soldiers led by Shirley besieged the Great Chanyu, he used a variety of methods. It was like a body died in battle, and a new body came out immediately. Or hundreds or thousands of Great Chanyus will appear at the same time. Or all the corpses underground where he lives will be released to fight. The Great Chanyu is the kind that cannot be killed with one attack. Shirley's evil skeleton soldiers are strong enough, but facing such an unkillable enemy, they have no way. They can only kill them by taking advantage of the fact that the undead do not need to rest, ensuring that the Great Chanyu is always in a state of being hacked to death, and not giving him a chance to speak. In fact, Shirley did not know that he could hack the Great Chanyu to death again and again because they were located in the Dragon City. This is where Nufang selects the Chanyu and the Great Chanyu. Here, the power of the Great Chanyu can be infinite, but it is also infinitely small. Infinitely large means that the Great Chanyu's soul must be injected into a body, and this body can still be killed. It is for this reason that Shirley can lead the evil demon skeleton soldiers to kill the Great Chanyu again and again. But in fact, he is also walking on the edge of danger again and again. Because when the Great Chanyu was killed, his soul could return to the earth and merge with the demon dragon in the sky. At that time, the Great Chanyu was the strongest god who had completely released his restrictions. However, on the one hand, the Great Chanyu was stunned by Shirley, and now he wanted to fight back. On the other hand, because the Destiny Demon Dragon was being suppressed by Xianlongzu, the Great Chanyu only took a look and decided to start with Shirley. He still had a chance of survival if he beat Shirley, but he would not even have a chance of survival if he beat Xianlongzu, let alone a chance of death. For this reason, the battle was dragged on. When Moore was done with her own affairs, she would naturally rush over as soon as possible, ready to cooperate with Shirley to take the most critical place in Dragon City. In Moore's eyes, the Great Chanyu's lair is the core of Dragon City, and there are countless bodies of the Great Chanyu buried here. Although they are all humanoid bodies, in Moore's eyes, they can all be transformed into undead dragons like the white bone dragons. Just when Moore was about to start over, she happened to see the eldest and youngest sons of the ancestor dragon transporting supplies. The two of them each led an army of 2 million dragons, escorting 32 carriages of the same size to this side. In front of the carriages, no matter what kind of dragons they were all ordinary. When the carriages slowed down, or got stuck in the mud, all the dragons would come forward to push the carriages forward. At this time, no matter whether they were high-level dragons or wild dragons, they were all the same. When this army came over, Moore was also shocked by the aura in these carriages. He felt that the carriage seemed to be transporting something very scary. If he was not careful, the entire Dragon City might be gone. This discovery made Moore stop. She did not go to help Shirley, but circled in the sky with the undead dragon army. Moore wanted to take a look at what the two armies were transporting. Moore's actions naturally attracted the attention of the eldest and youngest sons of Zulong. In order to ensure the safety of their convoy along the way, they did not rest much. Now they were about to reach Dragon City. With so many undead dragons in the sky, how could they not be nervous? So the advancing team quickly stopped, and more than 4 million dragon people quickly took their positions. 2 million people held shields and swords, using their bodies to form a wall to protect the 32 carriages. The remaining 1 million people took out their longbows from their backs. As long as the undead dragon troops dared to approach, they would be baptized by their rain of arrows. At the same time, other troops also acted quickly, and even a flying unit from the Dragon Kingdom flew in the team. Wait a minute, look at the flags over there, Northern Legion, the 6th Battalion of the 13th Regiment? It must be fake. Chapter 1551. You lead the way. We fly over. It must be fake. Hearing this, all the dragon people present were stunned. The Dragon Kingdom was in a state of great turmoil. But it was impossible to have more than 100,000 undead dragons organized as battalions. Moreover, it was a battalion-level organization under the Northern Army. When did a battalion of the Northern Army have such a force? The eldest and youngest sons of Zulong had faces full of disbelief. Especially the eldest son of Zulong. His roots were in the Northern Army, and he was quite familiar with the situation of the Northern Army. This time, the Northern Army is obviously going to make great achievements. After Zulong gets what he wants, there will be no one to manage the newfound grassland, and Zulong's eldest son can directly occupy it by relying on the military achievements of the Northern Army. By then, his strength will be further improved. Although it is impossible to reach Zulong's level, it is still possible to reach the level of the Great Chanyu. By then, he will be the second person under Zulong. So in this action, Zulong's eldest son invested the most energy. But he never expected that, in this last step, a situation that he himself could not have imagined would occur. The 6th Battalion of the 13th Regiment of the Northern Army has such a strong force? At this time, Moore also saw the reaction here. She snorted heavily in the sky. Don't get any closer. The previous care did not let Moore stop the Dragon Country's troops from approaching Dragon City. After all, anyone can do this task. But in Moore's view, they are about to arrange everything, and now Moore has a free hand to fight the Great Chanyu. At such a critical time, the foreign dragon troops clearly come to pick peaches. Such people should be driven away directly. And they can be allowed in after She has arranged all the secret ceremonies. So Moore said this without thinking. Enter the Dragon City area at this time tomorrow. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you. Moore took another look at the dragon troops here, and then flew towards the Great Chanyu's lair with his undead dragons. In Moore's view, the warning has been issued, and he believes that as long as these dragons have brains, they will not act recklessly. Just let them wait for another day, not to prohibit them from entering Dragon City. I believe they should know what to choose. But Moore never expected that. She had just left. The dragon team directly ignored Moore's warning and headed towards Dragon City. In this team, the eldest and youngest sons of Zulong, the two gathered together for the first time. Brother, congratulations. Your Northland army has made great progress. Don't be ridiculous. That should be the troops brought by the outsiders who entered the Dragon Kingdom from outside. Because he found an excuse for us to send troops. And sent us a map of the newfound grassland. His military merit ranking was directly maxed out. Father saw that he had the idea of revenge. So he arranged him to the Northern Army. I didn't expect that he could do this. But he was also a little arrogant. Thinking that if he had some flying troops and advanced faster, he would be invincible in the world. He probably didn't know the strength of the dragon ancestors. Speaking of this, the eldest son of Zulong said calmly, "Let's go in." Brother. The youngest son of Zulong flashed a smile in his eyes. But he still pretended to persuade. Why don't we wait a little longer? We have already arrived in Dragon City anyway. And one day is not a big deal. No need. The eldest son of Zulong said lightly. The Northern Army is under my command. I have nothing to worry about. The whole army is marching. After that, the eldest son of Zulong led his men into Dragon City. After they entered the Dragon City, the two stopped bickering. They each took out a map and something similar to a compass and began to search in Dragon City. There are 8-9 tripods in the Dragon Kingdom, which is something everyone knows. But this time, they brought 32 tripods. This is to prevent people from knowing which tripod is real and which one is fake. At the same time, the eldest and youngest sons of Zulong had another mission, which was to build 32 high platforms inside Dragon City and put the real and fake tripods they brought on them. These platforms must be built at the nodes where the earth veins and chi veins meet. After they are built, they must send soldiers to guard them, waiting for Zulong to come. It can be said that their mission this time is time-sensitive and heavy. Not to mention waiting outside for a day, they can't wait for an hour. Besides, these two really don't take Moore seriously. In their eyes, Moore's own combat power is okay, but his ability is mostly in command, and he has no close combat ability. He is not like them, who are both civil and military. Such people only need to bypass the troops in their hands, and attack their main body directly. With the troops they bring, it is still easy to take down hundreds of thousands of flying troops. Of course, if Moore does not come to cause trouble, they will not trouble Moore. On the one hand, in the eyes of the eldest son of Zulong, Moore is Gu Shi's subordinate, and Gu Shi is now under the name of the Northern Army. That is, he is the subordinate of his subordinate. After all, he has some relationship with him. As long as it doesn't affect their actions, it's fine. On the other hand, they are now short of time and have a heavy task. As long as the other party doesn't come to disturb their actions, they will not waste time on Moore. After entering Dragon City, the eldest and youngest sons of Zulong looked at each other quickly. Separately or together? Separately. We lost some time on the way here, and now we have to make up for the time quickly. Okay. I'll be on the left and you'll be on the right. Let's build the first platform first. After discussing it, the two of them directly divided their forces, and each took away 16 carriages. When they were acting separately, the shadow of the Heart Nightmare Ghost Dragon appeared behind Gu Shi again. Sir, someone is moving the Earth Vein node. Hearing this, Gu Shi was shocked. Did they destroy our arrangement? Gu Shi was more concerned about this now. That's not the case. Based on their current ideas, they should want to build a platform at the node location and put something down. But sir, we don't have much time left. They have a lot of manpower. If they act faster, we won't have enough time to complete a secret ceremony at the node. Gu Shi, who understood the key to this matter, was moved. I understand. The Holy Silver Evil Coffin is still a little slow, Gu Shi said, and looked up at the sky again. At this time, the demon dragon in the sky was still being hit by the purple spear. Black blood was already flowing out of the demon dragon's wound. It was obvious that the demon dragon could not hold on for much longer. Gu Shi was going to take a gamble now. He released the two-legged flying dragon, and said to the Heart Nightmare Ghost Dragon, "You lead the way, and we will fly over." Chapter 1552. Everyone has finished their arrangements. At first, Gu Shi ran back and forth in Dragon City. The reason for using the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was actually very simple. Don't fly too high, lest it be regarded as a provocation by the demon dragon in the sky. But now Gu Shi can't care about so much. Now he is only a little short of the last few secret ceremonies in Dragon City. Gu Shi doesn't want his arrangements to go wrong because of his slow movement speed. After jumping on the flying dragon immediately increased its speed to the speed of sound. A sharp whistle was enough to attract everyone's attention. But Gu Shi didn't care about it. After more than a minute, the wyvern landed at a new node. Gu Shi quickly took action and began to perform the secret ritual. Gu Shi was already quite proficient in this set of secret rituals. He opened the city gate, and the undead inside took out the materials. At the same time, Gu Shi released the soul summoning tower and the bone obelisk to suppress them. It took about 5 minutes to complete a set of secret rituals. Then Gu Shi didn't wait any longer, and directly got on the wyvern and rushed to the next location. This speed is much faster than the previous movement with the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. However, this way of moving makes too much noise. Even though Gu Shi has been hiding himself through various means, the occasional whooshing sound in the sky still attracted the attention of many people. Especially the eldest and youngest sons of Zulong. They immediately felt that something was wrong. However, they both had their own tasks to do, and although the sound sounded strange, they had no intention of going forward to destroy it. This allowed Gu Shi to spend the last period of time in peace. Finally, under the leadership of the Heart Nightmare Ghost Dragon, Gu Shi spent more than 6 hours to complete the arrangement of the secret rituals of all the remaining nodes. When all this was done, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the battle on the Great Chanyu's side was finally coming to an end. The end here does not mean that the Great Chanyu was killed. It means that the orcs who came to protect the Great Chanyu were almost beaten. After all, with the addition of Moore, the last advantage of the orcs was gone. The orcs coming from afar were stopped by the undead dragon troops under Moore before they even approached the Great Chanyu's lair. The orcs who finally rushed over were all killed by Wei Hu, because the number of orcs was relatively small. Wei Hu even had the opportunity to run to the Great Chanyu and command some troops to intervene in the battle against the Great Chanyu. At this time, it had to be admitted that the strength of Gu Shi's troops was strong enough. Whether it was the Death Titan or the transformed undead combat team, they could cause great damage to the Great Chanyu. Before, they were all fighting the orcs, and they didn't have time to separate for a while. Now it's different. The orcs have been almost suppressed. The Death Titan at this time can be said to have played a decisive role. Their evil thunder is a heavy blow to the Great Chanyu. Every time it falls on the Great Chanyu, it will cause some changes. The three people at the scene don't know what the changes are. If Gu Shi came here with a 3 stone mirror, he would find that more than half of the Great Chanyu's life is actually connected with the demon dragon in the sky. The demon dragon in the sky is the embodiment of the luck of the Newfang grassland. This is the same as the black dragon in the sky above the Dragon Kingdom. In addition to the earth veins, dragon veins, etc., this luck also includes the mentality of the orcs. And the Great Chanyu is the core of the orcs. With his existence, the orcs have centripetal force. They will believe in the Great Chanyu and will focus their efforts on one thing. In fact, if the 3 IKA in the Omadi Kaya rainforest continue to develop, they will gradually become such a creature that embodies luck. Gu Shi even suspected that some of the things he felt in the Omadikaya rainforest were the prototypes of this kind of creature that manifested luck. However, neither IKA nor Ilu had reached this level. Their level was not even as good as the dragon head of the Dragon Kingdom. The status of the Great Chanyu in the Newfang grassland was equivalent to the ancestor dragon of the Dragon Kingdom, or the God King in the Holy Mountain by the sea. He was the focus of Newfang's luck. And he was also the connection point between the earth and the demon dragon. It can be said that if he were gone, the demon dragon would definitely be seriously injured. And if something went wrong with the demon dragon, the Great Chanyu would also be dead. At present, the demon dragon had been holding on for several days under the attack of Xian Longzhu. Now the demon dragon was full of the lightning power left by Xian Longzhu's attack. The demon dragon absorbed about 80% of this damage, and the remaining 20% was introduced to the ground through the Great Chanyu. But now that the Death Titan made a move, the thunder of evil spirits successfully led the lightning that was guided underground out again. This finally broke the foundation of the Great Chanyu. Under the induction of the evil thunder, the lightning power on the demon dragon also fell immediately. Xian Longzhu, who was fighting with the demon dragon at this time, was also obviously stunned. The power of lightning was drawn away. Then he looked down and saw that there were 20,000 or 30,000 earthen figurines below who were attacking the Great Chanyu with lightning. The power of this lightning was different from his lightning power, but it had a certain attraction. Only then did the lightning on the demon dragon be dragged down. This situation made Xian Longzhu feel a little curious. The earthen figurines playing with lightning were obviously of a high level. They were fierce and lightning-like. But why did they look so stiff? They could play with lightning like this. These earthen figurines were really embarrassed. If they were his own soldiers, they would have been sent to the lightning and electrocuted to death. But now these guys were not his subordinates, so he could just ignore them if he didn't like them. Xian Longzhu rolled his eyes at the Death Titan below, and started fighting the demon dragon again in the sky. But the more he fought, the more he felt uncomfortable. It wasn't that the demon dragon had no lightning, so it had the power to fight back. Xian Longzhu had been suppressing the demon dragon all the way. If he hadn't waited for Zulong to come and deal with it, the demon dragon would have been killed long ago. The lighting on the demon dragon was just because Xian Longzhu had nothing to do, and was using the demon dragon to practice. After all, even if Xian Longzhu wanted to find someone to practice with in the Dragon Kingdom, he might not be able to find a suitable person. It was a rare opportunity to have such an opportunity now. Besides, when he set out, Zulong had specifically told him not to kill the demon dragon right away. He had a chance to practice now. What made him feel uncomfortable was the use of lightning by the Death Titans below. When fighting the demon dragon, Xian Longzhu felt more and more annoyed. Finally, he threw the spear in his hand downwards, and it stabbed heavily at the place where the Great Chanyu had just been killed. The purple lightning seemed to have a spirit, and it automatically jumped onto all the Death Titans. Chapter 1553 Targeting the Fateful Demonic Dragon. Boom! The purple lightning spread outwards, with the Great Chanyu as the center, and each jump could accurately hit a Death Titan. This purple lightning came and went quickly. After all the Death Titans were hit, the purple lightning disappeared. The levels of the Death Titans were not affected, but they gained a new skill. Thunder Purple Lightning. This move is a skill that is a combination of purple lightning and thunder bombs. The purple lightning is naturally the purple lightning that Xiang Longzhu brought out with his gun just now, and the thunder bomb is the key. This is a relatively late move in the wind spell. It can be used against the enemy, and after one strike, it can cause extremely strong damage to the enemy. It can be said that unless you are immune to magic, otherwise it will directly cause a serious injury. Generally speaking, if you learn this move, it means that the magic of the air element has reached its extreme. As a result, the purple lightning released by a spear that fell from the sky helped the Death Titan to sort out his understanding of lightning. All the Death Titans learned this move. Although the power of this move was not as strong as the Thunder Bomb, it was much stronger than the Death Titan's previous moves. The most important thing was that the Death Titans, who had mastered the new move, used it as soon as possible. They raised their right hands, gathered the purple lightning in their hands, and wanted to shoot it in the direction of the Great Chanyu. But before they could shoot the lightning, they found that the Great Chanyu seemed to be gone. At this time, Shirley was looking at the purple spear stuck in the ground with a helpless look on his face. He was angry, but dared not vent his anger. It was obviously him who picked the Great Chanyu first. He had been fighting for several days, killing the Great Chanyu again and again, trying to wear out the Great Chanyu's life. What was the result? It was the end. A spear fell from the sky and destroyed everything. The Great Chanyu died. But whose death was it? Looking up at Xiang Longzhu, who was fighting the Qian dragon in the sky, Shirley's face turned ugly. He took a deep breath. He turned around decisively and said, "Do me a favor and command those Death Titans to hit the demon dragon in the sky." Wei Hu didn't expect that the Great Chanyu would die just like that. When he heard Shirley's words, Wei Hu was still in a state of confusion. It was not until Shirley was about to repeat it for the second time that Wei Hu reacted and understood Shirley's idea in an instant. He decisively ordered, "Death Titan, lightning attack." Following the direction pointed by Wei Hu, the Death Titans threw out the purple lightning they had just prepared. More than 20,000 purple lightning bolts flew into the air, and accurately hit the Qian dragon in the sky. At this time, the Qian dragon was fighting against Xiang Longzhu's attack. The more than 20,000 purple lightning bolts hit him, and exploded more than 20,000 times on his body in the first time. Then the body of the Qian dragon in the air seemed to be dyed purple, and a lot of flesh and blood from the lower body fell from the sky, and hit the ground heavily. Shirley was waiting for this opportunity. Seeing the flesh and blood falling, Shirley immediately rushed forward with the evil demon skeleton soldiers. After the flesh and blood fell to the ground, they quickly changed into various strange shapes and rushed to the surroundings. However, when they started, they happened to meet the evil demon skeleton soldiers who were rushing up. The evil demon skeleton soldiers, who had not yet had enough fun, immediately chopped them up, and their main goal was not to let go of any enemy. When they went forward to chop and kill, they became more and more comfortable, and Shirley became more and more excited. The Death Titan was also excited at the same time. They just happened to meet their opponents. The Death Titan was in the state of a titan fighting a dragon. Even though the word demon was in the name of the fortune demon dragon, it was considered a dragon. The titan had a blessing when fighting it, and the evil demon skeleton soldiers, led by Shirley, now had 200% more damage against opponents with sacred attributes. The fortune demon dragon belonged to the belief of the Newfound Grassland, and he was a sacred existence. Although the flesh and blood fell this time, and it was quite distorted, the attributes could not be changed. Anyway, the evil demon skeleton soldiers became more and more skilled in fighting, and it only took a short time to chop the flesh and blood into pieces. After that, the evil demon skeleton soldiers found that the flesh and blood in front of them was of great benefit to them. After chopping them to death, it was not that the evil demon skeleton soldiers' experience increased, but that the evil demon leather armor on their bodies was strengthened. This was the most serious good thing among the evil demon skeleton soldiers. So the evil demon skeleton soldiers chopped even more happily. Shirley even looked at Wei Hu, hoping that he would hit them a few more times. At this time, Moore also focused his attention on the luck demon dragon in the sky. She had already felt that the luck demon dragon's flesh and blood contained a lot of dragon blood. Even if she didn't kill the luck demon dragon in the sky, killing the flesh and blood below could also increase the quality of the dragon blood bottle. So Moore led the undead dragons to quickly join the battle, wanting to compete with the evil demon skeleton soldiers for the troops transformed by the flesh and blood. For a while, the battle below became even more intense. Xiang Longzhu, who was fighting the Qian dragon in the sky, couldn't help but laugh at this time. In his eyes, Gu Shi's men were desperate. They were like ants that saw the benefits, without considering whether it was dangerous or not, and just rushed forward to grab anything. But this was normal. Xian Longzhu knew what many ordinary soldiers would do for an opportunity. Gu Shi's side was actually nothing at the moment. It was just that he was more curious about the Death Titan in the sky. He really wanted to know, in this case, what the Death Titan would do. So Xian Longzhu's attack on the Qiyun Demon Dragon became noticeably slower. When the Qiyun Demon Dragon saw this, he felt that his chance had come. He had been suppressed by Xian Longzhu these past few days. Xian Longzhu usually beat him in a rhythm. The rhythm in front of him was obviously wrong. What did this mean? It meant that Xian Longzhu was no longer able to do well. In addition, the Great Chanyu was really dead, and the Great Chanyu's soul also returned to the Qiyun Demon Dragon's body. Now the Qiyun Demon Dragon became more agile. So the fateful Demon Dragon had an illusion. I can counterattack. He roared, and took advantage of Xian Longzhu's off-rhythm to rush towards Xian Longzhu, and opened his mouth to bite Xian Longzhu's body. Xian Longzhu stood on the dark clouds, looking at the fateful Demon Dragon rushing over, without even a flash of disdain in his eyes. He had just thrown the spear in his hand to deal with the Great Chanyu, and now he had empty hands. But when the fateful Demon Dragon rushed over, a flash of lightning flashed in Xian Longzhu's hand, forming an electric net, tightly netting the fateful Demon Dragon's head. Just when Xian Longzhu was about to suppress the fateful Demon Dragon, the fateful Demon Dragon suddenly screamed, and his body exploded on the spot. Chapter 1554 The Second Orange Soldier Outfit. Huh? I didn't use much force, how come it broke? Xian Longzhu was puzzled. In fact, Xian Longzhu didn't know that. When the Qiyun Demon Dragon collapsed just now, it was when Gu Shi set up the last secret ceremony. From the time the last secret ceremony was set up, Dragon City was no longer the Dragon City of Newfang Grassland. Gu Shi had already controlled all the earth veins and dragon veins in Dragon City. All nodes were under Gu Shi's control. Others may not feel anything. But the Lut Demon Dragon in front of him has always been connected to the Dragon City's ground veins. It can be said that he is the most sensitive to this aspect. When Gu Shi was performing the secret ceremony before, on the one hand, it did not affect the overall situation. And on the other hand, Xian Longzhu's lightning was still on him. The Lut Demon Dragon thought it was Xian Longzhu's trick. In fact, he didn't think about it when Xian Longzhu would use the control technique. When he came here this time, Zulong specifically told Xian Longzhu not to kill the Lut Demon Dragon. If Xian Longzhu had any control skills, why would he need to explain this specifically? It can be said that Qiyun Yaolong took it for granted. He didn't take Gu Shi's action seriously at the beginning. As a result, the things he didn't take seriously gave him a heavy blow at the last moment. It made his body break apart on the spot. This not only cost Qiyun Yaolong his life, but also frightened Xian Longzhu. Xian Longzhu thought of a joke for no reason. I punch you in the face, you will definitely kneel down at the first moment, and beg me not to die. At that time, Xian Longzhu still had a look of disdain on his face. He had killed countless people, and had never begged anyone not to die. But now, Xian Longzhu sincerely hoped that the Destiny Demon Dragon would not be so fragile, and not kneel so quickly. The reason why he dragged on for so many days was not because he could not defeat the Destiny Demon Dragon. If he really wanted to kill him, he could have killed this guy on the first day he came. He dragged on for so long, completely waiting for Zulong's arrangement. As a result, the arrangement was not ready yet. And the Destiny Demon Dragon was about to be destroyed by them. What should I do now? Xian Longzhu looked back, and found that the two sons of Zulong were still setting up a high platform in Longcheng. The real and fake 9 cauldrons had not been placed on the high platform. If the Lut Demon Dragon was finished now, the effect of this battle would be directly unaffected by half. So Xian Longzhu looked around, stretched out his hand, and pressed the Lut Demon Dragon, trying to use lightning to weld the flesh and blood back to the body of the Lut Demon Dragon. But the flesh and blood were not so easy to put back. Xian Longzhu tried several times but failed. He looked around and saw more standing on the top of the dragon. Xian Longzhu grinned and tried to show a kind smile. Then he waved to more, and the strong suction sucked more to Xian Longzhu. You are a dead dragon, come and help, so that he won't die. Ah? Moore didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Ah! What job, come and help quickly, if this guy dies, the next plan will be ruined, you should move faster. Xian Longzhu dragged Moore to fly back and forth on the body of the Lut Dragon. Moore also understood that now was not the time to ask questions. She could only quickly use her own means to repair the Qiyun Demon Dragon. The dragon blood bottle in Moore's hand had a strong effect on dragons, whether they were alive or dead. The situation was the same. Being closely watched by Xianlongzu, Moore had no way to hide her secrets. She could only use her greatest means to draw out the blood in the dragon blood bottle and replenish the Qiyun demon dragon. With this repair, the Qiyun demon dragon's body began to piece together again. However, this kind of patchwork is not very stable. Looking from a distance, it looks like a huge balloon with patches all over it, patched here and leaking there. Encountering such a situation, Moore has no way. After all, Moore is not on the luck route. She can come here now only because of the dragon blood bottle. There will be nothing after that. At this time, Gu Shi, who had completed his action, also rushed over. Before he got close to here, he saw that the luck demon dragon in the sky had changed. At this time, Gu Shi still didn't know what went wrong. He frowned. What's going on? Then he looked around and found that Wei Hu and Shirley were fighting a kind of monster that looked distorted. What are you fighting? Where's the undead dragon? Where's Moore? At this time, a voice came from the sky. You kid, come up. Gu Shi looked up and found that Moore was following Xianlongzu, holding the dragon blood bottle in his hand, and repairing the fortune demon dragon. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment, and pointed at himself. Me? Yes, that's you. I saw what you did in Dragon City before. You practiced the path from Lord of Mount Tai to Emperor of Fengdu. Do you have a way to hold this guy back? Lord of Mount Tai will be Emperor of Fengdu next. Gu Shi didn't care about Xianlongzu's problem at all, but noticed a key piece of information. He now has 2 orange books in his hand, one of which is Secret Records of Lord of Mount Tai, which can only reach the Lord of Mount Tai at level 45, and the other Origin of the Undead can reach level 60, which is the basic book of the Undead Mage. But because this is too basic, it does not record the route behind the Lord of Mount Tai. Gu Shi thought that he would need to find a way to change jobs and go to other routes. Now it seems that it is not necessary, and there is still a way behind the Lord of Mount Tai. Why do you think so much? Help me find a way quickly to stabilize this guy for me. Keep him stable for 3 days. No. 5 days. 5 days? Yes. Hold this demon dragon for 5 days. Don't let it die. And after that, I give this to you. Xianlongzu thought about it, and finally took out a roll of white paper and handed it to Gu Shi generously. Gu Shi took it and looked at it, and his eyes lit up. You get the Purple Lightning Spear Casting Book, Orange. Purple Lightning Spear Casting Book, Orange contains exclusive blacksmith shop building design medium, Purple Lightning Collection Station building design medium, exclusive blacksmith training manual, purple, and Purple Lightning Spear Casting Manual. It can be used to mass produce Purple Lightning Spears, Orange. Purple Lightning Spear, Orange, main weapon, mass production. After equipping, soldier level +1, soldier attack +10. Equipment requirements. Soldier level 8, must master lightning attack methods. Special 1, Purple Electric Net. When there are more than 2 similar weapons nearby, you can release purple lightning at the same time and form a purple electric net to attack each other. The more purple lightning spears there are nearby, the greater the attack range and power of the purple electric net. Special 2, Armor Breaking Electric Shock. After active activation, you can carry out destructive attacks on the enemy's purple quality equipment. Randomly destroy a purple equipment on the enemy. Special 3, Purple Lightning Falls from the Sky. It can gather some electric current in the void every day, and draw out all the electric current when needed. The number of stored electric currents cannot exceed 10 strikes. Special 4, Thunder Tribulation. It will self-destruct itself and the Purple Lightning Spear, and turn into a Thunder Tribulation covering a radius of 100 meters. Under the Thunder Tribulation, unless you are willing to consume an orange quality equipment to escape, or your level is 20 levels higher than the self-destructor, otherwise, everything will turn to ashes. Explanation 1. The Purple Lightning Spear can only be made with purple quality electric current, and the blacksmiths who master this craft must be trained from a young age, and they cannot be summoned just because they want it. Explanation 2. The Purple Lightning Spear, Wind and Thunder Chariot, Thunder God Armor. The Thunder Helmet is a set of soldier equipment, and only the Purple Lightning Spear cannot play its full role. Chapter 1555. Unlocking the Life Lock. Don't worry. I will make sure this guy lives for 5 days. Gu Shi immediately agreed after just glancing at the properties of the Purple Lightning Spear. Even if the Purple Lightning Spear is for soldiers, this property is enough. For the Purple Lightning Spear, Gu Shi would delay the Qiyun Dragon for 5 days. But how should this be handled? It is impossible to return the Earth Vein node to Dragon City. Gu Shi finally arranged everything, and was waiting for the ancestral dragon heavenly sacrifice. If the nodes are returned, then how can he take advantage? Then replenish vitality? Gushi still shook his head. Moore's current action is to replenish vitality. The result is that the vitality is obviously not replenished. And Gushi can see at a glance what is going on with this Destiny Demon Dragon now. The core of this thing has a problem. Dragon City was taken down, the ground vein nodes were controlled by people, the Great Chanyu died in battle, and the Nufeng grassland outside was in chaos. In addition, it was beaten by Xianglongzu. It is quite remarkable that he can maintain this state now. It is probably quite difficult to restore him to his original level. However, Gushi thought that his goal was not to restore this guy to his original level, but to let him hold on for a while. If it was just like this, Gushi still had a way. Gushi quickly said to Xianglongzu, "Please wait for me." Then Gushi quickly opened the secret records of Taishan Mansion Lord and Origin of the Undead in his hand. The learning along the way has allowed Gushi to master a lot of things. There are some secret rituals and skills that he has not mastered yet. And Gushi has some impressions in his mind. When encountering things, Gushi can also rely on this to deal with them. This is the case for Gushi now. At this time, Gushi flipped through the two books in his hand and quickly checked the records in the books. I found it. Huangquan Dragon Robe. Come out and help me. Gushi immediately released the Huangquan Dragon Robe. This time, the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe bearer made great efforts in processing the ground vein nodes. During this period of time, he has been guiding the direction of the ground vein. If the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe were to bury the dragon vein now, he could directly pull out hundreds of thousands of special bone dragons and ghost dragons from Dragon City. However, after Gushi called the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe bearer out, he immediately opened another ghost gate and released a Peach Mountain. Yellow Spring Dragon Robe. Carry out the Yellow Spring Edict. I now need 10 messengers. And they are all complete. Hearing Gushi's order, the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe bearer took action immediately. Under his manipulation, the undead, who just escaped from the Ghost Gate, became temporary ghost messengers. Not to mention, they still look quite intimidating now. However, these ghost messengers will not last long. Even their lives will not last long. Because the means used by Gushi were not the proper means of the necromancer, but a record from the secret records of Taishan Mansion. It was recorded that someone bribed the ghost messenger, modified the book of life and death, and kept the parents who were originally going to die. If he hadn't thought of saving the lives of his entire family, this incident might not have gotten out of hand. After this incident got out of hand, the underworld executed thousands of underworld officials. After that, strict laws were set, so no one dared to mess around. Of course, Gushi also understood that it was the bad luck of the Lord of Mount Tai, because when this incident got out of hand, he didn't meet the great sage of Pingzhong. That's why this happened. Gushi was now ready to take this route. First build a temporary underworld, and then use these temporary underworld officials to deceive everything. As long as these ghost messengers are bribed, the life of the Qiyun Demon Dragon can be saved. As long as the life is saved, what the Qiyun Demon Dragon will become in the end is not something that Gushi needs to worry about. Although Xianglongzu doesn't know what Gushi is doing now, he looks at Gushi and feels that he is quite professional. Not only did he release a large number of undead, making them temporarily become ghost messengers, but he also specially arranged some buildings for them to serve as the Yellow Spring Road. Afterwards, Gushi took out some resources according to the method described in the book and distributed them to the ghost messengers. This is Gushi distributing his own resources to his subordinates. But in the eyes of outsiders, Gushi is bribing the ghost messenger. After everything was done, Gushi pointed to the sky. He is still alive. You all pay attention. He is still alive. His life is not over. He still has 5 days to live. The ghost messengers looked at the lucky demon dragon still hovering in the sky, and all nodded. After doing all this, Gushi opened a new ghost gate again, released a new Peach Mountain, and began to enrich the layout in front of him. After all, if you want to deceive others, you must deceive yourself first. Before, the Insha had to prepare. So Gushi temporarily rushed out of Huangquan Underworld. The purpose was to protect the Qiyun Demon Dragon first. Now everything has been handled, and the Qiyun Demon Dragon's breath has finally stabilized, and there is no danger of it dissolving and dying immediately. Now, Gushi needs to arrange this Huangquan Underworld, not to mention other things. Gushi must have the Ghost Gate, Peach Mountain, 3 live stone, and so on. After everything was done, Gu Shi did not stop. He quickly repeated the secret ritual to stabilize the breath of the luck demon dragon. After 7 hours of work, Gu Shi finally got it done. Xiang Longzhu saw the stable luck demon dragon and smiled. Finally, the luck demon dragon was done. At this time, Xiang Longzhu threw away the purple lightning spear casting book in his hand and drove the wind and thunder chariot to a position a little further back. Xiang Longzhu was very clear about his own fighting power. He didn't want to attack again and directly kill the luck demon dragon. Seeing Xiang Longzhu retreat, Gu Shi didn't go up to him. He didn't say it was okay. The luck demon dragon now had a life lock. It wouldn't die no matter how you hit it. If you don't believe it, you can come up and try. Hit it left and right. Gu Shi had heard Wei Hu talk about Xiang Longzhu's fighting power. Gu Shi didn't dare to guess whether his current arrangement had been successful. He didn't dare to think whether Xiang Longzhu's full-strength attack would directly kill the fateful demon dragon in front of him. Now what Gu Shi wanted to do most was to maintain stability. As long as the fateful demon dragon survived for 5 days, it would be fine. After Zulong completed the heavenly sacrifice, it was up to Xiang Longzhu to deal with the fateful demon dragon. When Xiang Longzhu retreated, Gu Shi also began to retreat. Only this temporary underworld was operating secretly, and under the influence of Dragon City, some changes were slowly taking place. Chapter 1556 Zulong arrives. After killing the Great Chanyu and taking the core position of Dragon City, Gu Shi withdrew his troops. Wei Hu and Shirley led their troops to clean up the remaining orcs in Dragon City, while Gu Shi and more moved around nearby. This time Gu Shi was not in a hurry to clean up the battlefield. According to the arrangement of Gu Shi and more, after Zulong dealt with this Dragon City, it would belong to Gu Shi. The entire Dragon City would be moved away, and some of the spoils on it would naturally not escape. In the past few days, Gu Shi has been taking more to the hills, grasslands, and lakes of Dragon City, thinking about how to arrange these locations after they are obtained. At the same time, Gu Shi also saw the heirloom artifact of the Dragon Kingdom, the orange quality bronze tripod. However, Gu Shi's eyes were short at this time, and he could not tell which of the bronze tripods on the platform were real and which were fake. He only knew that the dragon troops who came with the 2 sons of Zulong, after building the platform and placing the tripod on it, stationed at the edge of the platform to prevent outsiders from approaching. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that some dragon troops were transporting carts of cattle and sheep, piling them on the platform, near the bronze tripod, and they looked like offerings for sacrifice. Gu Shi went around several platforms, and found that the number of offerings on all the platforms was the same. Moreover, the blood and flesh of cattle and sheep had obviously been affected by the magic power of the undead. Although they had been processed, they had always remained fresh, and looked like they had just been killed. Even Gu Shi could not do this easily. It seems that the Dragon Country has used the family and country system to the extreme. Although Gu Shi has a city called Aridavi, he has not yet used the system of Aridavi to the extreme. In many things, he cannot even compare with some small cities in the Dragon Country. This is because Aridavi is a city of death, and most of the residents are undead, and their obedience is quite good. If it were an ordinary city, it would have been compared to an unknown level. Gu Shi, who knew it in his heart, was already thinking that after this battle was over, he would stay in Dragon City for a while, and take the opportunity to sort out the situation of his subordinates. Take some of the Dragon Kingdom's things, and use them in the city of Aridov. At this time, the last dragon ancestor of the Dragon Kingdom also approached Dragon City with his troops. The troops, under the control of this dragon ancestor, were the personal guards of the dragon ancestor. Of course, not all the imperial guards were brought out. Only the Lishan Guard, the Yulin Guard, and the prisoner army went to the battle this time. They came in an upright manner, and did not care about the situation along the way. After leaving Fengxin Pass, they walked in a straight line, and approached Dragon City in just a few days. Along the way, no matter what this army encountered, they crushed it all, directly showing the style of the strongest army in the Dragon Kingdom. When they approached Dragon City, everyone could see the evil spirit gathered in the air above this army. Even Gu Shi was attracted by this army. Gu Shi, riding on a 2-legged flying dragon, looked at this army coming to Dragon City, and couldn't help but mutter, "What are they escorting?" More, who was following Gu Shi, said calmly, "It should be something like dragon energy. The thing that this team is escorting gives people a feeling that it is stronger than the demon dragon that was accidentally smashed." After Moore said this, Gu Shi understood. It seems that the last dragon ancestor of the Dragon Kingdom, his role is to protect the ancestor dragon. And the ancestor dragon is in the convoy in front of him. Just when Gu Shi was thinking about this, the team in front of him stopped outside the dragon city. In the convoy escorted by the team, a middle-aged dragon man in a black robe walked out. When this dragon man walked, his steps were obviously a little wrong. It was obvious that he had just entered this body, and was not used to the dragon man's way of moving. Seeing this, Gu Shi understood it immediately. This was Zulong. But at this time, he was no longer a high and mighty god, but a mortal who borrowed the body of a middle-aged dragon man. It was no wonder that he needed so many troops to protect him. If he was killed by stragglers on the Newfound grassland, it would be a big deal if he suffered losses. But his face would definitely be slapped. Now that he finally arrived at Dragon City, Zulong was relieved. Behind Zulong were 12 golden men. This was the first time that Gu Shi saw the highest level earthen figurines of Dragon Country. With Gu Shi's current understanding of the Death Titan, he could tell the situation of the 12 golden men at a glance. When he saw these 12 golden men, Gu Shi had to admit that Dragon Country was in a state of great internal conflict. These 12 golden men looked like they were made of bronze. But Gu Shi saw a different aura from them. The copper used for this kind of golden man is not ordinary copper, but the copper sword or copper spear that was used to make weapons and kill people before, melted and recast. And the evil spirit on it has not yet dissipated. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that what Zulong injected into the golden man's body should be the soul of a god at the level of dragon ancestor. This should be the spoils of Zulong's destruction of mountains and temples. The 12 golden men represent the existence of 12 dragon ancestors. This situation overturned Gu Shi's imagination. In Gu Shi's imagination, the 12 golden men were at most 12 epic level gods. What kind of situation is this dragon ancestor level? However, Gu Shi turned his head and took a look at the floating spirit IKA following behind him. And his mood became better. He also has this kind of spirit. Although the quality is worse and the number is less, but it is still a kind of spirit. After the 12 golden men appeared, his Lishan guard followed behind the ancestor dragon. Compared with the Lishan guard who went to pick up Gu Shi last time, the Lishan guard in front of him was so gorgeous. Gu Shi just looked from a distance, and he saw 3 epic beings in the Lishan guard. As for the leader level existence, he can only lead a 5,000-man army in Lishan guard. Such a situation made Gu Shi feel quite speechless. If this army really encountered any situation, as long as they added more people, it would quickly expand into a super large army with more than 10 million people in a short time. At this time, Gu Shi could only say that he was impressed by the strength of the Dragon Country. At this time, Zulong also noticed Gu Shi in the sky. He just looked up at Gu Shi, and then took something from the hand of the attendant behind him and walked away with it in his hand. When he stepped into Dragon City, Gu Shi heard a bang from Dragon City. Then Gu Shi found that all the 32 high platforms arranged in Dragon City were burning with flames. In the flames, the bronze tripods were emitting orange light, which quickly affected every inch of land in Dragon City. Chapter 1557, Going Up the Mountain to Offer Sacrifices to the Gods. Affected by the 32 high platforms, Gu Shi only felt a super strong pressure coming from his body, forcing him to fall from the sky and stand on the ground. But after feeling the flow of the underground veins, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The secret rituals he arranged at various nodes did not go wrong. This was enough for Gu Shi. So Gu Shi stepped back a few steps, and quickly closed the gates that were still open in Dragon City, and closed everything that was arranged in Dragon City. At this time, Gu Shi saw dark clouds rolling in the sky, and a purple light flew out of Longcheng. It was Xiang Longzu and his 3,000 soldiers. He was like this because he didn't want to see Zulong. At the same time, Xiang Longzu had always been the thunder god who was high above. He would only stand in the sky and didn't want to fall to the ground. Now Zulong was here, and he was not Zulong's dog. He didn't want to stay here in guard. So Xiang Longzu was direct. As soon as Zulong appeared, he quickly left and ignored everything. Regarding Xiang Longzu's departure, Zulong had no expression on his face. Zulong was quite clear about the situation of the 3 families outside, and also knew their personalities. If Xiang Longzu had not left, Zulong would have had some thoughts. Now that he has left, it means that Xiang Longzu is still the personality in Zulong's intelligence. Such a person is the easiest to deal with, and his departure also meets Zulong's requirements. So Zulong did not say much. holding the things in his hands, and strode forward. However, Gushi noticed that there seemed to be a nagging dragon man behind Zulong, who kept saying bad things about Zulong. He also said that Zulong's steps when entering Dragon City were wrong. His movements were unreasonable, and that this time was not good, and it would be better to wait. Anyway, what he said was that Zulong's grand sacrifice this time was not in accordance with the etiquette, and it would be better to delay it for another day or two. And it would not be too late to hold the grand sacrifice when he thought it was in accordance with the etiquette. Although I don't know what this person's brain is. Anyway, this scene made Gushi dumbfounded. He was just pointing at Zulong and cursing him. If this happened in the city of Aridov, if an ordinary undead pointed at Gushi and kept talking so much, do you think Gushi would tear the bones of that undead? How could Zulong's domineering performance allow this dragon man to live so long? Just when Gushi was puzzled, Zulong was still walking forward on his own. He didn't pay any attention to the dragon man who was talking behind him. When the dragon man saw that such behavior was useless, he actually started crying and talking in the field. Even there, it was said that Zulong's grand sacrifice this time would definitely not succeed, and would definitely be cursed by the heavens. Looking at this scene in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but ask, are the people around Zulong so fierce? Because of Zulong's arrival, Weihu and Shirley had also retreated to Gushi's side. Shirley was fine. Weihu was a resident near Yongdu City, and he was quite familiar with some of the situations around Zulong. At least, he had heard many stories. Hearing Gushi's question, Weihu just whispered, brother, don't talk nonsense about Zulong's affairs. He must have deep meaning in what he does. Weihu meant, Zulong is now being scolded by others. Was that specially arranged? Gushi was puzzled. And at this time Zulong had already walked past Gushi and the others. Gushi could clearly feel that the thing in Zulong's hand contained a lot of luck, and it seemed to carry a hint of sharpness and murderous aura. Gushi guessed at the first moment that this thing must be of orange quality, and that Zulong used it to upgrade red quality equipment. But what could this thing be? Sword? Tiger talisman? Jade seal? Gushi always felt something was wrong. These things might be good things for the dragon ancestors, but for Zulong, they were not treasures. And Zulong did not need to hold them in his hands. The treasure that Zulong brought out must have been hidden in the dragon country for many years, and its level and age were even higher than the 9 cauldrons that were used to suppress the dragon country's luck. However, in order to maintain the mystery, Zulong hid the things in his hands tightly. Gushi could only see that it was a box, and nothing else. So Gushi thought about it, and after Zulong walked past him, he took Weihu and the others to follow him to take a look. Zulong's security was very tight this time. After Zulong walked past, Lishan guards came over to block the road immediately. Except for Zulong's guards. Everyone else could only watch from 5 miles away. In fact, Zulong wanted to arrange the cordon 10 miles away. After all, a stronger archer 5 miles away could still hit him. But in the end, he thought about it and gave up. What's the matter with 10 miles? The range of Xian Longzu's spear was more than 10 miles. No matter how much defense he had, he could still hit him. So Zulong simply blocked all the people 5 miles away from the edge of the hill. Just let them see the situation on the hill. When Zulong stepped onto the hill in the center of Dragon City, the flames of the 32 platforms rose at the same time. These flames have now become like a huge pillar of fire. Each pillar of fire has risen to a height of thousands of meters. From a distance, it looks like a series of light pillars rising straight into the sky. At this time, the temporary Huangquan underworld arranged by Gushi on the hill has also been removed, and the Luck Demon Dragon in the sky looks like it is about to die. When stepping onto the hill, the Luck Demon Dragon seems to feel something. He tried hard to open his eyes, and wanted to yell at the Ancestral Dragon. But what kind of existence is the Ancestral Dragon, and how closely is his connection with the Luck Black Dragon of the Dragon Kingdom? He had the most experience with this kind of dragon shape formed by luck. The 2 calls of the Luck Demon Dragon made Zulong nod with satisfaction. Although this guy looked a little miserable, he was still alive and had a certain vitality, which was enough. This was the best sacrifice. So Zulong didn't care about it at all, but walked up calmly. He had just reached the halfway point of the hill when a flash of lightning flashed in the sky, and dark clouds quickly covered the Luck Demon Dragon. Heavy rain poured down, trying to stop Zulong from moving forward. Seeing this, Zulong laughed. Facing such heavy rain, he didn't care at all. Instead, he kept going up. Even if the heavy rain soaked all his clothes, he didn't care. He just used his ability to protect the box in his hand. Gu Shi and others standing outside the hill were speechless when they saw the situation on the hill. This couldn't be acting. How could the rain fall on the hill so accurately? There was not even a drop of rain outside the hill. At this time, Zulong was still acting. He acted like he was quite tough. No matter the strong wind or heavy rain, he couldn't stop his pace. Chapter 1558 Phone Shan Incident. What is he doing? It looks like he is acting. Under the hill, Gu Shi looked at the actions of the middle-aged dragon man possessed by Zulong, and felt that he did not quite understand his behavior. Normally, Zulong has been in control of the Dragon Kingdom for so long, and he has seen all kinds of existence. Think about Xiang Longzu's wind and thunder chariot. Think about Xiang Longzu's attitude when he saw Zulong. If he can't control the wind and rain, Gu Shi will not believe it even if he is beaten to death. Gu Shi didn't quite understand why Zulong did this. At the foot of the hill, the dragon man who persuaded Zulong was still mumbling, sometimes saying that this action was inappropriate, sometimes yelling and cursing, saying that the heaven would not let Zulong off. Anyway, listening to his yelling, Gu Shi always felt funny. In the Dragon Kingdom, Zulong is the heaven, and he won't let himself off? But in the Newfang grassland, their heaven was killed. So how could they not let Zulong off? This is unreasonable. Gu Shi thought about this situation, and his eyes became serious. He remembered the way he dealt with the Luck Demon Dragon before. He was also cheating the Luck Demon Dragon. Could it be that Zulong was also cheating? But something was wrong. The Luck Demon Dragon in front of him had been beaten badly, so there was no need to cheat. And the Luck Black Dragon of the Dragon Kingdom was controlled by Zulong, so there was no need to cheat. What if it was a higher level? Many thoughts flashed through Gu Shi's mind. But because he knew too little, these thoughts were never quite formed. At this moment, the Zulong in the play had already reached the top of the hill, without any movement, and the 12 golden men who had originally stood at the foot of the hill suddenly appeared on the top of the hill. They formed a circle, protecting Zulong, who had just reached the top of the hill in the middle. Zulong was in a mess at this time, but he didn't care at all. He held the box in both hands, and raised it above his head. I destroyed the Newfang, occupied their land, and destroyed their clan. Now I offer the Newfang's luck, gather the energy and transform the tripod, complete the number of the 9 tripods, redivide the world, use the 9 tripods to suppress the Shinjo, name it after the dragon, and wish that everyone in the world is like a dragon. Zulong said his sacrificial text calmly, and at the same time, the shadow of a bronze tripod appeared behind him. The shadow was quite large, and people could see it even at the foot of the mountain. A large amount of flames appeared in the shadow, just like a fire dragon, and it went towards the Luck Dragon in the sky. Everyone understood that as long as the Luck Dragon of the slave party was dragged into the bronze tripod, the shadow would solidify from virtual to real, and the orange bronze tripod would be completed. When the 9 tripods were completed, the area that could be suppressed would be expanded by unknown times. And at the same time, the dragon people of the Dragon Kingdom could also go out, and would no longer be affected by the incomplete 9 tripods. This has been the dream of all the dragons in the Dragon Kingdom for so many years. The dragons at the foot of the mountain were all excited. But at this moment, something suddenly fell straight down from the sky, and hit the shadow of the bronze tripod heavily. With this hit, the shadow of the bronze tripod exploded on the spot, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, everyone at the foot of the mountain saw that the thing falling from the sky was a jade seal that was smaller than a human head. The jade seal was white in color, but it emitted an orange light. When it fell from the sky, it immediately smashed the shadow of the tripod, and at the same time began to absorb the flames coming from all directions. Such a change surprised all the dragon people below. They didn't know what was going on. How did the promised heavenly sacrifice turn out like this? Just then, a voice came from the sky. Ha ha ha, the ancestral dragon takes turns to sit. This year it's my turn. The 9 cauldrons are too petty to suppress the 9 continents. Our goal should be bigger. Now I will kill this demon dragon as a sacrifice. I wish this world belongs to my Dragon Kingdom. Kill it for me. As the voice sounded, Gu Shi noticed that above the Qiyun demon dragon, a dragon person appeared. This dragon man has the same body as the dragon man that Zulong occupies. Both look like middle-aged dragon men, and he holds a red long sword in his hand. Red outfit? Gu Shi was shocked. No, although this long sword emits a red light, it is not red outfit. It's just that this long sword is made of red clouds. The light of the red clouds is too strong, even covering the orange light emitted by the equipment itself. This dragon man is much weaker than Xian Longzu. Although he looks like a high-level dragon man, His body is not as good as an ordinary female wild dragon man. This person's strength is too ridiculously weak. But the red sword in his hand is different. With this sword in hand, it gives people a feeling that it can definitely kill the demon dragon. In fact, everyone doesn't know that. This red sword is not aimed at the demon dragon, but is prepared to go to the black dragon of luck. All the attributes of this sword are all used to increase the damage to luck, to the dragon veins, to the dragon clan, and so on. With so many attributes, even an ordinary person, holding this sword, can also kill the dragon of luck. The dragon man in front of him is the prime minister of the dragon kingdom, Lu Longzhu. He is the only one among the three families who is not strong in military power. He is also the one with the most power in the dragon kingdom. It can be said that if Zulong does not take care of things, the military power of the dragon kingdom will be divided among 5 people, and the administrative power will be controlled by him alone. This means that even though Zulong still has 2 sons, if Zulong is gone, he will have the most power. So his ambition has risen. In his eyes, this is a good opportunity. Zulong intends to use the opportunity of conquering Nufeng and offering sacrifices to Dragon City to reappear the 9 cauldrons. At that time, Zulong's control over the Dragon Kingdom will be strengthened. If he misses it, there will be no more chances. On the contrary, if he can destroy Zulong's offering sacrifices, kill the Lut Demon Dragon with his own hands, and absorb all the luck and energy of the 9 cauldrons into the Jade Seal in his hand, then he will get the support of the Lut Black Dragon. Then he will take that step and become Zulong. At the same time, he will control everything in the Dragon Kingdom through the Jade Seal. In order to ensure the success of his action this time, he took out the Qishao sword that he had prepared for a long time. This sword was his hidden means, specially prepared to deal with the Black Dragon of Luck. At the same time, he also secretly plotted against the body that Zulong temporarily possessed, so that Zulong's power could not be fully exerted. Finally, when Zulong began to offer sacrifices to the gods, he destroyed the phantom of the 9 cauldrons, and appeared on the body of the Dragon of Luck. Now, as long as he cuts down with this sword, everything will go according to his plan. Everything will be his then. And Zulong will be trapped in the body below and unable to come out, unable to stop all this, and can only watch him take Zulong's place. Thinking of this, Lu Longzhu smiled confidently, raised the Qishao sword in his hand, and slashed it down. 1 sword. That is the Qiyun Demon Dragon, okay? Chapter 1559 Zulong's Arrangement. Standing on the Qiyun Demon Dragon, Lu Longzhu slashed twice with his sword, but failed to hurt the Qiyun Demon Dragon at all. Lu Longzhu looked at the Qishao sword in his hand with disbelief. The orange light on the sword flashed. Clearly there was no problem. Why couldn't the Qiyun Demon Dragon be killed? Why couldn't this thing be killed? Lu Longzhu's face began to twist. He no longer had the calmness before, but slashed the Qiyun Demon Dragon frantically. But no matter how the Qiyun Demon Dragon was chopped, it would not die. Such a situation made Zulong below speechless. What is going on? Could it be that the luck of the slave side is endless? At this time, Gushi's heart was also moved. Wait, could it be that the time was calculated wrong? Or has the fake Huangquan Hades become real on the slave side? What should we do now? The situation on the hill of Longcheng was awkward for a while. Lu Longzhu was still chopping the Lut Demon Dragon there. Zulong was a little silent. In the end, Zulong laughed instead. Okay, I didn't expect that luck is still on my side. Lu San, without the luck of this demon dragon as a sacrifice, then let's use your luck as a sacrifice. Zulong waved his hand, and the jade seal that was absorbing the power of the bronze tripod flame suddenly broke into pieces. The entire jade seal flew backwards, losing all its power. How is this possible? I remember. You remember that this jade seal is the center of the 9 cauldrons, because it was created to complete the 9 cauldrons, and it can absorb the power of the 9 cauldrons. Right? But that would only work if it were a real cauldron. This time, you thought that I brought 8 real and 24 fake bronze cauldrons to Longcheng to prevent attacks on the road and sabotage afterwards? I'll tell you directly, all the cauldrons are fake. I have already placed the real cauldrons in the corresponding positions. All the luck your jade seal absorbed was fake. Zulong laughed loudly. He raised his hand upwards, and everyone under the hill noticed that the high platform flame pillars originally located at various nodes of Dragon City had all disappeared. At the same time, all the bronze tripods were gone. It was obvious that the fire pillars just now were all ignited by the bronze tripods, and they burned the energy of the earth veins of Dragon City. No matter how much the jade seal absorbed, it was still fake. Not only did it fail to absorb the power of the 8 tripods as Lu San thought, but it blew itself up instead. At this time, Lu Longzhu's face also became quite ugly. He didn't expect that. All his arrangements were seen clearly by others, and cracked clearly. But he hasn't lost yet. Lu San gritted his teeth and said, I still have a chance. Zulong, don't think you have one. The body you are using now is the Black Emperor body I made. It is weak but can trap you. I still have a chance now. I can still trap you here forever. I still have a chance. Opportunity, you don't have a chance. Your Black Emperor body is well made, but have you ever thought that? You have offended 2 of the 3 outer families. 2 of the 3 inner families are my sons, and 1 is my most loyal general. Will they watch you seal me? Zulong stood up straight, looked up at Lu San in the sky. The most important point is that I am not fully prepared. Will I use this body? I have told you so much. The time should be up. Hearing Zulong's words, Lu San was also stunned. What time? At this time, Gu Shi was also thinking about this matter. Could it be that Zulong knew that he had saved the life of the Destiny Demon Dragon, and he had been waiting for the fate of the Destiny Demon Dragon to pass? This is not right. With the personality of Xian Longzhu, it is impossible for him to tell this matter. The 2 sons of Zulong did not know this. At this time, Zulong smiled and said, Of course, it is the time to trap you. Look at the sky. As soon as Zulong finished speaking, everyone looked up at the sky. They found that the sky had darkened at some point. 8 extremely bright spots were flashing in the moonless sky. The cauldron is ready. The fire is rising. You can be cooked, Zulong said calmly. Lu San was also anxious when he heard this. He raised the Qishao sword in his hand and was about to jump down. If he couldn't kill the Destiny Demon Dragon, could he not kill the Ancestor Dragon trapped in a mortal's body? This Qishao sword was originally designed to kill the Destiny Black Dragon, and now is a good time to return to his own destiny. As long as he kills the Ancestor Dragon, even if it will be a little troublesome later, he still has a chance. But just when Lu San jumped down, the Ancestor Dragon opened the box. The Ancestor Dragon has been holding this box. Even when he was offering sacrifices to the heaven, he never opened the box. Now he opened the box. As the box opened, 8 orange lights fell from the sky and landed on the box. Then 8 shadows appeared in the sky. They were bronze tripods located at the nodes and key positions of the earth veins in various parts of the Dragon Kingdom. It was obvious that Zulong had not thought of sending the 9 tripods to Dragon City from the beginning. In addition to borrowing the power of the 9 tripods, he also needed to borrow the power of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, he also needed the luck of Dragon City and Newfong Grassland as fuel and sacrifice for Lu San, the Dragon Ancestor. Only in this way, Zulong would have a chance to break through the orange and become red, and get a red suit. Zulong's original plan also included Xian Longzhu and Han Longzhu. However, one of them was a smart person and would never be fooled, and the other was too arrogant. After doing his job, he just left, leaving Zulong with no chance to catch him. In the end, Zulong had to give up. Now that everything has been arranged, Lu San has also been locked in, and Zulong does not intend to drag it on any longer. If there are any more variables, it will be bad. So the moment the box was opened, Zulong stretched out his hand and pulled out an axe from the box. When they saw the axe, everyone under the hill was stunned, especially Gu Shi, who had many guesses about what was in the box along the way, but he never thought that it would be an axe. As the axe was pulled out of the box, Zulong raised the axe upward. Break. When the axe was raised, Zulong's body was directly cut into 2 pieces from the middle, and then colorful light flowed out from the place where the axe was cut, and the Zulong composed of colorful light that Gu Shi saw at the beginning appeared on the hill. At this time, the axe in Zulong's hand also changed from a physical body to a virtual body composed of light. Unlike Zulong, the axe in front of him was completely composed of orange light, and was constantly absorbing the orange light falling from the sky. When Lu San, who was jumping down, saw Zulong breaking out of the Black Emperor's body that trapped him, he was speechless on the spot. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing. But Zulong did not give him any chance, raised his hand and swung the axe, and chopped Lu San's body. Chapter 1560 Red Dress opens the sky. Lu San, who had just jumped off the Qiyun Demon Dragon, was attacked by an axe. This axe didn't look very powerful, especially Zulong's action. It looked like a woodcutter holding a small hand axe and chopping someone's face. But who can blame the axe for its power? When the axe chopped down, Lu San's face was chopped with blood. Lu San himself was not a fighting type, although he was brave sometimes, but in terms of fighting power, he could only be regarded as a gangster. After the axe came down, Lu San, who had just jumped down, was stunned. But Zulong was a little dissatisfied. The power was still a little low. Why didn't he kill him in one blow? So Zulong raised his leg and kicked Lu San to the ground. Then he swung his hand and chopped Lu San's head with the axe. This was Zulong's full effort. Lu San's head was chopped into 2 pieces on the spot. At the same time, a large amount of orange light was drawn out of Lu San's body and injected into the axe. The people under the hill saw it clearly. The attack of the axe was not important. What was important was that after the axe came down, all the luck in Lu San's body and everything about Lu San were sucked away by the axe. It seems that just as Zulong said before, this axe was originally used to kill the Qiyun demon dragon. Now that the Qiyun demon dragon cannot be killed, let's use Lu San as a sacrifice. After chopping Lu San to death with an axe, Zulong raised the short axe in his hand, used the dragon ancestor as a sacrifice, offer it to the sky, and set up the formation. As Zulong said this, the 8 orange lights that originally fell in the sky became brighter. All of these 8 orange lights fell on Zulong's body, and then flowed into the hand axe along Zulong's body. At the same time, the orange light on Lu San's body did not stop. Under the effect of the 9 orange lights, Zulong's body became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a giant about 50 meters tall. And the hand axe in his hand became brighter and brighter. If you look closely, you will find that a little red light appeared at the core of the hand axe. It's just that the red light in front of him was too weak, and it was quickly suppressed. But this flash of red light was seen by Zulong. He knew that the possibility of his plan succeeding was much higher. Before, Zulong's plan was just to use the luck of the slaves to complete the 9 cauldrons. Now it's different. A red light flashed, and Zulong's ambition increased a bit. Originally, the plan was only used for backup, but now Zulong can't take care of it. I order in the name of Zulong that the Dragon Kingdom will send out troops in full force, occupy the grassland, march westward, and unify the world. Kill! All the dragon people under the hill heard this order, and roared at the same time. Kill! After this roar, Zulong's body grew a bit bigger, and his size became a giant 60 meters tall. At the same time, he turned to the west. With this action, Gushi clearly felt that a large amount of luck began to gather on Zulong. Gushi did not want to miss such an opportunity. He immediately released the person wearing the Huangquan dragon robe, and cut into the site of the Huangquan dragon robe. Sure enough, just as Gushi felt, countless luck nearby was turning into green, blue, purple, and orange dragons flying from all directions and injected into Zulong's body. At the same time, a line of luck appeared on all the dragon people, and this luck was also injected into Zulong's body. In addition, Gushi also saw a situation. In the sky west of Dragon City, it seemed that several lucky objects appeared. Was it the area that was stimulated by the Dragon Country and was targeted? Did Zulong bet everything on it? Would he succeed? Gushi was still wondering. But Zulong decisively swung his axe towards the west. When he swung his axe, all the luck concentrated on him. The power transmitted from the 8 cauldrons, and everything absorbed from Lu San, were all integrated under this axe. Zulong could feel that. With this strike, he had a 50% chance of upgrading the axe in his hand to a red one. This was the only chance that he had to gamble everything on. A 50% success rate was worth risking everything in the Dragon Kingdom. But at this moment, an accident happened. The Lut demon dragon that had been stubbornly alive shook for a moment, and his repaired body collapsed on the spot. The Lut that made up the demon dragon surged towards Zulong and Lu San's bodies like a tide. Zulong's movements paused for a moment, and a thought flashed through his mind. Fortunately, the axe didn't chop down just now. Although I don't know what the situation of this lucky demon dragon is, this last luck can be regarded as a supplement to Zulong's Feng Shan. After all, this lucky demon dragon is a sacrifice decided at the beginning, and Zulong and Lu San have also sacrificed to the heaven. Under Zulong's guidance, the short axe in his hand began to emit red light. In this way, Zulong's pause, the dragons under the hill will not doubt that there is a temporary problem in front of them, but they all think that Zulong is gathering his strength, upgrading the short axe in his hand. So all the dragon people stared at Zulong. They also wanted to know what Zulong could do. At this time, Lu San's body also moved. Just now, Lu Sen had performed a Fengshan sacrifice, and had chopped the luck demon dragon twice. So even if Lu San was dead, this part of luck would still be given to Lu San. It was just that a dead dragon ancestor, it was useless to get this part of luck. Even if there was more luck, Lu San could not come back to life. Most of the luck that entered Lu San's body was sucked away by Zulong and injected into the battle axe in Zulong's hand as a sacrifice. It can be said that the luck went around Lu San's body and returned to its original position. Only a small part of the luck was injected into the Qishao sword in Lu San's hand. This part was entirely because the Qishao sword had chopped down the luck demon dragon before, which strengthened the Qishao sword. After these luck entered, there was no chance to be drawn out again. Zulong felt more and more luck gathering, and looked at the hand axe in front of him that had obviously begun to turn red, and did not care about the small amount of luck. He knew that the short axe in his hand would definitely turn red. It was almost there. So Zulong took a step forward, held the axe handle with both hands, and chopped it down with gravity. Open the sky. Open a bloody road to heaven for my dragon country. Kill. Then a red light flashed from the hand axe, and a crack more than 500 miles long was cut on the ground. Then all the strange phenomena shrouding Zulong disappeared, and the sky quickly returned to its original color. All the dragon people looked at the place where the hand axe chopped, raised their weapons, and shouted loudly. Open the sky, open the sky. Chapter 1561 Military Merit and Exchange. Red Suit. Gu Shi, standing at the foot of the hill, looked up at the changes above. Although he had known for a long time that Zulong had planned to make red suits. But when the red suits took shape, Gu Shi was still a little shocked. At this time, Zulong also held the red axe of the sky, turning to the dragon people at the foot of the hill. Pass my order, the Dragon Kingdom's Western Expedition Army is established. Hearing Zulong's words, all the dragon people present knelt down. At this time, Zulong's mind was turning very quickly. He was using his ability to quickly calculate everything in the Dragon Kingdom and the Newfound Grassland. In the mental network, Zulong quickly obtained various information. The military achievements of this expedition, the next goal, the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, and how many places in the Newfound Grassland have not been conquered. In addition to the west, what is the place to the south or north of the Newfound Grassland, etc. Although the amount of this information is large, it is not a big deal for Zulong at this time. Zulong has dealt with more things before. Zulong now has experience. Zulong only took one look and knew what to do first. After the battle, if he didn't immediately calculate the military merits and give corresponding rewards, it would mean that he thought he had lived too long. So Zulong calculated the military merits directly. Of course, the military merits were sent to all dragon people through the mind network. Even Gu Shi received the information transmitted this time through the floating spiritual IKA. The information sent was a list of unknown length, which recorded the military merits of each participant. This includes the calculation of military merit, the amount of military merit, the number of kills and other data. Even some battle records that Gu Shi almost forgot were recorded in detail here. It can be seen that, in terms of military merit, the Dragon Kingdom did quite well. Gu Shi looked through his own military merit, and he noticed that, because Gu Shi was a necromancer, all the enemies killed by his earth figurines were also counted on Gu Shi. Of course, this part of the military merit was calculated according to the commander's military merit, and there was also a certain blessing. The Dragon Nation has done quite a detailed job on this point. After all, this matter affects morale. If the undead under the necromancer have the same military merits as regular soldiers, then no one will practice martial arts. The people of the Dragon Nation are quite clear about this. Even so, the enemies killed by Gu Shi along the way are calculated in millions. Especially with the appearance of the disaster troops, the scope of influence of Gu Shi's troops has been expanded to the entire Newfound Grassland. The war wolves killed a large number of orcs for Gu Shi. These military merits were also counted on Gu Shi's head. So even if they were reduced a lot, Gu Shi's military merits were still amazingly high. It can be said that apart from Han Longzhu, who was at the top, he was next. The reason why Gu Shi's military merit ranking was behind Han Longzhu was that the number of orcs who died indirectly at the hands of Han Longzhu was close to 100 million. Even if the commander's military merit calculation mode pushed the military merit points very low, Gu Shi had no way to catch up. Fortunately, for Gu Shi, there was no difference between the second place and the first place in military merit. Han Longzhu is already the dragon ancestor. There is no place for him to rise any higher. Those military merits can be exchanged for some good things at most. Gu Shi is different, so many military merits can allow Gu Shi to exchange for quite a lot of benefits. After looking at his own military merits, Gu Shi immediately checked the benefits that can be exchanged for military merits. First, the military rank. The military rank of the Dragon Country is obtained through real military merits. There are a total of 20 levels, and the last 2 levels are directly awarded as marquises. Gu Shi took a look at his military merits. If he wanted to be granted a title of nobility, he could be granted a title 30 times without repeating himself. However, a normal person could only be granted a title of nobility once at most. After being stripped of his title, he could fight his way back. No one would be granted a title of nobility 30 times in one go. In this way, the extra military merits could only be exchanged for something. Gu Shi looked through the list of items that could be exchanged and found that the Dragon Kingdom had really offered everything to reward the army. There were actually fiefs that could be exchanged. There are also military positions, weapons and equipment, and various special architectural designs. Gu Shi even saw the design drawings of the Lishan Palace complex. However, before he went on the expedition, he had already set a goal. Dragon City was what Gu Shi wanted most. So Gu Shi looked for it in the fiefdom, and found that Dragon City was a piece of land that could be divided out. But this place was the core of the slave party, so it would be more expensive. Of course, if Gu Shi didn't care about the relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, he could just rob the territory of Dragon City and run away. No one could chase Gu Shi to Yaladawai City, but it was meaningless to do so. Not to mention that so many military merits would be wasted. Even if Gu Shi forcibly transported Dragon City back, he would not be happy, because Gu Shi believed that Dragon City, which was recognized by the Dragon Country, would definitely share the Dragon Country's fortune, which was better than taking a cursed territory back. After choosing Dragon City, Gu Shi gave himself the title of Cheho. Then he looked at other exchange items. Gu Shi found that, apart from the title and territory, the things that can be exchanged are not so conspicuous. There are weapons and equipment, but the quality is purple, and the orange quality weapons are not exchanged. As for various materials, the quantity is relatively large, but the price is a bit high. What really caught Gu Shi's attention is that there is an opportunity to enter the epic that can be exchanged. The price is almost equivalent to exchanging for the military merit of Iguani Ho. Gu Shi has been studying the existence of the epic level, but the epic level requires enough luck. Just like Shirley, it was clear that if he defeated the Great Chanyu, he could step into the epic level. In the end, the Great Chanyu was killed by Xian Longzhu, so he did not take the last step. It can be said that on the road to the epic level, Shirley is not as good as the Shadow Gui that Gu Shi was going to use to command the flying troops. Now these epic opportunities, for Shirley and others, are quite useful. As long as these opportunities are taken, Shirley can directly step into the epic level. The leaders under Gu Shi can also use this epic opportunity. If Gu Shi really wants to be ruthless, he won't be able to keep any epic opportunity here. However, Gu Shi was not in a hurry to exchange these. He was still looking through the list. Suddenly, Gu Shi's eyes narrowed. He noticed that there was an item on the exchange list. He could exchange his own soldiers and make them his personal soldiers. As for the price, it would be to pay for all the military merits of this personal soldier in this battle. Seeing this, Gu Shi immediately thought of the spiritual dragon boy, Wei Hu. Chapter 1562, more than 100 days later. 105 days have passed since Zulong was enthroned in Dragon City. During this period of time, Dragon Country, Newfang Grassland can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. On the day of the completion of the enthronement ceremony, various rewards were distributed. At the same time, Zulong also made some upgrades and arrangements. Because the axe of creation was upgraded to red, Zulong's strength took another step forward. Although Zulong is still called Zulong now, his strength has exceeded his original level. If we use any title to calculate strength, it would probably be something like the Chief of Asia, the Chief of the Eastern Hemisphere, etc. However, Zulong did not want to change his title. He is still called Zulong to the outside world, and governs the 2 huge regions of Dragon Country and Newfang Grassland. At the same time, the 5 living dragon ancestors were not despised by Zulong. Instead, they were improved. After all, they also made their own efforts in this battle, and received corresponding luck. So now they have all been upgraded, and their strength has been improved, which is almost equivalent to the level of the previous Great Khan. but lower than Zulong. For them, Zulong called them great dragon ancestors. There were only 5 of them. If one died, there would be no more. Unless someone could come out with such a level again, Zulong would not add any more positions. In addition, the 5 great dragon ancestors also received corresponding orders. Zulong's eldest son got the management rights of Newfang grassland, while the management rights of Dragon Country fell into the hands of Zulong's youngest son. Han Delongzu and Xiang Delongzu prepared the expeditionary army directly on Newfang grassland, and spent about 30 days to suppress everything on Newfang grassland. There are no orcs in the Newfang grassland now, and all the survivors are called bee slaves. The last one has been guarding Zulong all the time, responsible for protecting Zulong. At the same time, because the positions of the Chanyu and the Great Chanyu of the Newfang grassland were vacant, many dragon heads took this opportunity to upgrade to dragon ancestors. Now Zulong has a total of 21 new dragon ancestors, which is more than 3 times the original number. Among these new dragon ancestors, 7 were left in the Dragon Kingdom to help Zulong's young son manage Zulong's basic base. 5 were left in the Newfang grassland. They will become the cornerstone of the development here, ensuring the future development of the Newfang grassland and the logistical supply of the expeditionary army. The last 9 are various generals. They will form a team to follow the expeditionary army and kill all the way west to kill the gods or Eva from the outside world. For these generals, killing gods or Eva from the outside world can help them grow. Maybe one day, they can also grow to the level of Han Delongzu or Xiang Delongzu. Everyone was optimistic about this, because everyone knew that Zulong had only 2 sons, and the remaining 3 great dragon ancestors were all combat-oriented. They would not be responsible for the management of a region like Zulong's 2 sons. When the next region was conquered, wouldn't it be the case that the dragon ancestors who followed the attack would be the first to get the moon? So when these 9 were preparing for the expedition, they were very serious and took out everything they could. During these more than 100 days, Gu Shi was not idle. He mainly did several things. The first of which was naturally the treatment of Dragon City. Gu Shi applied for the title of nobility in Dragon City on the day of the Dragon Ancestors' Fengshan ceremony. Because his military merits were so great, the application was approved as soon as it was submitted. Then Gu Shi became the new Dragon City Marquis of Dragon Country, and was granted the title of Dragon City. After that, Gu Shi and more began to modify Dragon City. After all, Dragon City is said to be an abandoned dragon country on the surface, but it is actually just an empty grassland. Even though the subordinates of the Great Khan of Newfang lived here, they had no intention of building houses here. They still lived in tents and led a semi-nomadic life. In the previous battle, all the orcs of Newfang were cleared out, after Zulong completed the Fengshan ceremony and withdrew. The Dragon City became empty. This just happened to suit Gu Shi and Moore's wishes, giving them the opportunity to transform the Dragon City. This time, the transformation was not entirely handled by Moore. The secret ceremony arranged by Gu Shi was not affected at all. As soon as Zulong withdrew, Gu Shi activated the secret ritual and turned Dragon City into his own territory. At the same time, of the 32 high platforms built by Zulong twins, 6 were completely preserved, and one of them even had a bronze tripod. 5 were not completely preserved, and the rest collapsed or burned. But this did not affect Gu Shi and Moore's layout of Dragon City. Moore went to the high platform, where the bronze tripod was found on the first day, and buried the dragon blood bottle in the tripod. This is exactly why Moore needs a dragon country. Because the dragon blood bottle needs to be placed somewhere for warming, and Moore needs a base for raising undead dragons. As for the bronze tripod, Gu Shi also saw it. The purple quality can be used to suppress luck, but the properties are not very good. If Moore hadn't taken a fancy to it, Gu Shi would not have planned to leave the bronze tripod here. But Moore took a fancy to it, so Gu Shi kept the bronze tripod. So with the help of Gu Shi, Moore buried the dragon blood bottle, and spent time with Gu Shi to turn Dragon City into a ghost area. At the same time, Gu Shi and Moore also moved some buildings used to strengthen the undead dragons from the city of Aridov. It can be seen that Dragon City is now a real dragon city. Undead dragons. All the undead dragons under Moore, regardless of their race, all live here. Some of them occupy the grassland, some live on the edge of the hill, some soak themselves in the lake, and some directly dig a hole and bury themselves underground. Dragon City is so big that even if all the undead dragons under Moore settled down, they only occupied less than 1/3 of the land. As soon as they settled down, the atmosphere of Dragon City changed immediately. In the following period of time, New buildings were added one after another, and a large amount of Qi and luck were introduced. Now the Dragon City in front of us has completely changed. However, the current Dragon City has not been completely built, because the core part of Dragon City, which is the place where the ancestor dragon was enthroned, has not yet built the building that Gushi wants. That is a huge castle. A castle for dragons to live, train, and gather. It is also the link between Dragon City and Arida City. The castle has not been built yet. It has only completed the preliminary survey stage. Enough materials have been delivered. If it is to be built, it will probably take another 1 or 200 days. Chapter 1563 Conquer, Epic Dragon Man Weihu. In addition to Dragon City, Gushi has also made great progress in other aspects during this period. Gushi himself could not participate in the battle on the Newfang grassland, but his disaster troops still roamed on the Newfang grassland, killing the beasts wandering on the Newfang grassland, especially the wolves. It was difficult for the dragons to stop their actions, because the disaster troops did not attack the bee slaves that had been conquered, nor did they attack the cattle and sheep grazing on the grassland. So even the dragon army did not stop this from happening. As for the undead army under Gushi, they had all been taken back to the city of Aridov. The dragon man Weihu was also taken back. After knowing the exchange reward, Gushi talked to Weihu. Gushi was very optimistic about Weihu, a dragon man with spirituality, talent, and luck. Gushi wanted to accept Weihu. As a result, after talking to Weihu, Weihu happily agreed. After all, his goal in the Dragon Kingdom had been achieved, becoming a high-level dragon man, being enshrined in the Dragon City, although he was not the one who performed the enshrinement, and finally being conferred the title of Marquis. After the enshrinement, he thought Gushi was going to take his life. He didn't expect that the result would be like this. This made Weihu very happy. Afterwards, Gushi gave Weihu two choices. One was that Gushi would find some undead troops for him to lead, the other was to arrange him to go to the Labyrinth Demon City, to lead the living troops there. After listening carefully to the situation in the Labyrinth Demon City, Weihu actually made a decision that Gushi did not expect. He chose to lead the undead army. When he heard this choice, Gushi also showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Why? What's the point? I will die in the future. Instead of changing subordinates after death, it is better to take the dead as subordinates from the beginning. Weihu's thinking was quite clear on this point. So Gushi and Weihu signed an agreement. Weihu became Gushi's subordinate, and he would follow him from his life to his death. Weihu, Level 9, Epic Dragon Man Experience, 0/80,000, Attack 13, Defense 6, Life 105, Mana 120, Talent, Life and Death. The morale of the troops will not be negatively affected. Skills, Leadership Level 3, Logistics Level 3, Offense Level 3, Defense Level 3, Luck Level 1, Archery Level 1, Epic Leader. Can command 7,500 soldiers plus 3 leaders plus 7 heroes plus 28 leaders troops at the same time. When he saw Weihu's information, Gushi was shocked by the situation in front of him. The troops led by Weihu are not affected by the negative effects of morale, which means that he can mix the living and the undead, and morale will only rise and not fall. This is a great advantage for combat troops. It can be said that such troops will always have high morale. At the same time, Gushi also found that as an epic leader, Weihu can lead more people than Ingui, not to mention the heroes and leaders. Weihu can also lead 3 leader-level subordinates, which is quite amazing. You have to know that after Gushi eliminated the disaster troops, there are only a few leaders, each of whom is a person that Gushi can use to take charge. As a result, Weihu can directly lead 3 people, and according to what Gushi has seen, after Weihu's level is upgraded, I am afraid he can lead more leaders. With the troops that Weihu can lead, plus Weihu's command talent, Gushi can completely hand over 1 or 2 armies to Weihu. Now Gushi is doing the same. After accepting Weihu, Gushi immediately sent Weihu back to Aridavi City and asked Princess Anna to arrange Weihu personally. Gushi also said that Weihu could choose the undead troops he wanted in Aridavi City. Even if Weihu was interested in the Death Titan, Gushi would agree. Weihu was not too picky about Gushi's generosity. In Weihu's opinion, it was the most unreasonable to pick subordinates. If he really went to the battlefield, it would be enough to have soldiers. Who could guarantee that he had any powerful troops? If the battle really got to the point where it was a mess, even a skull would be thrown out first. So when Gushi attacked before, Weihu valued Gushi's style of opening the Ghost Gate and then directly using the Peach Mountain to suppress ghosts. No matter what kind of undead came out, just use it first. After the battle is over, then come back to deal with the issue of troop organization. But Gu Shi's arrangement was a good thing for Wei Hu. Originally, Wei Hu planned to join the Western expedition. But since he entered the city of Aridov, he never mentioned this idea again. In his opinion, the world of the Mirror Underground Palace is now the most suitable battlefield for him. During this period of time, he has been fighting in the Mirror Underground Palace, and he can be said to be like a fish in water. At the same time, he gradually became familiar with the command method of the undead, and he also went to several acropolises of Gu Shi, including the Jialong Blood Castle and the Poison Peach Mountain that are not in the Mirror Underground Palace. Wei Hu has been there. The last Wei Hu stayed in the Sleeping Beauty Castle. Wei Hu liked the scenery of Sleeping Beauty Castle very much. After all, Wei Hu himself liked the gorgeous style. The Sleeping Beauty Castle in front of him was definitely more beautiful than Aladavida. After asking Gu Shi, Wei Hu stationed his troops here for a period of time. At the same time, in order to prove his love for this place, Wei Hu also placed the jade seal fragments he picked up from the Fengshan site in Sleeping Beauty Castle, expressing his determination. After settling down, Wei Hu's ability was gradually brought into play, although he only had 3 heroes under his command. As time went by, 100,000 undead slowly gathered in Sleeping Beauty Castle. These undead were somewhat different from the regular undead. No matter what kind of soldiers they were, they became full of confidence under Wei Hu's influence. When they were free, they did not stay somewhere waiting for new orders like ordinary undead, but worked hard to improve their combat effectiveness, or eat and drink there. That's right, during these 100 days, Wei Hu also brought his habit of eating and drinking to the undead. Now, the more than 100,000 undead under Wei Hu's command have become the first batch of undead in Yaladowai City that need a lot of food. There are even exclusive chefs, brewers, etc. among them. Sometimes, the Labyrinth Magic City will also send some food. It can be said that Wei Hu's life in the Mirror Underground Palace is much better than outside. Apart from Wei Hu's incident, Yaladowai City has also undergone earth-shaking changes in the past 100 days. The most important point is that the aerial city area that Gu Shi is going to build has also been built. Under the influence of the completion of the aerial city and the large-scale building upgrades, Yaladowai City's level has finally been pushed to level 11, and it is just a little bit short of deploying castles on the battlefield. Chapter 1564, 100-Day Development of Aridavi City. This is the progress, because the Sky City has just been built. In the past 100 days, Luna has focused most of her energy on the Sky City. Other aspects of the construction have also been handed over to the other contracted undead under Gu Shi. Otherwise, Aridavi City would have reached level 13 long ago, and the castle could be deployed to the outside world. Of course, the other contracted undead have also done something these days. For example, Shea's intelligence organization has been established, and it has officially started to operate. Every day, Shea would give Gu Shi some relatively detailed intelligence briefings. This thing was like a cheat for Gu Shi, allowing him to clearly know what he would encounter, or what he might accidentally miss. Princess Anna sorted out most of the troops. At the same time, taking advantage of the temporary free time, Princess Anna and Gu Shi also cleaned up the group book. This group book, which had been delayed for nearly a year, finally brought great benefits to Gu Shi and Princess Anna. The last thing the group fought was the weird apple tree, plus some projections of the Great Lord. The weird existence formed by the combination level exceeded level 20. The combat power was also quite strong. But Gu Shi at this time was no longer at the same level as before. Even if his current level has not been improved, but these days of learning, his various skill levels have made great progress. Not to mention that Gu Shi has soldiers close to level 45. Gu Shi did not use such high-end soldiers for this boss, just released the evil demon skeleton soldiers. The battle was almost over. The 16 or so group bosses that followed provided Gu Shi with more than 13,000 new undead soldiers, 6 new heroes, and 9 new city landscapes. Especially after the last weird apple tree was destroyed. A strange tree appeared on the evil mountain in the magic plant area. This tree has a similar effect to the blood maple that Gu Shi brought in before, both of which can absorb souls and dominate reincarnation. However, the quality of this strange tree is higher than that of the blood maple. As soon as it appeared, the environment of the magic plant area changed. If the elves of the Lettuce Principality had not reacted quickly, perhaps the plants in the magic planting area would have been affected. Even so, the big tree finally occupied an area with the blood maple tree, adding some new ideas to the richness of the plants in the magic planting area. The remaining new landscapes include a steel cannon on the steel gate. In the wisdom area of the magic area, there is a special library, etc. It can be said that the harvest of the group is quite great, and it was not in vain that Gu Shi dragged it for so long. Of course, after the group copy was finished, Gu Shi led people to brush the Westminster Abbey event copy again. This time, because the number of bosses killed was insufficient, no new group copy was opened. The number of Grand Princess Council Lords under Grand Princess Anna increased by 2. In this way, the number of Grand Princess Council Lords under Grand Princess Anna reached 8. The difference from the divination result of 9 was only the last one. However, the number of copies of the Westminster Abbey event had been used up, and Gu Shi could not reopen it again. During those days, Gu Shi had been thinking about where the hidden Ninth Lord came from. As for Catherine, during this period, she borrowed the power of the city of Aridov and established 9 caravans. Catherine's caravan was not an ordinary transport caravan, but an armed caravan with certain combat effectiveness. Each of these 9 caravans had a hero in charge of command. The caravan had more than 20,000 people, including more than 5,000 guard troops, and the rest were all transport troops. Because they exist as caravans, there are many camels in the transport troops, which are all transformed from wild animals killed by the disaster troops on the grassland. There are also some large carriages, which are good things made by the newly built carriage shop in the city. The most important point is that as undead, they don't need to bring any food. So every time the caravan travels, they can transport more than twice as much supplies as ordinary caravans. Of course, all these heroes and soldiers were brought by Catherine from Princess Anna. Soldiers are not bad. 5,000 regular troops, plus 15,000 miscellaneous soldiers and undead beasts. There are plenty of them in the city of Aridov. Sometimes Princess Anna doesn't need to arrange them. You can just go to the barracks and issue 2 tasks, and they'll be done. The most difficult part is actually the hero. Gu Shi himself has relatively few human heroes. The more important ones have been arranged, and Catherine is picky. She wants a hero who either has diplomacy or financial management skills, or logistics or pathfinding skills. Anyway, you can either make money, or transport more or faster. She doesn't want any other heroes. This unique request. Where can Princess Anna find them? Princess Anna has only found 5 such heroes for Catherine these days. Catherine can only find some heroes to replace the remaining 4. These 9 caravans, arranged by Catherine, also went to different game worlds. There are 4 caravans in total in this game world, 2 of which go to the Dragon Kingdom, where the products are the most abundant and the territory is vast. If we only arrange 1 caravan, there is no way to do business well in a short time. So Gu Shi arranged 2 caravans and raised his own flag. As the newly promoted Marquis of Longcheng, Gu Shi sent 2 caravans to buy a large amount of supplies, materials and information, and even the flesh and blood of some special beasts in the Dragon Country. This is all very reasonable. These 2 caravans were not stopped by anyone, but were maintained by the local government. 1 caravan was sent to the Newfong grassland. During this period, supplies were concentrated on the grassland. When cleaning up the bee slave tribe, many things were sold at a low price. When the caravan came here, it was just picking up a bargain. Another group was sent to the Omaticea rainforest. Although the Dragon Kingdom is calling for a westward expedition, it will take some time to actually send troops. It will take at least 1 or 2 years to reach the Omaticea rainforest. If something happens, it will take longer, not shorter. The business of the Omaticea rainforest and the surrounding areas depends on this caravan. There are many good things there. In addition to the light crystal ore that has been mined by Gu Shi, there are also special ores on the nearby plateau. Going further north, after passing the plateau, there is a large plain. There is a special kind of gold there, which is the target of this caravan. Chapter 1565. Something big happened in Yin City. Among the remaining 5 caravans, 3 of them followed the route of senior brother Gu Shi. They took turns to travel, and went to each house according to the addresses left by the senior brothers, ensuring that there would be a caravan ready to set off in the market area every day. The last 2 caravans went to the cities that Gu Shi had left in other games before, such as Jialong Blood Castle, Poison Peach Mountain, Blood Sacrifice Ridge, etc. The caravans would transport the most needed supplies to them, and also transport the specialties there back. It can be said that with these 9 caravans, the resources of Arida City finally spread and gradually became more and more abundant. As for Yen Ryu, who was still in Arida City, she spent time organizing the library in the magic area, and spent the rest of her time going to the mysterious academy where Gu Shi taught. Yen Ryu acted as a mysterious copyist in the mysterious academy. You can copy an orange quality 300 children's songs from Yen Ryu. Although this orange quality book is of no use, those who can enter the mysterious academy are all students of level 5 or so. They were lucky to have a purple item in their hands. Now an orange item appeared. Even if they didn't know what the orange book was for, the students would still happily copy the 300 children's songs. In such a short period of time, the number of 300 children's songs copied exceeded 10,000 times. The quality of 300 children's songs was also improved. As the key person to deal with this matter, Yen Ryu was also affected at this time. The enhancement of 300 children's songs, when it was copied 1,000 times, and 10,000 times, was all blessed on her. Gu Shi was a little surprised at first, but after thinking about it, it was Yen Ryu who recommended 300 children's songs, not Gu Shi. Besides, it was just an orange prop. Gu Shi was not so excited. He just looked at Yen Ryu's situation. He found that after copying 1,000 times, Yen Ryu not only doubled her intelligence, but also gained an ability called magic reading. With this ability, Yen Ryu can use magic to read some encrypted texts and convert them into the correct meaning. When copying 10,000 times, Yen Ryu's intelligence doubled, and she could learn all elemental spells. This time, she could really learn, instead of having to reach the level of Earth Master to learn Earth Forbidden spells. Here, as long as you have a place to learn, you can learn anything you want. This directly raised Yen Ryu's combat power to a relatively high level. At least among the contracted undead, Yen Ryu is not the worst one. The 2 contracted undeads, who were still in Yin City, because they had no way to return to the city of Aridov, they had been in a state of freedom. Lingxi was better. She could still deliver meals to Gu Shi every day, and sometimes Gu Shi could know Lingxi's situation when he dreamed. Yif was not so good. Her research had been interrupted for more than 100 days, and now she was copying various ancient books at the Hades University every day. Sometimes, while copying, Yif was thinking, she had to go back to do research, do experiments, and not copy here every day. Such things should be left to Yen Ryu. But the situation in Yin City is changing every day. Even if Gu Shi wants to, he can't change people. Gu Shi can only arrange some more difficult tasks for Eve, such as asking her to find books about the future of Taishan Lord at the Underworld University. Eve can only agree to this matter. But every time she gathers in the dream, she will ask Catherine to help her find various experimental materials. As for Yen Ryu, who has always been complained by Eve, her relationship with Eve is relatively good. After all, both of them will be responsible for the management of the magic zone in the future, and the development of both sides is not very conflicting. How could there be any big conflicts between the two? On the contrary, the relationship between the two is quite good in private, especially when they complain to each other that they could not exchange positions. Their relationship was like that of sisters. In addition, there are some scattered changes. All of this is the result of Gu Shi's efforts during this period. Because in his spare time, in addition to reading and studying, Gu Shi spent all his time in the city of Aridavi. So this time, the changes in the city of Aridavi, Gu Shi can be said to have witnessed the changes with his own eyes. Today was no exception. Gu Shi, like usual, finished learning what he needed to learn today on the grass of Dragon City. Then he looked at his own skills and experience, and then looked back at the Dragon City castle under construction. He nodded with satisfaction. The construction workers of Dragon City Castle were not undead, but dragon craftsmen transferred from the Kingdom of Dragon. They used the skills of building the Great Wall. As for the design of the bunker, it was provided by Gu Shi, because it was considered that this was the place where undead dragons lived and gathered. The design would be enlarged. The entire castle is divided into the main castle and 3 secondary castles, and the area they occupy is naturally the hill in the center of Dragon City. All the trees on the hill have been cut down long ago, and the bricks baked on site by Gu Shi are the materials for building the castle. The result of such reinforcement is that even if the dragon directly spews dragon flames, the built part will not be affected. Even if this castle is not strengthened, it can at least last for 100 to 500 years. If the castle is strengthened with dragons or undead after it is built, it will last longer. And this is exactly what Gu Shi wanted. Just as Gushi nodded, he found that his eyes were dark. Gushi frowned. What was going on? It was only a few hours now. It was not time for dinner yet. Why did Lingxi drag him into the dream? At this moment, all the contracted undead under Gushi appeared. Looking at the subordinates who appeared, Gushi knew that something was wrong, something must have happened. So Gushi asked hurriedly. At this time, Lingxi hurriedly said, Sir, something happened in Yinzadu. Did the red suit of Yinzadu appear and bind it? When he heard that something happened in Yinzadu, Gushi thought of this situation at the first time. The disciples trained by Gong Lingyu had to get stuck in the game because of this incident. And it was delayed for such a long time. If Gong Lingyu returned with the red suit bound, it would not be Lingxi who heard the news and told Gushi in his dream, but several senior brothers who took the initiative to contact them and told them that they could go back. So when Lingxi said the big thing, Gushi's first reaction was like this. Chapter 1566 Red Dress Runs Away. No. Sir, red dress bred in Yin City has run away. Poof! Hearing Lingxi's words, Gushi spit out a mouthful of saliva. What happened? Gushi asked in surprise. I heard from several aunties in the building that it seems that 30 days ago, the red dress bred in Yin City had a problem. It flew directly out of the owner's hand. It seems that there was a problem when the owner bound it, and he failed to control the red dress. After the red suit disappeared, the owner immediately chased after it. But it was said that the red suit flew into the game, and the owner also entered the game. This matter was first discovered by the boss, who had been paying attention to the owner's situation. It was said that the boss had originally had the opportunity to snatch the binding opportunity of the red suit, but was intercepted by someone else. The boss was unwilling to accept it and kept watching this matter. But he never thought that the red suit would run away. So the boss also entered the game to snatch it. And he has not returned yet. Lingxi quickly told the news she had heard. The news came out about 10 days ago. At first, no one believed it. But some well-informed people went to check the situation. After finding out that the red suit was obtained, the holder who was being bound to it really disappeared. The news spread outward. And now many old men and women who had not entered the game for many years have also entered the game. The whole Yin City is going crazy. Hearing Lingxi's words, Gushi's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. But fortunately, he is the kind of person who can keep his mind steady. He asked seriously, Do you know what the red suit is this time? The news was blocked before. But after the red suit ran away, no one blocked it anymore. I heard that this red dress was created in the underground cave, one of the 10 scenic spots in Yin City. Underground cave? The information about this place flashed through Gushi's mind quickly. Gushi had been to the underground cave, which is a scenic spot located half underground in Yin City. From the outside, it looks like a building that has been weathered for thousands of years and randomly piled on the ground. From here, you can walk out from many places, like a maze, but it is not a maze. It is underground, but it has not gone deep into the real underground where the Yin people bury their bones and corpses. This place was not supposed to be a scenic spot. It was supposed to be a collection point of abandoned construction waste in Yin City. But for the undead, there was nothing that could not be used. So under the treatment of some undead bosses, the garbage dump became a cave, where the undead could feel the power of the earth. Some undead that were about to break were placed here, and they could also absorb the power of the earth and piece themselves together again. This could be regarded as a wild hospital for the undead, because this cave is connected in all directions. It is full of holes. Sometimes when the wind blows, there will be bursts of ghost howling. Therefore, this scenery is also called the Ghost Howling Cave. It is used to make up the number of the 10 scenes in Yin City. But Gushi could never have imagined that one of the 10 scenes that made up the number could actually give birth to a red dress in advance. At this time, Lingxi said, I heard that this red dress is called the Ghost Flower. But no one knows the specific situation. Ghost Flower? Gushi thought about it, and quickly took out the origin of the undead and started to read it. But these are not recorded in the origin of the undead. I don't know how this thing was thought up, how it was strengthened, and how it was nurtured. After closing the origin of the undead in his hand, Gushi looked up at Lingxi. I see, you should pay more attention to the news of this nether spirit flower, and let me know if there is anything. Gushi didn't want to join the team that was grabbing the nether spirit flower. But the problem is that she might not be able to grab it now. Now the whole Yin City knows about this matter. Even those semi-retired old men and women have taken action. If he squeezes in now, he will be snatched away by others for so many rounds. Gushi will not be so stubborn as to rush in as soon as he hears about the red suit. If he really wants to grab the red suit, the axe of creation is the closest thing to Gushi when Zulong was enthroned. Gushi could bear not to grab the red suit at that time. And now he can let go of this news. After hearing what Gushi said, everyone present also understood Gushi's plan. This red suit is not for them. They can just stand aside and watch the fun. He is only at level 12, and he is already thinking about getting red equipment. Does he really think the game world is a fair and safe world? Just think about the number of players who went to find the ghost flower this time. And you will know that Gushi had no choice but to die. For Gushi's choice, his contracted undead naturally wouldn't say anything. At this moment, Shea suddenly asked, "Sir, when you saw the axe of creation upgrade from orange to red, why didn't you think of grabbing it?" Hearing this question, Gushi smiled helplessly. "I thought about it. More was there at the time. And the undead dragon beside her could be released at any time. I thought at the time that if I set an undead dragon above level 40 to grab one, maybe there would be a chance to grab the axe of creation. It doesn't matter if there is no dragon city at that time. I know which is more important. A dragon city or a red suit." But just as I was about to make a move, a feeling suddenly flashed through my mind. The axe of creation is already bound to the ancestral dragon. If you want to grab the axe of creation, you have to face the binding mechanism of the axe of creation. Hearing this, all the contracted undead looked at Gushi. In fact, they were all a little confused about Gushi's choice. It's not that he couldn't beat Zulong, but it was unreasonable not to take the red suit. At this time, Gushi said with certainty, "I could feel it very clearly at that time. The axe of creation was emitting an attitude towards everyone. The red suit was already bound. If you want to grab the red suit, you have to kill Zulong." And Zulong died, the world opened. After Zulong died, the power bound to the axe of creation would destroy the whole world. If there is no way to survive the destruction of the entire game world, don't think about opening the axe of creation. This feeling lasted only a moment. After that, Zulong had completed the Fengshan ceremony and left under the protection of his men. I regretted it afterwards. I regretted not taking action immediately. I also regretted being frightened by this feeling and missing the best opportunity. But after a few days of calming down, I felt that I was not so impulsive. "Why?" Shea asked curiously. "You won't believe it. But in the next few days, I was able to find some things in the Newfang grassland. It records that this game world has been restarted several times. And every time, the axe of creation finally fell into Zulong's hands. This is someone taking this opportunity to warn me that some things can be borrowed, but not stolen." Chapter 1567 Gongling Yu successfully mastered the demon sword. Borrow? Everyone looked at Gushi in confusion. Yes, borrow. You will know about this matter in due time. Let's stop here today. Gushi didn't want to say anything more. Waving his hand, he let Lingxi disband the current dream meeting. When he returned to Longcheng, Gushi couldn't help but sigh and looked up. The construction of Longcheng did not change due to the previous impact. What happened just now was just like a dream. Sitting on the grass that had turned into the underworld, Gushi found a stone that looked like an egg, with a word engraved on it. The word was quite strange, and it looked like a Pegasus in the sky was flying on something. Normally, this kind of hieroglyphics is the most difficult to learn. But for some reason, when he took out the stone, Gushi knew that the word on it meant 3. I didn't believe you. You said you wanted to bind the red suit at level 60. As long as you have the red suit, it will be fine. If you want to bind a red suit between level 40 and 60, you need to have enough strength to suppress it, and spend time to polish it. If you want to bind a red suit between level 20 and 40, you need to get the red suit's approval and be compatible with it. If you want to bind a red suit above level 20, it must be either inherited from the previous generation, or a companion red suit, or you can make it yourself, and use the red suit that has been nurtured for the first time. Now, the red suit that has been nurtured will run. So what else can't be done? Gushi muttered, and put the stone away. At this time, Gushi already understood that he must have been fooled. But Gushi's current level, vision, and experience were insufficient, and he was not sure about the situation behind the red suit. It was normal to be fooled. After suffering this loss, Gushi would not suffer this loss again next time. Gushi looked up at the sky. At this time, with Dragon City as the center, a dark red crack was slowly expanding to the west. This was the influence left by the axe of creation, and this influence is still slowly expanding. This also proves the power of the acts of creation. Just when Gu Shi was about to look away, a Rubik's Cube-like thing jumped out in front of Gu Shi. This is someone sending a message to Gu Shi. But the scene in front of him still surprised Gu Shi. This Rubik's Cube is Suzhou's special messenger, but since Gu Shi entered this game, he has lost contact with several brothers. Before the time is up, these brothers should not be able to contact Gu Shi. Looking at the Rubik's Cube in front of him, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment. At this time, the Rubik's Cube automatically decomposed, revealing the information inside. Junior brother, the teacher has completed the binding of the demon sword and came out of the small game world in advance. We can now return to Yin City. A big thing has happened in Yin City now. I hope junior brother can come back quickly, and don't miss this good opportunity. Seeing the news brought by the Rubik's Cube, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Gong Lingyu to complete the binding of the demon sword in advance. In this way, the demon sword completely belongs to Gong Lingyu. Even if someone wants to kill Gong Lingyu, the demon sword has a countermeasure. Just like the warning given to Gu Shi by Kaiki on Axe before. If someone wants to snatch the bound red suit, they will definitely be hit by the red suit from all directions. So as long as they are not the kind of people who are almost dying and are going to risk their lives, most people will not be stupid enough to snatch the bound red suit. For this reason, Gong Lingyu is now safe. And as Gong Lingyu's disciples, you can go back now. However, the big event that Suzhou mentioned in the message reminded Gu Shi of what Ling Shi had just said. The big event that Suzhou mentioned. I'm afraid it's not about the nether spirit flower. If that's the case, then it's really a big event. However, Suzhou wouldn't have any thoughts. Would he? Gu Shi was not surprised at all that Suzhou and his team could get such news. He could leave a few people in Yin City. And Suzhou and his team would naturally leave corresponding people. As long as they themselves don't appear in Yin City. And cut off the passage to Yin City. So that people can't find their respective death cities. Then they will be safe. Contacting his subordinates is nothing. Gu Shi thought for a while, and took out the contact cube left by Suzhou from his pocket. Then he adjusted it according to the appearance of the cube in front of him. Gu Shi still remembered what Suzhou said when he handed the contact cube to him. My cube can lock my position by the appearance of the cube. No matter where I am, whether there is a way to communicate or not, as long as the cube is adjusted correctly, the information can be sent to me. Your owl is no good. There are some places you can't go, and some places you will be attacked. You should actually be like me, mastering an arcane messenger. At that time, Gu Shi did not have so many thoughts. On the one hand, he was already used to using owls, and the owl building could be upgraded. After the upgrade, the number of owls would increase, and the abilities of owls would also be improved. Some owls have the ability to find people, some owls are aggressive, and some owls can break through time and space, enter the game and reality, and send letters to impossible places. Gu Shi also believed that his messenger would grow slowly, and he had no idea of changing a messenger temporarily. Now Gu Shi did not have the idea of sending an owl to deliver the letter. Suzhou would send the letter with the Rubik's Cube, and transform in front of Gu Shi, which must be because his current position was a little different. Gu Shi knew what he meant by sending the Rubik's Cube. So Gu Shi transformed it according to the previous Rubik's Cube transformation process, and then wrote a note and put it in. Brother Su, I already know. But I'm afraid I can't leave the game now. I still need to stay in this game for 20 to 30 days. I am afraid I will not be able to get out in a short time. If the teacher needs anything, please help me first, and I will deal with it after I go out. In addition, I have heard about the major events that happened in Yin City. I also have some ideas about this matter. But I am trapped in the game now. It will take some time to complete the task. I am afraid I can't participate in this matter. Gu Shi wrote quickly. Although there are some excuses in it. One thing is true. That is, he really can't leave now. The Dragon City Castle is under construction. Judging from the current speed, it will take at least 20 to 30 days to complete. Gu Shi must personally monitor this matter. After all, he has been cheated for so long, he should get some interest back. So it doesn't matter if people fight for the red dress outside, now no one is more important than his Dragon City. Chapter 1568 Red Dress Exhibition 1 year later. After sending the letter to Suzhou, Gu Shi received letters from several other senior brothers one after another. Most of them also received the news that Gong Lingyu had bound the demon sword, and had come out of the small game world. As Gong Lingyu's disciples, they are now safe. Now they can leave the trapped game at any time and return to the real world. Of course, If the tasks in the game are not completed, you can also stay in the game for a few more days. Most players will understand this situation. Not everyone happens to have nothing to do when they receive the news, so the players' gatherings are often arranged in advance. And if they cannot participate, they will also explain in advance. Now everyone knows that most of their fellow apprentices are in the game, so they will not rush to leave. After several exchanges, Gushi finally got a good news. Gong Lingyu is ready to take the demon sword to the capital of the real world, Tiandu City, to register. After that, she will return to Yinzadu to hold a red dress display conference. As a disciple of Gong Lingyu, regardless of whether you have graduated or not, you have a place to participate. After that, Gong Lingyu's status in the martial arts world will be improved. She will be one of the more than 1,000 people with the highest status in the real world. This kind of status in the martial arts world is not based on level or record, but directly obtained by getting the red suit. Such people are called red suit bosses in the real world. Of course, some people secretly call them red sticks. For such things, Gushi must participate. The Red Suit Exhibition Conference, this is a good opportunity that may not come once in hundreds of years. On the one hand, it is to prove to the players that this big guy is not bragging, he really has a red suit in his hand. If there is no such step, even if you have a red suit, others will not admit it. On the other hand, it is also to win over allies. After all, after the red suit is bound, it only improves the status of the world, and the level is not improved, and the industry is not increased. Although because of the protection of the red suit, others dare not do anything to you. But outside the game world, there are no conspiracies. On the contrary, there are more of them. Even with Gushi's level, he can think of many, such as blocking the source of income, or luring people into the game and trapping them. This kind of method is hard to guard against. Players who have bound red clothes either have extremely strong power, or are lone wolves who have fought their way out, otherwise, they have to hold such a red clothes display conference. At the conference, they contact and win over some allies, so that when something goes wrong, there will be people to help. As a mentor at the Hades University, Gong Lingyu also has her own identity and status in other places. Not to mention that she has so many students under her. She naturally cannot be a lone wolf. Therefore, showing off her red clothes to the outside world has become Gong Lingyu's best choice. Gong Lingyu must do this detective work beautifully. Establish her status in the world. In 1 year, Gong Lingyu can call back all her graduated disciples. At the same time, she can also spread this news. However, for Gushi, this actually has no impact. With a year of buffer time, Gushi can not only complete the game world in front of him, but also study at the Hades University for a period of time. Although there is Origin of the Undead, there is still a difference between self-study and being taught. Although Origin of the Undead is written in a simple and easy to understand way, there are still some things in it that are beyond Gushi's knowledge. Now Gushi has been a little stuck in learning. At the same time, most of Gushi's passive skill levels have passed 10 or even 15 levels in the process of learning. At this time, Gushi also found that the level of these passive skills was increasing more and more slowly. Gushi understood that it was because the things he had been exposed to were too low-end. If he wanted to go further, he had to learn something more advanced. It's like someone constantly learning mathematics. At the beginning, he can definitely improve his experience by practicing addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, but after reaching a certain level, if he wants to learn again, he must be exposed to and learn more advanced things. At least some things need someone to lead the way. Seeing that he had too much experience overflowed, Gushi had made up his mind. After returning, he would use all the overflowing experience to learn passive skills. Learn these passive skills to level 20 as soon as possible, and start their own promotion path. Stop dragging the level down. In Origin of the Undead, Gushi had already seen that. For most skills and passive skills, level 20 is a threshold. Just like when the player level is 20, a combat aura will be added. When skills and passive skills reach level 20, some promotion options will be added. The promotion book of necromancy is an example. The same is true for other situations. When the skill level reaches level 40 and 60, there will be other changes. For players, if they can upgrade all the skills specified by their profession to level 20 or above before they reach level 15, they will get great benefits when they break through level 15. When they break through level 20, the battle aura that appears will change from being unselectable to being selectable. Just this point alone can make many reckless players sit down and study seriously. Most professions will also indicate which are the most critical passive skills of the profession. Some professions even divide the branches very finely. For example, in the necromancer, there are branches such as poison and curse. Even if you choose the necromancy route, there will be branches such as bone, zombie and ghost. Now Gushi already knows what route he is going to take, and naturally knows what he needs to learn. He has been making up for his lessons during this period. Now the notebook in Gushi's hand has recorded too many things he doesn't know yet. These are all things he needs to learn later. After he gets out, he will go to the Hades University to study. No matter what happens, he will not leave Yin City. Gushi doesn't believe it. What else can happen in Yin City this time? Even if Yin City has another red dress conceived, it has nothing to do with Gonglingyu. Gushi doesn't need to think about the red dress. Just study honestly. In this way, another year can pass. Maybe if it is delayed for a while, the note of his death will pass. At that time, he can improve himself, study hard, and wait for graduation. Thinking of this, Gushi put away all the letters in his hand. Then he took out a few books he had just changed, and studied hard there. Looking at the experience prompt that took a long time to jump, Gushi hoped for the first time that time would pass faster. Chapter 1569 The Last Secret Ceremony. Since the last news, 11 days have passed. The outer shell of the Dragon City Castle has been almost built. What is missing now is the interior decoration. The dragon craftsmen who were working withdrew, and the leader walked up to Gushi. My lord, we have built the castle according to your requirements. Now what is missing is the interior decoration. See if there is anything else you need. Do you want me to build another road for you here? The road inside Dragon City is not needed. I will find a way myself. You can handle the road outside Dragon City by yourselves. Gushi shook his head. In fact, Gushi had never thought about building any roads in Dragon City at the beginning. Roads are convenient for people to confirm their location and to walk. But who will live in Dragon City in the future? All of them are flying undead dragons. If Dragon City was not on the ground, Gushi would have wanted to uproot Dragon City and send it directly into the air. What roads are needed here? Undead dragons are rushing, so let them fly by themselves. As for confirming the location, the castle is so big. Who can't see it? Of course, we shouldn't do that. But Gushi didn't object to them building a road outside Dragon City, because Gushi would need this road for the next thing. After hearing what Gushi said, the dragon craftsmen didn't ask for anything more. In their opinion, their work was done. The decoration of the interior of the castle was Gushi's own business. After all, they didn't know what kind of decoration style Gushi wanted. But they didn't expect that, after the Dragon City Castle was built, Gushi performed a secret ceremony again. This secret ceremony can be said to be the end of the secret ceremony he arranged in Dragon City. It is just like Mount Tai. There is a Mount Tai in the world of the living, and a Mount Tai mansion in the underworld. Gushi has been waiting on the one hand. He is waiting for the construction of the castle on the other hand. He is waiting for the infiltration and contamination of Yin Qi, negative energy, and dragon blood into the Dragon City area. If possible, Gushi originally planned to stay here until a few days before he quit the game to perform this secret ceremony and complete the treatment of Dragon City. But now that so many things have happened in Yin City, Gonglingyu has also returned. Gushi had to advance this secret ceremony. After calling moreover, Gushi flew to the castle as soon as possible, reaching out to touch the heavy stones on the castle. Looking at the cracks on the west side that were split by the axe of creation, Gushi said lightly, "More. How are you controlling Longcheng?" "Don't worry, sir. It's completely under control." "Then let's get ready to start. We only have one chance," Gushi said as he raised the secret realm sword staff, turned it into a staff, and quickly chanted a spell there. Moore nodded affirmatively. She immediately stepped on the head of the bone dragon and flew towards the high platform where the bronze tripod was placed. As Gushi chanted, the ground changed color rapidly. The green grass on the ground turned into a special scarlet color. Drops of dew like flowers were dripping down the grass leaves into the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was found that some faint blood-colored mist began to appear on the entire Dragon City grassland. It was not until Moore landed on the high platform and took out the dragon blood bottle stored in the bronze tripod that the blood-colored mist settled. At this time, Gushi stood at the top of the Dragon City Castle and took mysterious steps. All of these were learned from the secret records of the Lord of Mount Tai, and were a method of the Lord of Mount Tai. However, Gu Shi made some adjustments based on the origin of the undead and some of his own knowledge. Now this thing has become Gu Shi's unique secret ritual. When Gu Shi was preparing, Huangquan Dragon Robe also appeared behind Gu Shi, and he was also part of this secret ritual. Now he is waiting for Gu Shi's secret ritual to reach the last step, because at the last step, Gu Shi had other things to do, and Huangquan Long Pao had to take over the processing of this step of the secret ceremony. Gu Shi made this clear to Huangquan Long Pao and more at the beginning. When more landed on the high platform, Gu Shi also felt it. He could see that the blood-colored mist above Longsheng slowly condensed into blood beads. Seeing the whole grassland begin to turn blood red, Gu Shi also raised the Secret Realm Sword Staff. At this time, the Secret Realm Sword Staff took the initiative to turn into a long sword, and pointed directly at the sky. More, who was far away on the high platform, also raised the Dragon Blood Bottle, and drew it out. All the red blood was sucked back into the Dragon Blood Bottle. At the same time, the Dragon City grassland returned to its original appearance, and even looked as if it had just been washed by rain. Clean and clear. Now, the man wearing the Huangquan Dragon Robe heard it, and quickly took Gu Shi's place. The next moment, the Dragon City area was shaken, and the sky became dark again. Time seemed to have been adjusted by someone, and it moved directly from noon to midnight. The ground changed into another shape. This was the result of Gu Shi's secret ritual, the part of Dragon City that was to be moved to the underworld. Gu Shi did not take action immediately at this time. He walked to the edge of the castle, looked down, and a smile appeared on Gu Shi's face. It is true. As the holy land of the Newfound Grassland, Dragon City is also the place where the great Khans of all generations were buried. Zulong split a road to the sky with an axe, completing the Fengshan ceremony of Dragon City. After that, Dragon City was taken by Gu Shi. Zulong was a rather generous being. He did not want the bodies of the great Khans buried under the hills of Dragon City, and other dragon people would not want them either. So these bodies were buried. Under Gu Shi's secret ritual, the bodies slowly became part of Dragon City. Moore did not object to these bodies. In Moore's view, no matter what these great Khans were like when they were alive, their bodies after death could be used to make undead dragons. Burying them here would be good for Dragon City. And now, as the last step of the secret ceremony began, the bodies of these great Khans turned into white bones, crawled out from under the Dragon City Castle, and merged into the Dragon City Castle one by one. As they merged, the Dragon City Castle slowly turned into a ghost style. A black castle, skeleton statues, moss and bloodstains, which did not look like a proper castle at all. The castle changed very quickly, and all the changes were completed in just a blink of an eye. Even the decorations inside the castle were filled in at this time, and there was no need for Gu Shi to deal with it. At this time, Gu Shi also took out a stone as big as an egg from his pocket. He raised the stone very seriously, and squeezed it hard in his hand. Snap! The stone was crushed by Gu Shi, and an ancient copper battle axe appeared in Gu Shi's hand. He slashed down heavily towards the sky. Open the sky. Chapter 1570 Dragon City Underworld, Success. One axe splits the sky. Gu Shi didn't expect that. He could do such a thing. This was after he was deceived into suppressing the idea of grabbing the red dress on the spot. I don't know whether it was the consciousness of the axe of splitting the sky, or the reward from the heaven of this world. No matter where he is, Gu Shi can borrow the power of the axe of splitting the sky 3 times. And this time, Gu Shi is going to borrow the power of splitting the sky to move Dragon City back to the Mirror Underground Palace. This is not simply cutting off this piece of land, rolling it up into a deed, and taking it away. If it was just like that, there would be no need to use the red suit. Gu Shi would want more. He would only take away the underworld body of Dragon City, and the earthly part would remain in this game. The Dragon City on the Newfound Grassland would still be there, and the entire Newfound Grassland's land veins would eventually flow here. It's like everyone knows that Mount Tai is the territory of the Lord of Mount Tai, but Feng Sikan will still go to Mount Tai. The difficulty would be increased by many times. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, this axe that opens the sky is not only opening the sky of this game world. At this time, in the deepest part of the Mirror Underground Palace, countless stars flashed in the darkness. And under the stars, something seemed to be sleeping. Suddenly, the stars sleeping in the darkness exploded like fireworks. The chaotic stars ran back and forth in the darkness, as if they wanted to jump out of the darkness, but couldn't find a way. The next moment, all the stars quickly gathered together to form an eye. Under the attention of the Eye of Starlight, a red light broke through the air and split the mirror underground palace into two pieces. One of them is bigger, occupying 4/5 of the space, which is exactly where the starlight is. Another one is smaller, which is the reflection of Westminster Abbey, apple trees, and other major buildings in Victoria's City. The most important thing here is of course Gushi's Aladovi City. Between the two spaces, there is a red light as a bridge, as well as a barrier, connecting the two spaces and separating everything. The eye can't see everything behind the red light, and can't see the lost space. At this time, the changes in the Mirror Palace were not over. At the other end of the small Mirror Palace, the void was slowly solidifying, and a new land appeared. It can be seen that this small space that was cut out has the ability to expand on its own. The eyes made of starlight narrowed, and the starlight that made up the eyes dispersed. Then a human figure made of starlight appeared at the location where the space was cut. This human figure was wrapped in a black robe like a mirror, and a red hat on his head. His body looked like a straight barrel. As he walked forward, his body rose and fell, which looked quite strange. Wherever he walked, the strange shadows that appeared nearby and the trees that were twisted by strange forces all bowed their heads towards the place where he was walking. When he reached the place where the space was cut, he lifted up his robe. Under the robe was a nebula composed of countless starlight, lightning, and eyes composed of soil and fire jumping around. When he stood at the edge of the space, he did not bow his head, and the eyes flew up by themselves to observe the edge of the space. In his eyes, the space where the cut was made was quite smooth, like a mirror, and the effect of the cut could not be seen at all. This kind of power, this man could not do it. Looking up again, the red light curtain in front of him had blocked everything. Even if he stood here, he could not see clearly what was behind the red light curtain. Victoria City. The man thought for a while, and made a rather hoarse voice. As soon as the man finished speaking, the nearby ghosts took action. In their opinion, the man wanted to attack Victoria's City. Although this was a habitual attack over the years, the man spoke up this time, which meant that this action was very important, and they had to consider how to attack Victoria's City next. However, the man and the ghost here did not know that behind the red light curtain that they could not see through, a new piece of land was slowly emerging. This piece of land was the Dragon City that Gushi had transformed into the underworld and transported in. In the game world, Gushi did not feel anything yet. But after moving Dragon City into the Mirror Underground Palace, Gushi felt that Dragon City was a bit too big. The entire Dragon City was actually 1/10 the size of the land cut off from the edge of Yaladowai City. And Gushi's Yaladowai City only occupied less than 1,000th of this land. The entire Dragon City location can directly accommodate nearly 100 complete Yaladowai cities. In fact, Gushi didn't know that this size ratio, in addition to the fact that the Dragon City area itself is relatively large, there is also the reason for the Taishan Mansion Lord's secret ceremony. The normal underworld is the projection of the earthly world. Although the style is the same, the size is about 10 to 1,000 times that of the earthly world. The size of the Dragon City castle in front of us is just the beginning. As the Dragon City underworld becomes more and more famous, the territory will become larger and larger. In the end, it may even exceed the size of the territory of Aridavi City. However, now is not the time to consider the size of the territory. Instead, after the Dragon City is spliced with the territory of the Mirror Underground Palace, a large amount of yin chi and negative energy began to spread outward. On one side of the Dragon City was a red light curtain that blocked the prince's sight. The yin chi rebounded and flowed back from here. Finally, all the yin chi and negative energy could only flow in another direction. In this direction, the originally quiet Aridov City actually shook at this moment. All the undead looked in the direction of the cracked ground. The undead aura emanating from them resonated with the yin chi and negative energy flowing out of the Dragon City. Standing on the Dragon City castle in the Yang world, Gushi slowly let go of his hand, and the shadow of the axe of creation was slowly dispersing from his hand. At the same time, Gushi noticed that the Dragon City castle had returned to its original appearance. The changes brought about by the Great Khan's corpse crawling out of the ground and integrating into the city had all disappeared. At the same time, the undead dragons stationed in the Dragon City area also disappeared one by one. Looking at the Dragon City that had returned to its clean grassland style, Gushi looked up at the sky. The living world belongs to the living world, and the underworld belongs to the underworld. This is what the City of Death means. Gushi had just finished speaking when he saw Moore, who was on a high platform in the distance, disappearing in the red light. At the same time, Moore's dragon blood bottle was also sent away, leaving only the bronze tripod on the high platform. Gushi thought seriously at this time, raised his hand, and the floating spirit Ika appeared behind him. Please help me contact the eldest son of Zulong. I want to discuss with him about the development of the grassland in Longcheng. Chapter 1571 Return to Yin City. 3 days later, Yin City Lingyu Industrial Zone. A portal suddenly lit up. Gushi, who had changed back into normal clothes, strode out of the portal. During the last 3 days in the game world, Gushi contacted the eldest son of Zulong, who was guarding the Newfang grassland, and discussed with him about the arrangements for Longcheng grassland. Because Longcheng grassland and Longcheng are so large, all of them are Gushi's fiefdom. In fact, he only needs to be responsible for the construction of his own fiefdom, and he doesn't need to take care of other places. If Gushi was a dragon from the dragon country, it might be more troublesome to manage this fiefdom. But Gushi was not a dragon from the dragon country at all. Although all the things related to the undead dragon in Dragon City were moved to the Dragon City plot on the other side of the Mirror Underground Palace, he had no intention of building a Dragon City here. In addition, this place has now become a grassland with abundant water and grass. In the end, Gushi simply turned this place into the starting point of his own caravan. He planted his battle flag on the top of the Dragon City castle, which was to determine the ownership of this Dragon City. From now on, apart from Gushi's men, only caravans can enter the Dragon City area. As for the safety of Dragon City, there is no need to consider it. Gushi directly put his own battle flag on the top of the Dragon City castle, and then marked the territory. It was not much. When Gushi went back this time, he only took half of the disaster troops, and the remaining half of the war wolves were released nearby. If someone wants to attack Dragon City, the war wolves wandering nearby will rush there as soon as possible. Gushi still believed in the fighting power of the war wolves. After telling his thoughts to the eldest son of Zulong, Gushi made his bottom line clear. Gushi would not participate in the power struggle within the dragon country, but no one should think of taking his territory. If someone really wanted to take action on his territory, then Gushi's city gate would be opened at any time to send out a sufficient number of undead. As for the location of the opening, it might not be in Dragon City, nor in the Newfang grassland. It might also be inside the dragon country, such as the location where Gushi's caravan arrived. Regarding Gushi's request and threat, the eldest son of Zulong was relatively easy to talk to. He assured Gushi in front of him that as long as the Dragon Kingdom was still there, Gushi would be the Marquis of Dragon City, and Dragon City would be Gushi's fiefdom. No one dared to mess around in the grassland of Dragon City. Gushi was willing to believe this. After completing this matter, Gushi returned to the Dragon Kingdom once again, and then he quit the game. The situation when he quit the game was completely different from the situation when he entered. Without such a troublesome transfer, he directly followed the route specified by the game, found the node to quit the game, and left quickly. However, Gushi did not expect that. As soon as he left the game, he would appear in the Lingyu Industrial Zone. At the same time, he did not expect that the Lingyu Industrial Zone in front of him seemed to have changed. The open space in the Industrial Zone was full of people. The original Lingyu Industrial Zone was just one of the many office spaces in Yin City. Most of the industries here were owned by Gong Lingyu and his disciples, mainly producing some special undead bodies, or some undead weapons and equipment. In addition to the players who work here, only Gong Lingyu's disciples would come here to gather. Gushi has been here many times, but he has never seen as many people as he has this time. Looking at the bustling crowd, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Junior brother, you're here." Just then, Gushi heard a voice behind him. Gushi looked back and found Suzhou raising his hand to greet him. Besides Suzhou, there were several players standing. After Suzhou whispered a few words to these players, he quickly walked to Gushi's side. It seems that junior brother has gained a lot this time. That's good. Finally, I have time to calm down and study. By the way, senior brother Su, what's going on here? Why are there so many people? I don't know who spread the news about the red costume exhibition. Some friends couldn't get tickets, so they came here to block us brothers, who came out early, wanting to spend some money to buy some tickets. Suzhou talked about the situation here, but seeing his excited face, Gushi knew that Sudi didn't mind the arrival of these people at all. So that's how it is. I thought something had happened here. As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, several players noticed Gu Shi. They were watching Gu Shi's every move, guessing whether Gu Shi was Gong Lingyu's disciple, or a competitor like them who came to grab the admission ticket. At this moment, a white jade-like human body walked in front of Gu Shi. "My lord. You are here. You seem to have changed a little. How have you been recently?" The human body that appeared in front of Gu Shi was Yu, the contracted puppet under Gu Shi. When Gu Shi left Yin City, he was always arranged in Lingyu Industrial Zone to participate in the dungeon challenge here. As the main tank, the contract puppet Yu, he can participate in a normal dungeon once a week and get the corresponding rewards. Gu Shi was away for more than 100 days this time, and the contract puppet Yu participated in nearly 20 dungeon challenges. In other words, he has selected equipment 20 times. The contract puppet is a very powerful existence, and he knows very well what he wants. When choosing equipment, he always considers that he can use it immediately, and exerts his full strength. As for the quality, contract puppet Jade never worries, because he himself is not affected by the negative effects of purple quality, and the equipment installed in his body, no matter what quality, can be upgraded to purple level. With these two items, plus Gu Shi's request before leaving, contract puppet Jade got quite a lot of good things. But he is a smart man, not like a nouveau riche, who hangs everything on his body. At this time, he was carrying a not-so-big round shield on his back, wearing an ordinary leather armor, and holding a small hand axe in his hand. Just by looking at this outfit, you can tell that these pieces of equipment are all of purple quality. At the same time, Gu Shi also noticed that there were two inconspicuous tattoos on the wrist of the contract puppet Yu. In addition, when he just started talking, Gu Shi also noticed that there was an additional flexible eye on his tongue. These are the changes of the contract puppet Yu during this period of time. The contract puppet Yu did not show Gu Shi too much about himself. He just stood behind Gu Shi quickly, ready to protect Gu Shi at any time. Chapter 1572 Going Home. With one move of the contract puppet Yu, the people present knew Gu Shi's identity. Some nearby players quickly gathered around and introduced themselves quickly. Some players, who couldn't squeeze and even took out their business cards or contact information and stuffed them into Gu Shi's hands. It was clear that they wanted to get to know Gu Shi, but they didn't know how to start. Gu Shi was quite speechless about this situation. However, the contract puppet Yu quickly stepped forward and blocked most of the impact for Gu Shi. Gu Shi quickly took 2 steps back and stood in a relatively safe place. However, Gu Shi also understood that this was the time to make connections, and he was willing to accept the business cards or contact information sent to him. Seeing that Gu Shi was much better than the old disciples like Suzhou, these players started to communicate with Gu Shi. However, Gu Shi was a high-end player who had fought his way through. The skills of the Death Lord allowed him to speak to people in a human way and to speak to ghosts in a ghost way. Although Gu Shi is used to communicating with the undead, it does not mean that Gu Shi cannot speak human language. These players came to him on their own initiative, and Gu Shi started chatting with them. Of course, these players also knew that they did not ask Gu Shi for admission tickets as soon as they met. They all talked about communicating more with Gu Shi, doing more business, and making friends, and did not directly talk about admission tickets. It can be seen that they are thinking of making friends first, and then asking after they have a certain connection. It's normal to think about it. After all, the red costume exhibition is scheduled for a year later, so there's still time. If you really want to grab a ticket, it should be about 3 months before the red costume exhibition begins. If you can make friends with Gu Shi now, it's halfway to success. And Gu Shi just needs to keep nodding there. After finally dealing with this wave of players, Gu Shi said to Suzhou, "Are there any activities next? If not, I'll go home and rest." "No big deal. There will be seniors who graduated every day. This is a good opportunity to meet with seniors. If you don't have anything to do, you'd better come over at 8 o'clock every night, and then I'll introduce the seniors to you." "Okay. I know. Senior Su. How many seniors will come this time?" Gu Shi agreed on the spot. "How many? I'm afraid it's all of them. No matter if they are alive or dead. As long as they can come out, they will all come." Suzhou grinned. After all, the red dress is a big deal. And for Gong Lingyu's disciples, this is even better. They really sit at home and have good fortune. From the moment Gong Lingyu bound the demon sword, the status of all Gong Lingyu's disciples in the martial arts world has been improved. For this, Suzhou patted Gushi's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, I have to say you are really lucky. After the teacher got the demon sword, her status was greatly improved. Even if she taught in Hades University in the future, she would not accept disciples as easily as before. Maybe for a long time. You, the junior brother, will be regarded as the last disciple. Then I am really lucky." Gushi also smiled. But he did not believe that he would be Gonglingyu's last disciple. Even if she had the demon sword, Gonglingyu would still have other needs. She would definitely improve her level, and must strive for level 60. This requires a lot of resources. Some things cannot be obtained for free just because of a high status in the martial arts world. Such things often require some transactions to obtain. So Gushi's idea is different from Suzhou's. He may not necessarily be Gonglingyu's last disciple. It's just that Gonglingyu may need to modify the way he selects disciples in the future. It's true that Gushi took advantage. Of course, Gushi would not talk about this. After he agreed with Suzhou to come back at 8 o'clock in the evening, he took the small train outside the industrial zone and returned to his small apartment. As soon as he pushed open the flame door of the Hearthstone, Gushi saw Lingxi standing outside with a smile on her face. "My lord, you are back. I have prepared the bath water. Please take a bath first. You are here too. Please take a rest here. I will prepare some things that you can use." Although the contracted dolls are not contracted undead, they are all contracted objects under Gushi's command. The relationship between them is pretty good, especially since the contracted dolls usually have nothing to do except brushing dungeons in the Lingyu industrial zone. Sometimes when Lingxi or Eve needed help, they would call him over to help. During this time, their relationship became very good. The contracted puppet united, and then went down by himself. At this time, Gushi also came to the bathroom under Lingxi's guidance. Just as Lingxi said, the bath water in the bathroom was already ready. However, Gushi looked at the color of the bath water, smelled the smell, and finally turned to look at Lingxi. "What is this water?" "It's the latest formula. After the last dragon invasion, the price of dragon blood has dropped a lot. In addition to drinking, there are many other uses for dragon blood that are unknown. So some people have developed some formulas. This is a formula I just learned. Use 3 parts of dragon blood, add 1 part of Sanchuan river water, 1 part of Huangquan water, mix them well, then add a lot of rootless water to boil, and it becomes this. This kind of bath water can enter the body from the outside of the skin, and repair the internal injuries in the body. It is a relatively good way to maintain health." Hearing this, Gushi was also surprised. He didn't expect there would be such a thing. However, Gushi immediately took off his clothes and sat in the water. As soon as he got into the water, Gushi felt a pain all over his body. This feeling made Gushi very uncomfortable. "I just upgraded in the game this time, and I am not injured. How can I have any hidden injuries? How can there be no hidden injuries? As long as people are still moving, their bones will wear out. All necromancers know this. Skeleton soldiers have a self-damage rate. How can people not have losses? Come, eat something," Lingxi said, while taking out some snacks and putting them into Gushi's mouth. The main point is to make Gushi not have to move. Gushi opened his mouth and swallowed the food. While chewing, he asked, "By the way, has the escaped nether spirit flower been caught?" "Not yet. I don't know where the nether spirit flower has escaped to in the game. There is no news yet. But I heard that the matter of teacher Gonglingyu binding the demon sword was publicized with great fanfare. I'm afraid someone is pushing it behind the scenes. They want to divert the public's attention and stop them from caring about whether the nether spirit flower has been caught." Chapter 1573 Seniors who graduated early. There is something wrong with the nether spirit flower. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Gushi was silent for a while before speaking. The fact that the nether spirit flower escaped was not unexpected. There must be many reasons for this. But it had been several days. When Lingxi got the news, it was already 30 days later. So even if Gushi knew that the nether spirit flower had escaped at that time, he had missed the best opportunity. In addition, Gushi had something else on his hands at that time, so he did not rush back, like other players, to grab the nether spirit flower. But he never expected that. He stayed in the game for another 20 days, and there was still no confirmed news about the nether spirit flower. This situation was a little wrong. If the time of hiding was included, the nether spirit flower had been on the run for nearly 2 months. With such a long time, either the nether spirit flower had fallen into someone's hands, and he, like Gonglingyu, hid his actions and found a safe place to bind the Nether Spirit Flower. Or the Nether Spirit Flower had escaped far away, and all the clues were erased. No matter which one it is bad news for Een City. It is no wonder that after discovering that Gongling Yu was bound to the demon sword, Een City would spare no effort to promote Gongling Yu. This is to use Gongling Yu to attract popularity, to cover up one news with another. It is to buy time for others to grab the Nether Spirit Flower. Gu Shi, who understood this, was moved. However, he immediately suppressed this idea. He is not a person blessed by God. He does not believe that as soon as he enters the game, he will encounter a Nether Spirit Flower flying in front of him and begging him to bind it. So for the next period of time, he should be more honest and go to the Hades University to study. By the way, let Eve come back once, and let her take Yenryu to the Hades University. Hasn't she been calling to do her experiments in the magic area? Okay, I'll notify Eve. Lingxi fed Gu Shi while recording Gu Shi's orders quickly. And while Gu Shi was eating, he slowly fell asleep. Although in the last period of time, Gu Shi had almost nothing to do in Longcheng grassland. The food and accommodation were okay. But the daily study still put a lot of pressure on Gu Shi. Most importantly, Gu Shi still had the thought that, I was in the game now. And I was not safe. He always had a string in his heart. Even if he could confirm his own safety, he did not relax his vigilance. Now that he was back home, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. So while eating, Gu Shi's eyes slowly closed. When Gu Shi woke up, he found himself lying on the bed, and he had changed his clothes. Sir, it's already 7:30. You have an appointment at 8 o'clock. You can get up and get ready. Listening to Lingx's words, Gu Shi did not respond, but tilted his head to look at the two people who were communicating at the dining table not far away. Eve was talking to Yenryu about her copying of books and Gu Shi's learning progress. These things, for Yenryu, were all trivial matters. Lingxi listened to Gu Shi's orders and took a notebook to record them. But Yenryu didn't need it at all. As long as she saw or heard something, she could always take out a notebook and write down everything she had seen or heard before, without making any mistakes. This was Yenryu's ability. This was also the reason why, when Gu Shi got Yenryu, the contracted undead, he kept shouting for Yenryu to be replaced. If the two of them switched positions, their work efficiency could be increased by at least 300%. However, Gu Shi had no way to send people from the game to the Een City at that time. So the matter was dragged on until now. Seeing Gu Shi looking over, Eve and Yenryu also stood up quickly. My lord. It's okay. You continue. Eve, you take Yenryu for 2 days first. Let her get familiar with the library of Hades University before leaving. I will, Eve said affirmatively. At this time, Lingxi had also taken clothes and changed them for Gu Shi. When Gu Shi and Eve finished talking, Lingxi also quickly stepped forward, holding a bowl of soup in her hand. My lord, you will definitely drink when you go out later. So drink a bowl of soup first to warm your stomach. Gu Shi picked up the soup and took a look at the bowl. The soup bowl was not big, and the soup inside was as clear as water, but it exuded a fresh taste. Clam soup again? Yeah. Gu Shi drank it in one gulp, feeling the warmth in his stomach. You've learned other dishes well. How come you can only make clam soup? Lingxi blushed and said nothing. Gu Shi didn't delve into this matter. After tidying up his clothes, he took the contracted puppet Yu and left the apartment through the Hearthstone. When he returned to Lingyu Industrial Zone again, Gu Shi found that as the jobs in the Industrial Zone were off work, the number of players in the Industrial Zone actually increased. The players who appeared here this time were no longer like the ones who had all kinds of professions when Gu Shi came here just now. Gu Shi just glanced at these players and felt that they were all the same kind. Junior brother, you are here too. Come here quickly. Let me introduce you. Just after walking out of the small train compartment, Gu Shi was stopped by a senior brother. This is the founder of the reading club, Senior Brotherly Wooly. Although Senior Brotherly is only level 25 now, his learning ability has always been very strong. In addition to our path, he also studied 7 undead branches, including poison, ice, and curse. The most important thing is that Brotherly has now pushed all passive skills to above level 40. Hearing this, Gu Shi also became enthusiastic. Hello Brotherly. I am currently making up for some of the things I lacked before. But when learning many passive skills, I am learning slower and slower, and getting stuck. There are even some passive skills whose levels are obviously not moving. I was still thinking about what was going on. I didn't expect to meet someone as knowledgeable as Brotherly here. I'll ask Brotherly to give me some advice when we eat later. You have encountered a barrier of knowledge and understanding. This is normal. You have reached the top of your understanding of some things about the undead. You don't know what to do next. And you don't know what the necromancer can do. This is actually very normal. I have encountered such a thing before. It is actually very simple to solve such troubles. One is to learn more branches. When you learn more and combine them, you can always make a breakthrough. Another is to comprehend something different. I heard that you have a copy of the Book of Titans. This should be the book for your advancement from the necromancy branch. Right? With this book, your threshold in necromancy will be opened. You will have no problem from now to level 60. When Gu Shi asked the point, Li Wu was so excited. He took Gu Shi's hand and started talking. Chapter 1574 Coming for the Red Dress. In the next few minutes, Gu Shi met more senior brothers under the guidance of different senior brothers. There is senior brother Lu, the strongest disciple under Gongling Yu, and the only one who has passed level 40. There is senior brother Lu, the old man who has been with Gongling Yu since before Gongling Yu accepted any disciples. There is senior brother Bai, the second boss of the fighting party, who established the small game world. But the most famous one is senior brother Shi in front of him. He is the first disciple of Gongling Yu in name, and the real eldest brother among all the brothers. Wait. These people are much higher in status than those who wanted to ask for admission tickets in the morning. And Gu Shi has a natural connection advantage with them. Didn't you see that when he was talking happily with Brotherly Wu? Brotherly even introduced several brothers, who were on good terms with him to Gu Shi. They even wanted to pull Gu Shi aside to talk about the benefits of reading. Now under the leadership of Li Wu, some of the stronger brothers also liked Gu Shi a lot. Soon Gu Shi became the junior brother of all the brothers. Of course, Gu Shi was not idle either. He was a person who knew how to give gifts. Apart from other things, everyone had a copy of the Book of Titans, all of which were copied by Yin Ryu, and the refined version of the Book of Titans. The refinement mentioned here is incredible. Gu Shi added the production methods of the Dragon Country Terracotta Warriors and the Golden Man, in addition to the ordinary titans such as the Undead Titan, the Death Titan, and the Bone Titan. There is also a newly appeared Golden Man Titan. This kind of Golden Titan is a special species, belonging to the champion unit. Moreover, it is a champion unit that can be summoned with just an ordinary Titan corpse and a large amount of metal. I believe that once this news spreads, many players will be tempted, because in the Book of Ghost Dragons, the number of undead dragons recorded is actually not large. And champion-level undead dragons need champion-level corpses to be summoned. It is not something that can be obtained just by wanting it. And if this kind of Golden Titan in front of us really wants to summon the champion unit directly as Gu Shi said, many necromancers will be willing to bring titans. Gu Shi understood this point. When he saw his senior brother, he took out a copy of the Book of Titans and gave it to him. These senior brothers were not stupid people. They only flipped through it and knew the reason behind it. They were very happy about the small gift given by Gu Shi. Of course, those who received the gift would give gifts in return. Gu Shi also received many good things. After the communication between the 2s and 3s, the time soon came to about 8:30. Everyone was a player who came to join in the fun. They naturally would not gather there like a meeting where one person finished talking and the other talked. At this point, it was natural to go for a late-night snack and drink. As disciples of Gongling Yu, this group of players, even if they didn't have their own business, would have their own city. Even if they were doing badly, they could still bring some good things. When such people gathered together, their low consumption was simply looked down upon. So after a few older players discussed it, senior brother Shi said loudly, "Everyone follow me later. I'll treat you. We'll have a one-stop service." Listening to senior brother Shi's words, Gu Shi just smiled and watched. But some of the senior brothers, who came earlier, were talking there. Brother Shi is generous. Brother Shi is still generous. Brother Da has enough face. At this time, Li Wu also stood beside Gu Shi seriously. Brother Shi and Brother Lu have been scrambling to pay the bill these days. They are probably fighting. What are they fighting for? Gu Shi asked curiously. The demon sword. Teacher has no children, the demon sword must be passed down. We disciples are born one step ahead of others. They are fighting for the first order successor. Li Wu saw this matter very clearly. Seeing that Gu Shi didn't quite understand, he said something directly. Gu Shi didn't expect that it could be played like this. Are you fighting now? Of course. Who doesn't want red equipment? The demon sword in the teacher's hand is still good. The main reason is that the teacher has no descendants. And all the disciples can be counted. You don't know that inheriting red equipment is also a chance for players to get red equipment. Even if you have to queue, there are still many people willing to wait. I heard that the inheritance ranking of some red equipment has reached more than 10,000. And it is still increasing. We are already pretty good. Look at us, as long as we are the teacher's disciples, we have a place in the inheritance. Now I don't know whether the order is based on level, or the time of admission. So Senior Brother Sher and Senior Brother Lu have been arguing about this matter these 2 days. After all, both of them have the opportunity to be ranked first. Li Wu explained the situation. Gu Shi heard that there is such a thing, but he immediately asked, "Don't other people have any ideas? What ideas can we have? We are all just the teacher's disciples. What we can compare is the years of following the teacher, and our own strength. It is impossible for everyone to compete with their own cities. So the only thing that can be discussed is the level." When Gu Shi heard Li Wu's words, he knew that Li Wu was a firm supporter of the ranking. This is right when you think about it. If you really want to rank them according to the time when Gongling Yu recruited disciples, most of the disciples will not have any chance. Unless the one in front of you dies accidentally. Otherwise you will be in the position you were assigned at the beginning. But if you rank them according to the level, it will be different. If everyone rushes, there will still be a chance. If a player who has accumulated enough experience reaches level 10 or 8 at the last minute, the ranking may be improved immediately. Even if there is no level 10 or 8, perhaps a level 1 at the last minute will cause different changes. In Li Wu's eyes, this is an opportunity. At the same time, Gu Shi also understands why Senior Brother Sher is so generous. He is trying to win over his fellow apprentices. Even if he cannot put himself in the first place, he cannot let other fellow apprentices support the idea of level ranking. Gu Shi, who understood this, was relieved. This time, he could be considered to be getting something for free, and he could eat without worrying about anything. So Gu Shi also said, "Follow Senior Brother Sher to get food." Everyone laughed and left the Lingyu industrial zone, and turned around to enter a nearby restaurant. Now this place is considered a gathering place for Gongling Yu's disciples. It's already 8:30. Before I came here, except for the lights on, it was empty. After bringing everyone here, Senior Brother Sher waved his hand. "Everyone, go in. There are 10 people in a private room. Everyone can eat as much as they want. If you have any other requests, just go to the 3rd floor. I'll pay for everything today." Chapter 1575. Dance on the Grave. Go in at 8:30, come out at 1:30 in the middle of the night. Gu Shi staggered out of the hotel with several brothers. This was mainly because Gu Shi still remembered what he was going to do. Unlike some brothers who came from other places, they had no place to stay, and directly booked a room upstairs in the hotel. Walking on the streets of Yanzhou in the middle of the night, Gu Shi looked at the undead that flashed by from time to time, without a trace of fear in his heart, but felt a sense of peace in his heart. Gu Shi had a good meal, drinks and fun. He felt relaxed. Walking on the street, feeling the night wind, he felt as if all his worries were gone. Most importantly, judging from today's situation, in the next year, there will definitely be a small banquet every 3 days, a big banquet every 5 days, and small gifts from time to time. Such a life is very pleasant just thinking about it. As he thought about it, Gu Shi didn't realize that he had walked far without realizing it. He looked around, not quite sure where he was now. It seemed that he had not been around this area much. Luckily, the bus system in Yin City was quite complete, and there were bus stops everywhere. Gu Shi staggered to the bus stop, and quickly checked the bus stop sign there. Just then, Gu Shi heard a voice from afar. "Are you telling the truth? Of course, I heard secretly that, over Wutian Road, the entire community was blocked. Now the news has not spread, and many people still don't know about it. If an ordinary person heard such words, they might forget them as soon as they heard them." But Gu Shi was obviously drunk today. For some reason, he kept thinking about Wutian Road. When checking the bus stop sign, his finger was swiping at the location of the bus stop. Everything in front of him was almost doubled. "Wu, Tian, this is it, bus number 3319. Gu Shi narrowed his eyes, and looked up in the direction of the bus. But he waited for a long time, and no bus showed up. This made Gu Shi speechless. You know, even in the middle of the night, there should be a bus normally. What the hell is going on? Didn't we agree to ensure smooth travel for the people of Yin City, and ensure that there is a bus every 5 minutes? What's going on now? Could it be that the station is occupied by ghosts? But thinking about it, this situation is somewhat possible. After all, the negative energy and yin energy in yin city are heavier, and some places are affected, and it is normal to be contaminated by yin energy. As a necromancer, I never have to worry about this. In normal circumstances, just exit the platform and then stand back. Of course, if the level is higher, or the necromancer is more playful, he can also jump on the ghost bus and other vehicles to handle and receive a car of undead. In any case, there is no need to be afraid of such a thing in the Yin City. Even if you are a student who has not yet graduated, you know how to deal with the situation in front of you. Although Gushi drank a lot, he was accompanied by the contract puppet Jade. If that doesn't work, there are various people holding the equipment. Safety is definitely not a problem. With the contract puppet Jade, Gushi will not even fall down accidentally when walking. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the station sign, and then leaned against the sign and waited. When he knocked, the yin chi in the station was shaken away. Buses came in and out of the station one after another. This is the speed of a big city like Yin City. Gushi squinted his eyes and stared at the license plates on the top of the buses. Route 3319. This is it. When the bus stopped, Gushi quickly jumped on the bus. When getting on the bus, the contracted puppet Yu also helped Gushi, fearing that Gushi would accidentally slip. After finding a seat to sit down, Gushi took a look at the situation in the car. Because it was already midnight, there were not so many players on the car. Instead, there were some undead sitting at the station, and some were still staring at Gushi. They were all wild undead in Yin City. In Yin City, these ownerless undead were all supported by Yin City, and they had to serve Yin City. As long as they were undead mages who settled in Yin City, they could be mobilized when needed. It can be said that they were the lowest level of existence in Yin City. If they were just ordinary undead, it would be fine. These undead, who can come out to work and work on their own, have their own wisdom. They understand that if they want to get rid of the current situation, it is best to find a potential necromancer. With their wisdom and ability, they can at least get a better position with the necromancer. Not to mention other things, they can still do things like offering sacrifices. Looking at the situation of the contracted puppet Jade behind Gushi, you can know that Gushi is a good master. If they can keep up with such a master, they will have a good life in the future. So these undead wanted to show themselves at the bus station. However, the undead's means of display were relatively simple. For a while, the bus was filled with a strong wind and a gloomy atmosphere. Gushi pressed his face helplessly. He really couldn't stand such a situation. Fortunately, the contracted puppet Yu took a step forward and stood in front of Gushi, blocking the gloomy wind for Gushi. Gushi also closed his eyes and didn't look at these undead. When the undead saw this, they were somewhat helpless. On the contrary, some necromancers on the bus saw this and began to communicate with the undead. After a while, they became a pair. After sitting for more than half an hour, a voice suddenly came to Gushi's ears. We have arrived at the Wutian Ancient Tomb Station. Passengers who want to get off, please get off. Wutian? We have arrived. Get off. Gushi did not hear the whole thing. He only heard the word Wutian. And then he stood up. In Gushi's mind, Wutian Ancient Tomb and Wutian Road should be together. As soon as you hear the place name, you can know that Wutian Ancient Tomb is a community on Wutian Road. As for why it is named after an ancient tomb, it is because of personality and style. Gushi, who was drunk, didn't care whether his guess was right or not, and got off the bus first. Even if he went the wrong way, Gushi could take a bus back at any time. The buses in Yinzadu are well connected, and most of the city can be reached by bus. As Gushi got out of the car, he looked up and looked around. It was almost 2 o'clock, but the place was still brightly lit and neon lights flashing. A large number of players were going in and out of nearby bars and nightclubs, and the air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol and madness. Looking at the scene in front of him, thinking about the name of this place, Gushi had only one thought in his mind: dancing on the grave. Chapter 1576 for a special car to enter the nightclub. Standing at the bus station platform, looking at the bright lights and feasting scene before the bus stop, Gushi's face twitched. At this time, he immediately realized that he had taken the wrong stop. Normal, Gushi should check the bus stop sign at this time to see what bus he could take. But today, Gushi and his brothers had a really good time drinking. In addition to the smell of alcohol, There was also some smell of fireworks and perfume. There were quite a lot of players like this nearby. It was obvious that they had finished their first midnight snack and came here for the second one. Guushi stood still on the platform of the station, clearly a drunk fat sheep. To deal with such players, some nearby waiters quickly surrounded him. They had a set of methods. They had long been accustomed to dealing with such fat sheep. While Guushi was still trying to stand up straight, a player approached Guushi. If it weren't for the contracted puppet Yusho standing beside Guushi, blocking his way, he might have been arm in arm with Guushi. "Guest, you must be tired. Our White Walker bar has a place to stay overnight. Come in and have a couple of drinks." As he spoke, he wanted to get closer, but it was blocked by the contract puppet Jade. However, the player had no intention of retreating, and he was still shouting loudly. "Sir, we have many different varieties here. Some are quite special. You have never tasted them before. Come to our White Walker bar and sit for a while. You will see a different scenery." When the player said this, his voice was already filled with a hint of temptation. This is a psychic ability. It would be fine if he didn't have this ability. Guushi might not have any reaction. This time, he just stimulated Guushi. You know, Guushi is most annoyed when someone uses the power of the mind to influence him. Looking at the effect of the mental immunity he gave himself, you can see how unhappy Guushi is with mental spells. Not to mention that the contract puppet Jade is a mind controller, who is immune to all mental spells, and he also controls the influence of mental spells. As soon as this player used his mental ability, the contract puppet Jade discovered it immediately. He immediately stood in front of Guushi and glared at the player. The player stood there as if he had seen a ghost, unable to move. "You? Forget it. Don't kill people indiscriminately in the Yin City." Guushi patted the shoulder of the contracted puppet and said. All the players who came around to solicit customers were stunned. They smiled at Guushi cautiously. "Customer, don't put us together with this bastard. They are all liars. They can only use mind-based spells to trick people in." Even the people who were soliciting customers had been modified with mind spells. It was really immoral. "That's right, customer, don't confuse him with us. Our Nightlights is the largest and most decent nightclub in the area, and we never do such things." "That's right, customer. You don't have to do anything, I'll handle this." After saying that, several soliciting players dragged the guy who was still under mind control to the back of the bus station, raised their hands, and threw him into a nearby trash can. After that, the players gathered around Guushi again. It was obvious that they were trying to see if they could invite Guushi to their bar. Guushi had been watching their actions. Although Guushi had drunk a lot, he was not drunk. Seeing the players looking at him, Guushi stretched out his right hand and raised a finger. "Let me ask a few questions first." "You ask? As long as we know, we will definitely answer. How far is this place from Wutian Road?" Guushi still remembered this incident. He thought, if Wutian Road is nearby, he can just walk there and not waste time here. Guessed, although this place is also called Wutian, it is completely different from the Wutian on Wutian Road. This was originally a cemetery, where a family of 5 surnamed Tian was buried. Later, it was developed, and we paid a lot of demolition fees to those 5 people. The Wutian on Wutian Road refers to the 5 spiritual fields there at that time. This is completely different. If you want to go to Wutian Road, you have to take bus 3319 from here to the second ghost hospital of the city, and then transfer to bus 1167 to the ghost theater, and then transfer there. Okay. Don't say any more. It gives me a headache." Guushi was speechless when he heard that he had to transfer here and there, although his navigation skills can memorize all the routes at once. But the biggest problem with the bus, the detour and the waste of time made Guushi not want to go to Wutian Road again. Without mentioning other things, just listening to the route of the transfer in front of him, Guushi felt that Wutian Road might be approaching dawn. So Guushi raised another finger. "Do you have a place to rest? In addition, I am going to Hades University tomorrow. Do you provide breakfast and special car pickup?" Perhaps he felt that his request was too much. Guushi added another sentence. "Don't worry about the money. I have plenty of money." "Guest, look at what you said. We exist to serve you. Don't worry, we have everything arranged." "Guest, listen to me, you are alone. Right? We will arrange it. If you want to have more fun, you can get a booth in the hall or a seat in front of the bar, where you can drink whatever you want, and play whatever you want, and you can enter the dance floor at any time. If you want more privacy, you can get a small private room, and then close the door. You can do whatever you want. In addition, we have rooms upstairs, which can be used for rest. As for breakfast and special cars, please rest assured, we can take care of everything. When a player heard that Gucci had plenty of money, he immediately told his plan. Before Gucci could agree, another player said, "Guest, don't listen to him. The cost there is quite high. You can book a suite room with us to solve all your problems. Our suite rooms are not expensive. You only need to book a small suite. The small suite includes 2 bedrooms and a bathroom." Speaking of this, the player winked at Gucci. The meaning behind it was clear without explanation. Don't worry about breakfast. It's all delivered. We also have a special car. But it has to be early. We only have 2 cars here. So we need to arrange the time. Hearing this, Gucci's eyes lit up. Okay. It's your house. I just want to find a place to rest so that I can go to Hades University for classes tomorrow. Everything else is fine. You just need to help me with this major. Chapter 1577 Nightclub Attack. The waiter player led the way in front, Gucci staggered behind, and the contracted puppet you stood beside Gucci to protect him. The 3 of them bypassed the door of the bustling large nightclub in front, and walked in from the street alley behind. On both sides of this alley, there is a row of ancient Greek-style caryatids. This alley is our nightclub. The style is unified. The caryatids here are carved according to the appearance of our top stars. You can see it here, and you can see it inside later. Please come this way. Seeing that Gucci's eyes were not right, the player quickly introduced the situation. But in Gucci's eyes, he could feel something different. At this moment, Gucci switched the perspective of the Huanquan dragon robe and the soul dark lamp. He noticed that each of the caryatids contained some spiritual power, and also gathered some weak dragon vein power. Others might not notice it. But Gucci, who had just come out of the Dragon Kingdom and mastered the means of making the Golden Man, could see that these top players were just on the edge. And they were secretly becoming gods through a certain means. It's really a big deal. The customers have noticed. Right? Our boss originally wanted to add a lighting effect. Whenever the top player is called out, the light of that player will go out. But after trying it out, we found that the effect was not good. If all the lights were turned off, the alley would be completely dark in the middle of the night. People outside thought we couldn't turn on the lights. In the end, we had to do this. But we really managed to change a group of caryatids every time we changed the top player, the player said proudly. While talking, Gucci was brought to the door of the nightclub. After taking a look at the sign on the nightclub, Gucci was speechless. Constellation Palace? Yes. We have a total of 88 suites and private rooms here. Gold is the largest. Bronze is the smallest. And there are 88 dark private rooms, which do not have suites. I have just made an appointment for the guest. Bronze level White Bird Constellation. To enjoy the polar scenery. The waiter led Gucci inside very seriously. After entering the door, the person leading the way in front was replaced by a woman in a long white gauze robe. Gucci felt the smell of ice and snow on her. Hello. I am the waiter of the White Bird Room. All services and activities will be arranged by me. I wonder if the guests have any preferences. The most distinctive feature of our room is the Snow Girl, Northern Giant, Wolf Girl and other ice species from the game Fantasy. Of course, if you don't like ice species, we can also transfer people from other places. The woman's voice was like ice and snow, which made Gucci tremble. And most of the alcohol on his body disappeared. No need to transfer people from other places. Just go over and take a look, and tell us about the characteristics of this place, Gucci said as he walked forward. Hearing that Gucci didn't need to transfer people from other places, the woman smiled slightly. It seems that Gucci is a newcomer. He doesn't know that transferring people from other places requires higher levels or top ranking. Oiran. Don't transfer people, that means the staff here is enough to fool Gucci. The woman in a good mood began to introduce the situation of other private rooms to Gucci. Each of our private rooms has its own characteristics. This is the Aquarius Gold private room. All the bar girls in it are from the fantasy game. Turning over here is the Leo Golden Room, which is full of golden beauties. This is the most mysterious Gemini Golden Room, which is the most special one. All the waiters here are twins, and many people who like this come to grab this room every day. While introducing the situation inside, Gucci and his friends happened to pass by the Gemini Golden Room. Gucci just wanted to hear about the situation of each room, and had no intention of changing rooms. Gucci is now in the Sage time, and he came here this time, completely to relax and broaden his horizons. Along the way, he really learned a lot. He didn't expect that such a place could be so chaotic. If you don't have any tricks and personality here, You probably won't be able to survive at all. With this thought in mind, Gushi also walked forward, perhaps seeing that Gushi had different thoughts. The leading woman said to Gushi, "Please rest assured. Yes, each private room has its own characteristics, and the people arranged in it will not be less beautiful just because it is a small private room. Please rest assured in this regard." Just as he was speaking, the door of the Gemini Golden private room that Gushi had just passed by was opened, and 2 new players were welcomed in. Gushi noticed that in that private room, the layout was the same as in another dimension. On the sofa floating in the void, there was a pair of identical twins sitting next to each male guest. The players were happily singing and drinking, just as the leading lady said, except for the different decoration styles. There should be no difference between the gold private room and the bronze private room. Just as Gushi was about to move forward, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the gold private room next to him. Before Gushi could react, the contract puppet Yu had already stood in front of Gushi, and a large shield taller than Gushi tightly protected Gushi's back. At this time, Gushi's skin flashed layer after layer of gold, and at the same time, the person wearing the extreme sunlight also appeared quickly, and then defended everything in front of Gushi. When all the defenses were arranged, Gushi also happened to see the situation in the Gemini Golden Room. A golden translucent bridge sprang out from the void, and crashed the entire Gemini Golden Room. Everyone inside was crushed to pieces when the bridge passed by. Nothing was left. Even the wall of the Golden Room was broken open, and several nearby rooms were also affected. If Gushi hadn't reacted quickly, letting the contract puppet Yu go to the front, and adding various defenses to himself, he might have been killed. Even so, the person holding the extreme sunlight was directly knocked to pieces by the collision, and the 6-path disc of the flame light 6-path lamp became incomplete again. The contract puppet Yu was seriously injured, and only the head was left to move. More than 2,000 layers of the golden skin on Gushi's body were knocked off. If he delayed for a while longer, he might also be broken. When the impact of the bridge passed, Gushi immediately picked up the head of the contract puppet Yu and retreated to the back. At this time, several players, who were above level 40, rushed out from the interior of the Constellation Palace. They comforted the frightened guests while dealing with the Gemini Golden Room that had been hit to create a void passage. Chapter 1578, The Chance to Get the Red Dress. Guest, are you okay? When several masters sealed up the destroyed Gemini Gold Room, a group of players around level 30 also rushed out. They quickly moved the nearby guests to a safe place, and comforted the guests there. Gushi's previous location was quite close to the accident site, and judging from the fact that Gushi was holding a human head in his hand, he was facing the impact of the bridge directly. Being able to survive, Gushi was already lucky. This kind of player is the one they need to comfort the most. At this time, Gushi was still confused, but the staff in the Constellation Palace did not dare to be careless at all. They arranged a person to surround Gushi, waiting for Gushi to wake up. After a while, Gushi opened his eyes. What happened just now? Hearing Gushi's question, the staff member who stayed behind immediately showed a standard smile on his face. Guest, you are finally safe. We are investigating the cause of this accident. But no matter what, this incident happened in our Constellation Palace. We will find a way to compensate you for your loss, the staff member said, while reaching back. Although only a few minutes had passed, the Constellation Palace had already called up the footage of the collision. They also saw that the contracted puppet Yu beside Gushi immediately took action to defend himself. Then Gushi released the extreme sunshine wearer to protect himself. Finally, countless layers of golden light appeared on Gushi's body, which blocked the aftermath of the impact of the bridge. If there were no such means, Gushi might have died. It would be fine if Gushi really died. At that time, we only need to pay for the funeral. But now Gushi survived, and the loss was so serious, we have to find a way to compensate. The staff member who understood what was going on turned to look at Gushi. He was about to smile, so as to start a conversation with Gushi about compensation, when Gushi suddenly asked, "What happened just now?" Hearing Gushi's question, the staff immediately explained, "Oh, I wonder if the guests have heard about the recent escape of the Nether Spirit Flower. I have heard about it. Didn't they say it has been on the run for 2 months? How is it related to this?" Gushi looked puzzled. The staff quickly explained that in a place like a nightclub, various news spreads widely, and they know more. In response to Gushi's question, he soon got some information. The ghost flower did escape, but when it escaped, It left a large number of seeds in various games. Normally, as long as you get the seeds, you can lock the location of the ghost flower and enter the game to find the existence of the ghost flower. But now everyone is facing a situation. The ghost flower has escaped far away. When all players chase it, they will encounter a bridge blocking the way. This bridge has the property of breaking through the void. Anyone who wants to bypass the bridge will be locked by the bridge and cause the bridge to hit them. Many players have encountered such attacks during this period. There are even regulations from above, not to take out the seeds of the nether spirit flower in the End City. If you want to die, go to the game world to die. As a result, someone still messed around this time and tried to die here. After explaining the situation here, the staff said, "Guest, you don't have to worry about this matter. We will find a way to trouble those who messed around. Even if they die, we will pull them back from hell." However, Gushi ignored the staff's words at this time. When he was hit by the bridge before, he didn't react. Now that he calmed down, Gushi had an idea in his mind. That bridge was the unfinished creation bridge. The ghost flower had already escaped to the depths of the game. Gushi's mind was buzzing at this time. This was an opportunity. An idea flashed through Gushi's mind. All the players in End City were stopped by the creation bridge. They couldn't enter the world deep in the game. Even if they had the ghost flower seeds, they couldn't find the ghost flower, let alone bind this red outfit. As for the players deep in the game, not to mention the ghost flower, they may not even know what the red suit is. It can be said that in End City now, only Gushi has all the information. Before, Gushi had made up his mind to study in End City for a year, to enjoy the benefits of the rich, and to wait for the teacher to hold a red suit exhibition. Who is willing to stay here now? I must kill my way to the deep of the game. With Gushi's current military strength, even if he can't crush the players deep in the game, he can definitely do it sideways. In addition, all the attention in the game is now focused on the creation bridge. As long as Gushi does not do anything stupid and does not dismantle the creation bridge, no one can stop Gushi from getting the nether spirit flower. After getting the nether spirit flower, Gushi can find a suitable place to bind the red equipment. For a piece of red equipment, it is worth delaying 1 or 2 years of not coming to class, or returning to the depths of the game. Since he missed the acts of creation, Gushi knew very well what he should choose when he encountered such an opportunity again. After quickly making up his mind, Gushi raised his head. "Okay, I know what you are going to say. I will make a few requests. If you can handle them, let's forget about this matter." Gushi raised a finger, not giving the staff a chance to speak. "First, my contracted doll is seriously injured. This is the quality of the contracted doll. You can also see that it is orange quality. You provide materials, and let my contracted doll recover. It will be fine if it recovers to its original level." Gushi placed the head of the contracted doll in front of the staff. When the staff heard this, they hesitated for a moment. This was not a difficult matter. For a player of his level, orange equipment was not a rare thing. Moreover, Gushi did not ask for a new orange equipment, but only asked for his contracted doll to be repaired. This was not a difficult matter at all. "Okay, I'll ask someone to arrange it now. We have a lot of materials, and we can definitely restore your contracted doll," the staff said as he called his men and went down with the head of the contracted doll Jade in his hand. At this time, Gushi also raised his second finger. "You saw what happened just now. I don't have any shield guards anymore. I don't want much. Either an orange shield or 5 purple shields. The purple shields can be a set, or they can be different. But whether it's quantity or quality, you must give me an answer." Chapter 1579 Orange Shield Time Torrent. Hearing Gushi's request, the staff was obviously stunned. Orange Shield? This request just hit the bottom line of the staff. The most important thing is that this reason is quite reasonable. He also saw the previous situation. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the shield bearer, who blocked most of the attacks, Gushi would not be able to withstand the impact of the bridge. It can be seen that this shield bearer is what Gushi uses to save his life. Whatever is lost, it is necessary to make up for it. This is very reasonable. After thinking for a while, the staff waved his hand and asked a subordinate to come over. "Go to the general manager and tell him that I want the box numbered 97 in warehouse number 2. After the subordinate left, the staff looked at Gushi. "Customer, do you have any other requests?" When the staff said this, Gushi understood that he was confident in what he was going to bring out. So Gushi raised his third finger. "The seeds of the nether spirit flower, they are the things that can guide you to find the direction of the nether spirit flower. You should have them, give me one. Yes, many people actually got this thing at the beginning, but with the appearance of the bridge, some Wii players lost interest. If you want it, I have a big bag here all for you. As the staff said this, he took out a bag. The bag contained about 40 black seeds. How to use it? Gushi asked curiously. Bury it anywhere, or in a flower pot. This thing will grow quickly when planted in the soil. You can find the ghost flower by looking at the direction where the flower blooms. But it's useless now. When the flower blooms, the bridge will appear. If you want to try it, it's best to do it in the game world. Don't mess around in the in-city. The staff member said casually. Now, except for some big guys, most players have given up the chance to find the ghost flower. In their eyes, there was no hope for the nether spirit flower. They didn't want to be killed by the mysterious bridge while searching for the nether spirit flower. So there were quite a lot of these things, and the staff didn't consider them as conditions proposed by Gushi. He was still waiting for Gushi to ask for a big price. But he never expected that Gushi really only wanted these. After getting the seeds, Gushi sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and didn't care about this matter. Now Gushi was waiting for the orange quality shield to be delivered, and his contracted puppet Jade to recover. And he planned to leave. Seeing Gushi's reaction, the staff was also a little surprised. He even stepped forward and waved in front of Gushi. Gushi opened his eyes. Is there anything else? Nothing. Sir. The staff immediately responded. Sir, you must be tired. The orange suit will be delivered soon. But it will take some time to repair your contracted doll. How about we wait for you in a nearby room? Gushi glanced at the staff and found that he was smiling. As if he was afraid that Gushi would turn hostile and make another request. Seeing this, Gushi knew that his conditions were too low. But Gushi himself didn't care about these. At this time, he was more concerned about the only chance to get the red dress. Okay. When encountering such a thing, you always have to relax. Seeing Gushi say this, the staff finally relaxed a lot. He knew which private room Gushi had booked before. So he waved his hand and asked his men to take Gushi to the bronze private room of the white bird seat. After pushing open the door, Gushi immediately felt the biting cold wind blowing in his face. Behind the door was a suite of about 100 square meters. Gushi only took a glance and knew what the style was. The walls of this private room were made of ice, and the ground was covered with thick snow. On both sides of the door were 2 rows of women dressed differently. Some of these women wore kimonos, had light blue hair. Some were over 2 meters tall, and were covered with white bear skins, and some had pointed white wolf ears or white fox tails. It was obvious that they all belonged to the polar style. Perhaps because of the big incident before, the faces of these women were full of anxiety. However, they were professionally trained anyway. When Gushi came in, they immediately calmed down and came forward to introduce themselves and the layout of the room to Gushi. Guest, look, this ice wall is also the biggest feature of our room. It is a wine wall that never melts for thousands of years. All the wine is stored in this ice wall. If you want to drink anything, just take it directly. Guest, this room is a glacier hot spring. You can soak in the hot spring while enjoying the snow scenery. Guest, this is one of the 2 bedrooms in the suite. This one is Japanese style. You can see the ice and snow cliff outside when you open the door. Guest, this is the other of the 2 bedrooms in the suite. All the furs here are the best polar furs. Guest. In the introduction, Gushi also slowly relaxed. Finally, he stopped thinking about throwing the nether spirit flower right in front of him, and let himself fly halfway in the snow, looking at the simulated aurora in the sky, listening to the little song beside his ears, and slowly closed his eyes. Just when Gushi was about to fall asleep, the door of the box suddenly opened. The staff member who had just communicated with Gushi walked in a bit embarrassedly. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. The shield you asked for has been delivered. It's orange quality. Please take a look, the staff member said as he took out a palm-sized box. Looking at the box that the staff took out, Gushi was also a little surprised. This box was obviously too small. What kind of shield could be stuffed into it? Seeing that Gushi's attention had turned, the staff quickly opened the box and handed it to Gushi. Please look. Sir. Gushi looked up and found that there was a shield-shaped watch in the box. When he was about to look up and ask the staff what was going on, the information about the shield popped up in front of him. Time Torrent, Orange, Shield, Ownerless. After equipping, all defense skill levels +5, shield-related skill levels +10. Equipment requirements: Agility 30, Constitution 40. Special 1. Time Scour. Every minute you hold this shield, an additional shield shadow will appear on the shield, and there is no upper limit on the number of shield shadows, which can turn an enemy attack into 0 damage. Special 2. Time Reversal. When attacked by instant death, decapitation, you can reverse time once, allowing the wearer to return to the moment before being killed instantly. Special 3. Time Evil. Forms a layer of time domain near the shield, making the enemy's attack a little off, making the enemy's attack slower and easier to dodge, or faster and miss the target, etc. Special 4. Time Chaos. The holder can use Time Chaos once a day, allowing a player to be restored to the state before wearing purple clothes and being affected by negative effects. Explanation 1. Time is the most difficult to master. Some people master time for attack, while others master time for defense. Explanation 2. Time can be taken away. Chapter 1580. The Time Torrent Holder. Looking at the properties of the Time Torrent in front of him, Gushi had no objection no matter how picky he was. Even in the eyes of some high-level players, this thing is not a rare little gem. Gushi is not the kind of person who has no vision. He also understands that the staff can take out the orange shield in front of him, and he has done his best. At this time, Gushi will not refuse. He took the box from the staff and took out the time torrent that looked like a watch. The next moment, the watch melted in Gushi's hand like snow water, and a light shield composed of many phantoms of watches appeared on Gushi's left hand. He tried to raise his left hand, and Gushi found that the time torrent seemed to have no weight at all. It was like defending with bare hands. It can be seen that this is a shield more suitable for magic. If it is a mage or a priest, they will definitely regard this time torrent as a treasure. But for Gushi, it is just normal. Gushi didn't think much. Just stuffed the time torrent into the 6-path disc of the flame 6-path lamp. The person holding the extreme sunlight equipment was killed in order to protect Gushi. Now there is a vacant space in the 6-path disc. After the time torrent was stuffed in, the flame 6-path lamp also shook obviously. Gushi understood this situation immediately. The flame 6-path lamp was of orange quality, and the time torrent in front of him was also of orange quality. The flame 6-path lamp was somewhat unable to suppress this equipment. But the next moment, the person holding the white bone obelisk appeared in the room. The white bone obelisk appeared immediately and suppressed it. At the same time, Gushi immediately took out an orange spiritual crystal and stuffed it into the flame light 6-path lamp. The energy in the spiritual crystal was quickly absorbed, allowing the flame light 6-path lamp to suppress the time torrent that had just been put in. Then a new person holding the equipment appeared next to Gushi. This person holding the equipment was the person holding the time torrent. Unlike the Huangquan dragon robe and the others, the time torrent wearer obviously looked more like the skeleton obelisk wearer. His whole body was pure black, except for the watch on his left wrist, which was of normal color. Every time he took a step forward, more than 10 virtual clock faces would appear around him. These clock faces formed a light shield, which easily protected the wearer. At this moment, the staff's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the orange wear could be played like this. Before he could say anything, the man who was wearing the time torrent began to perform on the spot. The man who was wearing the time torrent was really good at using the time shield. In Gushi's hand, it was just a shield-shaped light shield. But in the man who was wearing the time torrent, it could be enlarged or reduced. It could be turned into a crystal wall, and it could even surround people in reverse. After making sure that everything could be controlled, the man who was wearing the time torrent nodded to Gushi and quickly disappeared in front of Gushi. But both Gushi and the staff in front of him believed that as long as there was any danger, the man who was wearing the time torrent would appear in front of Gushi at the first time. The staff put away the box that was left behind and said to Gushi, "Please wait a moment. Sir, your contracted doll will take about 2 hours to be repaired. During this time, you can use anything in the box at will." After that, the staff left. The women who had been standing aside and watching all came over, and they chattered and asked Gushi about the orange shield just now. Their voices were very pleasant, but Gushi heard some rhetoric from their words. It seems that the information obtained in this nightclub is handled unconsciously like this. Okay, let's not talk about those boring things. Let's drink. Gushi began to change the topic. But how could Gushi be a match for such a professional? They were still chattering in Gushi's ear, obviously wanting to ask, but not forcing Gushi. This left Gushi with no chance to turn his face, and he could only be pressed on the snow, listening to the nagging voice, and his eyes became a little blurred. Fortunately, at this time, the contract puppet Jade that was taken by the staff for repair was also sent back. The Constellation Palace was quite honest, and did not do anything with the contract puppet. They honestly used the best materials for the repairs. The return contract puppet Jade looked more powerful. But the most important thing was not this, but that the contract puppet Jade had only a human head left before, and now his body was complete again. At the same time, Gushi could notice that the contract puppet's mental ability should have been strengthened, which should be brought about by the unique energy or means of the Constellation Palace. In addition, the people of the Constellation Palace also equipped the contracted puppet Yu with a set of armor. This set of armor is in the style of ancient Rome. In addition to the helmet, shoulder guards and breastplate, there are also waist skirts, wrist guards and long boots. Because the style is relatively simple, even if it is a metal plate armor style, it does not affect the activity at all when worn. At the same time, Gushi felt that this set of armor should be prepared first, and then a new body is generated for the contract puppet Yu. So this set of armor seems to grow on the body of the contract puppet Yu. After taking a closer look at the armor, Gushi asked directly, "Did you choose this?" "Yes." The contract puppet Jade responded immediately. The previous bridge collision only destroyed his body, but did not kill him. When the staff took him down for repairs, the contract puppet Jade took the opportunity to put forward his own opinions. Many materials that he wanted but had no chance to get before. This time he made very impolite requests. For example, the reorganization of bones, the reconstruction of internal organs, the treatment of muscles, etc. All used the best materials and technologies. The most important thing is, this set of armor, just as Gushi guessed, was selected by the contract puppet Jade before the body was reassembled. This part has now grown into the body of the contract puppet Jade. According to the properties of the contract puppet Jade, as long as it grows into his body, no matter what quality it is at the beginning, it can all be upgraded to purple quality. Not to mention that when the contract puppet Jade selected it, he targeted the good things. So don't think that this set of armor looks like a green bronze holy garment now. But in fact the properties have been upgraded to purple quality. But the defense area will be smaller. Anyway, this time the contract puppet Yu was a blessing in disguise, and all the parts inside and outside the body were replaced. The level may not have been improved much, but the combat power and defense power have been improved a lot. With the contract puppet Yu present, Gushi finally put down his worry a little. He fell back, pressed his forehead. "I'm tired. If there's anything, let's talk tomorrow morning." Chapter 1581 Gongling Yu's Teaching. The next morning, Gushi, under the protection of the contracted puppet Yu, got on the special car that had been booked early in the morning. When he left the Constellation Palace, Gushi found that everything here had been handled. The Constellation Palace in front of him looked as if no accidents had happened. The players who stayed overnight in the Constellation Palace had also woken up. Some players walked out arm in arm, or called a taxi, or walked, leaving the Wutian Ancient Tomb area. After getting on the special car, Gushi took a look at the interior of the special car. He found that the special car in front of him was not very good in terms of speed and the number of people it could carry. It was completely inferior to Gushi's Holy Silver Evil Coffin. It was just that there was someone behind the Constellation Palace. They could get the license plate of Inji City. But Gushi couldn't. Gushi had nothing now. Unless Gushi said that he was the holder of the red suit, and reported to the higher authorities, and disclosed some of the information. It would be useless even if he was Gongling Yu's disciple. Before the demon sword was bound, Gongling Yu didn't have a car. So some things were just for thought. But life with a car is really good. It was only a dozen minutes later, and the car stopped at the gate of Hades University. After jumping off the car, Gushi took the contracted puppet Yu into Hades University. Because it was only a little after 7 in the morning. There were not many students in Hades University. After Gushi entered Hades University with the contracted puppet Yu, he thought about it, and went to the direction of teacher Gongling Yu's office. Originally, Gongling Yu was a graduate student tutor, and had her own office in Hades University. However, since she bound the demon sword, Hades University has increased its support for Gongling Yu, and prepared a small building for her to use as an office, and arranged several assistants to handle miscellaneous matters. After all, since the news of Gongling Yu binding the demon sword came out, more and more players came to her with various excuses. Now it has seriously interfered with Gongling Yu's work and life. As the largest university in the Yin City, the Hades University naturally has to find a way to deal with this matter. So several assistants were arranged to help Gongling clean up some unimportant things first, which is the most correct thing. However, Gu Shi's arrival is not one of the unimportant things. After all, Gu Shi is one of Gongling students, and he is a student he has just accepted. As a mentor, he still has the task of guiding teaching. The most important thing is how Gongling got the demon sword, and how the students tried to protect their teacher and buy time for their teacher to bind the demon sword. This has also been spread with the appearance of Gongling. Everyone knows that. In Gongling's eyes, these students who have not yet graduated are all treasures. After seeing Gu Shi coming in person, several assistants did not dare to stop Gu Shi. Instead, they helped to stop other guests and make some time for Gu Shi. Seeing Gu Shi coming, Gongling was also a little surprised. However, she still said, "You are here for academic guidance, right? Your level has been improved again. How is your passive skill now?" Gu Shi quickly showed Gongling his efforts during this period. At the same time, he took out his notebook and put forward the problems he had encountered during this period one by one. Gongling didn't know that Gu Shi got the orange quality origin of the undead. He had already laid a solid foundation. It can be said that except for the transformation of the undead, which was still stuck at level 9, the other passive skills related to the basics of the undead had at least reached level 15. This was already quite good among level 12 players. Your learning progress is still good, but judging from your appearance, you have overflowed with experience. You still need to lower your level. At least, all the basic passive skills of the undead should reach level 20 before you consider level 15. In addition, you should continue to learn leadership, diplomacy, ritual magic, and destruction magic. Although these are not directly related to the profession of the necromancer, you still need to master them when you move to a higher level. The profession of the necromancer is constantly changing every day. Who knows? One day a new profession will require some different skills. Besides, after the basic skills of the undead pass level 20, new branches of advancement will appear. Some of them have learning requirements. Especially regarding the transformation of the undead, I think your undead transformation is growing so slowly, you must have encountered something. Right? Gu Shi nodded affirmatively upon hearing this. The transformation of the undead is different from the necromancy. The necromancy is a routine, no matter what kind of corpse. The undead that finally becomes is a designated type of soldier. Undead transformation is different. Undead transformation requires you to understand the corpse's life before death and consider the corpse's life after death. Only by matching the corpse's route, the transformation process will not go wrong. Let's talk about Titan, and you will understand. You have researched the Book of Titans yourself, which shows that you have a high talent for Titan's undead transformation. As for other necromancers, what will they do if they get Titan's corpse? If they want to transform Titan into undead, what materials do they need to add to the undead? And how to preserve Titan's abilities? Gongling used such an example to explain to Gu Shi what role some skills that are not basic to undead will play in the process of undead transformation. Gongling can be said to be an authority and expert in this area. When she explained everything in detail. And many problems encountered by Gu Shi during the learning process were also solved by Gongling one by one. Finally, Gongling also relisted a batch of books for Gu Shi, so that Gu Shi could continue to study. Seeing that the 45-minute one-on-one teaching time was about to end, Gu Shi said to Gongling, "Teacher, I recently found an opportunity to improve my Yaladui city, and I need to take a leave of absence from Yin City for a while. But please rest assured, teacher, I will be back before the red dress exhibition." When Gu Shi said this, Gongling frowned. She actually didn't want her student to ask for leave after less than a year of school. And according to Gu Shi, his leave might take nearly a year. Is it still necessary to study like this? Is it still necessary to have the student benefits of Hades University? But Gu Shi had a reasonable reason to ask for leave. Most importantly, Gongling could see that Gu Shi had made obvious progress in the Death City. The feeling he gave people was that he had clearly surpassed the other disciples of Gongling. Now Gu Shi said there was an opportunity to upgrade the Death City. Even if there was really such an opportunity, leave it anchored to the Lingyu Industrial Zone. If you really encounter any danger, just come back directly. I will keep you safe. Also, take this with you. Gongling placed a sticker that looked like a sword wound on the table. This is the sword mark of the demon sword. It contains a full-strength attack of the demon sword. I originally planned to reward you at the Red Clothing Exhibition Conference. You are going out now, so I will give you this for self-defense. When you come back, there will naturally be other rewards for you. I, Yu, will not treat my own people unfairly. Chapter 1582 Love at Hades University. Teacher, you are busy. I am fine. After class, Yu personally sent Gushi to the door. Okay, I have something else to do, so I won't send you off. Remember, even if you leave the Yin City temporarily, you can't stop studying. You must take all the books I wrote with you. In addition, send your study progress to your assistant every 3 months, and they will report to me. Yu explained the subsequent arrangements. Although at the beginning, Yu gave Gushi a jade pendant, saying that he could contact her through the jade pendant. But isn't her status improved now? Many things will be transferred to her. Although the jade pendant can contact Yu, it is better not to ask Yu for unimportant matters. After leaving Yu's office building, Gushi saw Eve and Ryu standing outside the building waiting. Seeing Gushi coming out, the two quickly came to greet him. Sir, you are here too. For the next period of time, Eve, you take Ryu to familiarize yourself with the library first, and copy the books and materials I need. This is the book list. This time, Gushi was not in a hurry to let Eve return to Aridity City. After all, the passage on the other side of the apartment was not closed. Gushi's men could enter and exit Aridity City at any time through the Hearthstone on the other side of the apartment. Now let Eve take care of Ryu first. After Ryu has sorted out everything here, she can go back to study science and magic. After giving out the book list, Gushi did not leave immediately. He suppressed the idea of leaving quickly in his heart. He suddenly proposed to leave Yin City at this time, which was a rather abrupt behavior. If he left in a hurry now, it might arouse some people's suspicion. The more critical the moment was, the calmer Gushi had to be. He couldn't arouse some people's suspicion. Now he didn't say anything, but kept all the information in his heart, and even activated the special ability of the soul lamp to reduce others' attention to him. At the same time, Gushi also wanted to collect his own benefits this year. This year's situation is really urgent and not smooth. First, there are all kinds of troubles, the evil sword, and the binding problem. Gushi has not had a single day of class. Now Gushi is planning to take a class, and find someone to make up some of the classes. Yu had made a request to Gushi before. In order to learn, there are some basic things that need to be filled in. There are many things that cannot be learned by self-study. Fortunately, Eve has also stayed in Hades University for a long time, and is quite familiar with the teaching situation of Hades University. Anyone can attend the big classes here. When Gushi told her what he lacked, Eve arranged study time for him. At the same time, Ryu also promised Gushi that she would remember the courses that Gushi studied and chose today, and would come to attend the classes on weekdays. When Gushi was resting, she would find a way to give Gushi a lesson, so that Gushi could continue to study. This was something Eve could not do. From this point, it can be seen that it was a good thing to let Ryu stay in the Hades University. At least Gushi won't have such a hard time studying. Unlike when Eve was here, Eve could listen to the lectures, study, and research, but if she was asked to speak, she couldn't speak at all. Now Gushi has selected some suitable courses from the teachers of the big class through today's study, and asked Ryu to memorize and repeat them, to facilitate his study. After everything was done, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. This was the busiest time at Hades University. Many students of Hades University were taking their contracted undead out for a walk. Gushi's current situation was not very eye-catching. However, Gushi did not go out at this time, but came to the most famous attraction of Hades University, the Lake of the Dead. Hades University was established together with Yin City. When Yin City was doing the 10 scenic spots, Hades University actually wanted to do it too. However, Hades University has a large number of graduates' research projects sent to Hades University every year, so it would be a bit of a waste to go on the 10 scenic spots route. Just like the road in front of the gate of Hades University, in the eyes of the dead, it is clearly countless yellow springs, the river of forgetfulness. Then there is the Lake of the Dead in front of us, which is not a lake at all, it is completely a sea, into which are thrown countless dead souls that students failed to transform or create. Although all these dead souls are failures, they were thrown into the Lake of the Dead, but they survived in another way. Every night, when students are watching the scenery by the lake, they can see all kinds of different dead souls rising from the lake, and sinking again. Here, Students can see the failed works of their seniors and understand which methods are wrong. If they stay by the lake seriously, they will avoid many mistakes. But college students don't think so much. The Lake of the Dead is now a love sanctuary for students. It is also a dating sanctuary. In the eyes of the necromancers, standing by the lake and watching countless dead spirits float up and sink in the water is a very romantic thing. Gushi came here this time, of course, to make an appointment. Not long after arriving at the Lake of the Dead, Gushi saw Tang Shuang rushing over. Gushi, I'm here. Tang Shuang had changed her clothes. She had graduated from Hades University and found a formal teaching job. She finally stayed in the Yin City. However, as a newcomer, she had been very busy with work during this period. She only had time to participate in games during the winter and summer vacations. She didn't have much time during other days. Tang Shuang was also a little surprised to see Gushi contact her today. But she still agreed to Gushi's request and chose the dating place of Hades University to meet. She wanted to have a beautiful, romantic night tonight. When she saw Tang Shuang, Gushi also smiled, and he quickly stepped forward. Tang, long time no see. How have you been recently? Gushi stretched out his hand and held Tang Shuang's hands. Not bad. Finally settled down. Unlike you, I heard about your affairs. I didn't expect that teacher Gong Lingyu was bound to Hengzhuang. Tang Shuang had been following Gushi's enrollment, so she naturally knew who Gushi's mentor was. So I came this time and brought you this. Gushi smiled and put an invitation in Tang Shuang's hand. After receiving the invitation, Tang Shuang was obviously stunned. What is this? As you can see, it's the teacher's exhibition ticket. Each disciple has 10 tickets. This one is for you. Chapter 1583 Return to the deep world of the game. The underworld, White Ghost Mountain Station. Gushi said Tang Shuang off the train. Gushi said he wanted to leave the underworld, so he must do something. He bought a train ticket to the underworld. And Tang Shuang accompanied Gushi, sent Gushi to the entrance and exit of the underworld. In Tang Shuang's words, she accompanied Gushi into the underworld, and now Gushi is leaving for the expedition. She also wants to accompany Gushi. Even if she can't accompany Gushi to leave the underworld, she will send Gushi to the White Ghost Mountain Station. Gushi finally agreed to such an accompaniment. Along the way, Gushi and Tang Shuang did not do anything, but just talked about some things after they separated. They did not talk about games, nor did they do anything. But Gushi felt his heart softened. When sending Tang Shuang off the train, Gushi felt that his mentality was very good, and he could adapt to the high-intensity journey again. In the next 10 days, Gushi was really in a state of rushing. After the train arrived at the next star field, Gushi changed his ticket temporarily and left the station. After that, he chose a game landing point on the street and entered a random game. Entering the game was not the most important thing. The most important thing for Gushi was to pass this game and return to the battlefield of Genesis. Gushi calculated the time. The first round of Genesis had ended. But according to the Blood God's instructions, if you find something good in the first round of the game and are willing to stay in this game for a while, it is also possible. Anyway, even if the main mission of the first round is completed, the game will not end and will continue to run. It is normal for players to survive in a game that is still running. For this reason, Gushi can still transfer through the first round of the Genesis game and return to the original city. Of course, judging from the current time, Gushi is afraid that he will not be able to catch up with the second round of the Genesis game world. But the question here is, does Gushi need to catch up with the Genesis game world? There is no need at all. Gushi's goal is to return to the depths of the game through the Genesis game. This is exactly what Gushi is aiming for. After all, the bridge that almost killed Gushi before was definitely the creation bridge. Now the bridge is at the most critical step. No matter who comes, they will be killed directly. The players here don't know this situation. They are all chasing the Nether Spirit Flower. Naturally, whoever comes will be killed. But Gushi is different. Gushi knows what he is facing, and he also knows how to bypass the creation bridge. What Gushi is doing now is to bypass the route of the Genesis bridge. For this, Gushi spent about 5 days, jumping from the new game to the game world of the first round of Genesis. At this time, this game world is no longer like before, with hundreds of thousands of players working and living here. The number of players who still exist here is probably no more than 3,000. When Gushi appeared in this game world, he was not discovered at all. After entering the first round of the game world of Genesis, Gushi looked around first. He found that the entire game world had changed due to the efforts of the players. The golden pillar that was originally hidden in the void had completely disappeared. The color of the sky was also dyed golden. At the same time, Gushi noticed that at the top of the golden pillar, a fixed passage appeared. It was obviously the passage to the next game world. This was the idea of Genesis, to find the key to the next game world from this game world and open a new passage. Such a game world is built on another game world, one ring inside another. And finally each game world becomes a brick, building a red equipment that can break through the void and lead from the depths of the game to the real world. The creation bridge. Of course, Gushi has no intention of grabbing the ownership of the creation bridge now. Gushi came for the nether spirit flower. Just taking a look at the fixed passage on the golden column, Gushi was ready to find an exit point to exit this game world. But at this time, Gushi received a new message. Moore felt that the game world in front of him seemed to have many dragons. She smelled the scent of dragons and heard the wailing of dragons before they died. Moore was quite interested in this world. After hearing Moore's words, Gushi hesitated for a moment, but finally rejected Moore's idea of killing enough dragons in this world to enrich Dragon City and strengthen the dragon blood bottle. If it was another game world, Gushi would definitely take action after hearing Moore's words. If he kills the dragon, he will get double the undead dragon reward. But the game world in front of him is not like that. Gushi, who was almost killed by the creation bridge, knows the power of the creation bridge very well. Gushi doesn't want to be hit by the creation bridge again at this time. Now what Gushi has to do is to return to Uenzu City in a low profile. Of course, if he can avoid returning to Uenzu City, he can also go directly to Peishin City or Chengzi City. Gushi still remembers that he has another chance to make orange equipment in Chengzi City. Although Gushi doesn't care much about orange equipment now, but Gushi doesn't think he has too many orange equipment. Right? Besides, Gushi now has an idea. Among the 6 flaming lamps, the white bone obelisk and the torrent of time are of orange quality. The yellow spring dragon robe has also been strengthened. If Gushi can replace the other 3 equipment with orange equipment, then is it possible for Gushi to improve the quality of the 6 flaming lamps? If it is feasible, then what level will the improved quality reach? High level orange? Or is it possible to step into red? So at this time, Gushi didn't have the idea of returning to the original city. Gushi's goal is so plain, red equipment. Players in the real world have not discovered the secrets deep in the game. Players deep in the game don't know that the game cap is 60, and before they know the existence of red equipment, they should get their own equipment first. 1 red suit is not too little, and 2 red suits are not too much. It doesn't matter if you don't get red suits, Gushi can still survive with orange equipment. After rejecting Moore's idea, Gushi stayed in this game for another 3 days. Only then did he find a place to log out of the game, and safely exited the game world. As Gushi exited, he found that there were actually prompts for options when he exited. At the top of the options, it was prompted that the location to log out was the new city area of Uenzu City. In addition, there was another prompt that the second round of Genesis was already halfway through. If Gushi chose to return to Uenzu City, he would have to wait about half a year for the third round of Genesis to start. Chapter 1584 Goal: Find the escaped nether spirit flower. The other 3 exit routes point to Chengzi City, Peixian City, and Mowan City respectively. However, there are also detailed descriptions below these 3 routes. That is, there are still many people waiting to participate in Genesis. It is easy to get out of Uenzu City, but it is not easy to get back after getting out. Now there are at least millions of players waiting in line in the 3 main cities to enter Uenzu City. With the transportation capacity of the train to Uenzu City, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to transport people in. If Gushi retreats to these 3 main cities, he will definitely miss the third round of Genesis. Whether he can catch up with the 4th round depends on luck. Therefore, the exit position here is specially marked in red, so that players who want to quit the game can think carefully about whether Genesis can be without them. After leaving, will they have a chance to participate in the next Genesis? After seeing the selection line clearly, Gushi had a few thoughts in his mind. The 3 main cities are there, and they can't escape for a while. As for taking the train out of Uenzu City, it's not difficult. Now all the players want to squeeze into Uenzu City. There are very few who want to leave Uenzu City, so the ticket should not be difficult to buy. The most important thing is that the nether spirit flower is protected by the creation bridge. It must have fallen into the depths of the game. Gushi is not sure whether the Nether Spirit Flower has fallen into Yuanzu City, or whether it has fallen on the Creation Bridge. If it has not fallen into those places, it's okay. At most, you just need to run a few games, or even don't need to run any games. You can search in the wild deep in the game, and have a chance to find the Nether Spirit Flower. But if he landed in Yuanzu City, and Gushi was sent to the 3 main cities, then the situation would be bad. If he wanted to come back after leaving, he would have to queue up. Gushi didn't want to waste so much time on this. For this reason, after carefully checking the exit location, Gushi still chose to exit the game and go to Yuanzu City. After making the choice, Gushi did not hesitate at all and decisively stepped out of the portal to exit the game. The next moment, Gushi only felt a flash of red light in front of his eyes, as if something was staring at him. Gushi understood that this was the final fusion of the Genesis Bridge. Now, entering and exiting the game world inside the Genesis Bridge, there must be strict entry and exit management. If Gushi did not have a record of participating in the Genesis before, with his means of only taking a detour, he still wanted to enter the depths of the game. But there was no way. When the exit point was opened, he was killed by the Genesis Bridge. Now it was just a flash of red light, and he was stared at for a while, which was already good. After the red light flashed, Gushi left the game. He looked up and around, and found that he was standing at the Yuanzu City Railway Station. The Yuanzu City Railway Station at this time was not much different from when Gushi first came to Yuanzu City. The only difference was that there were more players sitting in the square in front of the railway station. Many players who had just arrived in Yuanzu City chose to spend the night in front of the railway station because they had nowhere to go. Oh, I need to remind you that Gushi came out at a bad time this time. Just in the middle of the night. From the situation in front of him, Gushi knew that Yuanzu City was now crowded with people. You know, when Gushi first came to Yuanzu City, they required that he must find a place to spend the night and not sleep on the streets. Now, people are sleeping on the ground in front of the train station square, and no one cares. It can be seen how serious the situation in Yuanzu City is now. After squeezing out of the crowd, Gushi shook his hand, and the Holy Silver Evil Coffin appeared on the street. Gushi naturally jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, and after finding a direction, he headed towards the library. Seeing Gushi's natural movements, everyone understood that Gushi was one of the first players who had entered Yuanzu City a long time ago. Although no one knew why he quit the game at this time, his natural movements showed that he was familiar with Yuanzu City. It was better not to make plans against such a person. Who knows if he knew anyone when he was in Yuanzu City before? Yuanzu City is now full of good and bad people. It is better not to make a move if you can. After releasing the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and shocking some players outside the train station who were ready to make a move, Gushi entered the small room of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. He just closed his eyes, and a small flower pot filled with soil appeared in his hand. Holding the small flower pot in his hand, Gushi hesitated for a moment. He was not worried about whether planting the seeds of the Nether Spirit Flower would cause any changes. Gushi had seen a few pieces of red clothes, and he even had a task to upgrade the red clothes. He knew very well that before the red clothes appeared completely, no one would find that this thing was related to the red clothes. Gushi was just hesitating. He didn't know how to grow flowers. He was a necromancer, not a druid. Growing flowers and grass was not his skill. He didn't know how to play with the undead ecosystem. He only had these seeds. What if he failed? While muttering in his heart, Gushi reached out and dug a small hole in the soil. Then Gushi picked out a seed of the ghost flower and hesitantly put it into the hole. Just as Gushi was thinking, should he fill it with soil or should he water it first? Unexpectedly, the seed that just touched the soil actually grew on its own. Gushi had never seen such a scene before, but he understood that this was the power of the Nether Spirit Flower. As the seeds grew rapidly, a small flower grew up visibly. The flower did not grow very tall, only about 30 centimeters, with 7 petals, which looked a bit like a butterfly with its wings spread out, and the color was purple. However, the flower had no smell, and even after it appeared, it absorbed all the smells nearby. After the flower fully opened, Gushi also stared at everything in front of him. He was waiting for the guidance of the flower. However, Gushi never expected that the flower did not turn in a direction as he imagined, pointing to a certain direction, but gave a coordinate. Looking at the coordinates on the petals, Gushi's eyes lit up. The coordinates in front of him were standard 2-dimensional coordinates, and the numbers were not too long. This means that the flower is guiding Gushi to a certain location, instead of guiding Gushi to a certain game. This is a good thing for Gushi, based on the current situation. Gushi can already know that the Nether Spirit Flower has taken root deep in the game. The most important thing now is to find where the coordinates are, and then find the escaped Nether Spirit Flower. Chapter 1585 Target Information Locked. Yuanzu City Library. With the beginning of Genesis, the number of players in the library dropped sharply. After all, most of the players came to find opportunities to join the Battle of Genesis, and few people came to study. Even if someone came, they were looking for a place to rest, so they could spend the night peacefully, and it was not as crowded as when Gushi came. After parking the Holy Silver Evil Coffin at the foot of the mountain of the library, Gushi went up with the Secret Realm Sword Staff. After walking a few steps, Gushi felt that many players were looking him up and down. It seemed that he looked like a monster. Gushi was very sensitive to such sight. He lowered his head and looked at his body first. Then Gushi was shocked. It was bad. He had already gotten used to dressing like an ordinary person in Een City. On the way here, Gushi naturally changed into his own convenient clothes. He had forgotten that in the deep world of the game, in order to show their strength, many players directly wore their equipment on their bodies. Gushi's clothes now look like an ordinary person. Fortunately, the players deep in the game are not stupid, they only have one life, and the fools have died in the game long ago. Although they are very curious about Gushi's dress, there are speculations about whether Gushi is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, or is he just an ordinary mortal, but no one is willing to provoke Gushi. This allowed Gushi to come to the 5th floor of the library smoothly. Gushi studied here, and worked for a period of time. He was quite familiar with the layout of the library. In the library on the 5th floor, the locations of all the cities deep in the game were recorded, as well as maps deep in the game. This was information that Yuanzu City had spent countless manpower and resources, and the lives of the players to create. In addition to the library in Yuanzu City, where these materials were stored, there was no other place to find so many maps and information. When Gushi came over, there were no readers in this library except for a few staff members. When they saw Gushi walking into the library, several staff members just raised their heads and had no intention of coming to greet him. Gushi took a look at these staff members and knew that they were players who had not caught up with the second round of Genesis games and had to stay in Yuanzu City. They were just temporary workers here, just to have a place to rest and a job so as not to starve to death. There would be no more. It would be too much to expect them to treat the library as their own home. Their current role is to serve as a receptionist and security guard. They can do nothing else. When Gushi came in, they glared at him, which was considered as completing the reception and security check. There was no more. Not to mention that someone came up to ask if Gushi needed anything. Gushi ignored their attitude. He was already familiar with the layout of the library. Although Gushi rarely came to the library on the 5th floor, he found the room where the map information was stored as soon as he looked up. After pushing the door of the room open and walking in, Gushi felt a lot of dust blowing in his face. Since the beginning of Genesis, all the regular staff members have gone to participate in Genesis, leaving only some temporary workers here to fish. It is a good thing that the library was not burned. It has not been cleaned for a long time, which is the normal state. Gushi ignored the dust, nodded his head, and a small door opened behind him. Bai Wuchang poured out from the small door. Remember this coordinate? Find the location of this coordinate for me. After releasing the ghost team that turned into Bai Wuchang, Gushi reported the coordinates immediately, and let the ghost squad search for the map and information in front of him. Gushi was willing to believe the coordinates he had just obtained. After all, this was the information directly given by the Nether Spirit Flower after it grew up. Gushi believed that if the Nether Spirit Flower escaped to a certain game, the coordinates given would be preceded by the game number. At present, only one coordinate was given, which meant that it was definitely hidden somewhere deep in the game. Now what Gushi needed to find was where this coordinate was. With so many ghosts working together, the ghost team was able to search for things quite quickly. In the blink of an eye, all the maps here were opened. Through the coordinate axis directly above the map, you can know where the coordinate point represented by the map is. Of course, if there is really no way to find a suitable coordinate point, Gushi will also find a way to find the place closest to this coordinate point. After about 10 minutes, a white impermanence raised his right hand, and then a map was quickly delivered to Gushi. Gushi took the map and looked at it. He found that the map was so old that it was almost broken. On the side of the map was written Heiji City Construction Report Map. Although Gushi only studied and lived in Balian City, he later turned around and came to Peishin City, and then to Uenzu City. But he was not a person who knew nothing. Gushi had heard of the 3 major cities, the 10 first-tier cities, and the key cities of various professions. Gushi had never heard of Heiji City. Probably no impression. This is quite abnormal. However, Bai Wuchang would send this map to Gushi, so he would naturally take a closer look. So Gushi carefully spread the map on the ground, and then looked at it carefully. Gushi found that this was a map of about 1:30,000, which is about the size of a first-tier city printed on an A4 paper. And Gushi noticed that this map was quite large. In addition to the Black Pole City marked on the map, there were also nearby terrain, beasts and resources, mountains and hydrology, etc. The reason why Bai Wuchang found this map was entirely because the coordinates given by Gushi were within the control range of this map. After taking a look at the situation on the map, Gushi clapped his hands. Listen up, everyone. Now divide into 3 teams. Team 1 continues to search for this coordinate and see if there is any different information about this logo. Team 1 will check the situation of Heiji City. I want to know what is going on in this city. The last team will check this map. I need to know in which year this map was reported, and whether there are any changes in the situation of the map now. Hurry up, everyone. We have already found here, and the location has been found. Dig out the other information for me quickly. Hurry up. Chapter 1586, The History of Black Pole City. As the initial information was confirmed, new information was sent to Gushi one by one, and Gushi gradually learned many things. Black Pole City was founded in 1053 by Lu Xiaong, the Shadow Pole, who participated in the Genesis and was promoted to level 25. He also obtained the permission of the original city and led 5 major families, with a total of 3,500 players. Due to the characteristics of Lu Xiaoyong and the big family, Black Pole City was determined to develop into a hunter-oriented city. In 1073, the number of players in Heiji City reached 17,000, and the nearby land was explored, and it entered a high-speed development mode. In 1457, Lu Xiaoyong opened the Genesis, and took away a total of 15,000 players from Heiji City, and the high-speed development of Heiji City was interrupted. In 1594, the third city lord of the Lu family reached level 25, and established the largest defense system in Heiji City, the Shadow Arrow Tower, which integrated machinery, engineering and hunter characteristics, and created a new hunter route, the Arrow Tower Hunter. This hunter is famous for its super defense and standing attack, and Heiji City is back on the road of high-speed development. In 1978, the Arrow Tower Hunter was upgraded again. Its safety and attack range made it the first choice for hunters and archers. Black Pole City was close to the size of a second-tier city. In 2317, Black Pole City was close to the size of a first-tier city. In the same year, the 11th city lord Lu Xingsong opened the Genesis, taking nearly 110,000 players from Black Pole City to participate. The plan to upgrade Black Pole City to a first-tier city was forced to be interrupted. In 2519, Black Pole City was close to the level of a first-tier city again. In the same year, Black Pole City was attacked, and the city was wiped out. None of the more than 600,000 players in the city survived. In 2537, Uenzu City sent a rescue team to Heiji City to check the situation, but the rescue team disappeared. In 2544, the last Arrow Tower Hunter died in battle, and the information related to the Arrow Tower Hunter was only preserved in the data. In 2579, Uenzu City confirmed that Heiji City disappeared, revoked the name of Heiji City, and sealed the information of Heiji City. 25. Gushi calculated the time and found that Heiji City was destroyed more than 1,000 years ago. No wonder Gushi never knew that such a city existed. As for the Arrow Tower Hunter, Gushi had not heard much about this profession, but judging from the information he had obtained, it should be a variant of the archer. After looking through the collected information again, Gushi noticed a situation. Even in the more than 1,000 years after the destruction of Black Pole City, people would occasionally go to Black Pole City to look for clues about the Arrow Tower Hunter. However, after entering the original Black Pole City area, those people never came out again. Now this area is a third-level forbidden area, which means that players should not approach it before reaching or exceeding level 20. In addition to these, Gushi also found the original location of Heiji City. Heiji City is relatively northwest, a little further south from Zhuelu City, a first-tier city for archer professions. If you want to go to the ruins of Heiji City, you can take a train to Zhuelu City, and then go there by other means of transportation. In general, it is not difficult to go there. Looking at the information in front of him, Gushi took out the seeds of the nether spirit flower for another comparison, and confirmed that the location he found was correct. And then he took out all the collected information to copy. At the same time, he asked Bai Wuchang of the Ghost Squad to search the library to see if there were any other omissions. After confirming that there was nothing missing, Gushi took the information outside the library. At this time, the temporary workers were still lying there half dead. Seeing Gushi carrying so many documents out, someone slowly stood up. These cannot be taken out. I know. Help me make a copy. Gushi put the information on the table and said to the temporary workers, the previous eye contact and eye check were enough. Now that there was serious work, they should get up and work. But Gushi never expected that these temporary workers were really slacking off. The copier is over there. Use it yourself. And after you finish copying, please put these materials back. Copier? When did you get this? Gushi was speechless. When he was in the Yuanzhou City Library before. It was the players who took the initiative to ask if they wanted to help copy. Now, the technology of photocopiers is actually used. It would be nice if photocopiers could really copy some details, but the question is, can the photocopiers in front of us really do that? You know, many important contents are recorded in details. What the photocopiers copy are just some photos. After several losses in this regard, Gushi doesn't trust photocopiers very much. It's enough for you to use it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? A temporary worker said with some dissatisfaction. At this time, where can I find someone to help you copy books? Either you use this to copy, or you find a way to copy books yourself. I can't do it anyway. Gushi was speechless. He couldn't understand why Yuanzhou City had become like this in just a few days. Before, everyone in Yuanzhou City was enthusiastic and motivated. However, Gushi didn't come to Yuanzhou City now. He took a look at these temporary workers, and then opened the small door leading to Aladovi City. He called out some undead, who were responsible for copying information in the library, and asked them to copy the information in front of them. Seeing Gushi placing the undead in the library, these temporary workers were also stunned for a moment. But in the end, they still suppressed the idea of teaching Gushi a lesson, and just watched the undead under Gushi, quickly copying everything in front of them. In their opinion, they were just temporary workers. There was no need to care so much. As long as the books here were not missing, and the library was not burned, it would be fine. So they just watched there, and at the same time, their eyes were wide open, as if to say, look, we have stopped it with our eyes. But we can't stop this man. He doesn't care about our looks. So we tried hard. What happened next has nothing to do with us. With such hard work, these temporary workers actually calmed down, watching Gushi's actions there. Some even got tired of staring, and simply closed their eyes, and fell asleep at the front desk. It seems that they didn't care about Gushi's thoughts at all. For such a situation, Gushi really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Gushi's subordinates were quite capable. After more than 10 minutes, they copied all the information. And they also sent back all the information they found before. After checking all the information again, and confirming that there was nothing missing, Gushi nodded with satisfaction, and left the library. Chapter 1587. The square is surrounded. After leaving the library, Gushi immediately bought a ticket to Changzi City. The nearest swamp record city to Heiji City is in the northwest of the game. It would be closer if we departed from Changzi City. It would be more convenient to buy tickets there. However, Gushi never expected that. There were not many players willing to leave Yuanzhou City, but there were no tickets available. Gushi bought a ticket for the day after tomorrow morning, and it was not the best seat. It was the kind of vehicle that carried both people and goods. The seats on the vehicle could only guarantee the comfort of the passengers at most. There was no need to think about anything else. The most important thing is, Gushi heard that he would be sent to Changzi City with a carload of goods this time. At the same time, in order to ensure the safety of the goods, the space that players can go to is also limited. In other words, the next section of the journey will be the most uncomfortable journey for Gushi. Gushi didn't care about this. He only thought about one thing. That is, to leave Yuanzhou City as soon as possible, and to get to Zhuelu City as soon as possible. After buying the ticket, Gushi took a look at the sky. After this busy, the sky is about to light up. Gushi is still more energetic at this time. Seeing the sky is already bright, Gushi simply don't find a place to rest instead. It was strolled in Uenzu City. At this time, there were quite a lot of players in Uenzu City. I participated in the first round, but did not catch up with the second round of Genesis. Aboriginal people in Uenzu City, and new players, who just arrived here are mixed together. Things always happen inadvertently. Gushi, who bought the ticket, was just going to find a place for breakfast. As a result, he stopped the Saint Silver Evil Coffin. He was surrounded by a group of players. Boy, do you know whose territory this is? Gushi blinked. There were 10 players in total. All of them were around level 14 to 15. From their actions, it could be seen that they were a combat team that had been working together for a long time. The cooperation mode of 2 tanks, 3 auxiliary and 5 attacking allowed him to deal with many different situations. And the position and angle they were standing at now had blocked all of Gushi's routes. However, what really surprised Gushi was not this, but the attitude of the people nearby towards the scene in front of him. There were obviously many players nearby who noticed the situation here, but they seemed not to see it, turned around and left quickly with their heads down. Is this the attitude of Uenzu City now? I just returned to Uenzu City from Genesis last night, and came to buy a ticket today. I don't think I have offended you, but you block me like this. If you don't give a reasonable reason, you will leave with no life. When Gushi was speaking, 6 people with equipment appeared beside Gushi. Although Gushi's level was not high at this time, his troops were strong enough. The most important thing was that he had reached level 12. Even if he encountered problems, the death incarnation he released was level 20, and could open the battle aura. Even if he was blocked by others, Gushi would not be scared. So he was not worried about letting people know that he had orange equipment. When the person holding the bone obelisk came out, he released the bone obelisk, and the powerful momentum suppressed everything below on a large scale. The person who just got the time torrent stood in front of Gushi. A crystal wall composed of countless clock shadows appeared in front of Gushi, which could block all attacks for Gushi. The person who held the spear took the initiative to separate more than 10 bodies, raising the spears in their hands horizontally, and each spear was aimed at the head of a player. The person who held the yellow spring dragon robe, the soul dark lamp, and the vanguard power broken array stood behind Gushi, with no intention of attacking. But even so, the faces of the players present changed. They all felt that every spear pointed at them had the power to kill them instantly. However, their movements were as slow as if they were soaked in butter. So slow that even they felt it was ridiculous. All the players could feel that they had been locked in. As long as one wrong answer was given, they would die. They had hit a wall. The player who led the combat team knew it in his heart. He glanced at the situation around him unwillingly, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Sir, please don't mess around. We are not targeting you. We are just collecting parking fees. All people who park their RVs in the train station square will be charged by us. As the player spoke, he specifically pointed out the RVs. At this time, Gushi looked around and understood what was going on. Sleeping on the ground in the train station square has become a source of income for some people. Maybe players sitting or lying in the train station square will not be charged much money. But if they want to live a better life, such as living in a tent, they will have to pay. What these people fear most is that players bring their own tents or RVs. In that case, their business will not be able to continue. The most important thing is that RVs or tents take up a lot of space, and one place can accommodate 4 or 5 people. So the people behind the train station square hired such a combat team. Anyone who uses RVs or tents will be attacked by them. However, this combat team did not expect that they would hit a wall. Gushi obviously took out 2 orange suits. Being targeted by such a big guy, let alone them, even the people behind them may not survive. After understanding these people's behavior, Gushi's eyes flashed with disdain. So that's how it is. Then what are you going to use to buy your life? Level 15. You are the guild leader in a 3rd-tier city, and you are also a member of a team. This is a package price. Tell me what you are willing to pay for your life. It doesn't matter if you don't buy it. Let me introduce myself. I am a necromancer. Level 15 corpses are equally important to me. After saying that, the spear-wielding man took a step forward. If these players don't react, they will attack. The leading player's face turned very ugly. But for the sake of his life, he still took out something from his backpack and put it on the ground. This is something we accidentally got when we were collecting debts here. The quality is definitely beyond the purple quality, and it is quite useful. We have also improved a lot of levels with this thing during this period. Now I will use this to exchange for the lives of our brothers. As the player said, he put the thing in his hand on the ground and pushed it heavily towards Gushi. Chapter 1588 Unexpected Discovery. The object pushed out by the player slid directly in front of Gushi. Gushi noticed that it was a piece of soil that had been transformed into glass. Gushi had seen a lot of this kind of thing. This was a change in the soil nearby caused by the abundance of energy in a certain energy-gathering place. The bloody and evil soil that Gushi dug from the battlefield was one kind. And the spiritual crystal that Gushi had obtained before could also be considered a kind. Such a large piece of soil in front of him. For players of level 10 to 15, it was not bad. Players can absorb the energy in the soil, and can also use the soil to strengthen or warm up weapons and equipment. When Gushi looked at the soil in front of him, the player said again, "This thing is very useful. We have learned a method that can lead some of the negative effects of purple equipment into this kind of soil. Although it cannot be completely eliminated, it can still alleviate the impact of some negative effects. If you are willing to let us go, I can also hand over this method." Gushi glanced at the player and knew in his heart that he probably didn't know that most of the main characteristics of orange equipment can remove the negative effects brought by purple equipment. At most, it was the difference between removing more and removing less. What the player said might be attractive to others, but for Gushi, it was not attractive at all. But fortunately, Gushi just wanted to suppress these players, and had no intention of really doing anything. He was about to leave Uenzu City, and didn't want to get into trouble here. So Gushi didn't do anything, and a man with a spear picked up the mud and sent it to Gushi. Gushi took the soil and was about to say a few polite words. But he found that the flower pot on the ground moved slightly. And the flower grown from the seeds of the nether spirit flower seemed to open its eyes, and stared at the soil in front of it. At this moment, Gushi understood something in his heart. Where did this thing come from? Ah, I got it from an idler when I was collecting debts a few months ago. He seemed to say that he really had no income. So he ran to the outer city area to find some things to buy. He was lucky, he dug up this kind of mud jade in Waste City. Waste City? A few months ago? An idea flashed through Gushi's mind. Okay, I'll take this, be more careful next time, not everyone is as easy to talk to as me. After Gushi finished speaking, he pointed at the Holy Silver Evil Coffin heavily, and the Holy Silver Evil Coffin turned around and took Gushi to the library. Seeing Gushi leave, the people who were originally gathered here didn't say anything more. But they didn't notice that, after the Holy Silver Evil Coffin had been gone for a while, Gushi took the initiative to jump off the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, and use the power of the Mind Dark Lamp to shield himself mentally. Then Gushi flew up by himself, and turned around and flew to the outside of Uenzu City. During the flight, Gushi held the small pot of flowers in his hand. The situation in the soil just now made Gushi guess that the previous soil was probably the traces left by the Nether Spirit Flower when it escaped to the depths of the game. No matter where the Nether Spirit Flower is now, when it escaped to the depths of the game, it must have landed in the outer city. That is, the location where Li entered the depths of the game. Gushi guessed that this might be a fixed trajectory from the real world to the depths of the game. When other people chased the Nether Spirit Flower, they could not bypass the creation bridge in front of them. That's why the players who chased the Nether Spirit Flower were killed by the creation bridge. Gushi hadn't noticed this before. After being reminded by this player, Gushi realized that he was so close to the Nether Spirit Flower. Regardless of the current location of the Nether Spirit Flower, Gushi must go to the outer city area this time. After all, after leaving the Uenzu City, it is not so easy to come back. So Gushi was thinking that before leaving Uenzu City, he must find the things clearly. After flying in the sky for a while, Gushi shook off the observer who was staring at him, and immediately released the wyvern. This time, Gushi did not let the wyvern fly at supersonic speed. After all, the whoosh when breaking the sound barrier was too attractive. Gushi just let the wyvern fly from a high altitude, and took the shortest route to fly into the outer city area. After entering the outer city area of Uenzu City, Gushi immediately found that he had underestimated the complexity of this place. Originally, Gushi thought that this way city was the abandoned Belui's city. There were at most some abandoned buildings and empty streets. At worst, there were buildings covered with plants. The situation would not be beyond these. But Gushi never expected that as soon as he entered the Way City, he saw a spear over 300 meters long stuck in the ground. From the spear, it can be seen that the spear is made of metal and has many special patterns on it. Although it has been exposed to wind and sun and has been rusted, it can be seen with a careful look that the quality of this spear before it fell here is probably not low. This situation also made Gushi's eyes condense. It seems that finding the nether spirit flower is not an easy task. At this time, the outer city area is more dangerous than imagined. After jumping off the flying dragon, the gate behind Gushi opened. Shirley appeared beside Gushi with the evil skeleton soldiers. Form a formation, prepare for battle, Gushi ordered decisively. Hearing Gushi's order, the evil skeleton soldiers quickly raised their weapons and stared at the surroundings. Under Gushi's order, they are now in a state of not recognizing their relatives. Except for Gushi, anyone who comes is an enemy. At this time, Gushi was looking at the flower pot in his hand calmly. At this time, the coordinates on the flower in the flower pot did not change at all. It was still in the original position, but the flower was always pointing in one direction. Gushi released the holy silver evil coffin and commanded the troops to go to the position pointed by the flower. Before he took a few steps, a large number of humanoid creatures rushed out nearby, without saying anything, and rushed towards Gushi at the first time. When these humanoid creatures rushed out, Gushi saw the situation of these guys. They were wearing a cloak like white mist, with a mask with blue light on their face, holding a pure black long stick in their hands, and using a spear as a weapon. When they rushed forward, the wind blew through their cloaks, and you could see that they were wearing the same skin. It was obvious that they were a system. After rushing out of the nearby building, these weirdos jumped high, raising their spears, and stabbing at Gushi from above. Chapter 1589 Distorted Life in the Wilderness. Evil Skeleton Soldier. Summon, kill the distorted life. Level 11, you get 1 experience point, 1 point for overflow and seal. The summon gets 1 experience point. Looking at the pop-up information, Gushi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This thing doesn't look like a being distorted by external forces. Thinking, Gushi walked to a corpse, raised his hand, and pulled off the mask on the corpse's face. Under the mask was a normal face, nothing different. Then Gushi pressed on the corpse. A level 11 corpse. For Gushi, it was dispensable. During this period, Gushi's undead enhancement had reached level 18. The skill of undead enhancement directly affects the level of the undead summoned by the necromancy. In the first 10 levels, for every level of undead enhancement, the level of the summoned undead will increase by 1 level. After level 10, for every 2 levels of undead enhancement, the level of the summoned undead will increase by 1 level. At the same time, it can also improve the quality of the summoned undead, strengthening the attack and defense of the undead. Level 18 undead enhancement is equivalent to Gushi taking a level 1 corpse at random, and summoning a soul starts at level 14, plus 2 weapons and equipment, which is equivalent to directly changing 2 rounds of equipment. It will not be like before, summoning a soul, and sometimes you may still be empty-handed. The same is true for level 11 corpses. Summoning souls will not improve much, and the undead conversion will waste materials. This is the type of corpse that Gushi dislikes the most. With such time, Gushi might as well deal with a large number of level 1 corpses. There are more corpses, and it is easy to summon souls. However, after a closer look, Gushi found something wrong. Gushi's face gradually became solemn. Bone obelisk. Under Gushi's command, the person holding the bone obelisk appeared behind Gushi. From now on, use the power of blessing to help me resist all curses, pollution and other means. Just now, Gushi saw that the twisted life in uniform before him was not a twisted wild monster, but a player who had been affected by a special power and had lost control. Moreover, Gushi could clearly see that these players did not appear in the past 1 or 2 years. Although they were wearing the same weapons and equipment, Gushi could clearly see that some of these corpses were more than 1,000 years old. In other words, no one knew when this strange life distorted by players began in the outer city. How many such beings were there in the outer city now? If the clue about the red suit was not in the outer city, Gushi would have wanted to leave immediately. After releasing the bone obelisk, Gushi looked up at the evil skeleton soldiers who were killing people. He thought seriously and realized that it was not appropriate to keep a low profile in the current situation. In this case, he had to show his overwhelming fighting power to let the people watching behind know that they would suffer a great loss if they confronted him head-on. Only in this way would no one come to trouble Gushi in the next period of time. Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes condensed, and he pointed the secret sword stick to the ground. The soul summoning tower rose from the ground. Now the soul summoning tower under Gu Shi has been strengthened in many aspects. Not only does Gu Shi's soul summoning technique, undead strengthening, undead domination and other skill levels affect the soul summoning tower, but the soul summoning technique promotion book has also been placed in the soul summoning tower. Various magic pools, soul summoning tower strengthening supporting buildings, are all built. It can be said that the soul summoning tower can now handle many things semi-automatically. As soon as the soul summoning tower was erected, countless red lights automatically flew out from the soul summoning tower, precisely landing on every nearby corpse. Under the influence of the necromancy, these twisted corpses that seemed to have uniform equipment actually moved at the same time. And some zombies that looked quite special crawled out of these corpses. These zombies wore leather armor, held weapons such as iron rods in their hands, had gray and black stiff skin, and had no pupils in their eyes. Although they moved slowly, they did not stagger like normal zombies. If they sped up a few steps, they could catch up with the walking speed of normal people. Most importantly, these zombies were not poisonous or plagued, and they were strengthening themselves in the direction of thick skin and solid blood. They even have resistance to poison and curse. It can be seen that these zombies have not stayed in the outer city for so many years in vain. Looking at the zombies that began to gather towards him, a smile flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. Come on. You have soldiers, right? Come and compete with the necromancer in terms of military strength. I can't kill you. Gu Shi, standing on the holy silver evil coffin, pointed at the zombies in the direction of the flower. Go in this direction, and destroy everything you see on the road. Hearing Gu Shi's order, all the zombies immediately walk out with iron rods. At this time, Shirley also retreated with the evil demon skeleton soldiers. They looked at Gu Shi, which meant to ask Gu Shi if he wanted to let them out to fight. Seeing Shirley's eyes, Gu Shi was frightened. The evil demon skeleton soldiers, even in the real world, are also a killer, whose whole army is equipped with orange equipment. If you can equip the whole team with a purple equipment, you can brag about it. What purple spear troops, purple shield troops, etc. These are all famous troops that Gu Shi has heard of in the real world. But they can never beat the god-killing army under Shirley. Shirley's eyes now clearly want Gu Shi to let them go and kill them in the outer city. If they are really let out, whether it is the twisted life in the outer city or the players who enter the outer city to explore, they will probably be doomed. Don't do it first, you guys follow first, and wait and see what happens, Gu Shi said, while looking around. Now is not the time for you to go all out. Our goal is simple. As long as no one stops us from moving forward, we should not fight. Gu Shi spoke loudly, so loud that more than just Shirley could hear it. After saying this, Gu Shi glanced at the fragments on the ground, suppressed the idea of transporting everything here back to Arida City, and drove the holy silver evil coffin in the direction of the flower pot in his hand. At this time, on a high building in the outer field city, two players dressed similarly to Twisted Life were observing Gu Shi with telescopes and other monitoring methods. They did not hear what Gu Shi said. They only saw the summoning tower and summoning methods that Gu Shi put out. Weak scum necromancer? What are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't killed him before. Chapter 1590. Gu Shi was attacked. After Gu Shi made the announcement, he did not care about the matter anymore. The reason why he made the announcement in advance was not because he was afraid of anyone, but to give people a warning. This is what the saying "don't say I didn't warn you" means. I warned you in advance. If you come to me again, don't blame me for killing you. On the way, Gu Shi did not hide his whereabouts. He would secretly release some ghost gates and ghost suppressing peach mountains from time to time, but he did not activate them, just up there. The purpose is to avoid being cut off from retreat when encountering a situation. Although Gu Shi is confident that he can fight his way out, it takes time to fight his way out. Gu Shi bought a train ticket for the day after tomorrow. He doesn't want to miss the train because of such a small matter, and finally have to buy a new train ticket and delay for a few more days. So there are some things that Gu Shi did in advance. For example, in a ruin that he passed by before, there is a small door to the city of Aridov. Gu Shi did not send any troops out, but just hid secretly. If something really happened, this small door might be the key. In the next few hours of the journey, Gu Shi did not encounter any major problems, except for some strange things appearing on the roadside from time to time. There was really no major incident. Slowly, Gu Shi's heart was relieved. But just when Gu Shi thought he was safe, an accident happened. Two long arrows shot straight at Gu Shi from several thousand meters away. The long arrows reached Gu Shi first, and then Gu Shi heard a whooshing sound. However, Gu Shi had always handled his defense very well. The man holding the time torrent raised his hand immediately. The crystal wall composed of countless clock shadows blocked Gu Shi. The two long arrows flew at the speed of sound. But after entering the range of the crystal wall, they slowed down rapidly. From being almost invisible, they became almost fixed in the air. The man holding the time torrent reached out and took down the two long arrows. Gu Shi, who was standing behind, noticed that on the arrowheads of the long arrows, there was still a clear flash of red light. The man holding the time torrent clasped his hands together. In the next moment, the arrowheads of the two long arrows exploded on the spot. However, the time nearby was controlled by the man holding the time torrent, and the shock wave of the explosion did not rise at all, and was suppressed back. At this time, Gu Shi also raised his head, and looked at the location where the long arrows came from. He found that there was no one there. Shoot two arrows and run? What kind of fighting style is this? Gu Shi muttered. While pointing in that direction, the city gate for launching flying troops quickly appeared in the sky, and a group of shadowy Pegasus cavalry appeared in the sky at the first time. After being released, they quickly circled in the sky, and then quickly rushed to a tall building somewhere. Seeing the actions of the shadowy Pegasus cavalry, Gu Shi's eyes flashed with disdain. It is indeed a common problem of ultra-long-range shooters. They like to stay at a relatively high position to shoot no matter what. Do you really think that if the distance is far, you can't catch you? Just as Gu Shi was muttering in his heart, two more people jumped out from the ground nearby. Their target was Gu Shi, who was still standing on the holy silver evil coffin. Compared with the combat team at the train station, the level of these two people in front of them was obviously much higher. As soon as they rushed out, they raised their weapons and rushed towards Gu Shi one after another. The movements were clearly like those that had been tempered 1,000 times. But before the two of them could get close to Gu Shi, they were blocked by the time torrent man. At the same time, the spearman and the vanguard foreshadowing men quickly moved forward, blocking the attacks of the two men one by one. Only then did Gu Shi see the situation of the two men. Their attire was very similar to that of the Twisted Life that Gu Shi had killed before, all wearing leather armor and cloaks that looked like white mist. But the weapons and equipment in their hands were different from those of the Twisted Life before. The weapons in their hands clearly have their own styles. The one in front is a monk, holding a crescent shovel as thick as a goose egg. The one behind is an assassin, holding a black half sword and a silver curved dagger. From their movements, it can be seen that the weapons in their hands are obviously top-grade purple equipment. They are the kind of top-grade equipment that can be left in the family as heirlooms, allowing the family members to take jobs according to the attributes of the purple equipment, and even develop a set of attack methods around the purple equipment. Before getting orange equipment, such equipment is the best that players can get. As a result, there are 3 of them here, and it is obvious that these two use this purple equipment as ordinary weapons. When they attack, they use the purple equipment to the fullest. The monk in front doesn't care about anything around him, and he wants to open the holy silver evil coffin head-on. And the assassin behind him seems to be in an uncertain position, and he will appear in strange positions from time to time. Every time he flashes, his figure will jump forward a little. And his goal is simple, to appear behind Gu Shi and give Gu Shi a backstab. Faced with such an attack, Gu Shi didn't even plan to call Shirley back. The man with the vanguard power-breaking array flashed and rushed in front of the assassin. Looking at the man who blocked his way, the assassin had no intention of attacking. He knew that he was the kind of assassin who would flee thousands of miles away if he missed a single strike. Although he had 2 weapons, he only had one chance to attack. If he attacked a non-target, his breath would be lost, and it would be quite troublesome to gather his momentum again. So the assassin dodged, trying to shake off the forward foreshadowing array holder. But as soon as he took a step, the forward foreshadowing array holder raised his hand and slashed down with a long sword in his hand. Charge and slash. The power of the shattering sword. The long sword in the forward foreshadowing array holder's hand exploded on the spot, and countless long sword fragments looked like a group of charging cavalry, heading towards the place where the assassin had just disappeared. The assassin, who was stealthily teleporting, only felt that everything in all directions was rushing towards him. This feeling made the assassin quite uncomfortable. He wanted to jump out of the teleportation state immediately. But the person holding the vanguard power-shattering array had been waiting for a long time. The moment the assassin appeared, the person holding the equipment took a step forward and stabbed forward with his right hand. The long sword that had been broken before appeared in his hand again. This sword was the result of the research of the Vanguard power-shattering array holder for such a long time. It was a sword that broke through the quality limit of the purple equipment, and broke through the limit of the purple equipment. It can be seen that the 6 paths in Gu Shi's Flame Light 6 paths plate, each took a different path. Chapter 1591 The Growth of the Equipment Holder. The forward foreshattering equipment holder struck with his sword, and it just pierced the assassin. The assassin also felt what happened with the previous attack. Just now, it was no longer a broken sword. The forward foreshattering equipment holder relied on his own efforts to elevate the purple equipment's skills to another level. The previous attack, actually, had already embarked on the path of breaking space. Although the forward foreshattering equipment holder had such a tendency before, for example, a casual attack by himself, like a cavalry charge, or directly breaking the sword to cut all positions in front. But that was just a tendency, and it didn't happen. But now, the forward power-shattering armor holder has taken that step. Perhaps it won't be long before the forward power-shattering armor holder will raise this purple armor to the orange level. But after completing this attack, the forward power-shattering armor holder loosened his hand, and the man and the sword disappeared on the spot like melting ice and snow. Then the assassin, who lost the support of the long sword, looked down at the wound on his chest, threw down the weapon in his hand, and wanted to hold the wound down, at least to stop the bleeding. But after he frantically dealt with it for a long time, he found a situation. There was no blood on his wound. What was going on? The assassin lowered his head again, and found that his body was actually torn outward from the wound, and turned into large and small pieces. At this time, the assassin wanted to put the pieces back together, but he had no chance. Not long after the Vanguard force-breaking array holder disappeared, the assassin's body also turned into large and small pieces, and was blown away in the soil by the wind. About 5 minutes later, the forward foreshattering armored man reappeared beside Gu Shi. Gu Shi also came over at this time. It seems that the forward foreshattering armored man now launches such an attack, which consumes some energy. If he plays too big, he may be directly beaten to death, like the Extreme Sunshine armored man. It seems that this move cannot be used too much. As early as when the forward foreshattering armored man killed the assassin, the spear armored man had already killed the monk on the spot. The spearman knew his advantage very well. So when the monk rushed over, the spearman immediately split himself into more than 10 spearmen, each holding a spear, and pointed it in one direction. Some controlled the monk's position, and some stabbed the monk's body. At this point, we have to admit that the spearman had a thorough understanding of the properties of all the spears in his hand. Each of the spearmen could easily control the spears in their hands, and bring out the characteristics of each spear. There are more than a dozen spears here, and each spear has different properties. Although the monk has some strength, he can only block the attack of 1 or 2 spears at most, and the remaining spears still pierce the monk's body. The monk wanted to retreat and attack again several times, but when he retreated, the situation became different. The original personality of the monk should be to move forward bravely, but when he retreated, his momentum was lost. In this situation, he couldn't even do passive defense. Finally, he was pinned down and beaten to death by the spear-wielding man. He was almost killed on the spot together with the assassin. From the time they rushed out to the time they were killed, it was less than 2 minutes. Gu Shi's troops did not even stop for a moment. They did not even think of cleaning up the bodies. At most, when Gu Shi passed by, he scanned the bodies with the Sansheng stone mirror and confirmed the information on the bodies. Through the Sansheng stone mirror, Gu Shi knew that the bodies in front of him came from a stronger combat team. This battle team is supported by an old family in Yuanzhou City. The battle team includes a monk, an assassin, a shooter, a bear druid, and a pyromancer. Gu Shi had seen monks, assassins, and shooters before. As for bear druids and pyromancers, they are the core of the battle team, and their levels have reached level 20. They have not appeared in front of Gu Shi yet. Their usual tasks are to stay in the outer city area, look for some good things that fall from the sky and land in the outer city area, and prevent some foreign players from surviving in the outer city area. According to the information on the Sansheng stone mirror, Gu Shi also discovered a situation. Just as he guessed, the outer city district was not safe. A large number of things fell from the sky and hit the land of the outer city district heavily. In addition to various special items, they also brought the aura of different worlds. 1 or 2 worlds were fine, but the auras of countless game worlds were mixed together. The various auras conflicted, and finally caused the aura to mutate. If nothing is done here, even the strongest players will be affected by these auras, and slowly become distorted and mutated. Finally, it turned into the twisted life that attacked Gu Shi before. And their combat team exists to help the old family of Yuanzhu City control these twisted lives. They usually stay in a relatively safe safety zone. When they find an outside player, they will keep an eye on him for a while. When they see the player being affected by the special aura, and finally turning into a twisted life, they will quickly step forward, control the player, and organize the players to form a special combat force. These distorted life combat troops will not enter Yuanzhu City, but hide in the outer city area. Their control is in the hands of the old family. If the old family wants to do something to Yuanzhu City, they will appear and rush into Yuanzhu City. This kind of thing has happened 3 times in history. Each time it brought great changes to Yuanzhu City. The reason why Gu Shi was attacked by them was not because they targeted Gu Shi, but because when Gu Shi entered the outer city area, he had a head-on conflict with the distorted life troops and destroyed a group of distorted life troops. This surprised the combat team. You know, it is quite troublesome to accumulate each soldier of the twisted life Gu Shi was killing over there. It might only take a few minutes, but for the combat team, it might take several years or even decades to slowly train. That's why these 3 jumped out at the first time, wanting to kill Gu Shi and avenge the twisted life troops. But they overturned, except for the shooter who didn't know where he escaped. The others were directly killed on the spot. Chapter 1592, Clearing the Field. Playing dirty. After learning some information from the Sansheng Stone Mirror, Gu Shi couldn't help but mutter. He knew that there was a lot of trouble behind Yuanzhu City, but he never thought that the people in Yuanzhu City could play like this. At this moment, Gu Shi couldn't help but think of a rumor he heard before he arrived in Yuanzhu City. The reason why Bai Lui was thrown from the real world to the depths of the game was that someone planned to create a red equipment. Gu Shi didn't believe it at the time, but now seeing what those people in Yuanzhu City did behind the scenes, Gu Shi had to believe this rumor. After complaining in his heart, an idea flashed through Gu Shi's mind. If the people in Yuanzhu City play so dirty, then some of his intentions cannot be fully displayed to the outside world. These players in Yuanzhu City are afraid of trouble. But it depends on what the matter is. If they knew that there was a red suit deep in the game, they would definitely not find it troublesome. Think about the matter of the Genesis Bridge, and you will understand how hard the players in Yuanzhu City can fight for the red suit. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary players are not lives. Gu Shi understood that his actions should not be too excessive. They must be reasonable. Gu Shi could not relax until he got the Nether Spirit Flower. He still had to be more serious for now. After taking a look at the enemy's position, a city gate quickly appeared behind Gu Shi. Wei Hu, who had changed his clothes, came out with his spear, followed by more than 30 dragon people and a large number of undead. Wei Hu did not despise the undead, and as he walked forward, he talked and laughed with the undead. The responses of the undead were quite natural, as if they had forgotten that they were dead. When seeing Gu Shi, Wei Hu even said hello to Gu Shi. Brother. Gu Shi showed Wei Hu the information recorded by the 3 live stone mirror, and then said, I'll give you 1 day to handle this matter. After Wei Hu read all the information recorded on the 3 live stone mirror in detail, he patted his chest and said, Brother, don't worry. It's right to leave this matter to me. Don't be careless. The enemies this time are not the ones you met before. They are quite strong, and there are level 20 among them. Although he was very satisfied with Wei Hu's confidence, Gu Shi still reminded him. Wei Hu only responded with 1 sentence. Can they beat Zulong? After saying this, Gu Shi stopped talking. Just as Wei Hu said, no matter how strong these players are, their strength is not much different, and their mentality, they are really not as good as Zulong. A level 20 player in a 2nd or 3rd tier city is almost the position of mayor or city lord. Without orange equipment, they are really nothing to be afraid of. Okay, I'll give you 1 day. At this time tomorrow, you'll still be in this position, and then you can retreat directly. Gu Shi left a way out for Wei Hu, and then set off quickly with the troops. As the troops continued to move forward, Shirley suddenly turned his head and looked at Wei Hu, grinning and making a gesture of I'm 1 step ahead of you. Stimulated by this gesture, Wei Hu roared on the spot. Who are you looking down on? Just wait. I will definitely make you look good this time. After saying that, Wei Hu returned to Yellow City through the city gate left by Gu Shi. He only brought some of his brothers out this time. This won't do. He has to do this thing beautifully, and can't let Shirley look down on him. After releasing Wei Hu, Gushi did not hesitate too much. He rushed directly to the direction pointed by the flower in the flower pot. During this attack, Gushi directly issued an order, asking Shirley to clear the field. Anyone who dared to appear in front of Gushi, whether it was a player, a twisted life, or a hidden force placed in the outer city area by other Uinzu city bosses, was considered an enemy. It would be fine if they did not appear, but they would be killed immediately if they appeared. Hearing this, Shirley's eyes lit up, and he no longer had the idea of provoking Wei Hu. Now he had only one thought: to kill. If Gushi had not been around, Shirley would have wanted to lead the evil skeleton soldiers to spread out. But even now, following Gushi, they still kept a close eye on the surroundings. And as long as there was a problem, they would rush out immediately. Sometimes Gushi didn't even see where the enemy was, and they solved the problem. This way, it was naturally quite smooth, and Gushi soon came to the location pointed by the flower. When Gushi first came here, he thought he would see a garbage mountain. After all, things would fall from the sky from time to time and land in the city. If it took a long time, there should be a lot of items dumped down, which would look like a garbage mountain. But Gushi never expected that when he came here, he not only did not see any garbage mountain, but instead saw a huge deep pit. In the deep pit, he could see glass-like soil and some fragments whose source could not be seen. Standing at the edge of the deep pit, Gushi looked up at the sky. Except for a thick layer of white fog, he could not see anything. However, Gushi was not a person without ability. He quickly switched the sight of Huangquan Dragon Robe and the Soul Dark Lamp, and even used the 3-life stone mirror to check the situation in the sky. This really allowed Gushi to see something. The sky behind the white fog was like a mirror composed of countless spaces. If Gushi was stronger, he could even see that these countless spaces were many large and small game worlds. However, Gushi's current strength is not at that level yet. All he can see is a golden bridge in the calm sky. In fact, it is quite amazing that Gushi can see this. If others want to see the creation bridge, they must go to the bridge area of the creation bridge. Normal people in Uinzu City cannot see all this. After looking carefully at the sky for a long time, Gushi did not find anything else. After all, his current strength is not good enough, and what he can see is limited. Fortunately, Gushi was not such a fussy person. The reason why he looked up at the sky was to see if he could see the real world directly from here. Now the facts have proved that. Gushi really thought too much. The Nether Spirit Flower escaped from the real world. It had been transferred countless times. Gushi was not a god. How could he tell at a glance where the Nether Spirit Flower came from? After looking up for a while, Gushi's attention was put back on the deep pit. Chapter 1593, Finding Clues. When looking down from above, the deep pit in front of us is at least more than 20 meters deep. The pit is surrounded by glass-melted soil. Sometimes, some objects that are not melted by high temperature are stuck in the soil. On the 4 walls of the pit, you can also see some traces of excavation. It can be seen that there are people coming here. After arriving near the pit, Gushi waved his hand and asked Shirley to take his men to guard the surroundings. He himself flew into the deep pit holding the flower pot. When he approached the deep pit, the flower in the flower pot kept spinning like an electric fan and kept confirming some information. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gushi was speechless. What was going on? Could it be that the Nether Spirit Flower was directly exploded into pieces when it entered the depths of the game? Gushi muttered in his heart, but his hands did not stop at all. He personally started digging at the place where the flower was spinning the fastest. Soon Gushi dug out some broken roots and glassy mud from the ground. Every time he dug out something, Gushi would use the Sansheng stone mirror to check it, and then put it in the flower pot to determine whether it was related to the Nether Spirit Flower. Slowly, Gushi had a complete concept in his mind. The Nether Spirit Flower escaped from the Yin City. But at first, the Nether Spirit Flower should have entered a game. At this time, if someone could control the Nether Spirit Flower and bind it, perhaps so many things would not happen later. But the problem is that those people in Yin City actually suppressed the news and wanted to get the Nether Spirit Flower back. Due to their wrong handling, the Nether Spirit Flower moved back and forth in many games. The last one accidentally entered the passage leading to the depths of the game. Although Gushi was not sure what the passage was like, he could imagine that the red dress was thrown down and was not without damage. The things Gushi found in front of him were proof of this. The dried roots and soil inside were obviously the things that the Nether Spirit Flower brought out from the game. Judging from the current situation, in order to escape to the depths of the game. The ghost flower destroyed half of its body. That's why the ghost flower itself is at the coordinate point. But Gushi found so much garbage here. After putting all these things away, Gushi walked around with the flower pot in his hand. After finding that the flowers in the flower pot were no longer turning, Gushi stopped. He carefully put the flower pot away. This is a treasure used to find the ghost flower, and it cannot be lost here. As for the things in the deep pit, Gushi didn't want too much. Just now, Gushi already knew that most of the things in the deep pit came from various games. The things that just fell from the sky were better. The items that had been buried in the deep pit for a long time were all stained with the aura of different games. Now they have mutated beyond recognition. Gushi didn't want to get into too much trouble. After finding what he wanted, Gushi flew up. But Gushi never expected that. Just as he flew out of the deep pit, a new group of troops rushed out nearby. This group was very similar to the situation of Twisted Life, and was obviously a force hidden in the outer city area by some veteran players of Yuanzu City. However, they were more domineering than the troops of Twisted Life. As soon as they appeared, the leading player opened his own battle aura. This place belongs to our Blackwater gang. Hand over what you dug. A level 20 player? Gushi stared at the player, and his eyes shifted from his face to the weapon in his hand. This player was obviously a swordsman, wearing a set of dark green leather armor, with no wrist guards, gloves, shoes or other equipment on his hands and feet. At the same time, on his back where the cloak should have been, there was a pair of angel wings. He did not flap the angel wings, but flew directly in the sky. Gushi had joined the game for so many years, and had seen most of the monsters. However, the chances of seeing angels were relatively rare. He had only seen a few in Peixincheng. The flying action of the player in front of him makes people know at a glance that he is a human with angel wings, not an angel. After all, when an angel flies, the legs will be retracted, and the action is obviously like a person being dragged into the air. But Gushi has a feeling that there is something wrong with the angel wings. That thing is orange quality. Gushi's mind quickly flashed through the several orange equipment in his hand. The bone obelisk was suppressing everything around, preventing himself from being affected by too much chaotic aura, and becoming a Twisted Life wandering in the outer city. Time Torrent is used for defense. The Flame 6 Paths Lamp and Fox Eye Ring are not suitable at this time. In this way, to fight against the enemy's orange equipment, Gushi can only use his ultimate move. Death Titan, Golden Titan, attack. Under Gushi's command, the steel gate appeared behind Gushi, and a large number of Titan troops quickly walked out. At the same time, Gushi pointed his hand, and the Death Incarnation skill was activated. 2 Death Incarnation Titans appeared, and on the spot, 60 Death Titans were upgraded to level 20. In the hands of these Death Titans, they took out the purple lightning spears that they had just obtained not long ago. This purple lightning spear is an orange equipment for soldiers. The more it appears at the same time, the greater the attack power. However, it was quite troublesome for Gushi to obtain the purple lightning spear casting book. He spent a lot of energy to train 2 blacksmiths, and now they can only produce 1 purple lightning spear every day. After so many days of hard work, Gushi only had 15 people who had just upgraded to the Golden Man Titan, and 73 Death Titans who got the purple lightning spear, and the others were still waiting in line. Raising the purple lightning spear, the purple electric current kept jumping on the spear. Each jump was like thunder hitting the player's heart. And this was not the most terrifying thing. The most important thing was the transformation of the Death Incarnation Titan. Now the 60 Death Titans have temporarily reached level 20, and battle halos appeared under their feet. As a Death Titan, there is actually no good choice of battle halos, death halos, lightning halos, shooting halos for long-range enhancement, and the dragon-slaying halos unique to Titans. You can choose from these 4 categories. At this moment, all the Death Titans chose lightning and long-range shooting auras at the first moment, in order to knock down the players in the sky. Watching the lightning condense on the spear, the aura kept flashing. The player also knew that he had hit a wall, but he didn't want to leave like this. He held the sword in his hands, and placed it on his chest, and closed his eyes tightly. Archangel's Prayer. Chapter 1594 Set. Angel Alliance. With the player's action, Gushi saw a strange situation. A white light spread outward with the player as the center. On the battlefield below, a long sword with white wings appeared above the heads of all the troops he brought. At the same time, all the enemies below, as if stimulated, the whole people were alert. They dared to raise their weapons against Shirley's god-killing army, and launched a charge. Such a situation made Gushi a little dumbfounded. But surely grinned there. Ha ha, high-level prayer, high-level purification, high-level expulsion, high-level holy light, the ability is good, and there are many blessings, but what's the use? Surely led the evil demon skeleton soldiers, and rushed forward with long swords. While they rushed forward, they threw alchemical potions at the enemy. Then the evil demon skeleton soldiers rushed to the enemy, chopped down the enemy in front of them with a sword, and rushed into the enemy's battle formation. Looking at the enemy colliding with the evil skeleton soldiers, Gushi was silent for a moment. Gushi heard everything Shirley said just now. Gushi was willing to believe Shirley's judgment. At the same time, Gushi looked up at the enemy player in the sky. At this time, he was flying towards Gushi with a long sword. Shoot! Under Gushi's command, all the Death Titans threw out the lightning in their hands at the same time. This time, the lightning was thrown out, and it formed an electric grid as before. But the current electric grid was completely different from the electric grid composed of the evil thunder used by the Death Titan before. This kind of electric net has already brought Xian Longzu's attack method. Their control over lightning has been improved to a relatively high level. They can now easily control the shape of the lightning net at will. Just like what is happening in front of us. Although there are only more than 100 Death Titans attacking, the lightning net is wrapped up layer by layer, controlling all the enemy's flight routes. The most fatal thing is that even if the player wants to stop, he can't. Because now the lightning net of the Death Titan is no longer the same as before, which is an electric net that cannot be moved after being deployed. It is a means to launch an attack from the power grid at any time. As soon as the power grid was set up, layers of lightning struck the player. At this time, the wings behind the player emitted a layer of white light, blocking most of the attacks for the player. Gushi could see that, as the white light rose, most of the attacks were bounced off. And the player lowered his head, and rushed towards Gushi at an accelerated speed. Facing the situation in front of him, Gushi frowned, and a thought flashed through his mind. Why do I seem to have heard of this angel wing somewhere? Wait, it can't be that. A thought flashed through Gushi's mind. In the game, orange equipment is the highest level of equipment that normal players can get. But there are only so many orange equipment. For a third-tier city, it is already quite remarkable to have 3 orange equipment. The limit of most players is purple equipment, which is useless even if they are over level 20. So among high-level players, something called combination equipment is gradually becoming popular. This combination equipment, it is based on the legendary orange fitting attributes. Choose similar purple equipment to form a suit, finally formed a pseudo-orange dress. The reason why Gushi heard this situation, it's all because he studied at the Bone Wind Academy. One teacher has studied assembly suits. The teacher's goal was the best orange-fitting Ghost King cape of the undead. According to legend, the vampire cloak and dead god boots can be combined into a Ghost King cape. If not, as long as you gather purple amulets, cloaks and shoes with similar attributes, and combine them, you can make a second-tier Ghost King cloak. But Gushi has only heard of this. Even if it is a simple Ghost King cloak, when Gushi graduated from the Wind of the Underworld Academy, I have never heard that the teacher has made it. The behavior of this player in front of him is very similar to the examples of several combined equipment that Gushi heard about in class at that time. Angel Alliance. If it is the official complete version, it should be called the Archangel Alliance. The set of combined equipment in the hands of the player in front of me is probably a fake version of the original. This combination set seems to be comparable to the orange equipment on the surface. But it has many problems. The first is the lack of energy, which cannot be solved. Sometimes the orange equipment itself will have insufficient energy. If you want to play the effect of orange equipment with a few purple equipment, the consumption will definitely be very large. So this equipment is only popular for 3 minutes. After the beginning, the effect of the orange equipment will fade. In addition, this combination of equipment is all composed of purple equipment. So although the combined suit has the effect of orange equipment, it cannot avoid the negative effects of purple equipment. If it is a 3-piece suit, it is better. If the number of equipment required is more, the negative effects alone will be fatal. Finally, the most critical point is that if a piece of combined equipment is accidentally missing, then sorry, the whole suit is useless and can only be regarded as purple equipment. So since Gushi got the fox eye ring, he has not considered this kind of combined equipment again. At most, I would think about whether the nine-tailed god's power would be a red suit. After Gushi had come into contact with red suits, this idea was even more erased. Gushi had already seen that there was still a chance to temporarily upgrade a purple suit to an orange suit. But the chance of temporarily upgrading an orange suit to a red suit was quite slim. If there was really that much time, it would be better to seriously consider where to get a piece of red equipment directly. As for using red equipment to assemble a suit, whenever this idea flashed through his mind, Gucci would always blink, considering whether he was dreaming too much. After knowing the enemy's situation, Gucci had a way to deal with them. Angel Alliance? Right. I will make sure you can't form an alliance. Gucci grabbed the Secret Realm sword staff and moved forward. The next moment, Gucci's body quickly became ethereal, and he turned into a ghost and appeared behind the player. This is the spirit ability of the Secret Realm sword staff, which can have a ghost effect and can also teleport. As long as it is well controlled, it is still very useful in battle. The player didn't expect that when he was rushing forward, Gucci would come behind him. He was about to strike back with his sword, but the Secret Realm sword staff in Gucci's hand hit him. Evil Slash. Under Gucci's sword, all the negative effects of the purple equipment of this player who formed the Angel Alliance broke out. Various negative effects dragged this level 20 player into the abyss on the spot. Chapter 1595 Cut the grass and root it out. Gucci retreated to the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and looked up to see the players in the sky twisting constantly. He seemed to want to use various means to resolve the sudden negative effects on him, but his situation was not so easy to resolve. Gucci's Evil Slash is a characteristic of the Secret Realm sword staff. In addition to being able to fully activate the negative effects of all purple equipment on the enemy, it will also increase the influence of the negative effects. It is not so easy to resolve these negative effects by relying only on the original means of dealing with negative effects. Gucci's men would not miss such an opportunity. They quickly gave up the electric net that they could still control, raised the purple lightning spear in their hands, and stabbed it into the sky. Before, this player could still unfold his pseudo-orange suit and break through the lightning attack. But now, he was affected by all the purple negative effects of his suit. He didn't even have the strength to raise his head. How could he deal with such an attack? So before this player could react, the lightning struck him. The player raised his head at this time, and his eyes had turned red. However, the reason why his eyes turned red was because someone had cut his eyes. This was the negative effect of the Prophet's sword of the Angel Alliance. Every time the Prophet's sword was used, his eyes would go blind. Before, the player had always used fake eyes to deal with this negative effect. As a result, when Gucci's evil sword slashed at him, all the negative effects exploded exponentially. The player had no time to deal with some minor situations, and his eyes went blind on the spot. After he lost sight, tons of lightning struck him. Each strike would take away a lot of his life. After a few strikes, the angel wings behind him collapsed. Gucci noticed that a shield had appeared where the wings had been. The sword in the player's hand had also changed its style. It was indeed the case. It was a combination suit. Gucci immediately understood what was going on. For this kind of player, who was courting his own death, Gucci would not feel sorry for him at all. He had come to the door on his own. There was no reason for Gucci to continue to fight according to his idea. As Gucci pressed his hand down, 2 more lightning bolts fell from the sky and knocked the player, who had been charred, to the ground. Then a group of undead rushed out of the steel gate behind Gucci, and they quickly pounced on the player, who fell to the ground, and dragged everything on him behind them. These undead were Gucci's excavation team. Gucci did not let them out along the way, not because Gucci did not need the spoils, but because Gucci did not have any spoils he wanted to pick. At the moment, this kind of corpse that has passed level 20 and has good equipment is what Gucci wants. It just so happens that Gucci's level of undead transformation has also increased a lot during this period. He wants to try and see if he can handle a level 20 corpse. When dragging the player's corpse away, Gucci looked up at the battle in front of him. Without the blessing of the player's Archangel's prayer effect, the combat effectiveness of the troops fighting against the evil demon skeleton soldiers dropped sharply. The evil demon skeleton soldiers are fighting styles. They can see at a glance that now is the best time to attack. So the evil demon skeleton soldiers raised their swords and slashed at the enemies in front of them. The beheading swords in their hands swept across, chopped wildly, and killed, and easily cut through the enemy troops. When they turned around with blood, they noticed that the enemy who had just been killed had crawled up from the ground. Gucci, who had put away the summoning tower, looked up at the newly summoned undead. Unlike the previous zombies, this wave was a level 14 skeleton soldier with a rusty sword and a wooden shield. It seems that Twisted Life is just a method of one of the old families in Uenzu City, not to say that the entire outer city district is full of this kind of twisted life. in the outer city, there are still many different types of soldiers. And from what the player just said, they have divided the outer city into different territories. So Gushi found something here, and was attacked. If Gushi had enough time, he could clean up the outer city. But now Gushi doesn't have that much time. After scanning with the Sansheng stone mirror, Gushi turned around and went to the place where the player and these strange troops were stationed to eradicate them. Gushi didn't expect this method of rooting out the trouble to delay him for long. For Gushi, as long as it didn't affect his leaving Yuanzu City, it would be fine. After leaving Yuanzu City, even if they destroyed the entire city, Gushi didn't care. Compared to the players, who were still waiting for the completion of the creation bridge, Gushi had already arrived in the real world before them. If it wasn't for the Nether Spirit Flower this time, Gushi wouldn't have been willing to come here specially. So now rooting out the trouble is to prevent anyone from ruining his plan to leave Yuanzu City. After leaving Yuanzu City, there is no place in this world that Gushi cannot go. With such confidence, with the troops just summoned, Gushi easily killed to the position where the player was stationed. At this time, there were 3 other players there dealing with the newly made soldiers. When Gushi came over, they didn't notice it at all. In fact, this is understandable. In the outer city area, level 20 and above is actually considered a relatively high level, not to mention that this player has also gathered a set of Angel Alliance. Such equipment is unique in the outer city. When he usually goes out, he walks sideways. The remaining players are used to this situation and don't think anything will happen. So they didn't even arrange guards. Who would have thought that Gushi would use such a method of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots? After killing that player, he directly used the 3 life stone to light the way and brought his troops here as soon as possible. When Gushi rushed in, the 3 players were still confused. Gushi didn't intend to give them a chance to think about it. He just pointed his finger. And the evil skeleton soldiers rushed into the base here, killing the 3 players on the spot. Then the evil skeleton soldiers began to clean up other creatures. Gushi put his hands behind his back, looking at the layout of this base. And some things they found. These things were thrown out of the game, and fell into the garbage of the outer city. Because they fell from the sky, they were almost smashed. Most of them need to be recast or overhauled. Only a few can be used. But when Gushi looked at these things, his eyes lit up. Why do you even have this? Chapter 1596, Accidental Discoveries. Gushi found some spiritual crystals in the base here. However, the energy in these spiritual crystals has been emptied, leaving only some empty shells. This kind of thing will not display any information in your hand. If Gushi had not seen spiritual crystals before, and consumed several spiritual crystals, he would not have been able to tell what this thing was. The players picked up this crystal only because it was hard, and did not look like an ordinary thing. But in their eyes, the spiritual crystals are just the shells that fell from the sky without being burned. They look beautiful, but they have no effect. They are usually placed here, and no one takes care of them. But Gushi knows the origin of these spiritual crystals very well. They are the collection of all the game spirits before the game world collapsed. This thing is hard to find in a normal game. After all, normal players do not play games with the intention of destroying the game. The players are not vandals. They also know about sustainable development. Therefore, spiritual crystals are valuable in the real world. Even spiritual crystals, with all their energy consumed, are hard to come by. Only players like the one in the game would consider this thing as trash. However, Gushi looked up at the sky. Perhaps the players in the outer city really consider this thing as trash. After all, this thing fell from the sky, and they didn't know where this crystal came from. And this crystal has no energy and no use. So what else can it be but trash? Shake your head. Gushi glanced at the evil demon skeleton soldiers who were killing this special killing. He estimated the time. Finally, a city gate was released. Let people go back to these spiritual crystals. When making such a decision, Gushi was still there to comfort himself there. I am not greedy. It's really too much. It is a waste here. I just want to help deal with these things. When Gusun's undead moved to these spiritual crystal empty shells, Gushi's heart was still muttering. However, his eyes followed the spirits carrying the spiritual crystal. Huh? Wait a minute. Bring that thing over here for me to see. Just at this moment, a larger spiritual crystal shell was passed in front of Gushi, and the sharp-eyed Gushi immediately found something wrong. After hearing Gushi's order, the 2 spirits brought the large spiritual crystal to Gushi. Gushi held up the spiritual crystal that was bigger than his head, and his eyes narrowed, and the person holding the spiritual lamp appeared behind Gushi. At the same time, The floating spiritual IK also appeared. Gushi borrowed the vision of the spiritual lamp holder and the spiritual ability of the floating spiritual IK to see clearly what was hidden in this spiritual crystal. Haha, I met an old acquaintance. If I hadn't come back, I would have forgotten your existence. It turned out that Gushi saw those octopus-headed players in this spiritual crystal. Even though Gushi didn't know what race these octopus-headed players were, what their names were, the hatred between them had reached the point of a fish and net fight. Seeing some information about the octopus head players recorded in the spiritual crystal, Gushi's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He threw the spiritual crystal back. IKA, help me extract all the information inside. I want to know the origins of these octopus heads, where they are, how many people there are. Gushi didn't think of this before, he could put it aside. Now that he remembered it, Gushi couldn't pretend not to see it. So Gushi immediately gave this task to the floating spiritual IK, and asked him to check the situation of the octopus head players. As for the remaining spiritual crystals, Gushi hesitated for a moment. All the remaining things, seal them up, and deal with them later when someone comes. Surely. Are you guys done? Surely. Who was killing the enemy? Heard this and said, no. Gushi actually thought he was too slow. This was not good news. So Shirley waved his hand, and led the evil demon skeleton soldiers forward with all their strength, clearing out all the remaining enemies here at a faster speed. Because of this, Shirley and his men's moves were obviously much bigger. With Shirley's shield strike, an enemy was hit hard on the nearby wall. With this strike, the enemy was like a painting hanging on the wall. But Shirley did not miss this opportunity. He took a step forward and hit the enemy's face with the backlash shield in his hand. Originally, this enemy would be killed by Shirley, and then Shirley would look for the next target. But Shirley did not expect that the power of his strike was obviously much greater. With his strike, the wall collapsed. Hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, Gushi turned his head and looked over there. He just happened to find that there was a not-so-big secret room behind the collapsed wall. Seeing this, Gushi also became interested. He didn't expect that he was just here to root out the problem, but he would encounter one accident after another. Gushi quickly came to the secret room and took a look inside. He found that the secret room was only 2 square meters in size. The whole secret room was long and narrow. If the wall hadn't collapsed, most people would not notice that there was a secret room here. In the secret room, there are some relatively complete weapons and equipment. There are traces of repair on these weapons and equipment. Gushi saw it at a glance when he came in. These weapons and equipment were secretly hidden by the players stationed here. It is no wonder that the player was able to get a set of suits. He is close to the water and gets the moon first. Everything passes through their hands and then is sent to their superiors. They may not stay to find the most powerful equipment, but they will keep the most suitable things for them. Moreover, Gushi noticed that these players should have the formula for upgrading the orange suit, otherwise, the weapons and equipment they left behind would not be so close to the requirements of the suit. At the same time, among these players, one should be a blacksmith. From the repairing skills, it can be seen that his blacksmithing skills should be quite good. Drag the bodies of several players here, and look around to see if there are any other secret rooms here. As Gushi gave his orders, the undead, who had just taken away the spiritual crystal shell, returned to the station again. At Gushi's request, the undead, who were responsible for carrying the things, finally showed their skills. All visible things were disappearing visibly. Chapter 1597 Looting and Evacuation. 7 or 8 minutes later, the undead under Gushi had already cleared the battlefield. This time, except for the walls of this settlement, all the things that could be taken away were taken away. The ordinary corpses at the scene were also summoned as undead as soon as possible, packed together, and sent back to the city of Aridov. Only the corpses of the 3 players were picked out by Gushi. Gushi had found the player, who was suspected to be the blacksmith. Gushi valued this corpse very much. After looking at it with the 3 lifestone mirror, he directly ordered it to be sent to Shiemu Lake for warming. At the same time, he called for some important materials. When Gushi was free, he would go back to transform the corpse. The reason why Gushi valued this corpse so much was because the 3 lifestone mirrors showed that the player in front of him was not very good in terms of combat level. But his blacksmithing level was quite high. Apart from other things, his most basic blacksmithing level had reached level 20. And his casting, repair, recasting, metallurgy and other skill levels had also reached above level 15. It can be said that he is a professional blacksmith with some talent. Gu Shi has all kinds of undead for combat, but what he lacks is such a talented blacksmith, who can be trained with a lot of resources. When the blacksmith shop and the arsenal were built before, various blacksmiths and blacksmith apprentices were spawned. But their talents have reached the top. They can change the equipment for the undead soldiers in the city of Aridov, but they can't make high-end equipment. As for the blacksmiths who made the purple lightning spear, they are simply special cases. Apart from the purple lightning spear, they can't make anything else, and can only serve the purple lightning spear. At present, Gu Shi really doesn't have such a talented blacksmith. This is the talent that Gu Shi has been looking forward to for many years. Ever since Gu Shi exchanged for a blue equipment in the guild blacksmith shop, he has always wanted to have a good blacksmith of his own. However, most of the craftsmen are like treasures in the hands of players, not to mention killing or recruiting. Even meeting him is difficult. With such a corpse this time, there will be another undead transformed through double death in the city of Aridov. For Gu Shi, that is a huge gain. When he sent the corpse back, he did not forget to give a few more instructions. Don't lose the biggest benefit this time. After cleaning everything, Gu Shi looked at the time. Okay. Surely. We have stayed here for too long. Let's get ready to leave. Hearing Gu Shi's order, Shirley quickly gathered his troops and retreated to Gu Shi's side. At this time, Gu Shi looked outside again, making sure that no one noticed his actions. Then he led his men out from the other end of the station, heading towards the entrance of the outer city. After Gu Shi and his men left the station, there were no conflicts along the way. On the one hand, because Gu Shi led a large number of troops, normal players could tell whether they could win or not at a glance. Most players hid in the outer city to keep some trump cards for the old families behind them. They didn't jump out to commit suicide and increase enemies for the old family. Seeing such troops, most players didn't think of sending people out to die. On the other hand, because Gu Shi got what he wanted, he didn't dig 3 feet deep along the way. He didn't go to grab the territory that others had divided. They just passed by with a large army. When faced with a choice between life and death, most players would make the right choice. Isn't it just shrinking your head when Gu Shi passes by? They used to do this kind of thing often. After all, those people with their eyes wide open were already dead. Only those who control their own territory can survive. With the concessions of these players, Gu Shi did not encounter any problems on his way back. Gu Shi was not the kind of person who would cause trouble. He retreated to the position where Wei Hu was placed at the beginning. Gu Shi contacted Wei Hu as soon as possible and asked them to come quickly. After receiving Gu Shi's order, although Wei Hu muttered that he had been given 1 day, but before the night was over, he was about to leave, he still retreated with his men. When seeing Gu Shi, Wei Hu still spoke loudly. Brother, didn't you agree to give me 1 day? It's only been a little over half a day. Why did you retreat? Fortunately, I reacted quickly. If it were someone else, they might not have completed the task so smoothly. By the way, brother, these 2 corpses are those of the druid and the pyromancer. And this corpse is that of the archer. I personally feel that this archer is stronger. The druid and the pyromancer seem like noobs. Wei Hu was talking there. However, Gu Shi's attention was not on Wei Hu. Gu Shi was looking at the troops behind Wei Hu at this time. Gu Shi found that in addition to the regular dragon people and undead behind Wei Hu, there were actually some twisted lives. From their obedient appearance, it can be understood that they have been subdued by Wei Hu. Seeing Gu Shi's gaze, Wei Hu hurriedly said, Brother, these are talents with some potential. Although they are insignificant now, as long as they follow me to fight a few battles, they will grow up immediately. Gu Shi listened and his eyes swept towards these twisted lives. Seeing Gu Shi looking over, these twisted lives immediately raised their heads. Gu Shi was convinced at this time. A master of diplomacy. Right? A force that came directly from the battlefield. Right? Okay. I know. You did a good job. By the way, did this incident leave any traces? Brother, you can rest assured. I'm here. There won't be any traces. Wei Hu said seriously. Gu Shi nodded. Okay. You retreat first. I'll let you out after we leave Yuanzhou City in a few days. Brother, do you mean that I can gallop here? Wei Hu's eyes lit up when he heard it. When Gu Shi released him, Wei Hu already felt that something was wrong with the environment. Although there was a chaotic atmosphere in the air, Wei Hu could clearly feel that there were not many restrictions in this land. Although he didn't know why, Wei Hu still liked the free atmosphere in front of him. Gu Shi was willing to release him. So Wei Hu was of course happy. Not necessarily. I always feel that this time things may not go so smoothly. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have quite a lot of enemies here. In the next period of time, I'm afraid there will be endless battles. Chapter 1598 The Worst Train. After hearing Gu Shi's assurance, Wei Hu was also quite happy. In his mind, fighting and feasting are part of life. Whether life is good or not, just look at how you eat every day and what kind of enemies you fight. If Gu Shi is willing to let him kill, then he will have a bright future. Watching Wei Hu happily lead his men back to Yaladowai City, Gu Shi couldn't help shaking his head. This Wei Hu is sometimes very powerful, but sometimes his thoughts are like a child. I don't know how he developed such a character. As Wei Hu retreated, Gu Shi also slowly began to gather his men, and sent all the newly summoned undead troops and evil demon skeleton soldiers back to the city of Aridov. Then he opened the mind-shielding ability of the mind lamp. When Gu Shi left the outer city, he had disappeared from people's sight psychologically. At the same time, Gu Shi did not release the holy silver evil coffin or anything like that, but flew or walked by himself, and through various means, he erased his position. Gu Shi did this, which was quite smart. Not long after Gu Shi left the outer city, some old families and forces in Yuanzhou City knew what happened in the outer city. In particular, the two forces destroyed by Gu Shi went out with their entire families to find Gu Shi. But when they entered the outer city, found out the situation, and turned back to look for him, Gu Shi had already disappeared. In order to prevent anyone from discovering him, Gu Shi even took off the shooter skin he was wearing, took off his outer clothes, and switched his fitness skills. His strong muscles were revealed. At the same time, a layer of light golden light was developing on his body, and it looked like he had practiced the Vajra indestructible divine art. Everyone who saw Gu Shi like this would think that he was a warrior who took the defensive route. How could they associate Gu Shi, who was dressed as an elf archer before, with him? In addition to some of Gu Shi's methods, even if the forces in Yuanzhou City slowly shifted their attention to Yuanzhou City, he did not find any trace of Gu Shi. Not to mention, now most of the forces in Yuanzhou City are focusing on Genesis. The players they arranged to check the situation on the street were all players who had been temporarily recruited in recent years. How could these players be too detailed in such a matter? It was good enough that they did not perfunctorily deal with it. This also allowed Gu Shi to successfully avoid some troubles. In the early morning of the next day, Gu Shi walked into the train station with a train ticket in his hand. After all, train tickets are anonymous, and anyone can get on the train as long as they have a ticket. Most of the forces in Yuanzhou City didn't even know Gu Shi's name or occupation. The photos and information the men sent to the train station to keep an eye on him were all messy. Even if Gu Shi stood in front of them, they might not recognize him. How could they stop him? So in the end, no matter how many people they sent, they couldn't catch a single hair of Gu Shi. Gu Shi boarded the train easily. After entering the train compartment, Gu Shi couldn't help but frown. Whether in the depths of the game or in the real world, Gu Shi has taken many trains. But Gu Shi has never encountered such a bad train. Just as he said when he bought the ticket, this train is a mix of people and goods. And the seats for people are relatively small. But only after getting on the train did he understand how small the smaller seat was. No matter what train Gu Shi took before, he at least had a larger seat. Sometimes even a compartment. And even a dedicated person to serve. But what is the situation of this train in front of me? Have you seen a green sleeper train? Don't think that you are assigned a sleeper. You close your eyes when you get on the train, and you arrive at the station when you open them again. I tell you that it is not the case. The passengers sit on the folding stools that can be put down on the side of the sleeper car. People can only squeeze there and sit sideways, and cannot move at all. In front of them is a small table that is not too big. You can't even lie down on this table. At most, you can only put a bowl of instant noodles. In order to ensure the safety of transportation, the windows are not open. If you want to see the situation outside the window, you can't. Looking around, the carriage is full of goods. Each piece of goods is affixed with a special seal. As long as it moves, the seal will sound an alarm. After taking Gu Shi to a seat, the conductor also gave him 2 special instructions. Your seat is here. There is a toilet in the front of the carriage. It is usually open. You can go there by yourself if you want. Someone will come to check the seals in the carriage every 4 hours. If you want to buy anything, you can tell him, and he will bring it to you next time he comes to check the seal. By the way, I don't know what your profession is, but in this carriage, you are not allowed to use space-related abilities, and all backpacks and luggage will be temporarily sealed. If you want to take anything out, it's best to take it out now. Gushi understood why there was such a request as soon as he heard it. This may be because they are afraid that if there is no supervision, someone will use backpacks or space-related means to steal all the goods in the carriage. But after hearing this, Gushi couldn't help blinking his eyes. He wanted to ask the conductor, "Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Is he the kind of person who would steal such a small thing? What is in this carriage? It's stacked up layer by layer to hold funeral materials. It's also painted with lacquer. Hey, there's still corpse gas in the funeral materials. This might be a car full of zombies." "I understand. But are you sure the seal is enough?" Seeing the conductor about to leave, Gushi finally asked. "Yes, is there any problem?" The conductor looked at Gushi in confusion. "For the corpse that is about to turn into a zombie, you don't put a talisman or deal with it." Gushi pointed at the funeral materials here and asked. Hearing what Gushi said, the conductor laughed on the other side. "You don't have to worry about this. There will be no problem with these corpses, but your eyesight is really good. You can see that the corpse is hidden so tightly." The conductor became interested in Gushi. "I'm a professional at this. I've seen a lot of things. I can tell the situation by just smelling some things," Gushi said lightly. Hearing this, the conductor smiled and responded. "So you're a professional. That's fine. Just ignore these corpses. These corpses are deliberately kept alive. They are prepared to be taken to the Chengzi city for the furnace sacrifice. They are not worth much." Chapter 1599 on the train. Not worth money? Just see if I believe it or not. Gushi glanced at the pile of funeral supplies in front of him, and muttered in his heart. But this matter has nothing to do with Gushi. Gushi sat down at his seat, put the cups and bowls he brought on the small table, then took out a few books and a notebook, and sat down like this. Seeing Gushi's behavior, the conductor was also a little surprised. The learning atmosphere in the depths of the game is not as strong as imagined. Most players don't know when they will die. The idea of enjoyment is the mainstream in the deep world of the game. Even if there are people who need to learn, they are all organized by the guild for some training. The training is carried out in the direction of the development of the guild. There are really few people like Gushi who learn by themselves. So the conductor looked at Gushi a few more times. Gushi raised his head. "What's the matter? No, are you going to keep studying here like this?" The conductor finally asked such a question. "What else? This is not like the train we took here. Although it is a little crowded, there is everything on the train. There is not even a place to lie down here. I can't just find a coffin and lie down on it." "Aha, that's true." The conductor nodded after hearing this. "There is only so little space. Even if you are given 2 girls, it will be difficult for you to handle. Besides studying, what else can you do?" The conductor said helplessly. "Just make do with it for now. This is the situation on our train." Gushi shrugged after hearing this and said nothing more. After the conductor left, Gushi sat in his seat and studied seriously. This time, Gushi took out a part of the book list given by teacher Gongling, which was exactly what Gushi lacked now. There was a part about undead strengthening. This was what Gushi was studying during this period. After all, his level of undead strengthening had reached level 18. And he could soon reach level 20. The promotion route in the future had also been outlined. After the undead reaches level 20, there will be 3 different promotion routines: the Champion Road, the Alien Road, and the Mutation Road. The Champion Road is the most stable and simple road. Once you embark on this road, the summoned undead will start with a level 15 champion unit. As for what champion unit it will be transformed into, it depends on what kind of training camp the undead mage has, or the level of the undead mage's summoning skills, and the direction of promotion. The Alien Road is completely opposite to the Champion Road, and is the most uncertain road. After opening the path of alienation, the necromancer's summoning technique will become more uncertain. Sometimes, even if there is a book for the advancement of summoning technique, the type of soldier summoned may not necessarily be the right type of soldiers. It's like sometimes you want to summon a vampire, but if you do some alienation, you may get some undead with exoskeleton on their bodies. This path is usually only taken by necromancers who are weird in themselves. As for the final mutation path, it is to recruit more heroes and brave men. This point attracted Gushi's attention. After all, what Gushi lacks most now is heroes and warriors. Brave men can fight together with ordinary soldiers. And in terms of combat power, they are much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Although Gushi did not have any obvious performance, but when the real fight comes, every time the battle comes, the brave men always rush to the front line of the battlefield. As for heroes, it goes without saying that finding more opportunities to get heroes is good for Gushi. Gushi was studying while thinking about the way out. Unlike the necromancy technique, which allows you to summon souls after getting the Book of Advancement, you can only choose one path to strengthen the undead. And once it is decided, it cannot be changed. This will even affect the subsequent secondary advancement. Therefore, Gushi must consider the subsequent advancement route. You must know that after completing the advancement, the direction of learning undead strengthening is also different. Now, Gushi must learn these things clearly. When Gushi was immersed in learning, he did not notice that as he read, the effect of his fitness technique gradually faded, and the aura of the necromancer slowly surged up. The notebook and pen in Gushi's hand began to be stained with some undead aura, becoming somewhat undead. Fortunately, Gushi also knew that some books could not be read all the time. Every 10 minutes or so, he would put the book down, relax for 5 or 6 minutes, and dissolve the undead aura on his body. However, the books that Gushi took out this time to dissolve the undead aura were no longer the magazines he had saved. After all, there were no private rooms here, and these magazines would have some adverse effects on Gushi. The books that Gushi uses to relax are all fairy tales, and the recipes he brought from the Dragon Country. In this way, Gushi studies for a while, relaxes for a while, and time passes quickly. However, Gushi sometimes doubts when he puts down the book in his hand, because he can't see the situation outside, and he is not sure whether the train has started. After putting down the textbook for about the 9th time, Gushi stood up and stretched his body. Then he prepared to walk around a bit, to make his body move, and not sit so stiffly. But at this moment, the door at one end of the carriage suddenly opened, and a conductor holding a lantern pushed the door open and walked in. He was there to check the seals on the carriage. With every step he took, he would use the lantern to scan the seals on all the coffins in the carriage. He would only take a step forward after the words on the seals emitted a purple glow. Seeing this, Gushi also returned to his seat and moved aside to make room. After all, these coffins with seals on them occupied most of the carriage, and the remaining aisle was already quite narrow. There was barely enough space for one person to walk normally. If two people were facing each other, they would have to pass sideways. Gushi was also a smart man. When he saw this situation, he simply stood aside to avoid causing trouble. But as soon as Gushi turned sideways, he noticed that the conductor's face seemed a little ugly. His face was pale, as if he was thinking about something seriously, and his face looked even more weird under the reflection of the blue lantern. At this time, the conductor also noticed that Gushi was waiting for him to pass by. He was stunned for a moment before he realized what Gushi wanted to do. He nodded to Gushi. "I will be slower here. There are still many seals that have not been checked. If you want to pass, you can pass first," the conductor said as he made way. Chapter 1600 The Secret That Was Almost Discovered. Seeing the conductor being so polite, Gushi was somewhat embarrassed. But when you go out, face is given to each other. The conductor gave him face so much, Gushi couldn't lose face. Although the conductor misunderstood his meaning, Gushi still thanked him and went to the toilet at one end of the carriage. When passing by the conductor, Gushi asked naturally, "How long will it take us to Changzi City?" "It should take about 2 days, passengers. Don't worry, we are a train carrying both people and goods, and we don't stop on the way." Gushi glanced at the funeral supplies in the carriage and nodded seriously. "You said these are goods, then let it be." Gushi, who didn't want to say anything more, squeezed past the conductor and strode towards the bathroom. When Gushi came out of the bathroom, the conductor had just checked near Gushi's seat. Gushi simply didn't go over, planning to wait for the conductor to check clearly before going over to sit down. But at this moment, the conductor holding the lamp suddenly looked very ugly. He went back to check the seal on the coffin again, as if he was confirming something there. Gushi was shocked. No way. He didn't move anything. No one would blame him for this, would they? Gushi's face became serious. Gushi was very careful when he went out, because he was afraid of encountering something that he couldn't explain. At this moment, Gushi's eyes condensed, and he watched from a distance with his hands folded across his chest. If this conductor really wanted to do something, then Gushi would let him see his attitude. At this moment, the conductor also raised his head and looked at Gushi. Seeing that Gushi's face was obviously not right, the conductor hesitated for a moment, and finally walked up to Gushi and asked, "Are you a necromancer?" When the conductor came over, Gushi was still startled. He didn't know why the conductor asked this. The conductor quickly said, "Don't be nervous. I'll just ask about the situation." "Yes, I'm a necromancer. Is there any problem?" Although Gushi didn't understand what was going on. He was not the kind of person who was so timid that he didn't dare to say anything. Facing the conductor's questioning, Gushi became calmer. The worst that can happen is a fight. If a war really breaks out, Gushi has never been afraid of anyone. When the conductor heard this, he hurriedly said, "So that's the case, Mr. Gu. I'm so sorry. They made random arrangements without knowing it clearly. How about this? I'll tell the higher-ups and arrange a better seat for you later." Hearing this, Gushi was also stunned for a moment. "Can I ask why?" "It's not very convenient to say, but don't worry. When we arrange a new seat, it will definitely be better than here." The conductor didn't want to explain the reason at all. However, Gushi frowned, and he understood the current situation somewhat. The conductor would arrange a new, better seat for him. Definitely because of the funeral supplies in front of him. Thinking of this, Gushi tilted his head. Gushi's small action also caught the conductor's attention. "Mr. Gu, please don't think too much. This time, there was a problem with our arrangement. We will arrange a better seat for you now." The conductor took a step forward, as if to block Gushi's sight. Gushi understood immediately that there was something wrong with the corpse in the coffin. The conductor who led the way said that the corpse in the coffin was to be sent to Changzi City to be used as casting material, in order to maintain the vitality of the corpse. They did some processing on the corpse. Gushi didn't pay much attention to it before. Every necromancer has a corresponding way to deal with corpses. And it's not just the necromancers who need corpses. Swordsmiths and architects also need corpses when performing living sacrifices or driving living piles. Gushi had heard about this situation, but he didn't grasp the details well. As long as these corpses didn't affect Gushi, Gushi naturally wouldn't think too much about it. But now that the conductor in front of him reminded him, Gushi knew that the problem was with these corpses. Without even thinking about it, Gushi understood that it must be that when he was studying and reading, the spirit breath he exuded stimulated the corpses in the coffin, causing some changes in the corpses. Now it is just the beginning of the change. Things are still under control. But if Gushi has to sit here for more than 2 days, unless Gushi stops studying otherwise, as long as he studies, the undead aura he emits will stimulate the corpse, and finally lead the corpse to change. If this continues, when they arrive at Changzi City, the situation will become very bad when they deliver the goods. So after the train attendant discovered the problem at the first time, he thought of a way to solve the problem. Solve the person who caused the problem. Gushi will cause the corpse to mutate here. So move Gushi to a car without corpses. Of course, since this requires Gushi to change his seat temporarily. The conductor is not stupid, and he will naturally arrange a better seat for Gushi. Otherwise, Gushi would not do such a thing. In order to appease Gushi, the conductor seems to have to spend a lot of money. Gushi just turned his head and understood the conductor's reaction. He didn't think much about it. "Okay, I just feel uncomfortable sitting here. So let's change seats." Hearing Gushi's words, the conductor's eyes flashed with a hint of happiness. "That's great, I'll take you there now," the conductor said as he led Gushi out. In his mind, he really wanted to lead Gushi to another location and play a song like Send the Plague God to get rid of the bad luck. If Gushi stayed here any longer, he would suffer a great loss. And the loss was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, what if Gushi got bored and communicated with the corpse in the coffin and accidentally found out their secrets? This route can bring nearly 200,000 yuan of income to each member of their train team every trip. This is the basis for them to live in Yuanzhou City. No one can go against money, and no one will think of leaving Yuanzhou City. So the conductor dare not be careless. At least, he dare not let Gushi stay here any longer. Although Gushi does not understand the conductor's mentality, he can see the conductor's current expression. After thinking for a while, Gushi put forward his request. "By the way, this time, I want a window seat, at least I can see the scenery outside." "This? Okay, no problem." Chapter 1601 Savage Player. In the train dining car, Gushi sat near the kitchen. There was a small sign on the table in front of him. Reserved seat. Although this seat was not very good, but compared with the previous seat, it was much better. At least when Gushi sat here, his legs could be stretched a little. At the same time, he could smell the aroma coming from the kitchen of the dining car behind. Most importantly, Gushi's request was also met. This seat was by the window. Gushi could see the scenery outside the window as soon as he looked up. However, the speed of the train was too fast, and many things flashed by. Even if Gucci wanted to see clearly, he couldn't see them. In the end, Gucci could only look out the window when he was tired from studying, so as to relax. Most of his time was spent on books. Of course, it would be wrong to say that Gucci devoted himself to studying. Since entering Hades University, Gucci has gradually mastered the ability to observe the surrounding environment while studying. Although Gucci seems to be studying hard now, he is actually listening to the conversations between the chef, the kitchen helper, and the waiter in the dining car. Sometimes the train attendants would come to the dining car to rest, and Gucci would also hear their conversations. Although Gucci does not have the means of Xia and Lingxi now, he still remembers some of the information he heard casually. Sometimes Gucci would wonder if Xia's spies and thieves would find a restaurant to sit and listen to people chatting when they were asking for information. Gucci had never experienced this feeling before. Gucci also liked this new feeling. Sometimes, when he was tired of reading and put down the book in his hand, Gucci's eyes were clearly looking at the scenery flashing by outside the window. But his attention would be shifted to the communication in the restaurant. This went on for about 8 hours. During this period, Gucci saw the train attendants leave the dining car twice and go down to check the seals of the goods. Their behavior was more accurate than the clock. As soon as the 4 hours are up, the train attendants will start their inspections from the restaurant or the front car with lanterns in hand. The first time, Gucci was shocked by such mechanized behavior. Later, he slowly got used to it. This time was the same. Gucci put down the book in his hand, looked up at the train attendants who were chatting at the bar in the dining car, and put down their belongings, picked up the lanterns, and walked to the two ends of the dining car in 2s and 3s. Their steps were quite neat. Each step was quite mechanical, as if they were engraved with a scale. When they walked out, their faces were quite relaxed. While they were walking, they were chatting, as if they were going out for a walk. At the same time, as they walked forward, the lights in the carriage would flash in coordination with their steps. I don't know if it was intentional, or if it was affected by some force. Anyway, this scene made people feel shocked. Gucci held a book in his arms, and watched the conductor walk past him carefully, just like a child watching a parade in an amusement park. He would not get bored even if he watched it several times. When the conductor was about to walk out of the dining car, Gucci just retracted his gaze, and turned his gaze to the window. At this moment, a trace of doubt flashed in Gucci's eyes. What is that? Gucci, who found something unusual outside the window, immediately leaned over to the window and looked out. Although the scene outside the window flashed by, when Gucci looked over, he had already switched to the state of the pathfinding clone. At this time, Gucci's agility level was raised to a relatively high level, and his ability to judge the direction and the scene was also comprehensively improved. In this state, Gucci clearly saw the situation outside the window. It turned out that a group of players on motorcycles were chasing the train. This situation surprised Gucci. You know, the train in front of him looks like a green train. But in fact, the moving speed has exceeded the speed of sound. Otherwise, Gucci would not have been able to see some details outside the window. But these players in front of him could actually catch up with the speed of the train on motorcycles. There must be something wrong here. Just when Gucci was wondering how these players did it, the players on motorcycles turned around and rushed towards the train. Looking at their actions, Gucci thought of a possibility. Train robbery? This made Gucci excited. The last time he encountered a train robbery was when he encountered star pirates while sailing in the star field. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing here. Gucci immediately drew out the secret sword stick and knocked heavily on the door of the dining car kitchen. Master, someone outside is trying to rob the train. Do you want to notify the conductor or something? Gucci's voice fell, and a 2-meter-tall, nearly 300-pound chef strode out with a kitchen knife. He stood at the window and looked out. It's another savage from Wuxinjian. Don't worry about him. They can't rush up. After hearing what the chef said, Gucci became curious. What are savages? Are you new? Do you know black players? Yes, I've fought with black players from the Fusion Society before. Gucci responded as soon as he heard it. It's good to know about black players. Savages are the opposite of black players. Black players want to drag everyone into the game, and finally turn players into NPCs in the game. But savages are unwilling to enter the game. They would rather leave the city and survive outside the city. Outside the city? Gucci was shocked. This was an area he had not been exposed to much. You have to know that Gushi is now deep in the game. The construction of various cities is a guarantee of safety for players. Many players only live in one city for their entire lives. Even if they go to other cities, they move by train and other means of transportation. Only a small number of players will leave the city for tasks and go outside the city. And these players, after completing the task, think about rushing back to the city as soon as possible, and are unwilling to stay outside the city for a while. From this point, we can see how dangerous and difficult it is to survive outside the city in the depths of the game. And these savages living outside the city, obviously out of the protection of the city, can survive in the wild environment. Just think about how crazy the fighting power of these savages is. Now these savages are actually chasing the train, which makes Gushi feel a little surprised. They won't fight up, right? Chapter 1602 Players Races. Don't worry. There are always some savages at every distance, but they never hit the car. The security level on our car is still very high. The chef smiled and wanted to comfort Gushi, but Gushi said calmly, I want to ask. If they come up, can I help them? Seeing Gushi's eager look, the chef realized that he was wrong. Gushi was not afraid at all. He was just watching the fun. Well, we don't need any help from passengers here. At this point, the chef said a little embarrassedly, I'm not looking down on you, but you've been sitting here for 8 hours and just ate some of the food you brought with you. I thought. Gushi understood immediately. You thought I was a poor player, right? Ha ha ha. I'm so sorry. I was a little careless. It's okay. It's okay. This is also normal. Gushi looked down at his current outfit. Although he was wearing a robe, he had switched to the fitness spell clone effect. He looked like a poor warrior who had no money to prepare weapons and equipment. In addition, Gushi ate very little during the journey, unlike a proper warrior who ate all the way. So it was normal for him to be misunderstood. As for the way Gushi sat there reading and studying, he was ignored. After all, this did not match Gushi's current demeanor. And there would always be some people who habitually ignored it. People thought he was copying something there. Gushi also wanted to explain this, but he didn't know how to start. At this moment, Gushi suddenly saw a wild player flashing outside the window and discovered another situation. Wait, are they players too? The chef leaned out of the window and saw Gushi pointing at 2 players who looked like humans, but had green and black fish heads. The 2 looked like fishmen who had developed to a high level, but they gave people a different feeling. The chef took a look and said casually, You mean them? They are from the Afanas. Afanas, in their words, means holy fish. I heard that they were originally players, but the holy fish order of the tribe disappeared. They fell out of the ranks of players. Finally, they sank into the depths of the game, becoming wild people outside the city, and their population was almost below 100,000. However, their fish farming and fishing skills were quite good, and I had bought fish from them. The chef was familiar with the situation on this road, so he introduced it to Gushi. Did you see those players with their hair tied up? They are not as humans, but players from the Star Clan. The Star of Stars, but you would never have thought that. They were actually a group of gorillas. There are only more than 6,000 people in their tribe, but they are all very strong in combat. I heard that they are born with a higher starting point than others. When a child is 5 years old, the level can reach level 5. And when he is 20 years old and becomes an adult, the level will automatically increase to level 10. After that, if you work hard, as long as you reach level 15 before the age of 40, there will be no threshold, and you can rush all the way to level 30, if the population is not too small, and they can only choose professions such as warriors and monks. Their tribe will not be stranded in the depths of the game. However, among the wild people in the wild, these Star Clan players are the main force. They are quite direct, not participating in the game, but growing up by killing monsters in the wild. But no one can do anything to them. As long as these guys are not killed, they grow very fast. Gushi listened to the chef's words, and looked in the direction the chef pointed. Are there many races among these wild people? I saw that the skin color of some human players is not right. Yes, there are all kinds of races among the wild players. They are the overlords in the depths of the game. We just built a city, and we can't say that we have taken over the entire world in the depths of the game. The chef pretended to be a philosopher at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that something was wrong outside. Damn it. Why didn't they stop him? When the chef was speaking, A player had already rushed to the window and kicked the window hard. Boom! The sound of the kick was quite heavy, and Gucci could feel the violence of this wild player. However, Gucci did not let the other party go. When the other party stepped over again, the secret sword staff in Gucci's hand immediately became virtual, and he pointed out from the window. At this point, the secret sword staff pierced the man's leg. The slash of evil. The face of this wild player changed, his head seemed to be soaked in water, and it was as if he couldn't breathe, and it quickly changed from red to purple, and then from purple to blue-gray. At the same time, it was as if the gates behind him were opened, and he turned into a jet fighter, and turned the car behind him into a yellow patch. Watching this wild warrior finally roll to the ground, and being thrown further and further away, Gucci also patted his chest. Fortunately, he really didn't expect that. The negative effect of the purple outfit equipped by this wild player would be like this. If he knew, he would not look outside. Fortunately, Gucci used the method of spiritualization of the secret sword staff, turning the secret sword staff into a ghost body, and directly passed through the wall. If the window was broken, what if the spray fighter's spray flew in, then would this dining car be saved? The chef also saw the scene just now, he held his eyes. No, I can't cook this meal today. Now when I cook, I think of the yellow spray. When I cook with this in mind, the food I cook will taste like history. No, I won't cook today. As he spoke, the chef ran back. He didn't want to stay here at all. Gucci stretched out his hand to stop the chef, but found that the chef ran very fast, and closed the door after running in. This made Gucci speechless. If you don't want to cook, then don't cook. Come out and tell me what's going on outside. Gucci was still leaning against the window looking out, wanting to see the battle outside. At this moment, there was a sudden bang from the back of the train. Gucci saw thick black smoke coming out of the carriage behind him. This was the wild player blowing up the train carriage. The train was turning at this time, and Gucci could see some of the situation behind. He found that several wild players with wings were transporting goods out of the carriage, and directly pushed them off the track. And these goods that were thrown out, why did Gucci look so familiar? Aren't those the funeral materials transported in the carriage where Gucci was before? Seeing this scene, Gucci slapped his thigh. What a loss, I would not have come if I had known. Such a good opportunity to participate in the war. Chapter 1603 The Secret Hidden on the Train. When Gucci wanted to take a closer look, the train made another sharp turn, blocking Gucci's sight with the rear carriage. At this time, Gucci only saw a big hole blown out on the train, and the rest of the situation was invisible. Seeing the scene in front of him, Gucci was somewhat annoyed. He always felt as if he had missed something. Just when Gucci wanted to lean out again to see the battle situation outside, a large amount of black smoke came out from the locomotive. The black smoke was like a black shell covering the train, quickly cutting off the wild players who had attacked the train. After the black smoke passed, Gucci noticed that the wild players who had jumped onto the train had disappeared. Even the carriage that was blown up at the back had been quickly repaired. As soon as he saw the situation in front of him, Gucci understood that. It seemed that the train attendants on the train had long been familiar with the situation in front of him. In their opinion, if they had not encountered attacks from some wild players along the way, this trip would be incomplete. Gucci's previous worries were all in vain. He rolled his eyes and sat back down. He no longer paid attention to the battle outside. But the less Gucci wanted to pay attention to something, the more it would appear in his eyes. When Gucci sat down again, he happened to see several wild players carrying a coffin and running out, because they had been dragged out of the train. These wild players did not intend to put any seals on the coffin. Gucci saw two of these wild players carrying the coffin and running wildly, and one of them stood directly on the coffin and lifted the lid of the coffin with both hands. Later, Gucci saw with his own eyes that the wild player dragged a corpse out of the coffin and took it away. As for the coffin used to hold the corpse, after there was no corpse inside, it was thrown aside. Gucci was somewhat surprised by the wild players' behavior. He didn't expect that these players put in so much effort. And in the end, they came for a corpse. No, it was not a corpse. They should have come for the corpse transported in the coffin. Gucci understood the situation immediately. At the same time, he also understood why learning the power of the necromancer in his original position would cause such a big reaction from the train conductor. There is something wrong with these corpses. They are not for the casting or construction engineers to sacrifice or drive into. There must be something hidden in these corpses. Thinking of this, Gucci stood up and was about to go to the seat where he sat before to take a look. But just as Gushi stood up, he noticed that the chef who said he would not cook anymore was standing by again, although he was still covering his eyes. Gushi could obviously see, and his attention was all on himself. This is the ability of the spiritual lamp. As long as someone is paying attention to him spiritually, Gushi will detect it. Gushi believes that a chef is unlikely to take the spiritual route, so he is afraid that the chef cannot hide his spiritual affairs. At the moment, he is clearly staring at Gushi, not letting him run around. With this discovery, Gushi sat back down. At this time, he already believed that the chef must know something. However, he has a vested interest, and he is afraid that he will not tell Gushi about the situation. Gushi sat back down and thought quickly. Should he ask the chef to tell him what was hidden behind this? Or should he just pretend that he didn't see it and didn't know anything? After all, no matter what they were transporting, it was not the most important thing for Gushi. Gushi didn't need to make trouble at this time. But if he didn't think about it, Gushi felt a little unwilling. These things had been delivered to him. If he missed them, would it be bad? While Gushi was still hesitating, the train attendants who had gone down to check the seals came back. Their faces were no longer relaxed. After returning to the dining car, Gushi could even notice that their resentment was almost condensed into substance. Okay. This time, no one could have expected it. The goods are lost. So it is lost. You are complaining now. But the lost goods will not come back. With this mentality, there will definitely be problems in the next day and night. Now go wash your faces and relax your mind. Uncle Fan, cook some good dishes to cheer everyone up. Seeing the train attendant like this, the conductor was also a little helpless. He said loudly, "Everyone hurry up. There is still an hour before the dining car will be open for dinner. Passengers will come to eat. You will scare the passengers if you are like this. Cheer up. Don't act like your father has died." After hearing this, the chef did not say that he did not want to cook today, but turned into the kitchen and acted quickly. The train attendants also suppressed their sad expressions, washing their faces, relaxing. Only a few train attendants were looking at Gushi, who was standing aside. It seemed that they were thinking about how much Gushi had just heard. Don't pay attention to him. He is just a poor warrior. Judging from what he is learning there, he may want to become a death knight. It has nothing to do with this matter. Don't make trouble. Seeing where the train attendants were standing, the conductor reminded them in a low voice. Gushi behaved quite obediently along the way, and had no intention of coveting the materials they were transporting. In the absence of a conflict, the conductor did not intend to have a conflict with Gushi. After hearing the conductor's words, several train attendants returned to their table, waiting for the food that Chef Fan would bring. Gushi, who felt that his line of sight was cut off, only then looked up and glanced in the direction where he felt the line of sight just now. Then Gushi focused his attention on the book in his hand again. Soon, under the pressure of the conductor, the train attendants resumed their original action mode. After they finished their meal, they quickly cleaned up the dining car. Some went to other cars to rest, while others changed their clothes and became waiters in the dining car, ready to welcome passengers who came to eat. They smiled again, as if the people who had sad faces and whose resentment was as strong as that of wrong ghosts were not them. With their service, the passengers who came to eat had a good lunch. When these passengers came over, no one asked about the explosion that happened on the train before, as if the previous incident had never happened. In such an atmosphere, Gushi also slowly suppressed some thoughts in his mind. But at this moment, an explosion sounded from the front of the train, and the speeding train overturned. Chapter 16:04 The Savage Player Who Changes His Face Quickly. When the explosion sounded, the time-torn equipment man immediately appeared beside Gushi, protecting Gushi from being crushed to death in the rolling train. Gushi also reacted quickly, not only releasing his golden skin, but also holding his head with both hands, bending his body, protecting his vital parts from the shock wave caused by the explosion. After rolling 4 or 5 times, several more explosions were heard nearby. Gushi ducked his head, but didn't jump up in a hurry. After the explosion ended, Gushi pushed away the heavy object on his body, and climbed out of the blown-up carriage. Looking around, Gushi found that they were in a valley at this time. In the valley, there were the remains of the viaduct that had just been blown up. Half of the train was still hanging on one side of the valley. On the train, the savage player was fighting with the train conductor. It was a pity that the savage player had a good grasp of the timing this time. When they attacked, the train attendants were resting in the front carriage. instead of dispersing in various carriages for inspection, as they did when they launched the first attack. The huge explosion that blew up the bridge just happened to take away most of the train attendants in one wave. Even the train conductor was not spared. There were not many train attendants left, and they did not trust the passengers in the car. Not only did they not dare to organize the passengers to fight back together, but they also had to divide some of their energy to prevent the passengers from taking the opportunity to buy for free. For a while, the resistance in the remaining carriages became weaker and weaker, and the number of wild players rushing from nearby also increased. Although she couldn't see the situation above completely from his perspective, he could clearly hear the sounds of various vehicles coming. She thought for a moment, and immediately retreated to the wreckage of the train, hiding himself first, and then reconsidered his next move. She could see the situation at a glance. The wild players had set their sights on the things transported by this train. This was a hard time for passengers like Gushi. Not only was their trip forced to be interrupted, but they might also be investigated by the people of Uenzu City when they returned. Now, the last thing Gushi wanted to contact was the people of Uenzu City. He had finally gotten out of Uenzu City, and he had no time, and no interest in playing any psychological warfare with them. Thinking of this, Gushi looked up at the blown-up viaduct, and then waved his hand, and the two-legged dragon appeared beside Gushi. But just when the two-legged dragon appeared, there was a violent sound of motorcycles from the other side of the valley. Gushi looked back and saw that about 20 wild players were riding their patchwork motorcycles, rushing straight from one side of the valley, and rushing towards the train carriage that fell into the valley. Gushi actually didn't feel good about these wild players. His troops were stationed at the city gate, and appeared behind him immediately. Shirley and his god-slaying army were ready to attack under Gushi's command. At this moment, Gushi also heard the voices of the wild players from afar. Are there people in front? Kill them. We were here first. No one can grab them. Get out of the way. The things in the valley belong to whoever grabs them first. No need to look. These are all enemies. Gushi never put his own safety above the mercy of the enemy. The demon skeleton soldiers of the god-slaying army were dispatched at the first moment, without giving the savage players any time to consider, and rushed up quickly. The savage players who rushed down never thought that they just wanted to come down to take advantage, but they would encounter such a thing. It was obviously their home ground now. Why did they rush down the valley, as if they had changed places? When the savage players were confused, the demon skeleton soldiers didn't care about home ground or not. After they rushed out, they directly rushed towards the wild players with weapons. The wild players lived in the wild all year round, and their survival attributes were maxed out. Although they were quite surprised by the situation in front of them, they immediately responded accordingly. All the wild players immediately rolled to the ground, or jumped back, and dodged the attacks of the evil skeleton soldiers. From their fighting style, it can be seen that the wild players are the kind of players who know how to dodge and defend. They are not the rigid NPCs in the game. They may not be very high in level, but they are definitely experienced in battle. When faced with emergencies, they will choose to protect themselves first, and then use their peripheral vision to check the surroundings. When seeing thousands of evil skeleton soldiers rushing out, all the wild players made the same move, throwing things on the ground, or pressing their eyes. They are judging the level of the enemy rushing in front of them, how high their level is, how strong their combat power is, what kind of weapons and equipment they are equipped with, and whether they can beat them. As a result, a large amount of strangely colored fog gushed out of the bottles thrown by the two wild players. When the fog touched the evil demon skeleton soldiers, the evil demon skeleton soldiers immediately flashed 6 rays of light, 1 orange and 5 purple. If it was just one evil demon skeleton soldier, it might be better. The thousands of evil demon skeleton soldiers here were all like this, which directly shocked the wild players in front of them. At the same time, above the heads of these evil demon skeleton soldiers, a crown appeared, with a number in the crown, and these numbers started with 13. Champion troops above level 13, with 1 orange and 5 purple equipment. There are 3,000 to 4,000 people. Undead-like skeleton troops, fighting without considering morale, life and death, and defense. There is no point in fighting such an enemy. There is no point in fighting. When encountering such an enemy, just retreat directly. Of course, in addition to retreating and running away, there is another way. Please wait a moment, we are not enemies. We are friends, you know, friends. The speed at which these wild players change their faces is faster than their reaction speed. Gushi remembered that when they rushed down from the valley, they wanted to kill Gushi. But in less than a minute, they turned over people faster than turning pages of a book. Faced with such a situation, Gushi hesitated for a moment. Shirley understood Gushi's idea as soon as he heard it. He quickly surrounded these wild players and grinned at them. Go over. Our master wants to see you. Seeing that all the evil skeleton soldiers stopped, these wild players finally breathed a sigh of relief. They don't have to die. That's great. So these wild players got off the motorcycle honestly and walked to Gushi tremblingly. Hello, brother. We are not enemies. We are friends. Friends. Chapter 1605 Suppressing the Savage Players. At this time, Gushi was sitting on the wreckage of the fallen train, looking down at the savage players who were driven over. Gushi was also a little surprised that the savage players chose to surrender. Based on what he saw on the train before, Gushi thought that these savage players were the kind of people who were not afraid of death and did not care about their lives. If these savage players knew what Gushi was thinking, they would definitely curse. What does it mean to be not afraid of death and not care about your life? They are just sure of their actions. They don't even dare to get hurt. You have to know that in a chaotic place like the wild, if they get hurt, it means they will become weak. And in the wild, even if they are just a little bit weak, they will often bring fatal damage to themselves. Wild players are very clear about the living environment in the wild. Even if they are injured, they will pretend to be very fierce. They won't let people see that they are injured. When they encounter an enemy that they know they can't beat, they will choose to retreat or run away, and will never fight with their lives. The troops that Gushi brought out were very strong. These barbarian players were not stubborn. So how could they force their way in? As for the situation where Gushi saw barbarian players attacking the train desperately, it was because someone in front of them took the lead. And these barbarian players followed to strengthen their momentum and play a supporting role. The players who really contributed were those who had ideas about some special materials on the train. If they wanted to get the biggest share, they would naturally contribute a lot. These people in front of them were obviously here to cause trouble. Their biggest characteristic is that they kneel quickly. Seeing Gushi sitting on the wreckage of the train, with such a stare, they immediately became scared. Brother, we are friends, not enemies, don't shoot, don't shoot. Yes, we have no hostility, we just rushed down to pick up leaks. Yes, we shouted when we rushed down, that was our slogan for charging, brother. Please don't take it seriously. Gushi turned over, and stood up on the wreckage of the train. He raised the secret realm sword staff, and pointed it at one of the wild players. You tell me, what do I ask? What do you answer? If you answer slowly, then I'll let the next person go. Yes, brother. You ask, I'll tell you everything. Gushi was silent for a moment, then asked, who organized this incident? What is the goal? After seizing the train, how do you plan to escape? The reason why Gushi was silent was entirely because he found that, when the words came to his lips, he felt that he didn't seem to have anything to ask. What's the point of asking everything clearly? If he asked clearly, would the train still run? Can he still take the train to Changzi City as planned? What should he do with his plan? This is really a hell of a trip. From the beginning before he got on the train, everything went wrong. With such thoughts, Gushi's face became distorted. The wild player who was pointed out by Gushi had been observing Gushi's reaction. He saw Gushi's face twisted when he spoke, but asked such a few simple questions, and thought that Gushi was deliberately looking for trouble, just to find an excuse to kill him. Thinking of this, the wild player's face turned pale. He said loudly, brother, this matter has nothing to do with us. It was organized by Fan Chan of the Dead Soul. We are just here to make some noise. It really has nothing to do with us. The previous explosion was also arranged by Fan Chan of the Dead Soul. We followed here just to grab some supplies they don't want. Brother, please let us go. After hearing what he said, several other wild players also cried on the spot. In their eyes, face is worth a few dollars. The most important thing now is to survive. Okay, you all shut up. Gushi didn't want to contact these wild players in the first place. Now I don't know what they are thinking about. Gushi's anger rose 3 feet high in an instant. Seeing that Gushi was about to jump up, these wild players thought that Gushi wanted to kill them to silence them, and they all wanted to jump up with their weapons and rush out. But the Shirley and the evil skeleton soldiers on the periphery were waiting with long swords in their hands. As long as they dared to jump up, the long swords in the hands of the evil skeleton soldiers would dare to chop them down. Just now, it was just because they descended too fast. The evil skeleton soldiers never found a chance to attack. Now these wild players are slightly arching their bodies, and their muscles are contracting, which means they want to attack. This is a really good opportunity. As long as you attack, then we can also attack. Just as the evil skeleton soldiers slightly arched their bodies and pressed down the long swords in their hands, a wild player spoke up. Brother, don't mess around, brothers. Shut up. Can I say a few words to you? Brother? Gushi turned his head to look at the wild player, and found that the clothes he was wearing looked rather tattered, but his spirit looked good. Most importantly, Gushi could see from the eyes of the wild player that he should be a young man who was only 20 years old. When he stood up, his feet were still shaking, but his voice was steady. You said, brother, I understand that you kept us here, not for revenge or anything. You just don't know the current situation. You don't know what to do next. Right? Gushi glanced at the wild player and said casually, continue. Brother, you are actually worrying in vain. This time, the train robbery is just a matter between us and Uenzu City. You are a passenger. This has nothing to do with you. You can wait here until Uenzu City or Chengzi City finds that the train is out of contact, and then take their train back when you come to find someone. Of course, if you don't mind, you can also follow us. We have a wild map, which can take you to a nearby city. As long as you have an ID, you can easily enter the city. No matter which city you are in, IDs are actually recognized. This point is not strictly controlled by various cities. Hearing this, Gushi interrupted the wild player. Tell me more about it. Oh! The savage player immediately responded. I haven't used this myself. But I heard that many savage players actually have IDs. And they can even sneak into the Uenzu City. Just like this incident. It was actually the information that Fan Chong of the Dead Soul found out when he entered the Uenzu City. Including the route of the train. And the goods this time. All of which he found out. He also arranged the plan. Brother, think about it. We savage players can sneak into the city. And people like you who have IDs don't need to worry about anything. Chapter 1606. The Survival Method of the Savage Players. Hearing the words of the savage players, Gushi was obviously relieved. When he relaxed like this, the other savage players also let go of half of their worries. Gushi finally stopped having that weird look on his face. And they all knew why Gushi was so angry. This was actually blaming them for their actions, which had ruined Gushi's plan. For the savage players, this was not a difficult thing. So the savage players quickly started talking. Yes, brother. Don't worry. This matter is not strictly investigated. Even I know a few people in the city. We can just go in through the small road. That's right. If you don't want to run around in the wilderness, you can actually stay here and wait for rescue. This time, Fan Chong of the Dead Soul only blew up the bridge. And did not block the roads on both sides. I believe it won't be long before Uenzu City and Chengzi City will get the news. They will send people over. Brother, you are so capable. You can stay here for a few hours and wait for the rescue team from Chengzi City to come. Yes, brother. You are so strong. It's okay to stay in the wild for a few hours. When the time comes, you can tell them what happened. And then you can take the car and leave without any risk. Listening to the words of the wild player, Gushi's heart gradually calmed down. As long as it does not affect his plan, it will be fine. So Gushi waved his hand and asked Shirley to lead the god-slaying army to retreat. Gushi's generous behavior also gave these wild players more hope. They quickly surrounded him and asked Gushi questions. And talked about some things about the wild players. The biggest difference between wild players and normal players is not whether they live in the city. It is whether they participate in the game. These wild players, in fact, did not want to be wild since birth. It is just that they were born, or their opportunities, so that they have a game panel. But they cannot enter the game world. In order to survive in the depths of the game, they can only survive and grow in alternative ways. And after surviving in the wild for such a long time, they have a strong level of survival in the wild, fighting monsters in the wild, and PK combat. In the words of the wild players, normal players in the city play PvE with tasks, which is safer, while these wild players play PvP with no lower limit. Surviving is their goal every day. Living better is their dream. Sometimes, for a good piece of equipment, they can really risk their lives. At the same time, their weapons and equipment are different from those of the players in the city. Take purple equipment for example, they also want purple equipment, but the negative effects cannot be fatal, and the properties of purple equipment are more inclined to various resistance or immunity effects. In the words of the wild players, The most important thing for survival in the wild is not to have a lot of blood, but not to be controlled by others. If you are controlled by others, no matter how much blood you have, it will be useless. A set of combos can kill you directly. Therefore, prevention and control are the most important means of survival in the wild. This knowledge is something Gushi has never heard of before. Now that the wild players talk about it, Gushi also listens with relish. However, what really opened the players' eyes is not the survival methods of these wild players. It is not their ability to handle equipment and materials. It is the general equivalence they have. Gushi thought at first that even if they lived in the wild, their trading methods should be the same as those in the city, using local currencies or various materials. But after Gushi inquired in detail, he realized that his vision was too low. The wild players in the wild basically use experience for trading. No matter what kind of experience it is, all of it can be used for trading. Because in the eyes of the wild players, experience is life. Sometimes when you are seriously injured or in a crisis, you can turn the tables with enough experience. After hearing what the wild player said, Gushi could understand. After all, when players are in a crisis, they use enough experience to upgrade, remove negative effects, and restore all life and mana. Gushi has also done this. Sometimes experience really represents life. At the same time, experience is something that cannot be discounted. In the eyes of all players, experience is experience. And he will not reject it just because it is the experience of a certain city. It will not increase because of the strength of the player. It can be said that experience is the most stable general equivalent in the eyes of players. As for the means of trading, it was something that Gushi had not thought of. In order to gain experience, the wild players tried every possible way. They actually bypassed the game system and created a wild task system. As long as the transaction items are submitted as task items, they can exchange for experience. This kind of trading method made Gushi stunned. Even these wild players, in order to let others know that they have a mission, have developed a special equipment. This equipment has no attributes. It is just a small equipment item. After equipping it, a yellow exclamation mark will appear on the top of the head. This means that you need to trade. As long as you walk around in the wild with such equipment, there will soon be wild players coming to do business. Of course, there may also be some attacks. What will happen, and whether you can guarantee safety in the end depends on the survival level of each wild player in the wild. Anyway, in the eyes of the wild players, players like Gushi are the safest in the wild. Although he has many subordinates, he will attract a lot of attention. But the problem is that his subordinates are all powerful undead. Before meeting Gushi, who would have thought that the skeleton soldiers could be so powerful? Arrange 1 orange and 5 purple equipment for the skeleton soldiers. Such equipment makes these wild players want to become skeleton soldiers. They have been around for so long, killed so many players in the wild, and have not obtained so many equipment. Such troops, let alone the wild players, even some big forces in the wild, may not dare to trouble Gushi. In the eyes of these wild players, Gushi is clearly a big boss who can build a city deep in the game. Although Gushi is only about level 12 now, as long as Gushi is willing, I believe he can definitely leave his own mark on the land deep in the game. If you don't try to please such a being, but offend it, isn't that just a stubborn death? Anyway, the wild players believe that in the wild deep in the game, no wild player with a normal mind will do such a thing. Whether Gushi is waiting for rescue on the spot or walking from the wild to other cities, it won't be too difficult. Chapter 1607 Corpses in the Coffin. After getting familiar with the wild players, Gushi also put away the god-killing army, jumped on the wyvern, and followed the wild players to the top of the valley. At this time, quite a number of wild players had gathered above the valley. They were carrying and moving a large amount of supplies from the overturned train carriages. Gushi noticed that they paid more attention to the coffins in those carriages. When the coffins were moved out, they would be sent to a player who looked like a necromancer for processing. This player was about 30 years old, with white hair like dead grass, and his hands were dry as if they had just been dug out of the soil. When Gushi came up, this player also felt something, and he looked up in the direction of Gushi. At this time, Gushi noticed that this player's face had shrunk a lot, and there was no nose under his eyes. Nyojicho from Jifeng. Who is this? Fan Chong from Sion. This big brother? Who is? The wild player who brought Gushi up was obviously stunned for a moment, and finally turned to look at Gushi. After talking with Gushi for a long time, He still didn't know what to call Gushi. Breath of the Dead. Gushi said his name calmly. Did you organize this train robbery? The necromancer in front of him looked Gushi up and down again. He found that Gushi did not look like a necromancer at all. He was casually wearing an ordinary leather armor, and holding a civilized staff in his hand. He looked like... Wait. An idea suddenly flashed through the mind of the necromancer Fanchong. Lord of Death? This is crazy. How could someone like you appear in the wilderness? They shouldn't have let you out. Gushi heard this, and a smile appeared in his eyes. I was riding the train just fine, but you blew it up. Why, you're blaming me now? After hearing what Gushi said, Fanchong was speechless. Okay, I know what you mean. You just want me to pay you money. Right? Okay, I'll pay you, but you have to agree to one condition. Wait here for the train from Yuanzu City to arrive, and never go into the wilderness alone. Okay? Before Gushi answered, the wild players on the side were a little puzzled. They had never seen Fanchong so scared. One of the wild players couldn't help but ask, Fanchong of the Dead Soul, what's going on? Do you want the brothers to help you? No, this is an agreement between the necromancers. The necromancers who master the power of the Lord of Death must not appear alone in the wilderness. Fanchong explained, then he looked at Gushi. Just think of it as me asking you for help. You must wait here for the rescue team. Okay, I was planning to wait for rescue at the beginning anyway. I'm just a little curious now, what's in it? Gushi pointed to the coffin that was being carried away and asked. I understand. I'll leave 5 for you later. Fanchong said loudly upon hearing this. All are the best. Fanchong. The dead soul. What do you mean? These things are to be shared equally among everyone. How can you just give them away casually? A wild player on the side said with some dissatisfaction. What do you know? Do you know what a Death Lord will bring when he walks into the wilderness? The entire wilderness is full of uncontrolled undead. The Death Lord can make these undead submit to him. He doesn't even need to do anything, just walk around the wilderness, and he can start a natural disaster of the undead. So there was an agreement from the beginning that the Lord of Death must not be released into the wilderness. Damn it, everything was going well. How could such a thing happen? Breath of the Undead, I've distributed the things to you. You must wait for rescue. Is there no problem with that? Gushi glanced at Fanchong. Fanchong of the Dead Soul, I don't understand a little. You are obviously a wild player, not under the management of various cities. Why do you have to abide by such an agreement? You don't understand? I was employed in the wilderness. When I was employed, I was affected by the wilderness. If I can't do something, the wilderness will take back my power. Your power? Oh, it's the game panel. This is why we can be called wild players, instead of wild monsters. So no matter whether you understand it or not, I have to abide by some rules. Now these 5 bodies are yours. Please wait for rescue here quietly. Okay? I understand. By the way, what are the functions of these bodies? Gushi asked curiously. He was a little curious when he sat next to the coffin before. But the conductor said that these bodies were used for living sacrifice and staking. Gushi didn't think much about it at the time. Now it seems that this is obviously not the case. If they were only used for sword making and living sacrifice or staking, these wild players would not have to blow up the train to grab these things. These bodies are smuggled goods. Each body contains a game world that has lost its energy and has been destroyed. Gushi listened, and his eyes widened. He really didn't expect that the people in Yuanzu City would play so big. These game worlds have lost their energy, and have even been destroyed. But they are not dead. Some materials and energy cores can be extracted from them. The people in Yuanzu City sent these game worlds to Changzi City in order to make high-quality orange equipment. And they even plan to create orange suits. This is also useful for us. Many of our weapons need energy replenishment. And so does our city. So 5 is already quite a lot. Although you have orange weapons on you, but no one would complain about having too many orange equipment. Right? Fanchong explained to Gushi what the corpses stored in the coffin were like. At this time, Gushi finally understood why so many wild players were willing to follow Fanchong to rob the train. From their conversation, it can be seen that they were planning to take 1 corpse each, and the game world inside the corpse, for the wild players, is equivalent to the opportunity to get orange equipment. With orange equipment, their safety can be guaranteed. With orange equipment, the negative effects of their purple equipment can be eliminated. With orange equipment, they can get a reasonable identity. It can be said that as long as they have orange equipment, the fate of these wild players will change. In order to prevent Gushi from stepping into the wild deep in the game, Fan Chong actually gave 5 corpses to Gu Shi. This is equivalent to giving Gu Shi at least 1, and at most 5 orange equipment. Looking at the benefits in front of him, looking at Fan Chong with a serious face, Gu Shi finally responded. Okay, I promise you, I will wait here for rescue. But what will happen during my waiting, I can't guarantee it. Chapter 1608 Rescue? Life-threatening? Seeing that Gu Shi agreed, Fan Chong no longer cared about Gu Shi, and turned around to deal with the matter at hand. These savages were relatively fast in doing things. They divided the things in a few seconds, loaded them on the transportation tools they brought, and left without paying attention to Gu Shi, who stayed behind. When they left, they didn't even leave a gathering address for Gu Shi. In fact, Fan Chong's idea was very simple. Anyway, Gu Shi agreed to the request, and did not enter the wilderness deep in the game. He wouldn't enter. So what's the point of leaving the gathering address of the wild players? Add a mark to Gu Shi's map? Really overthinking. Fan Chong would never do such a boring thing. After all the wild players left with their belongings, Gu Shi also sent the 5 bodies assigned to him back to the city of Aridov. Then he found a place to sit down nearby, lit a fire, and threw some wet firewood into the fire, and soon thick smoke rose from the fire. Gu Shi looked up at the height of the smoke, and then took out his book to study seriously. He didn't know how long it would take for the rescue team from Changzi City to arrive. It would be better for Gu Shi not to waste time before that. He turned his attention back to the book. Time had no meaning for Gu Shi. In the blink of an eye, the sky, which was originally bright, gradually darkened. The fire that Gu Shi had lit was still burning, and even the smoke had no effect. At most, the light and warmth brought by the fire dispelled the cold wind at night. After stretching his body, Gu Shi moved closer to the fire. At this moment, Gu Shi's heart moved, and the side of the soul lamp automatically switched to him. Gu Shi noticed that many eyes fell on him. What's going on? Gu Shi used the power of the soul's eye to communicate with the outside world. Don't look at Gu Shi sitting here alone now. He doesn't seem to have any defense on the surface. In fact, Gu Shi immediately sent the floating spirit IKA to the sky, and let it keep an eye on the surrounding situation, to prevent someone from attacking Gu Shi while he was studying. This time, Gu Shi asked about the floating spirit IKA. As a result, as soon as Gu Shi's order was passed down, a picture automatically unfolded in front of Gu Shi. The picture showed all the situations within a 10-mile radius nearby, and an abnormal point was specially marked at a certain location. The rescue team from Yuanzhou City came first. After glancing at the picture, Gu Shi knew the situation inside. Forget it, let them come. Gu Shi from Yuanzhou City will not go back anyway. Gu Shi was about to stand up, when he heard a voice from afar. Don't move, leave the train, and accept our inspection. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Didn't you say it was a rescue team? This is how you rescue? At this moment, more than a dozen players surrounded them from all directions. These players were obviously driving a railcar, but their actions at this time looked a little strange in Gu Shi's eyes. Obviously, their railcar has many necessary tools, but they parked it far away and ran over. This made Gu Shi a little confused. Such anomaly also made Gu Shi's heart move. Now Gu Shi didn't have such a good attitude towards the players of Yuanzhou City. He took a step back, and the gate of the garrison had been secretly opened. I told you not to move, but you still moved. Are you looking for death? Seeing Gu Shi retreating, a player pointed at Gu Shi and cursed. At the same time, a battle halo flashed under his feet, and the weapon automatically appeared in his hand. Boss, stop talking nonsense to him. Get rid of him, and report the situation here as we agreed before. This way, you save trouble. I save trouble. And everyone saves trouble. Save a shit. That guy didn't save us trouble. Boss, let me do it. I want to make that guy understand that there are some things that can't be done. As he spoke, a bald player rushed out and strode towards Gu Shi. From his look, it was clear that he had no intention of letting Gu Shi leave alive. The other players also looked at Gu Shi with a look of indifference. In their eyes, Gu Shi seemed to be dead. Gu Shi was not a fool. He immediately understood what these people were thinking. No wonder they parked the tool railcar far away. They were clearly planning to divide up the other supplies in the train, and report back that everything was taken away by the wild players. They had done this kind of thing countless times before. But this time, they didn't expect that there would be a survivor left. The most important thing was that when Gu Shi stayed, he also lit a fire, raised thick smoke, and sent out a distress signal. This made it difficult for them to deal with it. After all, if the news of the survivor was spread, what if the people above asked about the survivor? For this reason, when the rescue team came, they were quite angry. When their team members saw Gushi dressed like a poor warrior and was only level 12, they couldn't suppress their temper. The bald man immediately rushed towards Gushi, intending to punch him to death. But they didn't expect that. Facing the bald man, Gushi did not retreat, but looked at them with a compassionate look. When the bald man rushed to a position about 5 meters away from Gushi, 5 people with long spears appeared in front of the bald man. These 5 people with long spears held long spears of different lengths, but their movements were quite unified, and they stabbed the bald man who rushed over. Facing such an attack, the bald man wanted to fight back. However, as soon as he raised his weapon, 3 spears pierced into his body accurately. Then a spear as thick as a goose egg pierced his forehead directly, knocking the bald man to the ground. The level of this bald man was quite high. After his forehead was pierced, he was not dead. Instead, a golden light flashed on his body. It was obvious that he was saving himself by upgrading. This was something Gushi had never encountered before. But who was Gushi? When the golden light flashed on the bald man's body, Gushi had already come to the bald man's side. The secret sword staff in his hand turned into a long sword, and he slashed the bald man with one sword. Evil slash. Then the 5 spears that were stuck in the bald man's body all disappeared. At the same time, the bald man's arm exploded into a blood mist, and his heart broke through the ribs and flew out. Gushi was stunned at this time. No way. This purple weapon stuck in the body also counts? Chapter 1609 Fake Everything. Pulling out the secret sword stick that was slashing at the bald man, Gushi really didn't expect that. Evil slash could be played like this. Not only the purple equipment equipped on the enemy is within the activation range of evil slash, even the purple weapon stuck in the enemy, as long as it is not pulled out, the negative effect is also within the activation range of evil slash. This is really something Gushi had never thought of before. After finding something interesting, Gushi was just thinking about finding a few more people to try it out. But when he looked up, he found that the players who had just surrounded him had all fallen down. Shirley stood on the level 20 player, smiling happily. Sir, I did a good job. Didn't I? No one escaped. All of them are here. He glanced at the players on the ground, and they were all dead. This made Gushi somewhat helpless. Well, you did a good job. Gushi originally wanted to use these players to test his guess. I didn't expect Shirley to attack faster than me. Now that the body was thrown here, Gushi felt helpless. Gushi thought for a while, looked up and ordered to the sky. IKA, go to the railcar to deal with it. Hearing Gushi's order, Floating Spirit IKA flew towards the railcar. When these players appeared just now, Floating Spirit IKA had been hiding in the air. Most of the ideas of these players were captured by Floating Spirit IKA. As for the operation of the railcar, as well as the means of contact, passwords, secret codes, and so on, Floating Spiritual IKA has almost taken them all. Floating Spiritual IKA also understood Gushi's request at this time. It was to delay time. Gushi wanted to wait for the rescue team from Changzi City to come. Of course, if the rescue team from Changzi City had the same attitude, then Gushi might have to let Fan Chong down and enter the wilderness deep in the game on his own. Before that, naturally, the fewer people knew about Gushi's existence, the better. Yes, we found several survivors. Yes, there are survivors this time. I am communicating with them. Their wish is to go to Changzi City. No, one of them has a lot of connections. He is from Changzi City. You know that. They agreed to pretend they didn't see it. Okay, I will wait until the rescue team from Changzi City comes. Don't worry, I will take care of everything before the rescue team from Changzi City arrives. Standing outside the railcar, Gushi listened to the Floating Spirit IKA imitating the voice of the previous level 20 player to communicate with the Uenzu City station. The Floating Spirit IKA did much better than Gushi in this regard. Even if he didn't see the face of the other party, he could easily grasp some of the other party's thoughts. He quickly found various excuses for Gushi, and the communication was clear. Now the Uenzu City thought that there was a big boss of a higher level or status in the train this time. So these players didn't dare to kill him. However, this big boss also knew the rules. After all, it was in the wilderness, and he didn't want anything to happen. So he just pretended not to see the little tricks of the rescue team. Uenzu City Station also knew about the fancy sedan chairs of the upper class. Now is the critical moment of Genesis. Even if Uenzu City is overbearing, they dare not mess around at this time. Besides, they will not spread this matter. For this reason, Uenzu City Station also tacitly acknowledged the occurrence of this incident. But they did not expect that the news they received was all false. A few days later, they could not see the railway convoys transporting various supplies back. And they could not share the supplies that were robbed by the wild players. When they went back to look for the big boss in Changzi City, Gu Shi had already left Changzi City. He might have already arrived in Zhuolu City, or even set out from Zhuolu City and headed for Heiji City. What happened in Uenzu City? What did it have to do with him? Even if it did, would those guys in Uenzu City dare to tell him about it? Anyway, Gu Shi was not a coward at all. On the contrary, after listening to the communication of the floating spirit Ika, Gu Shi clapped his hands heavily. Then the steel gate and the other two gates leading to the city of Aridov appeared nearby. A large number of undead rushed out of these three gates. These undead are the most important troops under Gu Shi. Porters. Gu Shi has not let them out to work for a long time. If he does not let them out, the world will forget Gu Shi's real nickname, which is 3 feet high. Tear it down. Leave nothing behind. Gu Shi pointed at the railroad tracks on the ground and said seriously. The undead under Gu Shi did not think much about it. After hearing Gu Shi's order, they acted quickly. The undead first dismantled the overturned train and transported all the materials that had not been moved away back to Aridavi City. Then, they turned around to deal with the railroad tracks on the ground. Even the railroad cars that had just come here were all dismantled and transported to Aridavi City. At the same time, the funeral materials thrown by Fan Chong and his men were also transported away, as well as the broken train carriages that had fallen into the valley. After everything was transported away, Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. He was about to say something, but found that the undead, who were dismantling the railway, had actually dismantled the tracks more than 10 miles away. Seeing this, Gu Shi quickly stopped the undead. Gu Shi was also a little speechless about the situation of these undead. If they really continue to tear down the tracks like this, I'm afraid they can tear down the tracks to the Uenzu City within a day. Alright, I asked you to tear down the tracks. Do you want these broken tracks? I asked you to fake the scene. Move the tracks that were blown off to this location. Then arrange the traces left when the train was blown away. Be quick, don't be too detailed, as long as it looks acceptable. In the next few days, it will be exposed to the wind and sun, and nothing will be left. After calling the undead back, Gu Shi quickly assigned them tasks. When the undead in charge of transportation heard this, they really didn't do this. They were not professional in this area. But just as Gu Shi said, sometimes, it is not necessary to be professional, as long as there is a reasonable reason, regardless of whether Uenzu City will believe it or not. Gu Shi believed it anyway. After arranging this matter, Gu Shi said to the floating spirit Ika, the next thing is up to you. How can Chang Chengzi believe my identity? You have to think it through. Chapter 1610. Gu Shi was rescued. 6 hours later, Gu Shi changed into the skin of the elf archer, and got on the rescue vehicle of Changzi City under the alias Zhen Meiwen. It was unknown whether the rescuers on the vehicle believed Gu Shi's identity, but they did not sneak attack him without any moral principles like the rescuers from Uenzu City did. But they did not communicate too much with Gu Shi, as if Gu Shi did not exist. Seeing their attitude, Gu Shi was obviously defeated. I am afraid that these people are just like the players from Uenzu City, and they all want to get a share of this kind of thing. Although the floating spirit Ika temporarily changed their thoughts, and some of their cognition. Let them think that Gu Shi is a distinguished guest going to Changzi City, but the dissatisfaction in their hearts has not been wiped out. After all, if it weren't for Gu Shi, they would have been able to get something this time. Unlike now, they didn't get anything, and had to go back empty-handed. Gu Shi had no opinion on the attitude of these people. The floating spirit Ika had some more powerful means, but that would hurt these people's minds. Gu Shi's plan was to directly erase these people's memories after entering Changzi City. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. If he did too much to these people's minds now, when he erased their memories later, they would become idiots. That would be even more troublesome. So it would work now. Gu Shi simply ignored him. After asking a few questions, he kept his head down and dealt with his own affairs. This rescue team came from Changzi City. There are several railway lines between Uenzu City and Changzi City. There is a dedicated railway line for rescue and maintenance. These two dedicated lines are connected to several operating railway lines. Usually, the rescue team and the maintenance team can reach the accident site in the shortest time. This time is also the case. Don't think that it took the rescue team more than 10 hours to reach the accident site. But you have to know that the rescue team came from Changji City after receiving the news. They hardly stopped along the way, and they came here at the fastest speed. As for some people who want to ask, why not arrange rescue teams from some nearby villages or cities? That's really overthinking. Changji City is the first city separated from Yuanzhou City. There is only wilderness between Changji City and Yuanzhou City. No villages or cities. The same is true for Xincheng and Maowan City. After these three cities were separated, the cities were divided further, and the wilderness deep in the game was slowly filled. And if they really sent people from the wild to rescue, the people on the train would not dare to use them. Who knows whether the people coming out of the wild are rescuers or wild players? Although players and wild players are not irreconcilable, it is certain that they dislike each other. Especially, wild players really don't regard ordinary players as their companions. They have been active in PvP servers for many years, and their attitude towards danger is to take action directly. So it is right to dispatch a rescue team from Changji City or Yuanzhou City. Gu Shi expressed his understanding of this. At the same time, he also felt the speed of the special line. Although there was no way to measure the speed, Gu Shi could clearly feel that since it was transferred to the special line, the speed of the rail rescue vehicle had increased to about 3 times the speed of sound. At the same time, because the rail rescue vehicle was relatively small, Gu Shi could enter the cab freely. In the cab, Gu Shi could also see some of the conditions of the rails. It was everything he saw in the cab that made Gu Shi doubt the environment deep in the game. He had lived in the depths of the game for nearly 20 years before. He had never thought about what the real situation in the depths of the game was like. Now, watching from the driver's seat, Gu Shi felt that it was a great merit for major cities to protect so many players. Apart from other things, during the time in the car, Gu Shi saw many lands that were distorted and changed by the game fragments. There were also giant insects and super long corpses. It can be said that there is nothing you can't see. Only what you can't think of. Everything here. All of them reveal one message. That is, danger. This makes Gu Shi feel much more dangerous about the trip to Heiji City. Originally, Gu Shi planned to enter Changji City, and then quickly go to Zhuolu City, and then walk out of Zhuolu City to Heiji City. But judging from the current situation, such behavior may be problematic. Gu Shi needs to go to Changji City to solve some problems. For example, his transportation needs to be upgraded. For example, he needs to find out some information about the wild players. There are also some things to be used in the wild. Although Gu Shi does not have to worry about supplies and food. As long as Aridavi City is there, Gu Shi can constantly replenish various supplies, food and even troops. However, there are some special things that Aridavi City may not produce. As Changji City is an old industrial city, there must be a lot of things for sale here. If I don't take a walk in Changji City, I will really feel sorry for Gu Shi's trip. So while reading, Gu Shi also began to think about what he would buy after he arrived in Changji City. When Gu Shi rushed to Changji City, Yuanzhou City also found something wrong. After the people in Changji City met Gu Shi, they sent a repair order to the maintenance team, telling them that they could repair the damaged railway. This repair order was naturally copied to Yuanzhou City and Changji City as soon as possible. After all, if Yuanzhou City wants to send a car, it must know which road is open, which road has a problem and is being repaired, and when it will be repaired. When the dispatcher in Yuanzhou City saw the repair order, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The message sent back by the rescue team before was that they would wait for the rescue team from Changji City to pick up the people, and then return with the supplies. Now Changji City has sent back the emergency repair order. Why is there no news from the rescue team? Even if they are on their way back, they should send back the message first. You should know that the railway dedicated to rescue is also a one-way line, and the people from Yuanzhou City also have to arrange the departure of the railcar. Feeling that something was wrong, the dispatcher of Yuanzhou City quickly reported this information to his superiors. It's just that Yuanzhou City has been focusing all its attention on Genesis. There are many problems with the internal operations of Yuanzhou City, not to mention places like the train station. When the dispatcher reported everything, the leader of the train station reacted, and then turned back to issue an order to investigate the matter. The rescue vehicle carrying Gu Shi had already arrived in Changji City. Chapter 16:11 First Visit to Changji City. Name? Gu Shi. Known as the Breath of the Dead. Why did you come to Changzi City from Yuanzhou City? I just quit the first Genesis, and the second one has already started, so I can't get in. I just remembered that I can order an orange equipment in Changzi City. So I took this opportunity to come and have a look. Opportunity to order orange equipment. Gushi? Let me check. After getting off the rescue vehicle in Changzi City, Gushi immediately sneaked into the train station and prepared to leave. As a result, he was stopped as soon as he left the train station. At first, Gushi thought he was being watched. But later he found out that it was not the case. Instead, everyone who came to Changzi City would be strictly questioned. If there was no legitimate reason, he could not even leave the train station, and would be sent directly to the return train and rushed back. Such a speechless thing, compared with Peichin City, where you can enter as you please, is a world of difference. However, the management staff of Changzi City had no intention of changing their minds, and still seriously asked every entrant about their purpose. The most important thing is, they will also check the detailed information. Gushi finally understood why the station dispatcher in Yuanzhou City heard that there was an important person from Changzi City among the survivors, and he let him go without thinking. He must have known the situation of Changzi City when entering the country. I didn't expect someone to lie about this. After all, if you lie in this regard, you will be deported to Yuanzhou City in the end. At this time, the inspector who said he would check the information also came back. I have checked it. Gushi. Right. You have a chance to make orange equipment. But you have to wait until you reach level 15. Right. You are only level 12 now. Right. The skills are not enough, and the level is positively suppressed. But my experience has overflowed, and this can be checked. Gushi explained quickly. Okay. Although it is rare to suppress the level, it is not impossible. This orange equipment is yours, and it will not run away. This is your pass. Level C. You can enter all schools, residential areas, restaurants, Level C commercial streets, and blacksmith shops. But you are not allowed to enter other places. Be more careful when you come to Changzi City for the first time. Don't go to places you can't go to, and end up being driven out of Changzi City. You should know that after being driven out of Changzi City, no matter what your status is, you are not allowed to enter Changzi City again within 10 years. The inspector said, while taking out something like a pass and handing it to Gushi. Gushi took the pass and took a look, and found that there was actually a portrait of himself on the front. And it was covered with a layer of magic power. This magic power was not very strong, but the fluctuation of the magic power was quite obvious, so people could understand at a glance that this magic power was used to prevent counterfeiting. Gushi glanced at the pass. Does it say how many days you can stay? You can stay as many days as you want, but you can't leave the city. Once you leave the city and come back, you must apply for a new pass. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but ask, does this make sense? The inspector laughed when he heard it. Young man, you don't understand. All the regulations here are lessons learned at the cost of human lives. Sometimes it doesn't matter if you suffer a loss. What matters is that there must be remedial measures after the loss. Even if the measures are unreasonable, you must implement them with all your strength once they are decided. In the end, you will find that some things are not that difficult. Gushi looked up at the inspector, but finally lowered his head. I've learned a lesson. It's okay, I wish you all the best. After that, the inspector made way for Gushi to enter the city. As for himself, he stopped the next player, and started a new round of questioning. Name? Hearing the voice behind him, Gushi smiled. When he walked out of the train station gate, Gushi saw that the Changzi City in front of him seemed to be filled with blocks of different colors. The entire Changzi City is composed of blue-gray, black, white, red, and red with gold. Even the bricks on the street have strict color distinctions. Gushi was also stunned by this. Then he looked back, and found that the train station behind him was pure black. Gushi was a little confused. He thought about it, and was about to pull a player next to him. Before Gushi could do anything, two players stepped forward to stop him. Don't get close. Do you know the confidentiality level? Gushi was speechless. Those people just got here. What's going on? Gushi pointed to the buildings of different colors in front of him and asked. Don't point. Don't point above red. You're going to die. You're new here. There are many places in Changzi City that are confidential. There are confidentiality levels. The confidentiality level here ranges from Class D to Class A, getting higher and higher. All buildings, including roads, are also divided by corresponding colors. Blue-gray has no confidentiality level. Anyone can go. Black is Class D. White is Class C. Red is Class B. And red with gold is Class A. If you go to the wrong place, the guards of the confidentiality agency will not care whether you know it or not. They will take action directly. So when you walk, pay more attention to your pass. See where you can go. Also, don't stop people on the road casually. Some people also have confidentiality levels. If you meet a Class B person, you stop him, say a few words to him, he will go back and write a report, saying who he met today and what he said. If you meet a Class A person, you will be beaten to the side of the road before you even get close to him. So don't stop people casually. Then before, they didn't let me point out those red buildings. Do they also have confidentiality levels? And if I point them out, they're afraid that I might have some ideas about these places? Listening to the explanation of the passerby, Gucci also realized that the passerby had really helped him a lot. If he really pointed fingers at Class B or Class A confidential units, like he did before, he would be interrogated in various ways even if he was not beaten. Gucci did not want to get into a lot of trouble as soon as he came to Changzhi City. After thanking the passerby, Gucci asked again, "Do you have any recommendations for Class C blacksmith shops?" Class C. That's fine. Do you want to repair equipment or forge equipment? Forge equipment. It would be best if you can forge orange equipment. Listening to Gucci's words, the passerby smiled. There are people who make equipment. But as for making orange equipment, you're overthinking it. Orange equipment is not made in a Class C blacksmith shop. It has to be made in Class B. No, brother, you're wrong. Since the beginning of Genesis, orange equipment has been adjusted. Now Class C blacksmith shops and arsenals can make orange equipment. But you can't make it just because you have money. You need qualifications. At this time, a passerby who had been watching the excitement on the side spoke up. Chapter 16:12 Orange Armor Factory. Hearing this, Gucci and the passerby turned their heads at the same time, looking at the person who had just spoken. From the looks in Gucci and the passerby's eyes, it could be seen that they were very interested in this news. So the two of them took a step forward at the same time and walked towards this person. But the passerby's reaction speed was faster. He took out his pass and showed it to the person who had just spoken. Then they talked in a rambling manner, like two spies meeting there, lowering their heads. What's going on? When the passerby and the person who just spoke heard Gucci's words, they looked at Gucci at the same time, seemingly waiting for something. Gucci was stunned for a moment, then he understood. He quickly took out his pass and showed it to the two of them. After seeing the range of Gucci's pass, the two of them nodded, pulled Gucci to a corner, and started talking. I heard about the orange suit from someone. If you don't have a C-level pass, I won't tell you even if you kill me. In fact, since this time last year, the authority to produce orange equipment has been delegated to the Class C arsenal and blacksmith shop. At that time, the arsenal had more information. If the blacksmith shop wanted to obtain the qualification to produce orange equipment, it needed to apply and report. I heard that. When this person spoke, he also looked around, in order to attract the attention of customers and passers-by. I heard that this time, a new process was developed for the production of orange equipment. In the past, orange equipment needed to be nurtured for 5 to 10 years before it could be produced. In order to ensure the use of orange equipment by important people and troops, the management of orange equipment production is so strict. Since the new process has been introduced, the most difficult part of orange equipment, warming and charging, has become simpler. Then the rest depends on the craftsmanship of each blacksmith. The difficulty will naturally decrease. However, this matter has only been issued, but it has not been publicly announced. Ordinary people will not know about it. After all, there are so many players now. It is impossible to equip every player with an orange equipment. After listening to this, Gucci also understood the situation. It seems that in the deep world of the game, a large number of methods for making orange equipment have been found. It's just that this method appeared at the wrong time, just in time for the Genesis event. In addition, making orange equipment requires a lot of materials, and orange equipment will change the situation in the deep world of the game. So although the method of making orange equipment has been passed down, the news has not spread. Few people know that in addition to getting orange equipment in the game, you could also apply to make your own orange equipment at the blacksmith shop or arsenal in the eldest son city. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with Gucci now. Gucci is more concerned about which one is better, the C-level blacksmith shop or the arsenal, and can produce better orange equipment? Regarding this question, two passers-by actually hold different opinions. What is there to consider? You must go to the arsenal. In the sea-level arsenal, all the workers are level 6, and with the latest technology, it only takes a few days to produce an orange equipment. Do you know what industrialization is? What's the use of industrialization? That's mass-produced orange equipment. The effect is definitely not as good as carefully crafted ones. Big brother, listen to me, don't go to the arsenal, go to the street and ask, which blacksmith shop is suitable for what style. Take your own equipment and materials, and go directly to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmiths in the blacksmith shop also have task requirements. You can make various requests to them, and you can also customize them. This is better than what the arsenal produces. The blacksmith shop is slow to ship, and you have to wait in line, and there is no fixed number of orange equipment produced in the end, unlike the arsenal, which has a guarantee. What a shit guarantee, your guarantee is just the lowest grade arsenal. The blacksmith shop is different. The blacksmith shop is really tailor-made for you. No matter what, the properties and effects of the orange equipment are all there. Arsenal. Blacksmith shop. Seeing these two people quarreling over their own affairs, Gucci really didn't know what to say. Okay, you two stop quarreling. This is about orange equipment. I will definitely go to the site to check it out. Others have to compare prices when buying purple equipment. There is no reason why I can't choose when I order an orange equipment. Don't you think this makes sense? After hearing what Gucci said, the two passers-by stopped quarreling. However, they immediately recommended to Gucci the armory and blacksmith shop that he could go to check out. With such an enthusiastic attitude, those who didn't know would think that they were preparing to make orange equipment. If Gucci didn't have a place to stay now, they would even drag Gucci to see the armory and blacksmith shop they recommended. For such enthusiastic people, Gucci didn't know how to respond. Brother, you are wrong to do this. You come to our Changzi city, you are our guest. How can we let you go back disappointed? That would be a disgrace to the people of Changzi city. Just listen to me. I will take you to a few armories first. Whether you want to make orange equipment in the armory or not, you need to know the way first. You just don't mention your armory, brother. I will take you to a blacksmith shop, and I won't talk about other things. Once you go to this blacksmith shop, you don't need to go to other blacksmith shops in Changzi city. Apart from this blacksmith shop, other blacksmith shops are all younger ones. For such enthusiastic people in Changzi city, Gucci really didn't know what to do. Finally, he could only be dragged to find his way. Of course, along the way, these two passers-by also told Gucci some information about the situation in Changzi city. For example, the most important point is, don't trust the map. Because the map will not tell you where there is a Class A confidential unit waiting on the road ahead. Because in Changzi city, the Class B confidentiality requirement is that no record is allowed on the map. Just think about it, and you will know what kind of situation you will encounter if you follow the map. So you can't trust the map in Changzi city. This is something that Changzi city residents have known for a long time. They will only remind outsiders like Gucci. But there is one advantage in Changzi city. That is, as long as you walk on the right road, no one will stop you. At the same time, as long as you don't affect others and don't enter the area that you are not allowed to enter, you can walk, run, or fly. You can drive yourself or ride a mount. For this reason, in Changzi city, there are quite a lot of mounts. When Gucci took out the holy silver evil coffin, two passers-by were there to persuade Gucci to do maintenance and upgrade the holy silver evil coffin. Chapter 1613 Blacksmith's Gathering. Changzi City Xingnong Bath Center. A humble 5-story building with no gorgeous decorations on the outside, but everyone knows that this is a large bath center that includes bathing, dining, accommodation, and leisure. It can be said that as long as you enter here, you don't need to go out for a day or two. At this time, in a bathing pool, Gucci was soaking in 40-degree warm water, feeling the comfort of the warm water impacting his body. Beside him were two passers-by who took Gucci to see the arsenal and the blacksmith shop. After a day of running around, they have started to call each other brothers. Gucci invited them to take a bath to thank them for their company today. Of course, he invited them here, and because Gucci expressed his gratitude in other ways, the two of them were unwilling to accept it. In their words, it was looking down on them. Only when he invited them to take a bath, they looked at each other and said in unison, "Let's go." On the opposite side of Gucci, there was an old man who looked like he was in his 70s or 80s. He had lost several teeth, and his hands were obviously shaking. But he had a despising aura while soaking in the pool. This old man was invited here for the sake of one of the passers-by. He was a retired worker from Changzi City, and a former Grade 8 worker at the Grade A arsenal. Mr. Sherfuchian. The reason why he was invited here was not because Gu Shi and the others wanted to find out Grade A secrets. It was because Sherfuchian had been working as a broker since he retired. Although everyone said that he got to Grade 8 by working for a long time. But no one can deny that more than 80% of the Class C blacksmith shops in Changzi City, and the masters in the arsenal are his disciples. It is really useless to ask ordinary people to deal with the things in the Class C blacksmith shops. Gu Shi is directly looking for the big boss from the source. No matter whether he goes to the arsenal or the blacksmith shop, he will not lose. Although this old man is just a lazy man, he also has the enthusiasm of Changzi City residents in his character. Especially when Gu Shi took him to the second floor of the bath center. He never stopped smiling. Don't bother to check this or think about that. Just rest here peacefully tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll call all my disciples to come to you. Tell me your requirements and the materials you can bring. I'll let my disciples see what they can do. And you can pick a suitable one. Listening to the old man's words, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. Then it all depends on Master Shi. Master Shi. Don't worry. We'll go to the third floor for a good drink later. We'll all stay here tonight. No one is allowed to leave. When the two passers-by heard that there was such a good thing, they made a profit today. So the two of them quickly started chatting with Gu Shi and the others. I have to say, sometimes the people in Changzi City are very good at talking. Just a few words made everyone laugh. In such an environment, Gu Shi was also quite generous. Come on. Let's go drink, and then come back to bathe after drinking. So Gu Shi took his new friends, and an old man who was trembling when he walked, and the four of them went up to the second floor of the bath center together. The next morning, it was just a little after 7 o'clock. Gu Shi, who had just had a morning drink, went back to the bath with two passers-by, plus Old Man Shi. Old Man Shi was holding a large green wine bottle, closing his eyes, and pouring it into his mouth from time to time. A group of strong men dressed as blacksmiths and craftsmen were surrounding the bath, waiting for Old Man Shi's reaction. Putting the wine bottle on the edge of the bath, Sherfuchian pointed at the blacksmiths and craftsmen and said, "These are my disciples and grandchildren. This is Lao Chi. He opened a blacksmith shop, and his craftsmanship is the most exquisite. This is Lu Shi. He works in the arsenal, and is already a level 6 worker. I believe it won't be long before he will be transferred to a level B unit. This is Xiao's son. He is my apprentice, and his craftsmanship is not bad." Sherfuchian introduced them one by one, and Gu Shi also matched them with the names he had inquired about before. The eyes of the two passers-by on the side were wide open. Yesterday, they were still bragging about which arsenal was suitable, and which blacksmith shop was awesome. As a result, just one night later, the pillars of the blacksmith shop and arsenal that they talked about came over by themselves. What a dream start. It seems that good people are rewarded. After Gu Shi left, they can brag even louder when they go back. After introducing all his disciples, Sherfuchian stood up from the bath. If his legs were not still shaking, looking at his momentum, I would have thought that a big boss was speaking. "I called you guys here early this morning. There is good news waiting for you. Do you see this? He is a rich man who came to Changzi City to make an orange equipment." Sherfuchian began to talk about Gu Shi. Anyway, no matter how much he brags, he is just bragging there. As long as he helps Gu Shi make the orange suit, he can increase his level and get benefits. This is a matter of great benefit and no harm. If you are not my disciples, I will not give this matter to you. At this time, Gu Shi is also beating the drum. He has the receipt given by Chang Zicheng in his hand. With this, Gu Shi can prove that Chang Zicheng owes him an orange suit. Suddenly, a private matter has become a public matter. The current situation is at most to use the back door to make the orange suit perfect. So the blacksmiths relaxed. At this time, Gu Shi took out the secret sword staff that he had been holding in his hand. "Actually, I also have orange equipment. You see, I am not the kind of person who is eager to get the first orange equipment. I have my own ideas and needs. In addition, I also got an ancient book, which records some properties of orange equipment. Some of the properties in it are what I need. In addition, when I got the production certificate, it said that I didn't need to prepare the materials myself. But if I make a request now, can the materials I prepared before be discounted and used to improve the quality of the orange suit?" Gu Shi quickly stated his request. As for the fact that Gu Shi had an orange suit in his hand, these blacksmiths and craftsmen did not say anything. You know, since the production of orange suits was assigned to the Class C blacksmith shops and arsenals, these blacksmiths and craftsmen have already begun to study how to make an orange suit for themselves. It can be said that among the blacksmiths and craftsmen in the eldest Sun City, orange suits are not out of reach. What they are more curious about is what Gushi wants for the orange suit he wants. Chapter 1614 Orange Equipment Creation Plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't say much, you all understand that. The first orange equipment must be whatever you have. There is no choice about that thing. Now that I have an orange equipment, then my new orange equipment must be made according to my wishes. After all, I can wait. Right? Seeing that all the blacksmiths and craftsmen were looking at him, Gushi also put away the secret sword and staff, and said seriously, "This time I plan to create a professional equipment for my profession. This is the ancient recipe I found. This is the only professional equipment I have. Here is a list of materials I can provide, you can take a look." The ancient recipe that Gushi mentioned, actually he copied it from the origin of the undead, and the secret records of Taishan Mansion Lord. The secret records of Taishan Mansion Lord only records the production method of one orange suit, but that is for the profession of Taishan Mansion Lord. And the origin of the undead contains a variety of orange suit design drawings for the undead, but these are universal. Gushi didn't know what the blacksmiths here could do, but he still copied all the drawings. The most important thing is that Gushi also took out the equipment of the Hand of Death. Although the Hand of Death is only a blue equipment, it is an equipment for the characteristics of the 3 divine skills of death. It is also the only professional equipment in Gushi's hand. After taking out the Hand of Death, it is equivalent to Gushi's request. Whether he can take on this job depends on the craftsmanship of these blacksmiths and craftsmen. As for the list of materials, the blacksmiths and craftsmen don't care so much. They are in the eldest Sun City, and have seen all kinds of materials. Even if Gushi had some materials they had never touched before, it was just because their confidentiality level was not high enough. When the confidentiality level was raised, they could afford to use them. After receiving the design drawings and the Hand of Death from Gushi, the blacksmiths began to study near the bath. Gushi lay down and went back into the bath. "Brother, who among your apprentices will have the first idea?" "Old 9. He has the most active brain among them. Every time we talk about ideas, he is always the first to have an idea. But it is precisely because his brain is too active that his ideas are always wrong," Sherfuchian said without thinking. Although he is old, he still knows these disciples well. He can tell what kind of personality these disciples have. Sure enough, not long after, Lao Jiao, as Sherfuchian said, "Brothers, don't take this as something too difficult. We can just make it as an ordinary orange equipment. Look at this design. Although the attributes are a little biased, it is all due to the materials. No matter how biased it is still within the scope of equipment. Let's not consider the properties of this equipment, we just treat it as ordinary equipment. When the production method of orange equipment was issued, do you remember? They have clearly stated that orange equipment is also equipment, and we should not regard orange equipment as so high-end." "You are right, but Mr. Gu also mentioned it just now. He doesn't want something on the design drawing. He wants something that suits his situation, that is to say, we need to combine some things from these design drawings. If you don't understand these design drawings, then the combination is useless. That's not the way it is. What we are building is equipment, so we should build it according to the equipment. These things on the design drawings are just details. We need to decide on the overall plan now." Seeing the noise getting more and more intense, Gushi couldn't help but look at Sherfuchian. "Brother, why don't you go over and talk?" "No, they can just discuss it there. If I open my mouth, then the price won't be the same." Sherfuchian's hands were still shaking, but it was clear that he was saying, "I was originally a class A confidential unit. I can't do anything for you." Gushi smiled and said nothing. Soon, several older blacksmiths and craftsmen began to organize themselves. "Okay, what are you still arguing about? You don't have to go to work later. Let's make up our minds and see who can handle this job. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, don't do it. If it's not good enough, then apply for technical support." Saying so much here, it's just a joke. After shouting like this, the other blacksmiths also calmed down. They discussed it in detail on the side. Some blacksmiths were studying the Hand of Death. Was it because of the material, or the characteristics of the production? Anyway, about 30 minutes later, these blacksmiths came to Gushi and started talking about their plans. When they talked about this information, they used a lot of professional terms. When Gushi listened, he really didn't understand the meaning of these professional terms. Sherfuqian, who was standing by, explained them to Gushi. As for the two people who followed Gushi at the beginning, they were already drunk and confused. They were soaking in the pool with their eyes squinting, and they didn't want to move at all, since it was about his orange suit, and it was a professional suit. Gushi listened very seriously. At the same time, when he doesn't understand something, Gushi will also raise his own questions and his own ideas about professional specialization. If it doesn't work, Gushi will give up some options. But if some ideas are good, Gushi will ask whether some effects can be strengthened. Although Gushi can't make weapons and equipment, he has seen many good things. Not to mention other things. Gushi has seen several red equipment. Regarding the understanding and needs of some equipment, Gushi clearly mentioned certain points. Sometimes even the blacksmiths couldn't answer these questions, and Sherfuqian had to answer them. At this time, Sherfuqian would drink there, muttering that he had lost money this time. But he would still help Gushi find a way to solve it. Finally, Gushi would make the decision. With the help of Sherfuqian, the blacksmiths finally came up with 3 sets of plans. All of them were orange professional equipment that could be directly made according to Gushi's requirements. However, each of these 3 plans had its own merits. One set is based on the route of Taishan Mansion Lord. The direction is directly determined. The growth potential is not high, but it is the most suitable for Gushi's current situation. One set is composed of the death hand that Gushi took out and various design drawings. I don't know if it is useful, it's all a gamble. The last set is based on the death hand and the design drawings, but it is designed by reducing some uncertainties. This last set is all about stability. No matter how many uncertain factors there are, the basic orange equipment attributes are definitely there, and it also has good growth potential. Now it depends on Gushi's choice. Chapter 16:15 Take a Gamble. Faced with 3 choices, Gushi hesitated again and finally decided to take a gamble. He chose this way, mainly because on the one hand, secret records of Lord Taishan was in Gushi's hands, and this production was not the only opportunity. As for things in the route of Lord Taishan, Gushi would have another chance to make them in the future. As for the one about seeking stability, the idea was 80% similar to taking a gamble, but in the end, the gambling nature was gone, and the plan was focused on growth. Is this what Gushi needs to consider? No matter how detailed these blacksmiths are, they are just blacksmiths. Can they know how Gushi's route will develop in the future? This kind of mentality of seeking stability is not good. Gushi actually has the idea of taking a gamble in his mind. For Gushi, it doesn't matter if he loses the bet. Failure will also bring experience. Seeing Gushi make a decision, Sherfuqian didn't persuade him much, after all. It was Gushi's own business, and he would make the final decision on what he wanted. As blacksmiths, they only consider whether they can do it, but not whether it is suitable for use. Just make a decision. I'm afraid the arsenal can't do this, so you can go to Lao Chi's blacksmith shop, he can do it, and then arrange a few people to help Lao Chi, if you want to gamble. Gamble bigger. After saying this, Sherfuqian leaned into the pool. As for me, I can't do it now. I feel dizzy after drinking just a little. I want to stay here for another day. Seeing Sherfuqian like this, Gushi also laughed. Then Mr. Sher, please rest here. All the expenses will be charged to my account. Sherfuqian chuckled. He liked this point of Gushi. He was generous. It seems that he has a place to stay today. At this time, Gushi followed these blacksmiths out of Shingnong Bath Center. After leaving Shingnong Bath Center, the blacksmith Lao Chi, who was named by Sherfuqian, was waiting for Gushi outside. When he saw Gushi coming out, he quickly came to greet him. Hello. Mr. Gu, my last name is Bai, you can call me Bai Nyo, Bai Laochi, Bai Tai Jiang. Whatever is fine. Shall we go to my blacksmith shop now? Sure, you lead the way, Gushi said with a smile. He felt that the people in Chengzi City were still very enthusiastic. On the first day of coming here, the most important task had been completed. Gushi, who was in a good mood, started chatting with Bai Nyo at this time. Bai Nyo had many things to say about his own blacksmith shop. My blacksmith shop is a private workshop, and its main feature is the flexibility of work. Usually, I mainly make a living by helping players repair and forge equipment. Sometimes, I also take on some tasks in Chengzi City, and forge purple equipment for the City Defense Army. After the orange equipment production method is fully open this time, we have also signed an agreement with the City Defense Army. In the future, We will help the City Defense Army forge 2 pieces of orange equipment every year to complete the task account. Mr. Gu, your orange equipment can be counted as the task orange equipment. It can be said that I got a great deal from Mr. Gu this time. After hearing what Bai Niu said, Gu Shi understood why Bai Niu was laughing so happily. But Gu Shi still asked, from what Teacher Shi said, your craftsmanship is the most delicate, then why don't you go to the arsenal, but build your own blacksmith shop here? Mr. Gu, you don't know that the arsenal needs to be reviewed. After the review, you are not so free. The most important thing is, after entering the arsenal, you don't have the final say on where to go. Sometimes other arsenals need people, and they won't even communicate with you, and will directly transfer people away. Besides, the arsenal had to do whatever the higher-ups ordered them to do. Sometimes, even though it was not the direction of their own research, they had to do it anyway. If they did a good job, they would not be praised. And if they did a bad job, they would be criticized. I didn't want to go there. While talking, Gu Shi and his friends came to Bai Niu's blacksmith shop. Before they entered the door, Gu Shi saw a brass bull statue standing in front of the blacksmith shop. Come! It's here. Bai Niu pushed open the door and invited Gu Shi into the blacksmith shop. Speaking of which, Gu Shi has been to quite a few blacksmith shops. The one that impressed Gu Shi the most was the blacksmith shop in Yin City. It gave people the feeling that it was a blacksmith shop that would produce orange equipment. But the Bai Niu blacksmith shop in front of him was completely different. When he pushed open the door and entered the small courtyard in front of the blacksmith shop, Gu Shi clearly felt like he had entered a garbage dump. A large amount of scrap iron was piled in the small courtyard, and black sewage and grease could be seen where he stepped. Come in. It's okay. These are all normal. Bai Niu was not embarrassed at all by the environment in front of him, and walked in with Gu Shi stepping on the sewage. Although Gu Shi had experienced worse environments than this one, the current environment made Gu Shi doubt whether he had made the wrong choice by choosing Bai Niu. As a result, when Bai Niu pushed open the front door of the blacksmith shop, Gu Shi was shocked by the situation in front of him. The situation in the blacksmith shop was completely different from that in the courtyard. The blacksmith shop was full of technological style, and the floor was so smooth that it could reflect a person's shadow. See, this is what the blacksmith shop really looks like. Look at that blast furnace, which is the latest model that I just got a short time ago. With this, even bones can be melted into liquid. After bringing Gu Shi into the blacksmith shop, Bai Niu began to introduce it. I use technological means to process some materials here. I have various tools, and the processing will be very fast. Wait for me. As Bai Niu spoke, he took a piece of parchment and quickly drew on the paper. He was drawing the orange equipment design that Gu Shi needed to make on paper. While drawing, he was also asking Gu Shi some more detailed questions. These questions were no longer about what kind of equipment Gu Shi wanted, but about what kind of materials Gu Shi could come up with. Gu Shi was not stingy at all when it came to orange equipment. He directly took out something like spiritual crystal. If the corpse in the coffin was not dirty stuff to be transported to Changzi City, Gu Shi might have taken out one to show Bai Niu, if it was suitable. Even so, the things Gu Shi took out still made Bai Niu a little stunned. Watching Gu Shi put things in front of him one by one, Bai Niu hurriedly said, Enough. Enough. Don't take out any more. You can just find a dog outside. He can make you an orange outfit with these things. Gu Shi stopped. Is this really enough? Don't worry. I say it's enough. I will start processing your equipment now. But it will take about 2 days. Mainly, some materials need to be melted and recast, which can't be saved. So come here at this time in 2 days. I guarantee you can see a good orange outfit. By the way, please sign here. It's considered as an early binding. Chapter 16:16 Preparations before setting out for the wild. Huh? There is such a thing as binding in advance? Orange equipment and above need to be bound. Gu Shi knew this. But isn't binding done after getting the orange equipment? Why is there such a thing as binding in advance? Seeing Gu Shi's puzzled look, Bai Niu still explained. Mr. Gu, think about it. We are making orange equipment now. For Mr. Gu, orange equipment may not be a big deal. But for ordinary people, it is a great fortune to see orange equipment once in a lifetime. No one can guarantee that when the orange equipment is made, the blacksmith will not be tempted. Therefore, it is necessary to bind the orange equipment in advance. This is the production agreement. Please sign here. Bai Niu explained while taking out the agreement and placing it in front of Gu Shi. When he took the agreement, Gushi only felt that it was heavy in his hand, and there seemed to be a kind of power flowing on it. After taking a closer look at the agreement, Gushi found that in addition to indicating who the final orange equipment belongs to, there are many clauses and details on the agreement. For example, the handling of the remaining materials, the penalties for failure, etc. It can be said that the agreement in front of him is quite friendly to the creator. Holding the agreement in his hand, Gushi couldn't help but glance at Bainyo. Didn't you take the wrong one? Mr. Gu, this is the standard agreement of Changzi City, which is protected by Changzi City, and there will be no mistakes. Bainyo said with certainty. Gushi took another close look at the agreement, and after confirming that there was no problem, he signed his name and game number on the agreement. After signing the agreement, Gushi felt a kind of power injected into his body. Feeling the effect of this power, Gushi couldn't help but ask, what if someone doesn't abide by this agreement, takes the orange equipment, and wants to bind it by force? The owner of the orange equipment can directly take it back. No way. Mr. Gu, you already have the orange equipment. How can you not know such a simple thing? Gushi's face froze. He was not angry because of Bainyo's words. Instead, he thought of something. Could it be that someone had reached an agreement with the Nether Spirit Flower in advance, which made the binding of the Nether Spirit Flower unsuccessful? A thought flashed through Gushi's mind. This time, Gushi was a little uneasy. If the Nether Spirit Flower just escaped normally, Gushi still had enough time to slowly grind the Nether Spirit Flower. But if there was someone behind the Nether Spirit Flower, then the situation would be different. Fortunately, this time Gushi accidentally had such a guess. If nothing was prepared, even if the Nether Spirit Flower was found, it would eventually escape. Thank you. Seeing Gushi thanking him earnestly, Bainyo was a little at a loss. Mr. Gu, you don't have to be so polite. This is what I should do. Don't worry. I will definitely make this orange suit. Gushi smiled and had no intention of explaining. After putting away the agreement, Gushi walked out of Bainyo's blacksmith shop with the Secret Realm sword staff. After watching Gushi walk away, Bainyo shook his head and whispered, "What a weirdo." Then he picked up the materials left by Gushi and processed them carefully. After getting out of the White Cow Ironmaker shop, Gushi calculated that he would wait for the eldest son for a few days. It is not the same thing soaking in the bathing center every day. It looks like he is looking for a fixed place. Gushi looked up and looked around, finding roads quickly launched. When I came along all the way, my memory returned to Gushi's mind again. Draw a map for Gushi. Gushi thought for a while. It seems when I came over, passing by a hotel-level confidential hotel. From the outside, the decoration style of this hotel looks okay. At least it's not like a confidential unit that would hide itself. In addition, in Gushi's memory, there are no higher-level confidential units nearby, but there are several bath centers. This makes Gushi feel relieved. After just a day in Changzi City, Gushi is already scared of Changzi City's confidentiality system. In Changzi City, this must be kept secret, and that must be kept secret. Only those who have lived in Changzi City for a long time can tolerate such behavior. Anyway, Gushi didn't want to get into trouble, so he simply found a place with not so many secret units nearby to live first. While waiting for the orange equipment to be made, he looked at what he could buy in Changzi City. After all, Gushi might go out of the city and into the wild deep in the game. Although he had the Aridov city around him to deploy resources at any time, but Gushi always needed to know what he needed in the wild. Don't be unable to get anything when he needs it. After all, when he came back in the rescue vehicle this time, Gushi had seen the horror of the wilderness. Gushi believed that Changzi City, as the first city to branch out from Yuanzhou City, must have records about the wilderness. These things should not be confidential. After all, there are so many players entering and leaving Changzi City every day. Moreover, Changzi City also has an important role in connecting with other cities and transporting supplies. It can be said that the players of Changzi City are very likely to enter the wilderness. The city of Changzi should strengthen education in this regard, and not hide these things. So Gushi planned to start from here this time, to find out some things about the wilderness, and then find time to buy some materials and equipment, hoping to deal with everything before leaving the city. The location of this hotel is quite friendly to Gushi. Gushi considered the situation in front of him, and finally walked towards the direction of this hotel naturally. At this time, he had to admit that Gushi's pathfinding skills were quite amazing. Although he only passed by once, Gushi clearly remembered everything outside the hotel, even where he could walk and where he couldn't walk. All of this was in Gu Shi's memory. Before he went forward with Bai Niu, Gu Shi even released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and drove his mount towards the hotel at a very high speed. The Holy Silver Evil Coffin just stopped in front of the hotel. And before Gu Shi jumped off the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, two men dressed as waiters ran out of the hotel. They looked Gu Shi up and down. And then one of them asked immediately, "Are you here for a quick stop or to stay?" Gu Shi was about to speak, but he found that the waiter was half bending and making a strange gesture with his hands. Gu Shi blinked. "Stay here. Stay for 2 days. Pick a quiet room for me. Don't let anyone disturb you." The waiter was stunned for a moment, and seemed to be muttering something in his heart. However, everyone is a guest, so he didn't ask Gu Shi about his background, but just led Gu Shi into the hotel. "Guest, do you need to take care of your mount? We have someone to take care of it." Chapter 16:17, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. After entering the hotel, Gu Shi immediately felt that many people were staring at him. Looking closely, Gu Shi noticed that in the hotel lobby, there were many strong men sitting in front of the square table in the lobby, eating big mouthfuls of food. When Gu Shi came in, all these strong men were staring at Gu Shi. It seemed that as long as Gu Shi made any move, they would draw their swords and take a step forward. Black shop? Gu Shi's heart moved, and the waiter who didn't want to bring people in hurriedly said, Sir, don't be afraid, they are all good people, they just come here to eat skewers. No other intentions." Gu Shi was stunned for a moment, and was about to say, "Look at their eyes, do they look like good people?" But thinking about the behavior of passers-by before, Gu Shi felt that he couldn't understand the situation in Chengxi City. Without real evidence, Gu Shi no longer dared to speculate or judge the behavior of the players in Chengxi City. The waiter said they were good people, so he just treated them as good people. Anyway, he was staying in the hotel, not fighting. Seeing Gu Shi following him like this, the waiter was also a little surprised. Their store has been open here for quite a long time, but every time a new customer comes in, there will always be problems of one kind or another. Usually, saying "what are you looking at" is a small matter, but sometimes, he really doesn't like these customers and directly hits them. At the end of the fight, the waiters would have to go over and separate the people, although the customers behind would shake hands and make peace. They were tired of dealing with the daily fights and scolding. Gu Shi's reaction now was quite abnormal, which made the waiter, who was ready to persuade him, look confused. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Facing the waiter who suddenly stopped, Gu Shi asked curiously. "No. Please go this way." The waiter felt that he had encountered a good thing this time, and there was no fight. It would be great if it was like this every day. The waiter thought about it while taking Gu Shi to the second floor, because he appreciated Gu Shi's attitude. The waiter specially picked a better room for Gu Shi. After opening the door, the waiter said, "Guest, what do you think of this room? This room faces south and is sunny. Most importantly, there is a balcony. Below is the street. You can stand on the balcony and see the scenery outside. I'm not exaggerating. This room is what many guests want. If the guest hadn't just left yesterday, this room wouldn't be vacant." "Okay. Thank you very much." Although Gu Shi could sleep as long as he had a place to sleep, but with such a good environment, Gu Shi was naturally happy. After thanking the waiter, Gu Shi threw the weapons and equipment in his hand on the table, pushed open the balcony door, and walked to the balcony. Standing on the balcony, although the scenery was not as good as the waiter said, he could clearly see every move on the street below. Looking around, Gu Shi also noticed that there were many traces of climbing on the balcony. It was obvious that the previous guests who stayed here did not choose this place because of the good scenery, but because it was convenient to get in and out. Apart from other things, there are many places to go from this balcony. If you sneak out from the balcony in the middle of the night, I am afraid no one will find you. Why would I think of this? Gu Shi shook his head speechlessly, feeling a little incredible in his heart. He is a necromancer. How could he suddenly have the idea of being a thief or assassin? Muttering to himself, Gu Shi was about to go back to the house to rest, but when he turned around, he found a middle-aged man reading a newspaper in front of a store across the street, which was quite suspicious. Gu Shi frowned, and then he understood what was going on. How could anyone still read a newspaper in this day and age? And he was reading a newspaper motionlessly on the street, and the newspaper just covered the upper body of the person. This is clearly tracking or monitoring someone. But is this old-fashioned tracking method really reasonable? Even if you hold a magazine in your hand, it is better than holding a newspaper. For such a native, Gushi just took a look and retreated. But Gushi did not notice that. His glance attracted the other party's attention. At this time, I have to admit that holding a newspaper has its advantages. Such a large newspaper blocks the body like this. No one will know what this person is looking at. He held the newspaper and pretended to read it for a while. But his attention was all on Gushi's balcony. At this time, he was muttering in his heart. Wasn't it agreed that the contact person would enter this room after 12 o'clock? It's only a few hours now. How come someone has moved in? Could it be that something went wrong with the contact person? No. If something went wrong, the contact person would make arrangements and send out secret codes. There must be something wrong. Let's observe it again. Gushi, who returned to the room, didn't expect that he would be regarded as an object of observation. Gushi fell directly onto the bed after returning to the room, and almost groaned. Who knows how hard he can fight for an orange suit? Yesterday, in order to convince the old man Shifuchian, Gushi put a lot of effort. Gushi accompanied him around the second floor of the bath center seriously. Although Gushi was the one who spent money, he couldn't just watch. After this round, his physical strength was consumed as if he had fought a big battle. Coupled with the heavy drinking last night, Gushi now felt as if his whole body was drained. After falling on the bed, Gushi no longer felt anything. When Gushi fell asleep, the old man who was complained by Gushi about reading newspapers on the street had already spread the news. However, he didn't know if there was any problem, and he never got a response. It was almost noon, and the contact person hadn't shown up yet. But the contact location was occupied by someone else. The old man became anxious. That guy must have taken the position deliberately, just to prevent me from contacting. No, this mission is very important. I can't make any mistakes. I'm sorry now. Although I don't know who you are, but for the benefit of the organization, I can only let you sacrifice yourself. Thinking of this, the old-fashioned player quickly put away the newspaper in his hand and folded it. Then he covered his face with his hat, turned around and disappeared in the shadow of the street shop. At this time, Gushi had no reaction, and continued to sleep soundly, until a quick bell rang, waking him up from his sleep. Chapter 1618 reported. Bang! The door was pushed open heavily, and Gushi, who had just sat up, was immediately pushed back to the bed. Don't move, take out your pass. Gushi didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing after just sleeping. The living environment in Chengzi City is too inhumane. Fortunately, Gushi knew that he was not a spy otherwise. Living in such an environment, he would have collapsed long ago. Can you let me go first? Gushi straightened his back and sat up from the bed. The two strong men who held Gushi down were thrown out by Gushi. Those who rushed into the room looked at Gushi in surprise. When they rushed in just now, there were 5 people in total. 2 of them held Gushi down as soon as they rushed in. One rushed to the balcony to look for clues, and the remaining leader was looking around. However, it can be noticed that more than half of his attention was on the secret realm sword stick. When the 2 men were thrown away, he turned his head to look at Gushi. His eyes became a little strange. The 2 strong men who were ejected wanted to get up and rush to Gushi, but the leader stopped them directly. Okay, he is not. The 2 strong men stopped their actions when they heard it, and looked at the leader in confusion. Boss, he is equipped with at least 2 orange equipment. He doesn't want that thing to spread out more than we do. The leading man looked at his men, and turned to look at Gushi and said. Gushi was a little puzzled, and didn't understand what he meant by this. At this time, the leading man waved his hand again, and left quickly with his men. After they left, the waiter hurried in, and apologized to Gushi as soon as he entered the store. Sir, I'm really sorry. I ran into the inspection team. Someone reported that this room was engaged in espionage. There will be spies here trading the 1077 level A data stolen 3 days ago. You also know that we have no way to stop this kind of thing. Please forgive me. If you are unhappy, we will change your room and waive your room fee. What do you think? Forget it, this has nothing to do with you. Gushi shook his head. He knew that he had encountered an unexpected disaster, and it had nothing to do with the hotel. Even if Gushi himself was unhappy, he would not vent his anger on a waiter. Thank you. Sir, then let's do this. We will send a meal to the guests, as a token of our apology. Gushi glanced at the waiter, knowing that if he did not accept the compensation today, the owner of the store would probably feel bad. Okay, the food will be served directly later. Besides, no one else will rush in. Right? Don't worry. Sir, it'll be fine. If they come again, You don't need to tell us. Our boss will fight them. After the waiter left, Gushi sat on the bed. Playing with the secret sword staff in his hand, he recalled the leader's eyes and conversation just now. He always felt that there was something wrong here. After thinking for a moment, a small door appeared behind Gushi, and Shea quickly appeared behind Gushi. Gushi played with the secret sword stick in his hand, while explaining to Shaya in detail what had just happened. Gushi didn't want to cause trouble. But since this matter came to him, Gushi couldn't just ignore it. After he finished talking about everything, Shaya said immediately, according to what the adult said, this matter is actually very simple. 3 days ago, a piece of information from 1077 was stolen, and the person who stole the information agreed to trade here. But the adults happened to occupy this room. So in order to ensure a smooth transaction, someone deliberately reported you. What do you think now? Get the information, Gushi said decisively. The guy looked at me strangely before, and his words were also a little strange. I feel that there is something wrong with this information. After hearing what you said, I also feel that there is a problem. Let me analyze it this way, and see if it makes sense. That person must know the content of the information. And he said that the reason you can't take the information is because you have more than 2 orange equipment in your hand, and you don't want this information to leak out. Then this information should be related to the orange suit. Gushi nodded. He had thought of this before, but what does the leaked information have to do with the orange suit? At this time, Shea said again, My lord, do you think my guess is possible? Will this information be a means to crack the binding of the orange suit? Gushi was about to laugh, saying that Shea's idea was strange, but the next moment, he immediately stood up. I have to admit that although Shea's idea is strange, but thinking back, this idea is not impossible. Based on Gushi's understanding of the deep world of the game, they would do anything for equipment. If someone really had an idea and wanted to try to unbind the orange equipment, there would be people who would invest. And now is clearly the best time to study this. In the past, because orange equipment was rare, most of the people who got orange equipment were either the city lords or the patriarchs of the big families in the city. Their orange equipment was often inherited from the family. Anyone who wanted to grab the orange equipment would have to face attacks from the entire city or the entire family players. But now it is different. The new technology developed by Changzi City can already mass-produce orange equipment. Although it is impossible to guarantee that everyone is one, the number of orange equipment will definitely be more than 10 times more than before. In this way, some ordinary people can also get orange equipment. In this way, orange equipment has entered the circulation field. Some people have ideas about orange equipment. Forcibly dissolving the binding of orange equipment, snatching orange equipment will become a good thing with great profits. Thinking of this, Gushi raised his head. He saw the same expression in Shea's eyes. Go check it out. Get the production data. No matter what, we must ensure that we will not be harmed by such means. Damn it. After coming back, nothing goes well. Did you not check the almanac before going out? Gushi was somewhat unhappy and cursed inwardly. But what Gushi said was not wrong. He was doing well in the real world and was about to get the red suit. But when he returned to the depths of the game, there were problems here and there. Buying a train ticket will get you attacked. Riding a train will get you robbed. And now coming here, you will be reported for no reason. The most important thing is that you may not be able to keep the orange equipment in front of you. These weird things happened to Gushi one after another. And Gushi even wondered if he had lived too smoothly before. And all his good luck was stolen. He was thinking about whether to release 1 or 2 white-robed cavalrymen to protect him. At this time, Shea said something faintly. Chapter 16:19, It would be a waste if it is not used to make red clothes. Sir, is it possible that your recent misfortune is because you are excluded? After hearing Shea's words, Gushi also said directly, What am I excluded by? Then Gushi was stunned for a moment. He thought seriously. Being excluded by the depths of the game? This is impossible. Everyone can enter the depths of the game as long as they are willing to die. The depths of the game is the place that is least likely to exclude players. Now the only thing that can repel me is the Nether Spirit Flower. Shea, you go and check this matter yourself, quickly. We must hurry up on the matter of the Nether Spirit Flower. This thing is getting more and more weird. If we don't hurry up, I suspect that the disaster predicted by the little fox will start early. Shea also knew why Gushi had been hiding in the real world for these years. In addition to studying in the real world, it was also to avoid the catastrophe of the third Genesis. Gushi originally thought that it was still early, as long as he got the Nether Spirit Flower, and returned to the real world quickly. He could avoid this time. But now Gushi was a little bit hesitant to trust his own judgment. Get the ghost flower as soon as possible, find a suitable place to bind this red equipment, which was the only thing Gushi had to do now. I'll deal with it right away. By the way, sir, if you are really rejected, return to the city of Aridov. That's our home ground. Hearing Shea's words of comfort, Gushi also smiled. I will. Shea smiled at Gushi, and then walked to the balcony. She took a look, and then smiled and said, no wonder they chose this place for trading. This location is really good. Sir, I'm leaving first. Wait for my news. After that, Shea jumped down from the balcony. When Gushi stood up and looked out, Shea had disappeared in the crowd. Looking down, Gushi thought seriously, and finally pushed open the small door that had not yet dispersed, and returned to the city of Yaladowai. Walking in the city of Yaladowai again, Gushi saw the almost built city in the sky at the first time. At this time, the Sky City has been operating normally, and various buildings have been built on it. However, since Dragon City moved into this world, Gushi has devoted much less energy to the Sky City. Now only Ngui is still there to deal with the affairs of the Sky City, and train Gushi's flying troops. It must be admitted that the epic level still has advantages that can be shown at certain times. At least he is very smart, and knows what he can do at this time. As soon as Gushi came back, Shadow Gui flew down from the sky and landed in front of Gushi. My lord, where are you going? I'll take you there. Now I'm quite familiar with the inside and outside of Aridity City, and my current flying speed can exceed 3 times the speed of sound. Seeing Shadow Gui like this, Gushi also shook his head. Shadow Gui, you are epic after all. There are some things that you don't have to do yourself. We don't have no flying points here. But my lord, the flying points are not as fast as mine. Let's go! Okay, then I'll trouble you once. Were the 5 bodies sent back last time sent to the magic area? Gushi didn't pretend to be hypocritical. He turned over and jumped onto Shadow Gui's back. Yes, Lady Eve is studying the things she just took out. Are there any results? As the Shadow Ghost flew up, Gushi asked curiously. Not yet, but Lady Eve said that it would be a bit of a waste to use this kind of thing to make orange equipment. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but mutter. It's a waste to make orange equipment, then what does she want to do, red equipment? But the next moment, Gushi shut up. At this time, Gushi was silent for a long time. Forget it, let's not talk about this. In the silence just now, Gushi thought seriously, if he really took a world to nurture an orange equipment, there is really a certain chance to nurture a red equipment. But the success rate is not high. But the problem is that it is a train of corpses, and each corpse contains such a destroyed game world. Thinking about it, Gushi felt more and more upset. These are all treasures, but they were wasted. So Gushi couldn't help but say, waste. At this time, the Shadow Ghost also responded. Look at you. Sir, you also say it's a waste. It seems that the situation is the same as what Lady Eve saw. While talking, the Shadow Ghost landed near the laboratory in the magic area. Look. Sir, I'm faster. If you take the flying dragons at the flight point, you have to go to the flight point and walk from the flight point. It's not like I can just fly here. It takes less than 3 minutes, including the time for takeoff and landing. Gushi smiled. And even a white coat also floated out. Sir, I came to see the remnants of the game world. What is the result now? Sir, come and see. Eve heard the purpose of Gushi's visit and took Gushi to a laboratory table. There was a corpse on the laboratory table. At this time, the body had been disemboweled, exposing its internal organs. And in the place of its lungs, there was a stone-like object. Now Eve connected the external respiratory system to keep the body moving slowly. Gushi noticed that with every breath, some power would be taken out of the stone, and some flesh and blood would be injected into the stone. What is this? Are they using the corpse to delay the final death of this game world? Gushi looked back and forth for a moment, and finally guessed what was going on. Yes, I have studied it. As long as the corpse remains in this state, the game world in front of us will die in 1 to 3 years. But if this game world is taken out of the corpse, it can only last for 72 hours. In other words, if you want to use the remains of the game world to make orange equipment, or extract the power inside for other purposes, you only have one chance. Red equipment needs a long time to be nurtured, and 72 hours is not enough. Even if you force the equipment to charge, the equipment will be destroyed in the end. The game will be destroyed. and nothing will be left. No wonder they have such good materials. But only use them to make orange equipment. It's not that they don't have the technology, but that there is no such technology to master. That's right. And if you want to use this to make orange equipment, the success rate is not high, because no one knows what attributes this game world, which has become a wreck, has behind it. Eve added, just like this. I studied it for a long time, and I can only confirm that this thing is not suitable for the undead. Chapter 1620 New Direction of Game World Relics Research. After hearing what he said, Gushi understood what she meant. This means that, even if he forcibly used the stone in front of him to make orange equipment, it would eventually fail because of the materials in Gushi's hand. And the probability of failure is quite high. This is the result of Gushi having a set of orange equipment production knowledge as a reserve. If it were an ordinary person, getting this kind of thing, it would definitely be all wasted. Just by listening, Gushi already had some ideas about this thing. Gushi touched his chin and asked seriously, Eve, if this thing is placed in the real world, what would it be used for? For Gushi's questions, even if Gushi asked casually, Eve would study them with a scientific attitude. She thought about it seriously before saying, if it were me, I would definitely introduce this energy into the magic tower. You should know that orange quality is not only weapons and equipment, but also buildings can be upgraded to orange quality. Moreover, the building can accommodate more energy, and the requirements for the type of energy are not so high. In addition, I don't know if you have noticed that someone has already pointed out other directions for us. It's just that they don't have the right means like you. After saying this, Gushi narrowed his eyes, and really understood what he meant. The people in Uenzu City have really reached a critical step. But they didn't go on. They have already put the remains of this game world into the corpse. But they have never considered using this kind of thing to affect the quality of the corpse. Nor did they consider injecting the energy inside into the corpse to create a stronger undead. It can be seen that the status of the necromancer in Uenzu City is not high. Now that this thing has fallen into Gushi's hands, the situation is different. Gushi has 2 troops that have already started to have soldier-level orange equipment. Although the number is still relatively small, it gives Gushi a different hope. The existence of the evil skeleton soldiers and the purple lightning spears specially prepared for the Death Titan prove that this path is feasible. Therefore, the material used to make ordinary orange equipment has a large attribute and is quite wasteful. It is the best choice to use it to make batches of orange equipment for soldiers. The most important thing is that the problem of rapid energy leakage has also been solved. This kind of thing can be buried in the corpse to prevent the rapid leakage of energy. This means that the half-dead corpse has a certain absorption and transformation effect on the fragments of the game world. Gushi is planning to raise corpses. This part of the energy is guided. For Gushi's plan, there are only benefits. No harm. After Gushi pointed out the idea, Eve also knew where to work. But there was a problem at this time. There were only 5 of these things. There was a lot of research to be done, and the final materials might not be enough. Gushi didn't care about Eve's worries. Don't worry. Uenzu City can transport a truck of these things out, which means they have a lot of them. Although I don't know who is behind this. As long as someone can take it out, it means there is such a channel. If you really want it, as long as you find the right channel, you can buy it in large quantities. So you don't have to worry about the experimental materials. Just use it generously. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. At most, we can find some more. Hearing Gushi's words, Eve's eyes also flashed with gratitude. Eve understood that researchers like her wanted to meet such a generous boss the most. Please rest assured, sir, I will not waste materials. Okay, you study it carefully. We are not in a hurry. Even if the result is not good, we can come up with some other different ideas along the way, which is enough for us. After hearing what Gushi said, Eve nodded affirmatively. At this time, Gushi asked another question. A few days ago, a blacksmith's body was sent in. Did the double death transformation produce a suitable blacksmith? Yes. I heard that a good blacksmith appeared. The arsenal and blacksmith shop in the main city wanted to take him in. This matter has been reported to Luna. Oh, how is this blacksmith? Gushi asked curiously. Can he make orange equipment? Sir, orange equipment cannot be made just because you want to. Although the blacksmith has talent, his level is still a little weak. He needs special training. Hearing this, Gushi also sighed. The matter of blacksmiths may still require time and opportunity. Originally, Gushi wanted to see if this blacksmith could understand the design of the orange equipment. If he could, he would bring the materials for the orange equipment to let the blacksmith try it out. Now it seems that it will not work in a short time. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. If those blacksmiths who can make orange equipment died at Gushi's hands, then among the new undeads affected by the double death, would there be undead blacksmiths who can make orange equipment appear in Gushi's team? However, this thought only flashed through Gushi's mind. Gushi did not follow this line of thought, because if he thought further, Gushi would feel that all the players in Chengzi City were suitable to work in Yaladui City. Gushi couldn't just massacre the entire Chengzi City for the development of Yaladui City. So Gushi gave up this idea and honestly developed his own Yaladui City. Anyway, he had more sources of undead, so he waited for someone to bump into him. Who knows? One day when you enter a game where all the people are high-level blacksmiths, you will have everything by then. After discussing the next research direction with Eve, Gushi left the laboratory here. Gushi already knew the functions of these things, so he naturally had no worries in his heart. When Gushi left, he left quite relaxed. As for the orange quality design drawings obtained this time, Gushi also left a backup copy and asked Eve to help archive it. Of course, if Eve could work with her alchemists or blacksmiths to make an orange suit, Gushi would not stop her. After all, the cost of making orange suits is not a big expense for Gushi. Gushi can still afford the cost of a few experiments. After leaving the laboratory, Gushi saw Ingui still waiting for him outside. Gushi waved to Ingui. Let's go to Dragon City to have a look. Chapter 1621 Blood Dragon City. Since Dragon City was moved to the Mirror Underground Palace last time, Gushi has never been there to take care of it. He has not arranged for anyone to come to manage it, but just let Moore handle it on his own. This is the first time that Gushi has gone to the underworld Dragon City. Sitting on the back of Shadow Ghost, Gushi's mind has drifted far away. Gushi has spent a lot of thought on Dragon City, but at that time he only used various secret rituals, and he is not sure how much Dragon City will look like Gushi imagined after it has been transformed into the underworld. Ingui had no way to answer Gushi's question. Although he was known as a two-legged flying dragon, he and his tribe were not favored by the undead dragons. Even if he flew towards Dragon City, he would just circle around outside and not fly in. This time, carrying Gushi, Ingui experienced the feeling of flying over Dragon City. When approaching Dragon City, Gushi saw a huge red iron curtain cutting off the connection between Dragon City and the other half of the Mirror Underground Palace. This was the power of the Axe of Creation. Before this part of the power dispersed, the people in the opposite half of the Mirror Underground Palace had no way to come over. In the sky, Gushi could clearly see that the Great King on the opposite side had already paid considerable attention to the situation in Longcheng. He gathered a large number of ghost shadow troops in front of the red iron curtain, and asked them to attack the iron curtain continuously, trying to break through the iron curtain. Moreover, Gushi also noticed that the ghost shadows over there actually settled behind the iron curtain and began to build a city. It seems that they want to attack Longcheng as soon as the iron curtain disappears. Gushi was full of disdain for this situation. The iron curtain was just a way for Gushi to delay time. When the iron curtain disappeared, Gushi's strength would definitely be above level 20. By then, it would not be Gushi's job to defend against the Lord's attack, but Gushi's job to get rid of the Lord and monopolize the Mirror Underground Palace in front of him. While Gushi was thinking about this, Shadow Ghost rushed into Dragon City. When flying down, Gushi noticed that the scope of Dragon City was about 10 times larger than that of the Newfang grassland. Originally, the grassland in Longcheng was all green grass, but now the situation has changed. When Ingui fell, Gushi found that the grassland was all scarlet. When he fell a little further, Gushi noticed that the whole grassland was full of a strange plant. This plant was about 1 foot tall and should be a perennial herb. The stem of the plant was relatively real and had no leaves. There was a scarlet flower on the top of the plant. From time to time, blood would flow from these flowers, dripping onto the soil, and finally slowly dyeing the soil red, and emitting a honey fragrance with a bloody smell. A large number of undead dragons were lying casually on the grass, rolling on the grass, and their bodies were slowly dyed red. In the center of the grassland, there was a huge castle that covered an area no less than that of the city of Aridov. Compared with the complex layout of the city of Aridov, the castle in front of us was obviously an enlarged version. Everything was big here. That gate was the one that could allow 3 undead dragons to pass through in a row. Not to mention the expanded space on each floor that allowed undead dragons to fly inside. When Gushi approached on Shadow Ghost, Moore also came out to greet him immediately. She flew out from the top of the castle. Standing on the head of the bone dragon, Moore had his hands behind his back. When he saw Gushi, Moore's first words were, "Sir, can those enemies on the other side of the light curtain be dealt with? They have been wandering around there, and it's annoying to watch." "It's not the time yet." Gushi shook his head. "We haven't even occupied this side yet. Even if we defeat the Great Lord, we still can't occupy the land in the Mirror Underground Palace. We still have to wait for a while, wait for Princess Anna to clear the land here. Let's wait until Luna has digested all the land here. That will take a long time, or I can join the battle. With the undead dragons, it should be quick to conquer this half of the land. You can go if you want. I put Dragon City here, just to find a suitable place, not to marginalize you. By the way, how is the situation in Dragon City during this period?" "Not very good. The spirits of the undead dragons are not very good. They see that the Death Titan has got the orange equipment. They think they have been abandoned," Moore muttered. Listening to Moore's words, Gushi shook his head. "It's just luck. Those Death Titans happen to be favored by the noble. Besides, your dragon blood bottle is the core. Okay. By the way, have you started to warm up your dragon blood bottle?" "Yes." Speaking of the dragon blood bottle, Moore changed his initial attitude and became excited. "Sir, you notice the blood grass on the ground. This is the influence of the dragon blood bottle. Now the blood honey of the blood grass is infiltrating and dyeing the earth. When the earth turns red, it is the time for the dragon blood bottle to be strengthened for the first time. At that time, the blood dead grass will be upgraded to dragon breath flower, which can be used to strengthen the undead dragon." Gushi glanced at the plants on the ground, squatted down, stretched out his hand to pick up the flower, and the blood honey fell into Gushi's hand. Then a burning feeling stung Gushi. This feeling, Gushi reacted immediately. This blood honey is somewhat similar to dragon blood. Yes, this blood honey can be used as dragon blood. My plan is to use blood honey to strengthen a batch of undead dragons. Undead dragons are different from other undead. They are not suitable for weapons. They can only be strengthened through other means. Sir, I said before that I wanted soldier-level orange equipment. That was for the sake of the undead dragon. We need these equipment to strengthen ourselves." After hearing what Moore said, Gushi didn't say anything else. Don't look at the last game world. Gushi got 2 soldier-level orange equipment very smoothly. But that was his luck. It doesn't mean that there are a lot of these things. Moreover, Moore requested to use dragons for the undead. "Where can we find this?" Gushi could only say, "I will find a way to deal with this matter. If not, I will go and ask if there are any ordinary equipment to strengthen the undead dragons, so as to improve the combat power of the undead dragons first." What Gushi actually wanted to say was, first find some green and blue quality equipment to use first. As for the orange quality, it depends on luck. Anyway, Gushi can't guarantee anything now. Moore also knows the situation here. What she said just now was just a few complaints. Gushi actually didn't want to give some benefits, and she didn't care much. Hearing what Gushi said, Moore just smiled, and led Gushi into the castle, preparing to introduce Gushi to the situation in Dragon City during this period. Chapter 1622 New Dragon City. Inside the Dragon City castle, Gushi looked at the dragon head decorated on the wall, and couldn't help but look back at Moore. "Your idea?" Moore shook his head. "How could it be my idea? It was the undead dragons who decorated their heads here with good intentions." Gushi rolled his eyes when he heard it. "Do you think I will believe it?" "Oh, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It's the fact. I can't do anything if you don't believe it." Looking at Moore like this, Gushi had only one thing to say. "Moore, you'd better make sure that nothing will happen to my undead dragon army." "Don't worry, sir. These dragon heads hanging here are good. But sir, the birth rate of undead dragons is really too low now. Have there been any battles with giant dragons recently? There are not enough undead dragons now." Gushi glanced at Moore, and was about to say no, but Gushi suddenly thought of the huge corpses he saw in the depths of the game, and he hesitated for a moment. "Sir, are there a lot of undead dragons somewhere? Or dragon corpses? If you are not sure, why not take me out to have a look?" Moore was quite good at this, and could tell what Gushi was thinking at a glance. "You will have a chance to fight," Gushi said calmly, and began to shift the topic to other directions. Gushi was still quite concerned about the construction and development of Dragon City. Moore did a good job in this regard. Although Moore is a bit mysterious in some aspects, She is really dedicated to strengthening the undead dragon. As long as it is beneficial to the undead dragon, she will think about doing it. Everything in the dragon castle, including the dragon head hanging on the wall, is the result of her efforts. Now Moore tells the situation one by one, and Gushi is more and more satisfied. In the end, he even praised Moore. Just when Gushi was about to take a look at the light curtain, the special mirror in Gushi's hand lit up, and Luna sent a message. "Sir, there is a movement outside." Gushi knew something was wrong when he heard it, and he did not stay here any longer, but said to Moore, "Dragon City will be developed according to your ideas, and the undead dragon troops will be ready. There will definitely be a big battle next." After that, Gushi jumped on the back of Shadow Gui. Go to the main city as quickly as possible. When Shadow Gui heard it, he immediately said, "Sir, just watch, we are walking." After that, Shadow Gui spread his wings and flew up with a whoosh. Then Gushi looked at the surrounding environment and knew that the speed had exceeded the speed of sound by a lot, compared with the previous time. It was obviously much faster. However, Longcheng was still a little far away from Iridavi City. It would take a certain amount of time to fly there. At this time, Ingui said, "Sir, please sit tight. I will speed up again later. And the speed will be very fast this time. I can't control myself to block all the wind. I won't be able to speak then." Gushi heard it. How fast can it be? He didn't even think about the situation here. Ingui shook his body and flew towards Iridavi City at a high speed. If the speed of Shadow Gui was 3 times the speed of sound before, then now his speed has reached about 6 times the speed of sound. In other words, in 1 second, you may not feel anything, but more than 2,000 meters have passed. This speed is also the limit speed for Shadow Gui. His body has been shrinking continuously, and his wings are not as wide as before. Most importantly, some blood began to appear on Shadow Gui's skin. It is obvious that Shadow Gui's current speed is his limit. At this time, Gushi was at his limit. He knew there would be wind pressure at this time, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. This was no longer called wind pressure. It was about to blow Gushi away. At this time, Gushi could only lie on the back of Ingui tightly, close his eyes, lower his head, and prevent himself from being blown away by the wind. Fortunately, because of the super fast speed, the distance from Longcheng to Yeladowai City did not take too long. About 3 minutes later, Gushi felt that the wind pressure had decreased a lot. When he looked up, he found that he had arrived at the main gate of the city of Aridov. The shadow ghost fell to the ground with blood all over his body. But he still looked up and said to Gushi with a smile, "My lord, my flying speed is not bad. Right? Amazing." Gushi raised his thumb. Gushi also saw the situation this time. It took a little more than 3 minutes to get there for such a long distance. If this speed is not enough, then Gushi doesn't know what speed is acceptable. After tidying up his clothes and hair, Gushi said to Ingui, "You are fast. Thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get back in such a short time. Work hard. You are epic anyway. I believe in you." Ingui laughed happily when he heard it. He wanted a guarantee like Gushi's. After all, Ingui's position was quite embarrassing. Although there were many flying troops, most of them were characters like Fear Bat. As for the regular combat troops, they are still the Ghost Pegasus Cavalry and other troops at the back. There are not many of them, and there is no training ground or anything like that. The most important thing is that most of the undead dragons are flying troops. Where flying troops are needed, undead dragons can also be used. And the number of undead dragons is not less than that of regular flying troops. So when the real battle comes, why doesn't Gushi use undead dragon troops, but flying troops? In this way, the positioning of the flying troops is rather awkward. This is exactly why Shadow Gui did such a thing. Now with Gushi's words, coupled with the Sky City in the sky, this greatly motivated Shadow Gui. Shadow Gui has decided to reorganize the flying troops after returning, and divide them according to combat effectiveness to ensure that the flying troops can be used in the subsequent battles. At this time, Gushi did not leave the city of Aridov immediately. He used the power of the Mind Dark Lamp, shielded himself mentally, and called the floating spirit Ika. Only then did he leave the city of Aridov. When he sneaked back to his room through the small door, Gushi noticed that there was a female player in the room who was searching for something seriously. She searched very slowly and carefully, and after searching, she would put the items back to their original positions, without making any mistakes. However, She was too involved, and the effect of Gu-Shi's mental shielding made people unconsciously ignore him. So Gu-Shi watched from the side for a minute or two, and the girl did not notice Gu-Shi's appearance. Chapter 1623. More and more intelligence organizations have joined in. Gu-Shi stood behind the girl and watched for about 2 minutes. He found that she was fully engaged in finding clues, and did not even think about the surrounding environment. Gu-Shi smiled very straightforwardly, and then sat back on the sofa near the bedside, crossed his legs, and looked at the girl in front of him with a smile, wanting to see when she would react. However, Gu-Shi never expected that the girl knocked here and there, touched there, and did not find that there was an extra person in the room for a long time. When the girl didn't find everything she wanted, she wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, and looked at the situation in the room again, trying to recall where she hadn't found it right, when she suddenly found someone sitting on the sofa, looking at her with a smile. You? Gu-Shi raised his hand, and the power of the floating spirit IKA instantly enveloped the entire room. Sit down and talk. Don't be in a hurry, Gu-Shi said, while slowly waving his hand, indicating that the girl should sit on the bed. After all, there are not so many places in this room. Don't know what to call. At this time, the girl was calm. You can call me Fian. I am inconvenient to say anything else. Your level of confidentiality is too low. How do you know that my level of confidentiality is too low, girl Sue? You live in such a Class C hotel. Where will the confidential level go? Etc. How do you know my surname Sue? You think. You? Don't think about your work unit now, Gu-Shi said lightly, feeling the news said back by the floating spirit IKA. Gu-Shi felt that the power of the mind was really useful. The floating spirit IKA was proud there. He would not have used this kind of mind-reading trick before. Now, it is really useful to deal with a young girl who just graduated in front of him. The bronze spy of Baishiga under the Wild Affairs 6th Department? What kind of place is this? Which guy with a wild imagination would come up with such a name? Wait, Wild Affairs 6th Department? Are you a wild player who sneaked in? You are not only serving wild players? You also serve players of other races? You are a bunch of traitors. Gu-Shi's face became uglier as he spoke. In the picture said by the floating spirit IKA, he saw the picture of the octopus-headed player going to the Wild Six to ask for information. It is obvious that the business scope of the Wild Six is quite large. Moreover, they will sell any information, without considering where the information comes from. Gu-Shi himself does not have much likes or dislikes for such an intelligence organization. In Gu-Shi's eyes, it is just a neutral intelligence organization. Although their hands have found him, what does it matter? It is clear that Miss Sue came here for the previous information. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. It is even possible to find the real information through Miss Sue. But when Gu-Shi saw the Wild 6th Division trading information with the Octopus head player, his mentality was completely different. The Octopus head player was Gu-Shi's mortal enemy. Communicating with his mortal enemy, I'm sorry, then the Wild 6th Division was also a mortal enemy in Gu-Shi's eyes. Hearing Gu-Shi's words, the little girl immediately rushed towards Gu-Shi. However, the person wearing the equipment in Gu-Shi's hand reacted much faster than this little girl. The person wearing the time-torn equipment appeared in front of Gu-Shi at the first time, and countless illusory clocks appeared, blocking Gu-Shi. Then two people wearing long spears appeared behind the little girl, and the purple long spear stabbed the little girl's back heavily. The floating spirit IKA was not idle at this time either, and he sent a wave of mental shock to the little girl. When the floating spirit IKA launched the attack, the little girl's chest flashed with blue light. Then a harsh sound rang out throughout the Changzi city. Gu-Shi immediately understood that there must be something wrong with the things that this little girl was carrying. So Gu-Shi turned his hand, and the secret sword staff hit the little girl's face with a sword, and then a small door opened behind the little girl, and Gu-Shi pushed hard, and pushed the little girl, who was beaten half to death, into the Aridity city. After pushing the person in, Gu-Shi quickly closed the small door, walked to the balcony, and looked at the situation outside. At this time, the alarm had sounded throughout the Changzi city. The pedestrians on the street hurried, but they were not as panicked as expected. It seemed that they had practiced many times before, and everyone knew what to do at this time. They quickly went in some directions, without anyone's command. At the same time, Gu-Shi noticed that although it was still daytime, all the street lights were turned on. The bright lights made people feel quite warm, and they seemed to want to jump out directly and walk into the lights. At this time, the floating spirit IKA contacted Gu-Shi through the eye of the mind. My lord, That light is a set of spiritual equipment, which can soothe people's hearts and find the opposing spiritual power. The blue light emitted from the little girl just now is a strong spiritual signal. It is directly sending news to the outside world, saying that she was attacked, and there is no way to bring the information back. Because the range of spiritual transmission is relatively large, and I helped, the content brought out is not much. But, because I intervened, it caused some changes. This change may have stimulated the spiritual equipment. This caused the whole city to be alerted. My lord, I am afraid that I will not be able to appear by your side for a period of time. Gu Shi's eyes froze when he heard it. But he immediately reacted. I know. You go back to Yaladovi City first. Dig out everything in that woman's mind for me. That? What's wrong? My lord. Judging from the situation just now, the girl may have died. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. When he pushed the girl into Yaladovi City just now, the girl was not dead yet. The most important thing was the blue light just now, which made Gu Shi think that she was protecting herself. I didn't expect it to be used to pass messages. It's okay, there are ways to deal with death, you led Shea. Never mind, you go find Luna. After that guy dies, there will definitely be a double death and a new undead will appear. You go find this undead for me, and ask me about the 6th division of Wild Affairs. The most important thing is, about the octopus-headed player. Gu Shi glanced outside the balcony, and found that some guards had appeared on the street at this time. They were quickly calming the crowd, and entering nearby houses, clearing and registering all the information that could be found. Chapter 1624 Temporary Increase in Confidentiality Level. Bang! Gu Shi, who was still observing the situation outside the balcony, looked back and saw that the door of the room was kicked open again. The waiter followed the 5 strong men, with an embarrassed look on his face. A few hours ago, he boasted to Gu Shi that such a thing would not happen again. As a result, the inspection team came again, and it was the same 5 people as before. This time, they looked like we were here again, and they were holding something similar to a crystal in their hands. Mr. Gu, we are here again. Please, can I ask you if you have any spiritual equipment? If so, please take it out for us to check. Gu Shi looked at the crystals in their hands, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He just raised his hand, and the spiritual lamp appeared in his hand. This is it. Gu Shi raised the spiritual lamp, and the leading member of the inspection team raised the crystal, and shone it at the spiritual lamp. Then the crystal in his hand turned a light blue. Bewitching people? Mind flame? Mind shielding? Okay, not you. The crystal stone seemed to have the function of checking the abilities of other mind equipment. The leader knew the function of Gu Shi's mind dark lamp with just one glance. But he was still not at ease, and scanned Gu Shi's body. In the end, he only found the mind eye. This was used to transmit messages on the battlefield. As for the flame 6-path lamp and the fox eye ring, neither of them had a direct connection with the mind. So the crystal stone has no way to read the corresponding information. Okay, this has nothing to do with you, but your luck is really too bad. Just now, there was a strong spiritual power released. All nearby buildings were affected, and the confidentiality level was temporarily upgraded to Class A. You'd better leave here and live somewhere else. Temporarily upgraded to Class A? Then where can I live? Gu Shi didn't expect that. A spy could make such a big deal. Sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. Just now, the whole Changzi city was alarmed. Many people cannot prove some of their actions, and may have to stay in jail, and eat free meals for a few days. Your situation is already considered relatively good. And now it is not a Class A secret for the whole city. It is only a Class A secret for this area. If you leave this area, you can still find a safe place to rest in the streets outside. Go ahead. Don't get in the way here. Gu Shi wanted to say something after hearing this, but the waiter hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Gu Shi. Customer. It's not worth it. The people in the inspection team always say what they think. In their eyes, there is no mercy. Rather than conflict with them, it is better to do what they want. This way, at least you won't be arrested, don't you think? Really, there is no need to conflict here. Gu Shi glanced at the waiter, then at the people in the inspection team, and finally nodded. The leader laughed when he saw that Gu Shi was so righteous. That's right, in fact. You won't get anything by staying here, but will get yourself into trouble. So why are you doing this? Now you have such a good choice. Here is my signed pass. After you leave this area, you can rest assured. No one will question you. But don't use this to cause trouble. If you really cause trouble, no one can help you. After saying that, He really signed a pass for Gushi, and let Gushi leave like this. Gushi was actually confused at this time. He really didn't expect that. It was just a small accident, but it would cause such a big trouble. At the same time, he did not expect that. On the surface, Chengzi City looked like an industrial city. But in fact, there was such a powerful spiritual power behind Chengzi City. Gushi knew very well what kind of existence the floating spiritual IKA was. As a result, he would choose to hide himself. Moreover, the crystals in the hands of the inspection team could clearly detect it. From this point, it can be seen that there is a big problem here. Gushi did not want to get involved in the trouble here at all. He just needs to get what he wants. For Gushi, all the troubles in front of him are troubles without any benefit. Either he needs to provoke too many enemies, or he needs to do a long-term task, or even get nothing good in the end. With Gushi's current mentality, he would not waste so much time on this. Now he can't wait to get the finished orange equipment and leave Chengzi City to find his ghost flower. Of course, during this period, if Shea gets some information or something, Gushi will not object, but if he really puts in a lot of effort and spends time on the task, Gushi is unwilling. After leaving the hotel, Gushi looked around. He was surprised to find that, under the influence of the streetlights, the color of the ground changed. The originally gray and white ground was now dyed golden red. It was obvious that this was reminding passers-by that this was no longer an ordinary area. Without a sufficient level of confidentiality, it was better not to enter here. At the same time, the colors of all the buildings on the street also changed rapidly. At this time, Gushi wanted to take a closer look at these buildings. But he found that as long as he raised his head, someone nearby would immediately stare at him. Gushi also noticed that the people staring at him were not from the inspection team. They were obviously civilians. They not only stared at Gushi, but also at passers-by. As long as they saw something wrong, their eyes would light up immediately, as if they saw the walking 5 million. Gushi couldn't stand such eyes, and he strode out quickly, and quickly walked out of the area in front of him that had temporarily increased the confidentiality level. After walking out of the area that temporarily turned golden red, Gushi noticed that there were many people gathered outside this area. They stood on tiptoe, poking their heads out, wanting to see what was happening inside the class confidential area. Whenever someone came out, someone would quickly surround them and wink at the people who had just walked out. It was as if they were saying, "I have wine. Do you have any stories inside? If so, let's find a place to have a drink." Gushi, who had just walked out, was also treated in this way. Before he had taken a few steps, he was surrounded by many uncles who wanted to eat melons. Their moves are not large, but the siege is quite tight. It seemed to be afraid that Gushi would escape like this. There are two different attitudes inside and outside, make Gushi speechless. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. He was trying to push these people in front of him with brute force. Just then, a voice called Gushi. Chapter 1625. Gushi is being targeted by a strange person. "Mr. Gu, this way." Hearing this voice, Gushi's heart tightened. He had only been in Chengzi City for a short time. Except for dealing with a few passers-by and blacksmiths, he had not publicized his arrival. Normally, not many people in Chengzi City knew him. When someone suddenly called him, Gushi couldn't help but think too much. In addition, the situation in Chengzi City was too strange. This made Gushi hesitate, whether he should respond or not. After hesitating for a moment, Gushi pretended not to hear the voice, did not bow his head or anything, squeezed through the crowd, and prepared to leave. At this moment, the voice behind Gushi sounded again. "Mr. Gu, don't leave. Come here. Come here." The more Gushi listened, the weirder he felt. If it just made him feel nervous before, then now Gushi didn't even think about turning around. He squeezed out of the crowd, looked at the color on the ground, and quickly went out. After walking about 2 streets, Gushi slowed down his pace. He had time to look around. The streets nearby were gray and white, which was a safe area. Although the pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, they did not look around too much, which was safe. The hotels or apartments on the street did not have obvious balconies. Although the view was not good, there would not be any problems, which was safe. After thinking carefully and finding that there was nothing missing, Gushi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a voice came from behind Gushi. "Mr. Gu, why are you walking so fast? I can't keep up with you." The voice entered Gushi's ears like a leech. "This is not over yet. right? Gushi's face suddenly became serious. He was moved. And he looked around and found a not-so-big coffee shop in front of him. The door of the coffee shop was an old glass door. For Gushi, this glass was enough. Gushi turned his hand and activated the mirror magic he got from Luna. He forcibly switched the reflection in the glass door. This move is actually Luna's weird mirror skill. Hide the real person in the mirror, and let the shadow in the mirror go out as bait. Gushi can't do it as easily as Luna. But for basic exchanges, Gushi can still do it. Smiling at his reflection in the glass, Gushi activated the weird mirror ability, and then Gushi only felt a dizzy, and he found that his position had changed, and he was looking out from behind the glass door. Outside the door, a figure who looked exactly like Gushi was walking out in a somewhat wooden manner. This figure held a secret realm sword staff in his left hand, and a six-flame lamp in his right hand. He walked in a somewhat rigid manner, as if he was afraid to go out of a certain range. However, Gushi was not concerned about this at this moment. His attention was all on the position behind his reflection. Gushi found that there was some blue powder on his back. If Gushi had not paid special attention, he would not have seen that the powder was emitting blue light. Gushi thought, and controlled the reflection to enter the nearby alley. He didn't care if there was anyone there, and he dismissed the reflection. Gushi himself hid in the mirror, secretly observing every move outside through the mirror in front of him. About 3 minutes after Gushi disappeared in the alley, two guys who looked like players rushed into the alley where Gushi disappeared just now. These two players were a little different from the inspection team, who rushed into the hotel and caused trouble for Gushi twice before. The members of the inspection team wrote their identities directly on their faces. And they looked more like ordinary people. If you must say, it was as if they were weird people wearing ordinary people's skin. Not long after they rushed into the alley, they rushed out again. Then Gushi noticed that the eyes of these two players were a little nervous, but there was no expression on their faces. This made Gushi more certain of his guess. It seemed that these two guys were wearing skins. Just as Gushi was studying the behavior of these two guys, these two players secretly took out something similar to glasses and put it on their faces. Under these glasses, Gushi cried out inwardly that something was wrong. Then he quickly activated his strange mirror ability and performed a mirror jump, jumping from the glass in front of him to other mirror positions. After that, Gushi did not care about the other people around him. He quickly jumped out of the mirror and took off his coat. After turning the coat over and rolling it twice, Gushi stuffed the coat into his backpack. At the same time, Gushi found a bench outside the coffee shop and sat down, thinking about the situation behind this strange incident. It was obvious that Gushi was being targeted this time. But Gushi had only returned to the depths of the game not long ago, and he was usually careful in doing things, and he hadn't offended anyone. How could he encounter such a weird thing? In fact, Gushi didn't think about it. Had he really never offended anyone? Since he returned to the depths of the game, from Yuanzhou City all the way to Changzi City, he had never been at peace, either provoking like this, or cutting off the roots there. Or he had deceived some people. Anyway, there is not a day that Gushi doesn't offend people. It's just that he doesn't think he has offended anyone, or he thinks he has cut the grass and eradicated it. But Gushi doesn't think about it. These are the big forces that survived in such a strange place as the depths of the game. Gushi has seen the situation in the wild in the depths of the game. For those who can survive here, what evidence do they need? As long as they feel there is a problem, they will take action directly. Gushi should be thankful that he is now in the Changzi City. Changzi City has various confidentiality measures and targeted clauses. Some forces dare not mess around here. If it were in the wild, Gushi might really have to kill his way through. At this time, Gushi was still thinking, who was the enemy this time? Where did the blue powder on his back come from before? And that weird sound, Gushi was 100% sure that was the power of the mind. If Gushi hadn't been immune to mental magic, he would have been hit by that sentence. So someone who has mental abilities, and has had close contact with Gushi? Gushi calmed down, and immediately thought of the stupid spy girl. But she seemed to be dead, and her body was sent to the city of Aryov. What can she do? Could it be the blue light emitted when the spy girl was killed by Gushi? Chapter 1626 Gushi is being tracked. No need to think, it must be her. Gushi did not need any evidence, and made a judgment directly. He shook the bracelet on his left hand, and contacted Luna through the special mirror. Luna, have you found the spy? I have found it. Yika is questioning her over there. Do you need me to call her over? No, now is not the time. Wait until Yika controls her, and then contact me. I have a situation here, and need to find out the reason. Gu Shi did not elaborate on what he encountered in Chengzi City. It's useless to say it now. Gu Shi still has to stay in Chengzi City. Neither the floating spirit IKA nor the female spy, who just turned into an undead, is suitable to be sent to Chengzi City. So it's better to wait for Gu Shi to figure out the situation here, and go back to Yaladovi City, in the middle of the night, when no one is around. Now is not the time to rush back. The more anxious you are now, the more flaws you will reveal. However, Gu Shi was not idle. He quickly sent his coat into Yaladovi City through a special mirror. People can't go in, but coats can still be sent in. Notify me immediately if you have any news. After saying that, Gu Shi stood up immediately, looked at the direction and color, and went in another direction. About half an hour after Gu Shi left, the two players who were far behind Gu Shi also found this place through their glasses. The two of them covered each other up and secretly bypassed the seat where Gu Shi had just sat. Then they stepped aside. What's going on? No, the breath of the dead soul mark is getting weaker and weaker. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid we'll lose it. Damn it, I don't know what this dead soul mark is. It can be a mark that can be directly hit on the soul, but it caused a lot of problems. What does it look like he killed him? And what does it look like he died nearby? Now, it's slowly fading, almost fading to invisibility. What the hell is going on? That being said, but have you ever thought, could it be possible that this was a necromancer, who had his men drag Suhuli to an invisible place and kill him? Listen to what you're talking about. We're in the eldest sun city now, not in the wilderness. Where is there a necromancer with such strength? And it is impossible for a necromancer to master space magic. Even if he was killed by the necromancer's men, he would not appear to have died nearby. So what do you think happened? How should I know? It's all your fault. We had clearly targeted him before, but you gave him several chances, but you didn't catch him. Now he's running away. Where can we chase him? Blame me? You blame me for this? I've told you hundreds of times, there's something wrong with the mind crystal. It was all the work of the profiteers of the Joshu tribe. It was said that a strange field of mind could be formed to trick people in, but nothing was accomplished, and instead, I wasted so much of my mana and life. You really don't take my consumption seriously. If you have the ability, you can control the mind crystal yourself. That damn octopus head, next time you trade with them, you should charge them more for intelligence. You'd better forget it. Those octopus heads are all masters of mind. It's very difficult to deceive them. And the higher-ups also hope to get more spiritual equipment from Octopus Head. Even if our matter is reported, it will end up in vain. That's really wrong. I'm afraid this matter can't be left unresolved. Sue Fox is dead, and the information she was looking for has not been brought back. Without this information, something big will happen. Okay, we are just small soldiers, why worry so much? Let's look for it again. If we can't find it, then there is something wrong with the equipment given by Octopus Head of the Joshu tribe. It has nothing to do with us. The two of them said in a low voice, while leaving here. This time, even if they used their eyes, there was no way to find where Gu Shi went. The direction they were going now was completely different from the direction Gu Shi left. And Gu Shi didn't know all this at all. Today, Gu Shi had a taste of being a spy. Every time he walked through a block, he would quickly change his clothes. The main point was to make people unable to determine their appearance and location. Of course, Gu Shi was not a professional spy. He did not know that his behavior was as obvious as a street light at night. Except that it was harmless. Moreover, he did not run to a place with a higher level of confidentiality. Therefore, the inspection team members on the road saw Gu Shi as a fun or a joke. No one paid any attention to Gu Shi. But Gu Shi thought that he had deceived people. Although he did not have such scruples when walking, he finally felt more at ease. After walking for more than 3 hours, until Gu Shi felt hungry, he came back to his senses from this spy game. At this time, Gu Shi raised his head and looked around. He found that he had unknowingly walked to the edge of Changzi City. There were not so many confidential units here. The surrounding buildings and the ground were all gray. But the pedestrians were not so particular. They were all busy with their own things, and they would not care about whether they were spies or not. Gu Shi, who was hungry, looked around and saw a tavern with fireworks. Because the night was slowly falling, Gu Shi did not plan to go back. So he pushed open the door of the tavern and sat down directly. Before Gu Shi picked up the menu, the boss put a small dish and a glass of about 2 taels of white wine in front of Gu Shi. Wait, I haven't ordered the dishes yet. Drink it. It's good for you. As for the dishes, you can just take care of it yourself. Gushi was still in a daze, and the old customer of the tavern said there, "Young man, drink it. Lao Zhang's wine is really good. You will know after you drink it." "Yes, Lao Zhang's wine is much more interesting than his crappy story. Drink it. You come here for this glass of wine. Who comes here to eat?" Gushi drank a sip of wine with some doubt. The next moment, Gushi felt that his whole body was getting hot. Something seemed to be burning on his body. Sweat like oil flowed down from Gushi's head. Gushi felt very uncomfortable and reached out to wipe the sweat. As a result, his action made all the drinkers laugh. "You just came to Chengxi City? You are still a foreigner. It seems that someone in your family taught you to come here to drink." Seeing Gushi's puzzled look, the boss explained seriously. Chapter 1627, The Story of Bragging and Selling Wine. Don't listen to their nonsense. The tavern owner smiled and served the freshly made skewers to other guests. "They just came to have fun." "Who said that?" "Boss, I believed you so much at the beginning. I believed everything you said." "That's right. I almost went with you to the underground treasure hunt in Chengxi City." "That's right. You are saying we are talking nonsense now. That won't work." Looking at the lively situation in front of him, Gushi's heart calmed down. He took another sip of the wine in the glass, and the feeling of burning all over his body appeared again. At this time, Gushi looked down at the wine, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. What is the situation with this wine? At this time, the drinkers began to brag to Gushi again. "You newcomers don't know, but we old customers have survived by listening to the boss's stories. A long time ago, the boss was probably only 10 years old. This store was opened by the boss's father. One day, the boss suddenly ran over and said that he had secretly entered the center of Chengxi City that night, which was the secret passage under the bell tower. Following the secret passage, he entered the underground of Chengxi City and saw a pure golden forest. A human head, as big as a hill, was enshrined in the center of the forest. It was said that many black silk threads fell from the sky and pierced the human head. He suspected that the human head enshrined in the forest was an evil magic circle set up by the evil organization to influence Chengxi City. For this reason, he studied the human head every day and night. Finally, he found that this human head would have a spiritual impact on people. People would be slowly affected and eventually lose themselves. So the boss developed this kind of wine. After drinking it, it will turn the influence on the mind into oil and sweat and excrete it. At this point, all the customers in the store laughed. Some even laughed and pounded the table. It felt like they had encountered something very funny. The boss also looked helpless. When seeing Gushi's puzzled look, the old customer said, "You just arrived in Chengxi City. You may not know how high the confidentiality level of the clock tower in the center of Chengxi City is. On the surface, there are only 5 levels of confidentiality in the sub-city. But in fact there is a higher level of confidentiality than level A. And the bell tower is at this level. As for us, we are all living in Chengxi City, and we may not even go to the level D confidentiality area. Not to mention the bell tower in the center of the city. And we even entered the secret passage under the bell tower. It is impossible to think about it. In fact, we all understand that this is a story made up by the boss to brag about his wine. But this wine is really delicious, plus we all know that the boss is a good person, he just wants to brag. So we believed it, ha ha ha." The old customer said he believed the boss's story. While hammering his face, it was obvious that he was not laughing enough. Listening to the stories told by the old customers, Gushi really treated it as a story at first, just like the old customer said. But after thinking about it, Gushi felt that it was not a story, because this wine obviously did not taste fake. So Gushi ordered some of the restaurant's specialty meat skewers, and asked the boss when he served the dishes, "Boss, can you tell me the details of your story? How big is the forest under the bell tower? Are the trees themselves made of gold? Or have they grown into a golden color? And how big is the head enshrined in the forest? Can the head still move?" After hearing this, the boss rolled his eyes at Gushi. "Don't joke. I really don't have any story. This is your skewers. Take your time to eat." At this time, an old customer said, "You won't get anything from the boss. He hasn't told that story for many years. If you want to hear a story, you should go to Old Wang. He grew up with the boss, and he is the boss's sworn enemy. He argues with the boss for every word he says. He studies all the stories the boss has told before. It can be said that he is most familiar with the details. You want to hear the details? Right. Old Wang, come here." As soon as the old customer finished speaking, a bald man poked his head over. This bald man is about the same age as the boss, both in their 40s or 50s, but he has a horse face, and in order to show that he actually has hair, he even grew a small mustache. What do you want to know? Come and ask me, I know everything. Seeing old Wang's eagerness to watch the fun, Gu Shi also smiled, so he started asking about his boss's childhood story. The key is not how to enter the bell tower. Old Wang said directly, the secret passage in the bell tower is fake, and no one has ever found any secret passage in the bell tower. Gu Shi didn't care about this either, he was more concerned about the golden forest, and the huge head in the heart of the forest. According to Lao Wang's recollection, the head enshrined there was as tall as a hill, and it was a male head. The head was placed on the ground, and its beard, like tentacles, extended to 30 meters away. When the boss found the head, he thought there was some strange carpet on the ground, but later he found out that it was the beard of the head. The boss made this very clear when he told the story, so Lao Wang also remembered it very clearly. Judging from the length of the beard, the head was at least 10 meters high. As for whether the head was dead or alive, the boss did not explain it clearly. He just said that the head stared at him, and he was scared and ran back. As for the question about the golden tree, Old Wang had a lot to say. He directly moved a chair and sat in front of Gu Shi, and analyzed it there. Old Wang thought that the boss saw the golden pine, a kind of wood that looks like gold. He said, in those years, this kind of golden pine was very popular. Many people decorate their houses and specify that they want this kind of golden pine wood for decoration. The weight of the wood, the luster of gold. The most important thing is that this thing is wood, and carpenters can handle it. They can carve the golden pine into any shape they want. It is a good material for cups. We dreamed of a forest of golden pines. So brother, do you understand? No matter how much he brags, there is a reason. He will not brag about something he does not know. So these are all fake. He brags to make his wine famous, to sell wine. Gu Shi did not respond, but took a sip of wine, and began to ask about other details. Through the supplement of details, Gu Shi slowly had some guesses about what the boss said. In the eyes of these old customers, this is just a story of the boss bragging about selling wine, but for Gu Shi, there are many different things in it. Chapter 1628 The Memory of a Female Spy. 3 hours later, it was late at night. After having eaten and drunk a lot, and listening to a lot of stories, Gu Shi refused the good intentions of these old customers to introduce him to the hotel, and staggered out of the tavern. In this dark night without anyone watching, Gu Shi did not try any tricks such as changing clothes, but just flashed and entered an alley. After confirming that there was no one nearby, Gu Shi stretched out his hand and pushed forward, and a small door appeared in the depths of the alley, and Gu Shi naturally entered the city of Aridov. After returning to Aridov city, Gu Shi finally relaxed. He found Luna immediately. Luna, where are the people? In the magic area. The floating spirit Ik is also there. And the body sent back last time is also being urgently processed there. As soon as Gu Shi came in, Luna knew what Gu Shi was asking, and she told him the most important news immediately. What happened to the body? Why is it urgently processed? It's like this. The undead female spy transformed by double death only has a part of the memory. The remaining part of the memory is in the body of the female spy. According to the recollections of the undead female spy, they were placed under a kind of restriction. If someone wants to summon the body or revive it through other means, the brain and memory will be completely destroyed. In order to retrieve the memory, or to ensure that the memory does not disappear, Eve is working hard over there. Hearing the situation, Gu Shi also understood what Eve and the others were nervous about. If it was someone else's undead, it would not be important whether they had any memories of their previous life. But the female spy in front of him was different. Gu Shi needed the memory in her head. I'll go over and take a look. Gu Shi's eyes condensed, and the smell of alcohol on his body quickly dissipated, and he felt as if he had never drunk alcohol. I'll go with you, sir, Luna said as she accompanied Gu Shi out of the main council hall of Aridity City. At this time, Shadow Ghost was already waiting outside the council hall. Sir, let me take you there. I promise it will be faster than using a mirror image. Let's go. Gu Shi was not polite, and he just flipped over and jumped onto Shadow Ghost's back with Luna. Just as Shadow Ghost said, his speed has exceeded Luna's mirror movement. Luna has set up mirrors for transfer in the meeting halls of each large city. But it takes time to transfer from a large city to a small city below the large city. Riding Shadow Ghost is different. It really flies directly. After asking about E's location, Shadow Ghost landed directly on the laboratory. And the whole journey took no more than a minute and a half. After jumping off Shadow Ghost's back, Gushi quickly entered the laboratory. On the dissection table in this experiment, the female spy who stole things from Gushi's room was lying flat. Regardless of which organization this female spy was sent by, Gushi wanted what was in her brain. When he entered the laboratory, Gushi saw the floating spirit aka pounce on the female spy's head like a jellyfish, preventing the female spy from destroying her brain. Eve was explaining the next plan to a female undead. When she saw Gushi coming in, Eve just nodded to Gushi and did not come to greet him immediately. After everything was explained clearly, Eve nodded to Gushi. My lord, how is the situation? We are trying to find a solution. The situation is not so optimistic. The brain of the corpse is decaying faster than we can imagine. Therefore, the methods of the mind and the undead will cause the brain to collapse quickly. We can only use deception to make the brain believe that we have no idea about the brain and that the brain is decaying naturally. But even so, the methods arranged in the brain will be slowly activated. With our current methods, if we do nothing, the brain can only support 2 days at most. What is your plan? Gushi actually understood that there was no room for him to hesitate in the current situation. If we keep dragging it out, we will get nothing in the end. On the contrary, a more radical method may give us a chance to win back. Sir, our biggest advantage now is actually this person. The person who arranged this method in the female spy's mind could never have dreamed that you, sir, would have a method of double death. You can bypass the control method that prevents this corpse from being transformed into a ghost and forcibly create a ghost. Moreover, this ghost is consistent with the attributes of this corpse. If there is no ghost, we really have no way. Listening to E's words, Gushi was obviously stunned. He seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't grasp the last bit of feeling. Gushi could only frown and look at Eve. What did you say just now? I mean that this corpse and the undead are actually one. So we still have some ways. No. Go back one sentence. I mean our advantage is this person, who arranged this method in the female spy's mind, is dreaming. Eve looked at Gushi's appearance and understood that Gushi was in a state of enlightenment at this time. So she quickly repeated the previous words, instead of just saying one meaning as she did at the beginning. Yes, dream. We can also use the means of dreams to contact Linksy and ask her if she can come over. Sir, it's useless. In fact, we have also thought about using the means of dreams, but the other party has added various restrictions in this brain, so it's useless to enter the dream. Eve hurriedly stopped Gushi. But Gushi laughed. You have never understood. We don't have the idea of letting this corpse enter the dream, but we can let her enter the dream. Gushi pointed to the undead transformed by the female spy. She is with this corpse. She enters the dream, which means that this corpse enters the dream. But there is no restriction in her brain. Right? Yes. Eve also understood Gushi's idea at this time, and a hint of excitement flashed across her face. Undead, all the means of mind and dreaming are used, but not on this corpse. If this doesn't work, then I really don't know what method can be used to read the information in this brain. No, if it's just to read the information in the brain, we don't need to be so troublesome. I'm thinking about doing it. So I'll just do it more ruthlessly, completely extract this brain, make it into equipment. Even if I encounter such a thing again in the future, I will have a way to deal with it. Okay. Eve agreed immediately. The next thing, I didn't intervene by Eve, Linksy was quickly called to the city of Aridov. At the same time, Yen Ryu, who was best at making books, was also called over. Chapter 1629 Means of Recovering Memory. I heard that Gushi was going to do something big, and this time even Princess Anna came to join in the fun. It can be said that except for Shea, who is still in the Elda Sun City to inquire about the information and has not returned, Gushi's contracted undead have gathered together. What makes Gushi speechless is that if this thing succeeds, Shea will definitely be the one who benefits in the end, because the abilities extracted from the undead female spy are all related to the information. No matter what information Gushi gets this time, the female spy will definitely join Shea's men in the end. It can be said that everyone was busy for a long time, and Shea, who did not show up in the end, took advantage. While his subordinates were making preparations, Gushi couldn't help but shake his head. And then he and his subordinates transported the body from the laboratory in the magic area to the Shiamu Lake in the magic plant area. After soaking the body in the Shiamu Lake, Gushi also let the undead female spy pour into the lake. Next, the floating spirit IKA will connect the undead female spy with the female spy's body, making them look like a whole. This kind of thing is the easiest for the floating spirit IKA. After all, as Eva before, his daily job is to help souls transfer to new bodies. The current conditions are exactly the same as the previous situation in the Omatikaya rainforest. They are all transferred from one body to another, and the bodies are still the same person. This is the specialty of the floating spirit IKA. It is quite easy for him to do such things. Then Lingxi stood beside the undead female spy, and her hand touched the undead female spy's forehead, allowing her to slowly fall asleep. Yenryu stood beside the female spy's body, waiting for the undead female spy to enter her dream. As for Luna and Princess Anna, they came to watch. They were all there looking at Eve, and listening to Eve's instructions. The experiment begins. My lord. Get ready. Gushi nodded, and the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe quickly appeared behind him. Huangquan Edict. Gushi decisively activated this ability, and appointed the corpse in front of him as a temporary ghost messenger. This was a method that Gushi learned when he helped Xian Longzhu in Longcheng last time. In any case, the status of a Yinsha is higher than that of a ghost. As Gushi temporarily designated the female spy's body as a Yinsha, Lingxi also activated her ability. The dream began before the female ghost spy fell asleep. She already knew all the plans. The key this time is the power of the undead, the mind and the dream. But these powers were bypassed. The arrangement in the corpse's brain was transferred to the place that Gushi was most familiar with. When the female ghost spy fell asleep, she already knew that she would go to the inn in her dream. The female spy's body was temporarily transformed into a hell. This is a method that normal people would not think of. After all, let's not talk about whether the necromancer has the means to set up a fake hell. Even if they do, they would not be so imaginative and take such a route. This is actually the decision made by Gushi and Eve after discussing. As the dream unfolded, Gushi and the others saw the soul of the undead female spy wake up in the dream, with a pair of candles on her shoulders, a red rope tied behind her back, and entered a path covered with silver flowers. On the surface of the water, where the undead female spy was lying, there were a pair of white candles floating, and 3 lit incense sticks were inserted on a red rope. The silver flowers blooming on this path were a bit strange, and they looked like layers of spider webs. On each web, there were silver petals stuck together. Gushi, who had been watching, understood that this was the materialization of some arrangements in the brain. Although the undead female spy was dreaming, she still retained her abilities. The most important thing is, this is her dream, and the place she wants to go is also her own brain. So no matter how much she arranges, it is useless. Soon she came to a place like a pool. Seeing this situation, Eve immediately looked at Yenryu. Ryu, don't worry. Leave it to me. This is a book. A book that records everything. And it is also the goal of the ghost. It is something left for you by the ghost. Your goal this time is to find this book. Don't worry. Although the water in the pool is a little scattered, the memory will not disappear. As long as you find the book and take it out, you will recover all your memories. Yenryu pointed to the pool in front of her and said decisively, this is Yenryu guiding the dream of the undead female spy, and the floating spirit IKA is the guide of the soul. He made the undead female spy less resistant to Yenryu's words. The undead female spy seemed to be fascinated at this time. At this time, she officially entered Gushi's plan, walking in the underworld. This is the key to Gushi's trip this time. Many witches or Taoist priests have done this. Some of them raise little ghosts themselves, some bribe the underworld officials, and sneak a peek at the underworld's life and death book, or other information, and hide the information somewhere, waiting for people to enter the underworld to find it. Gushi now uses the connection between the undead female spy and the female spy's corpse, and the floating spirit IKA as a fake underworld. The female spy is a temporary underworld official. The undead female spy is a walker in the underworld. The undead female spy entered the underworld in her dream, and took away the things left by the underworld messenger. And the mission was completed. As for what the underworld messenger would leave behind, Yenryu had just said that it was a book that recorded everything. It contained all the memories of the female spy. As long as she got the book, the undead female spy would recover her memory. This was no longer within the scope of magic, and there was already some metaphysical power in it. But the problem was that everything was so reasonable. Now everything is on the right track. It depends on whether the undead female spy can find the book. At this time, the undead female spy, under the attention of Gushi and others, jumped into the pool. At such a critical moment, Gushi and others' eyes all became solemn. Whether the undead female spy can regain her own memory through this false deception depends on this. As the undead female spy jumped into the pool, the water quickly turned into mercury. Gushi and the others could no longer see the underwater situation. They could only wait outside, watching the undead female spy's dream. They didn't know if the undead female spy could find something suitable. At this moment, the silver-colored water in the pool suddenly fluctuated, and an arm stretched out from the water, holding a book tightly on this arm. Found it, now pull! Under Gushi's command, the red ball of thread kept rolling back, and the soul of the undead female spy was dragged out of the pool, crossed the path full of silver flowers, and flew back into her body. At this time, the floating spirit IKA made a soul-returning gesture to the undead female spy. The final processing was completed. When the undead female spy opened her eyes, Gushi understood that the matter was successful. Chapter 1630 Intelligence Summary, Clues Gathered. It's done. Soul, memory, talent, abilities are all back in place. After the soul of the undead female spy entered her body, the first person to react was the floating spirit IKA. He had done this kind of thing many times before. Sometimes he even had to change bodies on the battlefield, and he had the best judgment on this situation. Gushi had no way to fully grasp whether the soul had completely entered the body, whether the talents and abilities were all in place, but the floating spirit IKA could easily confirm everything. Seeing that the floating spirit IKA had confirmed everything, Gushi nodded affirmatively. And then the body of the female spy was released by the floating spirit IKA, and slowly sank into the water of Shimu Lake. This was also a habit brought by the floating spirit IKA in the past. After he helped to change the soul, the old body was definitely discarded. Even if the floating spirit IKA became a ghost, this habit was not changed. At this time, the undead female spy, who had been floating on the water, also sat up on the water. However, as he moved, his body sank into the water of Shimu Lake. After struggling for a few times, he was brought to the shore by the floating corpse under the water. What do you remember? Gushi asked directly at the first time. The undead female spy was stunned for a moment, and then she spoke in detail. Although her memory can be from birth to death, she only picked out the key points to explain. Just as Gushi guessed, the undead female spy was a wild player, and a lower-level spy in an intelligence organization. She usually did some front desk or receiving and sorting intelligence work. This time, she went to the eldest son city to get the latest intelligence. She was just a tool person in charge of transportation. She only knew that the intelligence was for orange equipment, which was a method to forcibly remove the binding effect of orange equipment. This was what the wild players wanted most. You should know that the binding of orange equipment is quite troublesome. After binding, unless the binder is willing to remove it, even if he kills someone, the chance of getting the orange equipment back is 50 to 50. The orange equipment may also be lost along with the player it is bound to, especially when the player has been bound to the orange equipment for a long time, and the player's power is integrated with the orange equipment. The possibility of grabbing the orange equipment will become lower and lower. In the city deep in the game, the major families in the city will also have family inheritance. When the holder of the orange equipment is about to die, they will unbind the orange equipment themselves and hand it over to the descendants of the family. But in the wild players only believe in their fists. The orange equipment changes hands very quickly in their hands, and they also lose more. Now that they heard that the Changzi city had developed such a technology, the intelligence organization among the wild players immediately thought of many things. As long as they could bring this technology out, their Wild Intelligence Division 6 would definitely make a lot of money. However, the undead female spy was an old front desk, and she was absolutely a rookie when she went on a mission. She was discovered on her first mission, and was killed by Gushi. After listening to the undead female spy finish her story, Gushi threw the clothes he had worn before into the hands of the undead female spy. What's the situation with the powder behind? After I killed you, someone was targeting me. Sir, this is the orange equipment part of the Wild Affairs Division 6. The Wild Affairs Division 6 has a total of 5 orange equipment, 2 of which are combat type, 1 of which is confidential, and the other 2 are intelligence type. The orange equipment part 1 got is a confidential orange equipment part. The orange equipment is called the Psychic Universal Instrument, which comes from the Joshu tribe, and has a super strong psychic effect. The part one got is called the psychic button, which usually looks like a button, and can be carried on the body, which can prevent the penetration and erosion of the psychic power of the Changzi city. When I'm in danger, this thing will automatically explode and spread my message. Will someone come to save you? No. I'm in danger. It's definitely a dead end. The mind button will spread my situation before I die. And I can leave a message. Then the mind button will turn into powder and stick to the person who killed me. As long as you use the mind crystal, you can find this person and take away the information. The undead female spy explained. Gushi didn't find it funny at all about what the undead female spy said about her life. After determining the source of the powder and how he was targeted, Gushi still had a few questions to ask. Do you have any strange means to guide others through mental power? This time I was tracked because of this. That guy wanted to use mental power to guide me. But I found out. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have found out that I had this blue powder on me. Some of the mental crystal parts of the mental universal instrument can cause strange mental hints. Unless the level of mental magic or mental power is very strong, normal people will be accidentally tricked, the undead female spy said. Looking at the floating spirit IKA, it was obvious what she meant. Floating spirit IKA was a being with strong psychic power, and could find the problem here. Gushi did not explain to the undead female spy how he defended against psychic power. After solving another problem, he immediately asked the next question. What do you mean by the psychic button you mentioned before, which is used to prevent the infiltration of the psychic power of Changzi City? After your psychic button exploded, the street lights in Changzi City were all on, and I could feel that there was a strong psychic power there. Do you have any clues? I heard that Changzi City was built here because there was a very powerful corpse buried underground. And Changzi City had been drawing the power of this corpse to develop and grow itself. The rest of the body is used as research and experimental materials. And the head of the body has established a super strong mental network. All people who enter the Changzi City will be slowly affected and infiltrated by the mental power. Because this influence and infiltration is not mental. But you are already in the Changzi City. So even if you have mental equipment, you can only prevent infiltration. And you cannot avoid the influence of Changzi City on people. When I got the mental button, I was told that I could only stay in Changzi City for 3 months. Beyond this time, the mind button will not be able to protect my safety. Hearing this, an idea suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. There is a body buried under Changzi City? What level? Do you know what it looks like? I don't know. This is the highest level of confidentiality. It is not for someone like me to know. But one thing is certain. The people of the Joshi tribe said that even if the body is dead, its spiritual power is beyond the level of most people in the Joshi tribe. They have actually been planning to take advantage of this body. You keep talking about the Joshi tribe. Who are they? Are they also wild players? Chapter 1631 The Wind of Changzi City. The Joshi tribe is a race that looks like an octopus head. They have strong psychic abilities, and even form a sense of psychic aggregation. Their equipment is also psychic-based. At the same time, they also sell some psychic equipment to the outside world. We bought a lot of things from them. The reason why they are called Joshi tribe is, on the one hand, it is a direct translation of their language. On the other hand, it is because their appearance really looks like squid tentacles, lotus seeds, and seafood porridge. In fact, we never knew what their race was called. It's just that their psychic abilities are so useful that even if some things can't be translated, they can understand what they mean by communicating with their minds. So it doesn't matter what they are called. Octopus head? Gushi's heart tightened after hearing this. Do you know the information about this kind of octopus head? I remember sorting it out before. But their psychic power is quite strong. And there is no way to find their information through tracking and other means. So the only information we can get is some rumors. And not much. The only thing we know now is that the Joshi tribe is collecting a lot of energy, and we don't know what they want to do. In addition, the Joshi tribe's homeland is not in the wilderness. They seem to come from the outside world. It's just that there are the materials they want in the wilderness, so they're here. The undead female spy thought for a while, and finally explained to Gushi. When Shaya comes back, you copy all the information you know to Shaya. Gushi wants to know everything about the Joshi tribe. That is, the octopus head. After all, returning to the depths of the game this time made Gushi feel something was wrong. He would eventually face the octopus head. Knowing more now, when facing the octopus head later, he would be more prepared. Okay. The undead spy agreed without thinking. At this time, Gushi started to ask another question. Before, You said there was a body under the Changzi city. I just heard about a situation. Can you listen to see if there is anything wrong here? So Gu Shi quickly told the story he heard from the boss, and Lao Wan too, and the details in detail. At first, the undead female spy had already recovered her memory, and the contracted undead under Gu Shi were ready to leave. But when they heard about this, they all stayed. They also wanted to listen to Gu Shi's story. When they heard about the huge head, all the contracted undead looked at each other. They all thought that what Gu Shi heard was not a dream, nor was it a trick used by the boss to trick people into buying wine. At this time, the floating spirit Ika, who had been trying to reduce his presence, said carefully, "That I want to say, I think that is not a dream, nor a story. It should really exist. Have you seen that kind of giant?" The floating spirit Ika finally agreed to give an opinion. Gu Shi asked one more question. No. When the adults were talking about the details, they said that there was a black thing hanging from the ceiling attached to the giant head. I have seen this thing. Have you seen it? Gu Shi was a little curious. The floating spirit Ika was in the Omadi Kaya rainforest at the beginning, and it was actually a relatively large boss. But after the Newfong grassland, the Dragon Kingdom, and the Ancestral Dragon, the status of the floating spirit Ika directly declined. Now when the floating spirit Ika mentioned this situation, Gu Shi was somewhat skeptical. Sir, when you were in the Omadikaya rainforest, you should have heard of the three ancestors of Eva. The reason why I didn't want to establish civilization at that time was because the ancestor of the earth under the earth had such a method. Through a kind of black mucus, the spiritual power of the corpse buried in the earth is absorbed, and it is transformed into a mineral with spiritual effect. When making weapons and equipment later, as long as some of these ores are added, the ores will be controlled by the spiritual power of the earth ancestor. This also became the source of the earth ancestor's power, and finally caused the earth ancestor to die in battle because of this. This, after hearing what I saw in Changzi City, and what the spy lady said just now, what the adult said all proved one situation. The streets, buildings, streetlights, and even the coal they used to burn in Changzi City are all mixed with the powder of this ore. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now it seems that the situation is different. Changzi City can produce such things, which means they have this aspect. This also means that the boss's story is true. Sir, do you have the boss's wine? Gu Shi immediately took out a small bottle when he heard it. Although the boss's wine is not for sale, but Gu Shi is also capable. If it is not allowed to be sold, can't Gu Shi take it secretly? When Gu Shi suspected that the boss's story was true, Gu Shi was already thinking of a way to take away this kind of wine, and was ready to go back to check the situation of this wine. The boss must have known Gu Shi's methods. But over the years, many people took his wine back to study, wanting to see if there was anything wrong with it. In the end, it was still fine, wasn't it? So the boss just pretended not to see this situation. Then Gu Shi took out a small half cup of wine. This is it. The floating spirit Ika stretched out a tentacle and dipped some wine, and felt it there. Gu Shi handed the rest of the wine to Eve. Take a look. Can you synthesize this kind of wine? Eve took the rest of the wine and nodded affirmatively. At this time, the floating spirit Ika also made a judgment. My lord, the same routine is buried under the Changzi city. This wine contains an oil-dissolving liquid. After drinking it, it will dissolve the spiritual mineralized items into oil and decompose the ore from the items. Hearing this judgment, Gu Shi sighed and turned to look at several contracted undead under his command. What do you think? Although Gu Shi's question was irrelevant, his contracted undead all understood Gu Shi. They all understood that Gu Shi was asking them what to do next. Changzi City was not in Gu Shi's plan. He was just passing by. But now it seems that what Gu Shi has touched is deeper. Maybe he can make a fortune in Changzi City. Fortunately, there are calm people at this time. My lord, think about your goal of running down regardless of danger. Goal? Yes. Gu Shi suddenly woke up. He came for the nether spirit flower. What if he took Changzi City? Can he get a red suit in Changzi City? That's impossible. And the octopus head called the Zhoushu tribe is getting closer and closer to him. The undead female spy doesn't know what the Zhoushu tribe is doing with a lot of energy, but Gu Shi can guess a thing or two. They are preparing to upgrade their red suits. Gu Shi can't change his goal temporarily. Chapter 1632, I had a good dream. Sometimes Gu Shi is smart and listens to advice. After being awakened by this, Gu Shi knew what he should do next. As for the matter of Changzi City, it is enough to get the existing benefits, and not to get involved in it anymore. It is most suitable for Gu Shi to get the orange equipment safely. Even if Changzi City is being targeted by the Zhou tribe, Gu Shi may not have anything to do with it. Now Gu Shi doesn't even want to live in Changzi City. He doesn't want to encounter some troubles in Changzi City again. So after dealing with the matter of the undead female spy, Gu Shi returned to the main city of Aridov. As soon as he entered the main city, Gu Shi came to his own tavern with familiarity. The tavern had obviously upgraded several levels at this time, and the white bone wine lady had changed. When Gu Shi came over, she still took the initiative to greet him as before. "My lord, you haven't come to drink with us for a long time. I thought you had forgotten us." Gu Shi had seen the methods of the white bone wine lady a long time ago, and he found a place to sit down directly. "Hey, barmaid, your tavern has been upgraded to level 5. Right? Are there any new dishes or drinks recently? Don't think about those trivial things all day long. Do what a tavern should do. If your tavern doesn't sell alcohol, what else do you want to sell?" After being told this by Gu Shi, Gu barmaid remained calm, smiling and saying, "Of course we have upgraded the tavern. But every time you come here, you say you are not used to our food. Those are the dishes we thought of for a long time. Many customers like them very much." While speaking, Gu Jionyang welcomed Gu Shi to an empty seat, and quickly served Gu Shi some wine and food. Gu Shi had just drunk a lot, and for the wine and food that Gu Jionyang put down, Gu Shi just glanced at it, moving from time to time. And Gu Jionyang also understood Gu Shi's thoughts, and stayed there to talk with Gu Shi. From time to time, she would bring out some of the latest news that she had just received. Gu Shi just wanted to find a place to relax, to kill some time, to read and study there every day. Even a strong man couldn't stand it. The tavern became a place that Gu Shi was more willing to go. As she talked, the white bone wine girl slowly talked about the future development of the tavern. As the first tavern in the city of Aryov, and also one of the core buildings, the tavern in front of her has actually reached the most critical moment. Although the tavern is not big now, there are guests from several branch cities of Gu Shi coming to the tavern every day, bringing benefits and the latest news to the tavern. But then, the tavern will have to make some choices. After level 6, the tavern will face 2 different choices. One is to deepen the processing of the cities under Gu Shi, which means that more guests from Blood Sacrifice Ridge, Jialong Blood Castle, Poison Peach Mountain and other places will come to drink and bring more in-depth news to the tavern. The other is to open the tavern to the public. As long as Gu Shi has been in the game world, someone will notice the tavern here, and someone will appear in the tavern every day to bring the latest news to the tavern. Listening to what the white bone wine girl said, Gu Shi sighed deeply. "Drink girl, I always feel that a tavern shouldn't be like this. Do you think there is a kind of tavern that, after it is built, will attract some heroes every day, and even some leaders? As long as I talk to them, they will join my army. Your Excellency, you think too much. There has never been such a tavern. Heroes grow up little by little. How can you sell wine in a tavern and directly produce heroes?" Listening to the white bone wine girl's words, Gu Shi was also a little helpless. He always felt that the tavern should not be like this now. It should not just be about gathering intelligence from various forces. There should be several heroes appearing every week. And even those heroes would bring soldiers to wait for Gu Shi to get free food. But the white bone wine girl said no. And Gu Shi could only sigh. "What a pity. I thought the tavern could do this." "Forget it. After the tavern reaches level 6, let's focus on gathering intelligence from other forces. Open the tavern to the public, and I'll ask Shea to send some thieves over, and you can gather more detailed intelligence." Gu Shi quickly decided on the direction, but he still asked reluctantly in the end, "Is there really no hero?" "Sir, there really is no hero," Gu Jionyang said with certainty. "Which hero from a good family doesn't have his own mansion? Just think about the hero area specially built by Gu Shi. Even if they want to drink, they won't come here to drink, and they won't meet the city lord here, and finally be unconditionally conquered by the city lord, and be incorporated into the city lord's command with all their men. Gu Shi's idea can only appear in dreams." Looking at Gu Shi's helpless look, Gu Jionyang now just wants to leave quickly. She really didn't dare to talk to Gu Shi anymore. She was also afraid that Gu Shi would turn around and make another request that she couldn't agree to. After Gu Jionyang left, Gu Shi was no longer in the mood to drink. He leaned back on the chair, staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. His mind was slowly dispersing. Slowly, Gu Shi's eyes became blurred, and he found that he seemed to have come to the entrance of a forest. The forest in front of him was full of golden pine trees. This kind of pine tree is golden from the pine needles to the bark, and from a distance, it looks like a pine tree made of gold. At this time, Gushi narrowed his eyes, looking at the entrance of the forest in front of him, but he stood still in the end, not taking a step forward. At the same time, Gushi kept contacting his subordinates in his heart. Lingxi, can you hear me? I seem to be dragged into a dream. Come and deal with it. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, he heard a sigh in his ears, and then everything in front of him disappeared quickly like bubbles. When the golden forest disappeared, Gushi could just see, in the middle of the golden forest, a huge human head placed in front of the altar was looking at him with its eyes open. When feeling Gushi's gaze, the head smiled at Gushi. There seemed to be a trace of regret in his eyes. And at the same time, he seemed to be saying, I have what you want here. A tavern that can recruit heroes. Do you want to come over and have a chat? This look made Gushi feel very uncomfortable. And he even wanted to walk over and have a chat with the head. At this moment, Lingxi's voice sounded behind Gushi. My lord, wake up. Hearing this voice, Gushi smiled. I had a good dream. Chapter 1633 The Upgraded Tavern. Opening his eyes again, Gushi found himself still in the city of Aridov, in his own tavern. At this moment, he was still half leaning on the high-backed chair in the tavern, and the food and wine on the table had been cleared away. The white bone wine girl was sitting in front of him with a helpless look on her face. I had a good dream. Tell me, what did you dream about? Someone said he has the architectural design of a tavern that can recruit heroes. I really believed you. Forget it. You're awake too. I can also explain to Lord Lingxi. By the way, Lord Lingxi said, Lord, you drank the corresponding wine. But you didn't sober up. And you drank some other wine, which is why you were targeted and dragged into the dream. As long as you sober up, you will be fine. This is the hangover soup that Lord Lingxi made. She asked me to watch you drink it. While speaking, Bai Gu Jianyang brought a bowl of soup from the kitchen. The soup was still warm at this time, and it was obvious that it had been warmed on the stove. My Lingxi finally knows how to make other soups? Gushi picked up the hangover soup with some joy. And at this time Bai Gu Jianyang said again, Lord Lingxi said, Lord's dream was targeted by someone, and she repaired and cleaned up the Lord's dream. It is not convenient for her to enter the dream of the master within 3 days. If the master is hungry, please come to my tavern. She will put the prepared food here. Ah, someone is watching me in my dream. Gushi took a sip of the hangover soup and felt that it still tasted like clam soup. It's just that the master got involved, and the other party just played a casual move. However, the opponent is not strong, and the master has been thinking too much during this period, so he was taken advantage of. Drink this bowl of sober soup for 3 days without dreaming. Gushi shook his head. Drink this soup in 1 sip, he murmured there. What happened? Never mind, the sky is already bright. Right? I went out. Grown-ups. Just when Gushi got up, the white bone wine mother said another word. What's the matter? Grown-ups, you are actually sleeping for almost a day. Gushi stunned. What did you say? Grown-ups, you came here the night before. I drank it. I fell asleep until half of the drink. Master Lingxi ran over once. Check your situation. Determine you left after you were fine. It is already the early morning of the 3rd day. Listening to the explanation of the white bone drunkard, Gushi was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. Wait. According to this calculation, my orange suit should be ready today. That's right. So, sir, you should go back to the eldest son city, the white bone drunkard said lightly, and pointed to the guests who were drinking at the side. Gushi turned his head to look over there, and found that the person sitting there was actually a drunk human. Thinking back to the previous conversation with the white bone drunkard, Gushi reacted immediately. The tavern has been upgraded again? Yes, it has been delayed because the direction is uncertain. Now that the direction is determined, there is nothing to delay. That person came from Changzi City and brought us some new information. Also, there is the situation of the major forces in Changzi City. While talking, the white bone wine girl took out a list and put it in front of Gushi. Gushi took it and looked at it, and found that the list actually contained the names of the top 10 forces in Changzi City. At this time, these forces only had names at most, the level of masters in the forces, and there was no other information. But for Gushi, this is really enough. It seems that upgrading the tavern is not without benefits. However, Gushi pointed to the names of the two forces ranked 3rd and 5th and asked. That's not right. What's the situation with the Iron Firehouse and the Patrol Star Guard? Why is there a cross below? The white bone wine lady leaned over and took a look. The cross means that you are being targeted by these two forces. If a skull symbol appears on the cross, it means that you are wanted by these forces. Targeted? I have only been in Chengzi City for a few days. How could I be targeted? The white bone wine lady rolled her eyes. Wake up. What you did in Chengzi City. Everyone knows what you did. But she still explained to Gushi there. Sir, this Iron Fire family is the power at the Chengzi City railway station. They received a message from Yuanzhou City, saying that you killed the Yuanzhou City rescue team, and stole the supplies in the entire train. Now they can be sure that you have arrived in Chengzi City, and are trying to find you. What a joke, the supplies were clearly taken away by the wild players. I just moved the train away, I didn't take it, so don't blame me. Gushi said directly. Do you think they will believe your explanation? Okay, I admit the train incident, but what about the patrol guard? The patrol guard is the informant organization of the inspection team. Inspection team? Isn't the inspection team ranked 2nd? Why is there another informant organization? The inspection team didn't catch anything wrong with you, so they naturally won't target you. But the patrol guard is different. Your Excellency, you were dressed up too frequently on the street that day, and were targeted by the patrol guard. Now, my lord, as soon as you appear in Chengzi City, the patrol star guards will know of your existence. Okay, it's just that the situation was a bit urgent at the time, and I did this for safety reasons. By the way, is there any situation in the wilderness deep in the game? Gushi smiled awkwardly. Not yet. On the one hand, we have not come into contact with these forces. And on the other hand, there are no wild players from the wilderness deep in the game. So we don't have detailed information yet. Listening to the explanation of the white bone wine girl, Gushi was somewhat unhappy. Can't you send someone out to check? That's the spy organization's business. We are a tavern. A proper tavern. Sir, the food and drinks in our tavern are not very good, but there is a reason for that. After all, the drinks here are for the undead. You can't just be whimsical and add some impossible functions to the tavern just because our drinks are not professional. The white bone wine lady was also speechless. Gushi wanted to say something else, but the white bone wine lady pushed Gushi out. Okay, I'll take care of the next thing, sir. Please don't ask too many questions. By the way, because the list of organizations that can be recorded in the tavern is relatively small now, a city can only select the 10 most powerful organizations for record and analysis. This list records 10 organizations. It doesn't mean that there are only these 10 organizations in Chengzi City, sir. Please be careful in Chengzi City. Chapter 1634, Blood Sacrifice Ritual Stripping. In the alley of Chengzi City, Gushi secretly opened a small door and entered Chengzi City from Arida's city. He looked up and looked around first. After Gushi confirmed that no one was paying attention to him, he reconfirmed the direction, released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, and after confirming the location and route by Nyo Blacksmith Shop, Gushi used all his strength to activate the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and rushed on the street. Just as he had learned when he first came to Chengzi City. The people in the eldest son are just in the confidential level. Whether you go to the level, no matter if you are running on the street or not. I don't care what you ride. Gushi's riding his Shungin Evil Coffin. Although he pulled the wind, but it didn't attract much attention at most. I am careful when walking, to prevent yourself from being embarrassed by walking on the street and being hit by a coffin. No one cares about the rest. And in this kind of complex streets and alleys, it is just a good opportunity for Shungin Evil Coffin to take advantage of his entire strength. When encountering some narrow roads, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin will directly use the ability of Dark Jump to jump on the street. This time, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin jumped out of the shadows. And Gushi found that Shaya appeared on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin at some point. Come in with me. Gushi glanced at Shaya and took her into the hut behind the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Tell me, what's the situation? Gushi glanced at Shaya and found that she was dressed like a living person at this time. And the makeup on her body was obviously just put on. It was obvious that she was escaping from someone's pursuit. We got the information. But we are being targeted by at least 3 intelligence organizations. Shaya smiled confidently, as if she didn't care at all that she was being targeted by so many intelligence organizations. Just keep targeting them. If it doesn't work, just take them directly to Aridity City. I don't believe they can find Aridity City. Gushi didn't say anything else. If you have the ability to find a rid of city, I will dare to turn you into my undead spy. Shea laughed when she heard it. Don't worry, sir. I'm fine. By the way, here's the information, Shea said as she took out a roll of gauze the size of a fist. Gushi took it and saw that it was covered with blood. But the next moment, Gushi found that the blood smelled bloody. But it was fake. Gushi opened the gauze and took a closer look. He found that all the blood had dried up. The position of each drop of blood was particular. Either a dot or a horizontal line. Is this a code? Yes. Shea nodded affirmatively. It has been translated. Here is the translation, Shea said as she placed the sorted information in front of Gushi. Blood sacrifice ritual stripping, Orthodox Revised version 3.17. After taking a look at the name of the data, I was speechless. Is there any Orthodox version of this kind of mystery similar to blood sacrifice? After reading it carefully, Gushi felt that it really did not live up to the word Orthodox. It records the meaning of using the blood pool and soul to erase the orange equipment, and then use blood and flesh to devour the orange equipment user, and finally ensure that the orange equipment can be stripped out safely. It is obvious that the word safe here only guarantees the orange equipment. For the holders of orange equipment, and the materials used as sacrifices, their stability is not guaranteed. According to the information and conservative records here, there are two ways to strip orange equipment, fast and slow. The fast one is to use more blood and soul to erase it. Although the slow one uses less, it takes more time. No matter fast or slow, this method targets the part of the soul that is bound to the orange equipment and the holder of the orange equipment. It can be said that it is highly targeted. Can this be called the right way? Wait, I am speechless, this also works. Gushi turned to the back. He found that compared with these researchers, he was really too kind. He is a kind man. Gudashin. This idea is clearly the idea of a cultist, who is even more evil than the necromancer. Below are some failed experiments and some tips, in order to help people avoid detours. For example, one of them is, do not use blood and souls to unbind in low-level games by slaughtering cities. This is not to say that slaughtering cities is bad. It is because unbinding by this means will affect the level and quality of orange equipment. And the most suitable sacrifices for unbinding are vampires and angels. Vampires can be resurrected by blood, and can be used as sacrifices after resurrection. After the angel is killed, the blood contains soul fragments, which can be used to strip the orange suit to better ensure the integrity of the orange suit. In addition, some information about blood and soul is recorded here, although it cannot be confirmed for the time being. Gushi can see that in terms of the use of blood, Changzi City has already walked ahead of him. Is this still a decent city? Gushi couldn't help but sigh. Balian City's research on blood is not as in-depth as yours. After reading everything, Gushi thought for a while. Give this thing to Eve. Let her study the feasibility. And if possible, find a place to do experiments. Find orange equipment for experiments? Where can I find orange equipment for experiments now? To test the results of these studies on blood and soul. See if this information is correct. Gushi rolled his eyes. Gushi had a lot of orange equipment on hand, but each one was useful. He couldn't use himself for experiments. And now, he couldn't find a player with orange equipment to experiment with. So all Gushi can do now is to experiment, to see if there are any problems with the following small details. Then do the reverse deduction. Shea couldn't help but sigh when she heard it. I thought I could strip 1 or 2 orange equipment out. You think too much. Even if orange equipment is mass-produced in the depths of the game now, there are relatively few people who can afford it, and stripping 1 or 2 pieces, it's good to be able to come across it. Gushi muttered, and then opened the small door, and sent Shea back to the city of Aridov. After all, Shea had provoked 3 intelligence organizations in Changzi City, and had snatched such important intelligence from them. If she stayed in Changzi City, she would be targeted by these intelligence organizations. It would be better to send Shea back to Aridov City first. Let her send the things back, and then arrange for Shea to meet the undead female spy. Didn't Shea always say that her intelligence organization was short of manpower? Now that the important manpower has been delivered to her, the new intelligence organization should be able to be established. Not long after sending the information and Shea away, Gushi's holy silver evil coffin was stopped by someone. Chapter 1635. Congratulations on surviving. From the inspection team, I want to check your seat. Gushi poked his head out of the small room of the holy silver evil coffin. And before he could speak, he heard the voice of the people from the inspection team outside. At this time, the people from the inspection team had serious faces, with their ID cards in one hand and their other hand on their weapons. From where they stood, it could be seen that they had surrounded the entire area where the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was moving. At the same time, Gushi noticed that these people from the inspection team were holding a black thing that looked like mist in their hands. Obviously, this should be equipment or props for the shadow jumping ability of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Okay. Gushi glanced at the identity certificate shown in their hands, and finally gave up his position. So several members of the inspection team jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, and quickly searched with various rituals. The leader stopped Gushi and asked him questions. His way of asking questions was quite standard. At the beginning, it seemed like he was chatting there, just asking where Gushi was going, or whether Gushi had seen anything on the way here. Slowly, he turned the topic to the spy case that Changzi City had encountered in the past few days. Gushi's reaction was also quite fast. He immediately stopped him and said, "Don't tell me these things. I just came to Changzi City to make orange equipment. I don't know anything. And I don't want to know anything." After being rejected so decisively by Gushi, the people in the inspection team couldn't say anything more. And the people and information they wanted to find had been sent back to Yaladovi by Gushi one step ahead. They found nothing, and finally had to let Gushi leave. Gushi glanced at them, and knew that the inspection team had set their sights on him. But now was not the time to talk about this. If you want to get good information, you must face some troubles. This was just the beginning. I think the real trouble will appear after Gushi leaves Changzi City. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Shea, you'd better hurry up. After leaving Changzi City, it will be your battlefield." The members of the inspection team who stopped Gushi, after letting Gushi leave, directly raised Gushi's danger level by several levels. In the eyes of these inspection team members, Gushi must have a problem, but they are not sure where the problem lies. In addition to the inspection team, 2 intelligence organizations that are chasing Shaya have also set their sights on Gushi. Gushi doesn't even need to turn on the side of the soul lamp. He can feel many eyes falling on him. The more this happens, the more disdain flashes in Gushi's eyes. Spies, thieves and assassins are only useful before they are discovered. Now that they have appeared so blatantly, they have lost their proper meaning. Gushi does not need to send out a large army to deal with these spies and assassins. He can kill all the people wearing the 6 flame lamps, if they were not still in Changzi City. And Gushi himself did not want to be involved in the storm of Changzi City. He could let these people understand what a militarized city is, while locking onto the spy behind him, and observing the other party changing clothes. Gushi hurried on his way. After about 30 minutes, Gushi appeared in front of the bamboo blacksmith. With Shungin Evil Coffin stopped, care about the mess of the small courtyard of the White Cow and Iron Craftsman, stepped directly on the sewage in the courtyard. "White Ironics, is my equipment finished?" White Iron Merchant. Entering the White Beef Iron Artisan paved, his face is quite dignified. "I didn't hit the sound of white cows in the blacksmith's shop. I didn't hear the sound of iron." This blacksmith's shop seemed to lose its vitality. "Damn it, is it true? You guys are still playing like this? Have you had enough? I just want to make an orange suit. What did I do wrong?" Gushi muttered, his voice became louder and louder, and finally he even yelled. "Mr. Gu, don't yell, your orange suit is ready, it's right here." Seeing that Gushi was about to get angry, Bainyo also ran out from the backyard. Looking at Bainyo's pale face, and the dark circles under his eyes that were almost like panda eyes, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "White Ironsmith, what's going on?" "Mr. Gu, you don't know, something big happened in Changzi City these days. Some Class A information was stolen, and now the whole Changzi City is investigating this matter. The production rights for orange equipment have just been issued. Now all blacksmiths with orange equipment production rights must learn special confidentiality regulations. They say it is to ensure the safety of orange equipment and its users. But I don't know what they are thinking. My head has been about to explode these past 2 days. If I had known how to read, would I still be a blacksmith?" Listening to Bainyo's words, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he also understood that this was a certain remedy being taken by Changzi City. Although the eldest Sun City is studying how to unbind the orange equipment, they definitely don't want this technology to spread out. After all, this technology is similar to a nuclear bomb. It is only a good thing if it is in your own hands. If it spreads out, and there is no way to deal with it, it will be a bad thing. Now the eldest Sun City is probably cleaning up the traces left by this technology. and they are doing their best to deal with the impact of this technology. Let the blacksmiths who make orange equipment learn the confidentiality regulations. Only the eldest son city can do this kind of thing. But what does this have to do with Gu Shi? Faced with Bai Tai's complaints, Gu Shi could only interrupt him. What about my orange suit? Is there any problem? No, but there is one more item in the confidentiality regulations. Orange suits need to be registered. Hearing this, Gu Shi's face became solemn, and his grip on the secret realm sword stick tightened a little. You didn't register it, did you? If Bai Niu dared to say that he registered the orange suit, Gu Shi would definitely kill Bai Niu immediately and leave Chengzi City. Use double death to transform a blacksmith of the same level as Bai Niu, and remake a new orange suit. Gu Shi didn't want this registered orange suit at all. Who knows if the orange suit that fell into the hands of Chang Zicheng was tampered with, and whether it can be used in the end. How can it be possible? The orange suit is there, but you have to wait for the inspection team to come and register before you can take it away. Bai Niu shrugged and said helplessly. However, Gu Shi noticed that when Bai Niu pointed to the location of the orange suit, he made room for it. Gu Shi understood Bai Niu's idea. He gently patted Bai Niu on the shoulder and said, "Congratulations." After that, Gu Shi went to the inside of the blacksmith shop. Only Bai Niu muttered in confusion, "Congratulations to me? Congratulations to me for what? Congratulations on your survival." Chapter 1636 Exclusive Orange Suit, Death Mask. Pushing open the door of Bai Niu blacksmith shop, what comes into view is still the same high-tech blacksmith shop as before. The blacksmith shop has been cleaned up at this time, and it looks like it has never been used. However, Gu Shi, who entered the blacksmith shop, did not focus on these blacksmith tools, but all his attention was on an iron can in the blacksmith shop. The iron can in front of him is exactly the same style as the interior of the blacksmith shop. Both are the style of high-tech outer space spaceships. The main feature is a glittering luster. This kind of tin can is placed here, and it is not very eye-catching. There are even several identical tin cans next to it. But Gu Shi clearly felt here that the tin can in front of him was what he wanted. There was a kind of power in this tin can that was attracting Gu Shi's attention. Gu Shi reached out and picked up the tin can in front of him, and opened the lid of the tin can with one hand. Looking into the tin can, there was a light blue semi-solidified liquid like grease. At this time, Bai Niu poked his head out from a distance, paying attention to the situation inside. That's the holy dragon egg liquid. After the thing was made, I didn't even look at the attributes. Gu Shi understood that Bai Niu was telling him that although he had been carrying some confidentiality regulations these 2 days, he had not forgotten some morals. He didn't do anything wrong when he helped others make orange equipment. Nor did he look at the attributes of other people's equipment. Bai Niu didn't know that his behavior paved a way for him to survive. Gu Shi didn't say much. At this time, saying more would be more mistakes. Gu Shi reached out and grabbed the orange equipment that had just been made from the light blue liquid. The moment he touched the equipment, Gu Shi heard a voice in his ear. Death Mask, Orange, binding successful, you get the orange equipment Death Mask. Death Mask, Orange, Helmet, exclusive professional equipment Gu Shi. After equipping, Intelligence plus 15, Undead skill level plus 2, skill level related to the 3 death skills plus 3. Equipment requirements, Necromancer profession, master the 3 magic skills of death. Special 1. City Incarnation, put a piece of purple equipment into your own death city, and through the means of death incarnation, transform it into the city incarnation, death incarnation level, only responsible for guarding the death city you put in. The purple equipment you put in has temporary orange power. Special 2. Lord Incarnation, inject the power of the Death Lord into a death incarnation, turn the death incarnation from a temporary magic body into a special fixed body, and form its own Lord domain, death incarnation level, no death incarnation combat power, with Death Lord ability, can subdue ownerless undead. Special 3. Death City Pillar, can be placed in the Death City, Death City Pillars, 1 can be placed in each Death City, and can be summoned to the battlefield. Death City Pillars can attract ownerless undead, automatically join the Death City. The speed depends on the size of the Death City, and the game is mainly about contact with the Death City. Special 4. Divine Skill Enhancement, enhance the 3 divine skills of death. Open the skill tree for upgrading the 3 divine skills of death. Enhance the operation of the 3 divine skills of death. Explanation 1. When you put on this mask, you are no longer a person, you will be a god representing death. Explanation 2. The most difficult point of the 3 divine skills of death, before this mask, it became dispensable. After putting on the death mask, you will successfully master the 3 divine skills of death one day. As the prompt sounded, Gushi also took the death mask out of the holy dragon's egg liquid. The death mask in front of him looked like a voodoo mask made of tree bark. The lower half of the face looked like a skull, and the upper part was painted with different colors and patterns. It looked gaudy, and not at all like the god of death. Most importantly, the upper bark part was quite high above the forehead, which meant that after wearing this mask, Gushi could not wear other hats or hoods. This made Gushi speechless. Who designed this style? It would be better if you just gave him a white face-fitting mask. What the hell is this ancient voodoo style? Apart from the complaints about the appearance of the mask, Gushi was quite satisfied with the other parts of the death mask. The 4 skills were different from the normal orange equipment skills. The 4 skills in front of him were all very targeted. The first 3 were a combination of the 3 death skills, and they were strengthened. For the 4th skill, Gushi originally thought it would be a combination of the 3 death skills, the most powerful skill. But he never thought that he was so lucky that he actually opened the skill tree of the 3 death skills. While studying the skills of the death mask, Gushi accidentally discovered that the death mask was really high profile. He actually painted everything in the skill tree on the mask. The colors and patterns that Gushi complained about before were actually the skill trees of the 3 skills of death. The 3 skill trees were sometimes separated from each other, and sometimes they were entangled with each other. Gushi now only lit up the most basic part, the 3 skills of death. The rest have not been lit yet. Looking at the mask in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but mutter. It seems that there are more things to work on. However, compared to the enhancement of the divine skills that have not yet grown, the other 3 items are more targeted, not only powerful, but can be used directly now. The most attractive thing for Gushi is the Pillar of the City of Death. This thing is a combination of the City of Death and the Lord of Death, but it enhances the effect of the City of Death itself. The Pillar of the City of Death borrows the power of the Lord of Death, opens to the outside world, and attracts ownerless undead, actively joining Gushi's City of Death. This is a good thing for Gushi. You should know that in the current Yaladoi City, there are a lot of undead. Of course, the undead here are not the undead that can be dragged out to fight, but those that can be dragged out to work. With the improvement of various construction levels in Yaladoi City, now the talent gap is getting bigger and bigger. Because there are no suitable people in many places, the speed of improving the construction level has slowed down. And these construction levels are related to the level of the Death City. The level of the Death City is related to the buildings that Gushi deployed during the battle. It can be said that this is a chain of links. As long as one step is not achieved, the following abilities will be directly blocked. It can be said that the appearance of the Death City Pillar has helped Gushi a lot and has become Gushi's most important savior. As for the remaining 2 skills, they are still good just looking at the attributes, but how they are actually depends on the effect of the operation. Chapter 1637 Good luck when leaving Changzi City. Mr. Gu. Just when Gushi was studying the death mask, Bai Niu called out again outside the blacksmith shop. Gushi turned his head to look at Bai Niu, and found that he was blinking at him. Gushi immediately understood that the place in front of him was not a place to stay for a long time, and he didn't want his death mask to be taken away for registration. So Gushi said nothing, just nodded to Bai Niu, and didn't say anything to thank him, and hurried out of the blacksmith shop. When he stepped out of the gate of the blacksmith shop, Gushi put on the death mask. After waiting for Gushi to walk away, Bai Niu turned around and looked at some materials that Gushi accidentally left in the blacksmith shop. Some of those materials were leftover materials from making the death mask, and some were accidentally left here by Gushi just now. Anyway, no matter what, these materials now belong to Bai Niu. It can be said that Bai Niu secretly gave Gushi some conveniences and got enough benefits. This is better than having to endorse it in the inspection team. Gushi, who left the White Bull blacksmith shop, quickly got on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and said decisively, "Go to the train station." After giving the order, Gushi quickly returned to the hut on the back of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, changed his skin suit, and turned himself from an elf shooter back into a necromancer. Especially the death mask he just put on, which made Gushi look quite cool. However, Gushi did not study the meaning of the death mask at this time. Now his idea was very simple. First go to the train station, buy whatever tickets are available. After leaving Changzi City, it won't be too late to study the death mask. The Holy Silver Evil Coffin understood Gushi's meaning at this time. When Gushi jumped on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin turned and headed towards the train station. This made the several intelligence organization members, who had been staring at Gu Shi, a little at a loss. They thought Gu Shi would stay in Chengxi City for a few more days. In their minds, they still had enough time to track down Gu Shi. With their abilities, as long as Gu Shi is still in Chengxi City, they can always find some different clues. But if Gu Shi runs away like this, the situation will be bad. Don't look at how the confidentiality rules are played here in Chengxi City. It's all because they have this foundation. Outside of Chengxi City, let other cities play this kind of spy war and see. They will be worthy of you if they don't spray you to death directly. Not to mention that as long as Gu Shi gets on the train, no one will know where he will go. It is impossible for these intelligence organizations to put in a lot of effort to track Gu Shi. At most, they can give some orders to the intelligence organizations below, asking them to pay more attention when they have time, to see if Gu Shi appears near their city. There is no other way. So these intelligence organizations also became nervous. Now all the clues are on Gu Shi. They must keep Gu Shi before he leaves Chengxi City. Then stop Gu Shi from traveling by train? The people in the inspection team thought of this method at the first time. But they all forgot one thing. When Gu Shi was traveling from Yuanzhou City to Chengxi City, he encountered wild players attacking the train. He knew the situation outside the city. And he also knew the dangers in the wilderness. If Gu Shi was prevented from leaving by train, he would definitely leave the city directly and walk from the wilderness to the next city. After all, Gu Shi was not like other players. He did not form a team and would die once he left the city. With his strength, leaving the city was like a dragon entering the sea, and he could exert all his strength. Of course, luck was on Gu Shi's side this time. After arriving at the train station, Gu Shi went to the ticket window as soon as possible. Do you have a ticket to Zhuolu City? Yes, but the fastest train is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Do you want one? Tomorrow afternoon, is there no earlier one? Gu Shi asked somewhat disappointedly. No more, Zhuolu City is a second-tier city. There are only 3 trains coming here every week, and they go back the next day. The 2 trains this week have already left. The fastest one is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Okay, give me one of the tickets. By the way, where is the train going today? Gu Shi bought the train ticket to Zhuolu City, and asked about other things. There will be a bus in 15 minutes, which will go to Xinqing, and there will be another bus in an hour, which will go to Maoyuancheng, and in an hour and a half. The ticket seller spoke quickly. Give me 1 ticket each. Huh? The ticket seller stared at Gu Shi and put the ticket down. All the staff in Chengxi City have a strong sense of confidentiality. When people from other cities heard Gu Shi buy tickets like this, they would only complain behind his back, saying that they had too much money and had no place to spend it. But it was different in Chengxi City. Their ticket sellers would immediately think whether Gu Shi was wanted, and wanted to escape from Chengxi City in this way. In this case, the ticket sellers would generally report the situation immediately. If possible, they would even stop the train and prevent people from leaving. As soon as the ticket seller moved, Gu Shi actually knew. He was also a little speechless. He just wanted to buy a few train tickets. Was it necessary to be so nervous? Fortunately, this time, Gu Shi's luck was on his side. Just as Gu Shi took a small step back, ready to take action at any time, a voice came from inside the ticket office. Xiaolan, are you ready? Come on. We need to go eat. I'm coming. The ticket seller, who was about to report the situation, responded and retracted her hand. She also had a calculation in her mind. As long as she pressed the button, the ticket office would be closed for at least 3 hours. During these 3 hours, everyone had to report even if they wanted to stand up and stretch their bodies, let alone go to eat. And when Gu Shi came over just now, she had already passed by. Gu Shi was not a wanted criminal. At least he is not now. He just bought a few more tickets. It's not illegal, right? There's really no need to starve yourself for 3 hours for such a small matter. So the ticket seller withdrew his hand, looked up at Gu Shi, and stared at him fiercely. Do you want 1 ticket for all the tickets? Gu Shi was stared at by him, and knew that there was something wrong with Cheng. No, I want a ticket to accompany Xinqing, which is the one that will leave in 15 minutes. Can you still sell tickets now? Yes, this is a ticket to accompany Xinqing. You take it, and go up to the number 3 waiting hall from this side. The ticket cutting should have started now. You should go up quickly. The ticket seller stuffed the ticket into Gu Shi's hand, picked up his lunch box from the table, and ran to eat quickly. Chapter 1638 Pillars of the Dead City. 5 minutes later, Gu Shi boarded the train to Peixin City. Compared to the train from Yuanzhou City, The train in front of him was obviously a special passenger train. The style of the train was quiet and lively. It was quiet because the train in front of him was divided into different compartments of different sizes. This was the same as the train Gucci had taken before. In each carriage, there were about 2 to 3 compartments. There were only 2 to 3 passengers in a carriage. How could it not be quiet? Being lively is the style of the residents of Changxi City. They had just boarded the train for a short time and had already turned strangers into friends. Many players did not stay in their own private rooms, but sat in the connection of the train with friends in other private rooms to drink. As for the arrangement in the private room, they were all garlic peeling girls, and they did not care at all. As soon as Gucci determined the location of his private room, he was surrounded by several players from Changxi City, and they dragged him to drink. Gucci was also disrespectful to such enthusiasm. He found a place to sit directly, picked up a big green stick, opened it, and poured a bottle into his mouth first. Seeing Gucci so generous, these players were also very happy. They had all kinds of professions, and although their level was only about level 10, they were all experienced and had the ability to survive in the wild. I don't know where they got the different ingredients from, and they processed them on the spot at the connection between the carriages. Although they didn't even have a brazier, they could find a way to make a fire and roast the food directly. The most important thing is, although open flames are prohibited at the train connection, they can find a way to circumvent this problem and eat and drink happily there. For such a situation, Gucci also learned to join in the fun and brag with them. Before he knew it, Gucci felt that he had arrived at Pei-Xinqing inexplicably. After getting off the train, Gucci realized how he had spent the past few days. Every day, he would find people to drink and chat at the two ends of the carriage. And when he got drunk, he would be helped back by the waiters in their private rooms. After sobering up, they went out to drink again. Sometimes they would form a team to go to other carriages to meet people. Anyway, on this journey, Gucci was drunk half of the time. He didn't even deal with the matter of Aridity City and the death mask. Now that he got off the train, Gucci originally planned to buy a train ticket to Zhuolu City directly in Pei-Xin City. But now, Gucci still planned to stay in Pei-Xin City for 2 more days to deal with everything first. At the train station, Gucci went to the ticket office to ask about the train ticket to Zhuolu City. Just like the situation in Changxi City, there are 3 trains a week from Pei-Xin City to Zhuolu City. The fastest one is today, and it will leave in about 45 minutes. The last train this week will leave at about 3 p.m. 3 days later. Gucci thought about it, and did not choose to go to Zhuolu City immediately, but bought a ticket for 3 days later. However, for some reason, Gucci was still cautious and bought a ticket for the train 45 minutes later. After buying the ticket, Gucci quickly left the train station. Anyway, Gucci has his own house in Pei-Xinqing, so he doesn't need to stay in a hotel. So no one noticed where he was going. And Gucci's casual move helped him avoid some trouble. Although he bought 2 tickets, everyone thought that Gucci went to Zhuolu City immediately after taking a tour in Pei-Xinqing. So they focused on Zhuolu City, and didn't notice where Gucci was going. After returning to his villa in Pei-Xinqing, Gucci immediately returned to Yelidowai City. As soon as he appeared in the big square in the main city of Aridov, Gucci began to summon Luna. Luna, do you think we should also place a hearthstone in the house of Pei-Xinqing? This will make it more convenient to come to Pei-Xinqing in the future. When Luna appeared, Gucci asked the first time. Gucci also felt a little regretful at this time. At the beginning, he only thought about placing a hearthstone in the real world, but never thought about placing one in the depths of the game. At that time, Gucci only thought that he would never come back after leaving the depths of the game. As a result, he encountered so many things after returning. Now Gucci has obtained the orange suit, and he doesn't need to go to Changxi City anymore. He also thought of setting up a hearthstone in the new city. There is no problem in setting up a hearthstone, so should we arrange people to guard it here? Let Shay arrange the people. It's just right to arrange an intelligence organization for her. You just need to keep an eye on this matter. Maybe one day, we can use it. Gucci thought about it seriously, and made a decision. Shea, who didn't come, didn't know that she, who was working hard, had another task. Gucci just mentioned this casually. At this time, he was more concerned about the pillar of the dead city, and the incarnation of the city. During this period of time, Luna and Princess Anna were actually studying Gucci's new equipment. There were only 2 related to the city of death. Naturally, they were also the focus of Luna's research. As for the properties of the Poison Peach Mountain, they were clear. whether it was the pillar of the dead city or the incarnation of the city. There was no need to consider so much. Just focus on the toxicity. The city of Aridov is different. Gushi has added too many things to the city of Aridov, whether it is the pillar of the dead city or the incarnation of the town. Comprehensive consideration is needed. For example, the location of the pillar of the dead city is one of the key points to consider. Originally, according to the idea, it would be most appropriate to place the pillar of the dead city at Aridavita. After all, it is the key location that connects the 7 different periods of the city of Aridavita. However, after Luna and Princess Anna studied it, they found that placing the pillar of the dead city at Aridavita would not only destroy the integrity of Aridavita, but also affect the overall properties of the city of Aridavita. So they proposed several different plans. For example, put it in the waters of Aridavi city, or put it on the sky platform. But these locations all have problems of one kind or another. Finally, the research target of Gushi and his team returned to the main city area. This is still Gushi's intention. After all, the main city area of Aridavi city is the first death city that Gushi took, and it is also the core location of the entire Aridavi city. At least Luna is an elf belonging to this city area. It can be said that the main city area is the starting point of Aridavi. The pillar of the city of death is the most appropriate to put it here. But such a big thing, where should it be placed? Gushi couldn't help but look at Luna. It has been selected, please follow me. Sir. Chapter 1639 The Choice of the Pillar of the Dead City. Sir, what do you think of this place? Luna brought Gushi to a location in the main city. As they followed along, Gushi and Luna kept talking about the situation when they first arrived in the city of Aridov. At that time, Gushi really had no soldiers and no people. Now, only a few years have passed, and the city in front of him has undergone earth-shaking changes. Walking to the location Luna mentioned, Gushi took a serious look, and then thought about it. Isn't this your original residence? I asked you to keep it before. Why is it demolished now? It's not demolished, it has always been here. Luna pointed to the empty space in front of her, and said seriously, This is Aridavi, and I am Aridavi city. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. It seems that he has been looking for the fundamental attributes of Aridavi city, but he forgot that the most fundamental thing about Aridavi city is the soul of the city elves, Luna Aridavi. As long as Luna is there, everywhere is Aridavi city. I understand. Gushi pressed the death mask on his face, and pointed at the place where Luna pointed. An illusory building shadow kept flashing in front of him. In Gushi's eyes, sometimes this building is a pillar that reaches the sky, sometimes it is a 2-story building, and sometimes it is a statue of Luna. It is obvious that the pillar of the dead city is about to appear. The pillar of the dead city is called a pillar on the surface, but in fact it is just a special building. It is an additional control effect of the city lord on the dead city. As for the appearance of the building, it actually has no effect at all. Gushi glanced at Luna on the side, and directly denied the appearance of the pillars. However, between the 2-story building and Luna's statue, he hesitated. Gushi remembered very clearly that the 2-story building in this position before was like this. It is obvious that this is a replica of Luna's original 2-story building. Arranging a statue like Luna is to tell everyone through the pillar of the dead city what the name of the city in front of them is. Thinking of this, Gushi looked at Luna again. He knew that this matter did not need to be discussed with Luna. He said to Luna, Luna? My lord. Luna looked at Gushi with a puzzled look, not knowing why Gushi was looking at her like that. Gushi pointed to the place where Luna had pointed before. Do you like it? Luna looked up and found that a 2-story building appeared at this location. This building was exactly the same as the one where she lived before. Seeing the sudden appearance of the building, Luna understood it immediately. Sir, there is no need to do this. It's okay, it's just the appearance of the dead city pillar. In my opinion, this is the dead city pillar that can represent the city of Aridov. Let's go in and take a look. After listening to Gushi's words, Luna nodded. The two of them entered the 2-story building in front of them. This 2-story building is the same as the previous one. Both are habitable buildings, and there are even ready-made food on the dining table at the entrance. However, after entering the small building, Gushi could clearly feel a bright white light appearing in front of him. This white light was like moonlight, falling directly in front of Gushi, guiding him on the road. When he saw this moonlight, Gushi understood that this was the function of the pillars of the dead city. All the ownerless undead with the attributes of the Aridov city may have this white moonlight in front of them. As long as they follow this moonlight, they will come to the Aridov city, and become residents of the Aridov city. This method is much stronger than some of the methods that Gushi arranged in the magic plant area. The most important thing is that, standing in this small building, Gushi can clearly see every building in the city of Aridov. Which building is lacking what kind of people, and which building needs what kind of talents now. He can see it clearly from here. As long as there are vacancies in the city of Aridov, this moonlight will continue to shine, constantly attracting the undead. Use these new undead to enrich the population of the city of Aridov. While Gushi was observing the situation here, Luna had already easily mastered everything about the Pillar of the Dead City. She looked up at Gushi. Sir, such a Pillar of the Dead City, I'm afraid there is no chance to put it on the battlefield. Your choice is a loss. It's not a loss. The development of Aridov City is more important. I have been paying attention to the situation of Aridov City in recent years. How many times have the buildings reached the upgrade standards? But because there are not enough people, the building upgrades have been stuck. Do you remember how fast the upgrade of Aridov City was before? Think about it again. Aridov is only a few levels now. My level is stuck because of the passive skill. The experience of Aridov City is different from ours. The level has not been upgraded. A big part of the reason is that it is stuck in the building upgrade. After hearing what Gushi said, Luna didn't say anything more. She also understood that the development of Aridov City during this period has entered a bottleneck period, and the main problem here is the problem of manpower. There are many undead in the city of Aridov, but they are all combat-oriented. In terms of various tasks, they mainly rely on some undead that Gushi tricked from the mysterious academy. Before, these undead could support the operation and development of the city of Aridov. But now, they are already quite good to support the operation of Aridov. Gushi's choice at this time is the best. The most favorable choice for him. Okay, let's arrange it this way. These few days, you should keep an eye on the Pillar of the Dead City and observe if there are any changes in the city of Aridov. Remember, we will not be a city in the future. Don't be so stingy, put a farther vision. Luna nodded. At this time Gushi asked again, by the way, have you selected the purple costume you choose? I have chosen this matter, but there are some different opinions on Princess Anna. Oh, what do she think? She wants to know the number of town cities incarnate. There is only one death city. There is still one area. Does the castle count? Sure enough, Princess Anna has the clearest thoughts on combat effectiveness. From what I have studied in my spare time these few days, there will only be one town avatar in a city. Only one. Luna shook her head. It seems that Princess Anna will be disappointed. No way, the town avatar has a great influence. When you enter the town with purple equipment, you will come out with temporary orange equipment. If possible, I also want to enter the town with enough purple equipment avatars. Chapter 1640 Preparation of the Incarnation of Death. While Gushi was talking to Luna, Princess Anna had already rushed over. When dealing with the Pillar of the City of Death, before, Princess Anna did not need to participate. Now it is related to the incarnation of death guarding the city of Aridov. Princess Anna has to come and take a look at this matter. You came just in time. Glancing at Princess Anna. This time the incarnation of death may need to be readjusted. Gushi said, as he pointed to the lines on the death mask. This is the skill tree that I directly lit up after I dismantled the Hand of Death. The incarnation of the Hand of Death and the Incarnation Lord have become fixed skills in the death mask. Because this is something that is directly obtained by dismantling equipment. Some prerequisites can be skipped. You see, it is not too difficult to have an incarnation. But there is a prerequisite, which is that there must be more than 2 different death incarnations. This prerequisite is naturally the means of making and generating different types of death incarnations. If it weren't for this prerequisite, I wouldn't have thought that there would be so many types of death incarnations. In addition to the 3 types of death incarnations I mastered at the beginning, there are also night style and weird style ones. At the same time, I really didn't expect that death incarnations don't necessarily have to be a coincidence. Instead, it represents the player's recognition of death. The death incarnations under my command, the Bone Dragon at the beginning, was the opportunity for me to get the death incarnation. The Grim Reaper was snatched from someone else, and only the Titan was made with the purple core. It can be said that my death incarnation has never taken a normal path. Before, the death incarnation was quite useful whether it was strengthened or in battle, and I had no intention of increasing the death incarnation. But now it is different. I have also seen the current situation of the city guarding incarnation on the road. Whether it is the city guarding incarnation, or the Lord incarnation that we will soon make, they all need to consume an incarnation slot. This point cannot be changed. In other words, I now have a total of 3 death incarnations: the Bone Dragon, the God of Death, and the Titan. If I choose one of them as the city avatar, then he will no longer be treated as an ordinary death avatar on the battlefield. Hearing this, Princess Anna and Luna both had a strange look in their eyes. They all knew that Gushi would definitely create a city avatar and a lord avatar. After all, the combat power of the death avatar is very important to the necromancer. Gushi will definitely not miss any means to upgrade the death avatar. In this way, when faced with a choice, the more death avatars there are to choose from, the better. Princess Anna and Luna both understood this. Especially Princess Anna. She immediately asked, "Do you need us to do anything? Is it the materials for making the incarnation of death?" "Don't worry about the materials." Gushi shook his head. "What's really important is what kind of incarnation of death we want. It's the same question as the Pillar of the Dead City. What kind of guardian incarnation does the city of Aridov need? If it's the Poison Peach Mountain, it's fine. The route there has been determined, and everything can be piled on the toxicity. For various reasons, the city of Aridov is quite troublesome to deal with. A bad choice may cause unnecessary trouble." When he said this, Gushi turned his eyes to Princess Anna. At this time, Princess Anna also understood that this was her responsibility. She thought about it seriously, and then said, "My lord, the most critical point of this issue is, what do we want this guardian incarnation to do? Guard the city? Suppress all disobedience in the city? Or increase the foundation of the city of Aridov?" Gushi nodded. The city guardian incarnation cannot be taken out to fight, and can only be used in the city of death. Then the role of this city guarding incarnation is actually 2 points: internal suppression and external defense. As for increasing the foundation of Aridov city, that is the most meaningless thing. What Aridov city needs is an effect that can quickly transform combat power. Seeing Gushi nod, Princess Anna and Luna looked at each other. Then Princess Anna said seriously, "If I were to choose, I would choose a death incarnation that can suppress all disobedience in the city." Gushi glanced at Princess Anna, and did not ask the reason. In Gushi's opinion, Princess Anna is trustworthy. Princess Anna chose to go inward this time, which means that when Aridov city faces an external siege, she is confident. And she must have considered the battle between the death cities. Princess Anna is confident about the defense of Aridov city. She thinks there is no need to strengthen anything in this regard, or to use the city incarnation to strengthen the defense. Instead, she thinks the focus should be on internal defense. Gushi was willing to believe this judgment. He thought about it seriously, and put his hand on the death mask, carefully checking the production methods of different types of death incarnations. After looking for a while, Gushi looked up and said to Princess Anna, "Here are 3 types of death incarnations. We have enough materials to make them now. Come and see which one is suitable for guarding the city of Aridov." As Gushi spoke, he stretched out his right hand and gathered some death aura in his hand. Under this death aura, 3 different shapes of death incarnations appeared in front of everyone. The phantoms of the 3 death incarnations in front of them were all human-shaped. This surprised Princess Anna, but she also understood that it was her choice in front of her. She looked at the 3 different death incarnations carefully. When she looked at one of them, Gushi would introduce one. This is a 4-armed death incarnation, which talks about the balance between life and death. When it is first made and summoned, a balance is needed. This is the housekeeper-type death incarnation, which talks about the control of the area. When it is first made and summoned, it requires an evening dress. This is the hunter-type death incarnation, which talks about everything as prey in his eyes. When it is first made and summoned, it requires a longbow. After the summoning is completed, what kind of attributes will appear, which depends on the effect of the props used when summoning, and how strong the death breath is. When you choose, you must first calculate what the city of Aridov needs, and also consider what kind of equipment to prepare for this death incarnation. After all, to upgrade from the death incarnation to the town incarnation, you need to put a piece of purple equipment in it, and this purple equipment is the key to the town incarnation. Chapter 1641 New Incarnation of Death. Toxicity. After Gushi provided the direction, it was Princess Anna's turn. Just like Luna, after knowing the function of the death mask, immediately considered the storage location of the pillar of the city of death. Princess Anna had been thinking about what was needed in the city of Aridov from the beginning. During this period, Princess Anna has been involved in the future development of the city of Aridov. She understood that opening up to the outside world would be the mainstream direction of the city of Aridov. Therefore, suppressing everything internally will become the mainstream direction of Princess Anna. Now Gushi has given 3 choices of death incarnations. So the direction of purple equipment is also clear. My lord, I need a hunter-type death incarnation to help me suppress the city of Aladovi. Regarding purple equipment, I need a purple longbow to summon the death incarnation. And I also need an eye mask, which must have the purple eye mask with the skill of eagle eyes. Hearing Princess Anna's request, Gushi was also a little surprised. He originally thought that according to Princess Anna's personality, she might choose a housekeeper-type death incarnation. Now it seems that this is not the case. Princess Anna really has her own ideas. Okay, purple bows and purple eye masks. They must have eagle vision. Right? Do we have them in our inventory? Not yet. Princess Anna is also in charge of the inventory of weapons and equipment, because of the war during this period, plus the long-term purchase and accumulation of blacksmith shops and various stores. The number of purple equipment in Aridov City has actually exceeded 5,000 pieces. Princess Anna was quite familiar with all the purple equipment. She knew the properties and negative effects of each piece of equipment. After hearing what Princess Anna said, Gushi responded directly, "Wait for me to go to Peishinching to buy it. It shouldn't be a problem to find such purple equipment in Peishinching." Princess Anna nodded after hearing it. Gushi was willing to find the purple equipment she needed, which was enough for Princess Anna, and she didn't ask for more. At this time, Gushi asked again, "Is there any purple equipment with stronger toxicity in Yaladowai City now?" Gushi's question was naturally aimed at the Poison Peach Mountain. At present, the city of Aridavi lacks suitable materials. The death incarnation cannot be summoned, and the city incarnation cannot be transformed. Everything is waiting for Gushi to go out and buy materials. And Gushi, the Lord Incarnation, has not yet considered how to deal with it. Gushi naturally plans to take the lead and deal with the dead city pillar and the city incarnation of Poison Peach Mountain. Unlike the city of Aridavi, Poison Peach Mountain has only one direction, which is to strengthen the toxicity. For Gushi, the poison on the Poison Peach Mountain is enough. Now that Gushi has a rare moment of free time, he naturally focuses on this. Yes, there are 7 poisonous purple equipment in the warehouse. Would you like to take them all out? Sir? Take them all out. It's a good opportunity for me to pick some too. Princess Anna will go to Poison Peach Mountain with me later. There are some things that have not been done yet. There is still room for regret. Everything will be discussed after seeing the incarnation of the town with your own eyes. Princess Anna also nodded, and soon, under Princess Anna's order, the 7 purple equipment were delivered. Gushi checked these purple equipment one by one. Among these 7 purple equipment, there are 2 purple equipment that attract Gushi's attention the most. One of them is a broken sword. The color of this broken sword is obviously dark green and translucent. When picking up this broken sword, you can even see dark green liquid dripping on the blade. The other one is something similar to a music box. However, this music box is obviously rusty, and it can't even be opened directly. After checking the properties of these 2 equipment, Gushi's eyes lit up. Without Gushi saying anything, Princess Anna and Luna quickly cleared the area. At this time, Gushi personally wound up the music box and placed it not far in front of him. As the music box was placed on the ground, a strange, weird and stuck music sounded. Normally, the lid of the music box should automatically pop open at this time, but it didn't. Gushi could clearly feel that his body was numb and weak. This is the characteristic of the music box, the toxic field. As long as the effect of the music box is activated, the holder will be poisoned immediately. At this moment, Gushi raised the broken sword. The moment he raised the broken sword, he felt a pain in his palm, and many spikes had pierced into Gushi's palm. This is the negative effect of the broken sword. Although the broken sword is full of poison and has extremely strong lethality, it must absorb the blood of the user to exert its normal power. This time, Gushi did not use orange equipment to resist these negative effects. He just took a step forward, and the broken sword pierced the music box. Then Gushi thrust the broken sword downwards tightly, and at the same time, he chanted the spell of the incarnation of death. It can be said that it was not until he got the death mask that Gushi had the energy to study how the incarnation of death was produced. His previous incarnations of death were all due to luck, and they appeared by themselves. It was different now. This time could be regarded as the first time that Gushi made and summoned the incarnation of death by himself. The situation in front of him gave Gu Shi a different feeling. According to the prompt from the death mask, Gu Shi did not choose to switch to virtual life this time, but used his own mana, allowing the spell to drain all his mana. As the mana was injected into the broken sword, it was transferred to the music box. The strange music in the music box became louder and louder, and there was even a feeling that the music box was about to break. Now, incarnation of death, come out. After the last bit of mana was taken away, Gu Shi loosened his hands, and the music box and the broken sword exploded at the same time. The dark green liquid quickly formed a human figure. This human figure was inlaid with various black and rusty parts all over his body, and a dark green broken sword was inserted in the heart position of his chest. At the same time, his hands and feet were cut off, and all were replaced with dark green translucent sword tips. Although he was standing there shakily, it was obvious that his hands and feet were lethal. At the same time, under his feet, a dark green halo similar to thorns appeared. Name, Death Incarnation, Summon Creature, Race, Semi-Mechanical Form Level 20 plus 3, 0/0, Talent, Rule Creature, After Death. Can be freely resurrected in Poison Peach Mountain. Status, Life, 4000/4000. Magic, 1800/1800. Attributes, Strength 21. Agility 22. Constitution 18. Intelligence 12. Perception 19. Charm 18. Skills, Death/Death Skill. Active Skill. When activated, use the position of the self as the center of the circle, and carry out a 20-second slash attack outward. And each attack will cause 300 points of damage. Undead Creature, Level 1 Characteristic. Undead Army. Humanoid Creature, Curse Spell, Level 5 Feature, can use all curse spells. Incorporeal, Level 9 Feature, equivalent to Ghost Physique, 75% chance of being immune to physical attacks. Poison Attack, Level 13 Feature, the life of all creatures in the affected range is reduced by 10%. Sorrow Attack, Level 17 Feature, the target enemy's attack power is reduced by 15%. Bloodsucking Attack, Level 21 Feature, when attacking the enemy, 30% of the enemy's life can be absorbed. Thorn Poison Aura, Level 20 Aura Effect, during combat, 30% of the damage caused by all enemy attacks will be rebounded back to the attacker with toxicity. Poison Sword, Mixed Poison Technique, Poison Field, Poison Coating Technique.